Chapter 1 Daily income of $500,000 is not a dream. Hello TikTok owners, the platform detected cheating in your order. According to the platform regulations, you will be fined 258 yuan, TikTok travel. Looking at the message on his cell phone, Young Fan really wanted to curse. Running a day tick, a total of only $300 of water. The fine of 258 yuan, counting the oil money and vehicle wear and tear. Today also backward loss. Dog day tick. Young Fan ruthlessly lit a cigarette. His heart is indignant. He has been driving honestly, running more than 10 hours a day, never regulated, but every month, he was inexplicably deducted money. The reasons for being deducted money are also varied. Summarized in one sentence, TikTok drivers are slaves. The platform how you want to suck your blood on how to suck. You do not even have the right to resist. This is not the cell phone more than 20 fined complaint. All show the complaint failed. I don't give a damn about the TikTok platform. They can exploit you as much as they want. Even if the driver of the TikTok drivers complained a lot, but also had to break their teeth to swallow, because the TikTok monopolized the national online car market. This is the bad influence caused by a monopoly of capital after a monopoly. Asterisk. Big deal. I won't run TikTok anymore. Yang Fan couldn't stand this bird's breath and decided to change his job tomorrow. Just passing by the largest industrial area in D-City, Yang Fan went down the road to look at the job board wrote Hui Pressure Electronic Factory large number of temporary workers. The job board said that Huizhou Electronic Factory was looking for a lot of temporary workers. Yang Fan was surprised. $30 an hour. Food and housing, counting overtime pay, at least $8,000 a month. This is a much higher wage than running TikTok. In fact, normally there is no such high salary, because this is a special period after the Spring Festival. Before the Spring Festival, a large number of employees resigned and stayed in their hometowns, resulting in a serious shortage of workers after the Spring Festival. The orders piled up during the Spring Festival were also very large. All manufacturers were faced with the dilemma of an urgent shortage of employees, so they could only raise the price of work to grab the limited labor force. Yang Fan was hesitating in his heart. Should he go to the factory to work as a laborer? Factory life is boring. Days are like years, very test of one's endurance. But there were only 2 months of labor. After the orders for the Spring Festival are finished, most factories won't need temporary workers. 2 months of simmering would come and go. Cheer up, laborers! Yang Fan cheered himself up in his heart. And just then, an electronic synthesized tone sounded in his head. Ding! Talent rental and hiring system activated. Officially binding host Yang Fan. At the same time, the functions about the system were organized into a stream of information that surged into Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. He had read many web novels and was no stranger to systems, not realizing that the fictional scenario had happened to him. Must smoke a $5 cigarette to suppress the shock. It took half an hour. Only then did Yang Fan calm his excitement. He called out the system page. Talent rental system, as the name suggests, is a system for renting and hiring various talents. Since the system is only level 1, the only people that can be rented at the moment are general laborers. The system is only at level 1, and currently there are only general laborers available. Yang Fan is very speechless. Nothing can still be called talent. Right at this moment, the system released a novice task. Ding! Within 1 month, raise the system level to level 2. Receive a special reward upon completion of the mission. There is no penalty for failing the mission, but you will lose the opportunity to rise quickly. Hint, there will be additional rewards for completing the mission early. Rising to level 2 in a month? Yang Fan felt very pitiful, because upgrading the system required money. It took $10 million to rise from level 1 to level 2. Make $10 million in a month. Am I going to rob a bank? Yang Fan was speechless as he looked at the system layout. The rental quota limit of the level 1 system is 2,000 people. Except that there is a single variety of talent. Only ordinary workers can be rented. Ordinary worker, rent, 20 yuan per day. Skills, none. Passive, rapid recovery. Equipped with 1 cell phone / 5 sets of change of clothes / 1 legal ID card. A rent of $20 a day was cheap. But an ordinary person without a skill can't make $10 million in a month even if he rents and hires out. Right? Wait. Yang Fan put his eyes on the recruitment board of Hui Pressure Electronic Factory. It was clearly written that both raw and skilled hands were available. What does it mean? As long as they weren't intellectually challenged and not physically crippled, they were fine. In fact, the vast majority of factory jobs are simple and easy to learn types of work, such as electronics factories, usually playing screws, burning solder, wiping glue and so on. It is a person will do. Now Yang Fan couldn't be calm. People rented and hired out from the system. Only $20 of rent per day. Sent into the factory as temporary laborers. They could earn $280 a day. 2,000 people. In one day, could create a net income of $560,000 for himself. In less than 20 days you can make $10 million. I Nima must go buy a pack of Huazi to suppress the shock. Yang Fan calmed his excitement. Now it is night. Wait for tomorrow directly to the factory to find the personnel manager to talk. Back home, Yang Fan immediately flipped out his cell phone and contacted a used car dealership. Tomorrow he is going to sell the car he ran tic-tac-toe. 2,000 people renting it for a day would cost $40,000. Yang Fan still has to pay the mortgage every month. There is no deposit at all. He can only sell the car. The next day, the new loan he bought last year was valued at $95,000. Yang Fan did not want to bargain. He will soon be the one who earns more than $500,000 a day, and he doesn't care about this small amount of money. Taking a cab, Yang Fan came to the Hui Pressure Electronic Factory, and there were a lot of people who came to interview at the entrance. But this point of people for Hui Pressure Factory is a drop in the bucket. Yang Fan directly told the interview clerk that he has 2,000 people under his command and needs to interview with the personnel manager. The clerk was dumbfounded. She is specifically responsible for recruitment, but also with the labor agency cooperation, has never heard of which labor agency to provide 2,000 people at a time. Although she was skeptical, the clerk still led Yang Fan to the office. The clerk still led Yang Fan to the manager's office. This kind of thing cannot be careless. If the other side can really provide 2,000 employees, it will solve the factory's urgent needs, and I don't need to be in front of the factory every day. Personnel manager's office. Jiang Yiming looked like he had been constipated for several days and was listless. Just now he was lectured by his boss again. The reason was that there was an urgent shortage of employees in the factory, and only a few production lines were open in the huge factory, and there are too many orders piled up before the year. If the boss can't recruit people, the boss can't make money, and this pot can only be taken by the HR manager. The boss has made a tough call. If he doesn't get half of the production lines up and running in 3 days, he'll quit as personnel manager. This means that within 3 days to recruit 1,000 people, dozens of factories in the industrial area are recruiting, and the price of labor is not lower than that of the Hui Press factory. So to recruit 1,000 people in 3 days is not a fool's errand? Jiang Yiming felt deeply powerless. He even thought that if anyone could send him 1,000 people immediately, he would kneel down and call them father. Just then, the office door opened. The clerk walked in with a sunny and handsome young man. Chapter 2 10 Million Monthly Income System Upgrade. After listening to the clerk's simple introduction, Jiang Yiming looked at Yang Fan incredulously. You're saying that you have 2,000 people under you, and they can be immediately sent to work in the workshop? Yang Fan nodded. Yes, but they're all raw hands, which I have to declare beforehand. Raw hands? Is it important? Jiang Yiming was now itching to adjust the lower age limit of temporary workers to 80 years old, and still cared about your raw hands? No problem. Come on, brother, sit down and talk. Xiao Su, pour water for brother Yang. Jiang Yiming was very polite to Yang Fan, more affectionate than seeing his own father, but he wasn't swept off his feet either, providing 2,000 employees at one time, except for large enterprises like Foxconn. It was almost impossible for ordinary factories to come across such a thing. Brother Yang, according to the market, for every worker we send to our factory, as long as they work for a full month, we'll give the agency a headcount fee of $300. Brother Yang, you send 2,000 people at once. That's a great trust in our factory. Let's put it this way. I can make a deal right now. As long as you send 2,000 people and work for a full month, I'll give $400 per head. Also, an extra $1 per hour for labor. Brother Yang, are you still satisfied? Jiang Yiming was now unsure if Yang Fan was bragging, so he first put up the lucrative conditions to stabilize Yang Fan. The next step is to see if you can really bring people over. Yang Fan, however, was dumbfounded. He has never been a labor agent, and naturally he has never thought about the headcount fee he can get. 2,000 people is 800,000 yuan. Moreover, each person's wage has been raised by $1. If the daily calculation is based on 10 hours, a person will earn $10 more a day. 2,000 people would make $20,000 more a day. In a month, another $520,000 more at the 996 workday. Although it is a small profit, at least it is a surprise. Yang Fan did not want to bargain, so he pretended to make a phone call. Less than half an hour. Hui Pressure Electronic Factory Gate. One after another came a lot of people. A glance at the black pressurized A. These people are all Yang Fan from the system. These people were all rented out by Yang Fan from the system. And the system was also very cautious. The people who were hired out were randomly appearing in unoccupied areas nearby. For example, street corners, public restrooms, parks and hidden places, blind areas with no surveillance. This avoided causing panic and suspicion. About half an hour later, The recruited workers arrived outside the gate of the Hui Pressure factory. There were both men and women. All of them were young people in their 20s, each carrying a backpack, a cell phone in each hand, and even a legal ID card. These were all uniformly distributed by the system. Jiang Yiming looked at the black crowd. The stone in his heart finally fell. Brother Yang, come, have a cigarette. Jiang Yiming's face was all smiles. There were already more than 1,000 people in the factory. With the addition of these 2,000 people, 90% of the assembly line could run. There was no need to be scolded by the boss anymore, and also keep their jobs, maybe even be rewarded by the boss. Xiao Su, hurry up and arrange for people to assign dormitories to these employees. Jiang Yiming ordered towards the clerk. However, he was interrupted by Yang Fan. Manager Jiang, you see that the Spring Festival has just passed. The employees are short-handed, and they need to purchase household goods again. So just for the first 3 days of employment, I hope I can give them a daily settlement. These words are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The factory provided food and shelter, and the workers hired out didn't need to spend any money at all. The reason why Yang Fan asked for daily settlement for the first 3 days was because he needed the rent. $20 per day per person. That's $40,000 a day. Yang Fan's money from selling the car will only cover the rent for 2 days. If he couldn't pay the rent on the 3rd day, the 2,000 people hired out will be taken back by the system. Yang Fan needs capital. If the first 3 days could be paid on a daily basis, Yang Fan could get at least 1.86 million, and then he could just spend 1.2 million to renew the lease of these workers for a month. Jiang Yiming nodded his head in agreement after thinking for a while, although this was not in line with the factory's rules, but there was currently an urgent shortage of manpower, and Yang Fan was offering 2,000 people at once, so it was okay to grant some privileges. The next step was to sign the contract. At the unanimous request of the 2,000 people, Yang Fan, as the foreman, signed the labor contract on their behalf. In the future, when the wages were paid, the finance would make a one-time payment to Yang Fan's account. This would save a lot of trouble. Having solved the matter of the employees, Jiang Yiming was in a good mood and took out his treasured good tea to entertain Yang Fan. Old brother Yang is really capable. In one breath, he was able to get 2,000 people, and they all went to work on the same day. Not a single absentee. Admire. Jiang Yiming admired Yang Fan from the bottom of his heart. In the past, 8 out of 10 people recruited would find reasons to excuse themselves until the next day, or even the 3rd day to work. In fact, everyone understands. Factory life is too boring. Into the factory after the people into the job will find an excuse to play another day or two before going to work. Quite a bit of the last madness that flavor. 3 days passed. Yang Fan also got the end of the first 3 days. A total of 1.86 million. He spent 1.2 million to renew the lease of these 2,000 workers for another month. The next step was to wait for the end of the month to upgrade the system after payroll. You have to know that Yang Fan activated the system on March 5th, and the newbie tasks released by the system were to be completed within a month. That is to say, at the end of the month when the wages are paid, it is only 26 days. Yang Fan did some math. Hui Pressure Factory is a 996 work system, excluding 3 Sundays off. There are 23 days of working days. By the end of the month, you can receive 14.26 million. It was more than enough to upgrade the system. Yang Fan remembers very clearly that there was a hint when the system released the novice task that there was an extra reward for completing the task early. A little bit of anticipation. There is still 700,000 in the card. Yang Fan gave his parents $10,000 back. The main reason is that he doesn't dare to play too much. Otherwise, his parents will definitely suspect that he is doing something bad. After more than 20 days of leisure, at the end of the month, a cell phone text message was sent. Agricultural Bank of Summerland, the finance department of Hui Pressure Company completed a transfer transaction of 15,060,000 to your account on March 31st, with a balance of 15,760,000. Ha! What about the extra $800,000? But Yang Fan quickly figured out that the extra $800,000 was the capitation fee. Earn more than 15 million a month. There was a feeling of dreaming awe. Yang Fan calmed down and then chose to upgrade the system. In a blink of an eye, $10 million were deducted from the bank card and the system was successfully upgraded to level 2. The system prompt also came immediately after. Ding! Talent rental and hiring system is upgraded to level 2. The upper limit of the number of renters has increased to 6,000, and there is a new type of work that can be rented. Completing the novice task rewards a company with a multifunctional app. Please name your company. Completing the novice task in advance. Obtaining the opportunity to experience the reward, Super SMS software, for 10 days. Chapter 3, Monopoly Online Car Rental Mission. The system was finally upgraded. Yang Fan couldn't wait to call out the system page and saw on the talent rental and hiring page that there was indeed a new rentable job type. See licensed driver. Rent, 40 yuan per day. Skill, small car driving proficiency. Passive, anti-fatigue. Equipped with 1 cell phone / 5 sets of change of clothes / 1 legal ID card / 1 sedan. Unlimited fuel / prohibited monopoly. Ooh, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Rent out the driver. The system is also equipped with a small car, and do not need to refuel. If you run a rental, absolutely big money. At this time the system released the main mission. Ding! Within a month, monopolize the online taxi market in D City. Upon completion of the mission, receive a special reward. Fail the mission and you will lose the opportunity to rise quickly. Monopolize D City's online car market? Yang Fan immediately felt that his head was too big, because the business license couldn't be obtained. Tic-Tac, so big a platform, backed by the two major capitals of Penguin and Alimam, did not get a business license, let alone himself? Of course, the state has tacitly recognized the existence of Tic-Tac, because this platform feeds a lot of people. Once the forced closure is bound to cause countless people to lose their jobs, and herein lies the shamelessness of Tic-Tac. By monopolizing the market, it not only endlessly exploits the bottom drivers, but also uses the huge driver group to invariably put pressure on the state. Yang Fan couldn't do what Tic-Tac did, because the system was upgraded. The maximum number of renters was only 6,000. Excluding the 2,000 temporary workers from the Hui pressure factory, he could still rent 4,000 drivers out. A mere 4,000 drivers were not enough to attract the attention of the top management. Once Yang Fan started his online car rental business in D City, it would inevitably attract Tic-Tac's attention, and as long as he was reported, he would be finished. Wanting to get a piece of the monopoly of the two internet giants, it's too difficult. Yang Fan didn't have a good head start for the moment, so he continued to look at the second system reward. Due to the successful completion of the novice mission, the system rewarded Yang Fan with a company and a multifunctional app that currently needed to be named by Yang Fan. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Let's call it the Fist Company. It sounded very powerful. As Yang Fan's words fell, Fist Company was officially established and all the required procedures were systematically perfected, and the Fist app was released at the same time. Yang Fan clicked on the app, and there were only two functions that were unlocked on the main page. They were the talent market and online car. And Yang Fan was also surprised to find that the net taxi had already gotten its operating license. Yang Fan was speechless for a moment. Tic-Tac, backed by the two giants, Penguin and Alimam, monopolized the national netcar market, and this didn't even get a business license. This just established broken company of his own actually got it. Sure enough, as long as the mission was accomplished, there was nothing that the system couldn't solve. Yang Fan was overjoyed. As long as there was an operating license, he could smoothly carry out the netcar business and strive to complete the mainline mission issued by the system within a month. The difficulty was there, but it is not without opportunity. The big thing is to fight a price war. When Tic-Tac was doing this, when online car rental was just emerging, various platforms blossomed everywhere. The two internet giants saw the market, so together they invested in Tic-Tac. After being capitalized, relying on a large number of funds to fight the price war, the weak platform annexed, and now a dominant situation. Only capital are vampires. After there is no competitor, the price is immediately raised, and at the same time, it is also unloaded, endlessly exploiting drivers. In that case, the same way as their own people. Only what was missing now was promotion, which was a big problem. Yang Fan continued to look at the third reward. Due to the early completion of the task, he obtained the opportunity to experience super SMS ads for 10 days. Yang Fan checked out the functions of using this software, and was instantly delighted on his face. Simply put, this was a communication software. It recorded everyone's phone, ball, and Vmail numbers. Simply by locking the group of people and then editing the message, you could send a text message with one click. Great! He was worried that he didn't have a chance to promote Fist App's online dating business. This is not. Sleepy came to send a pillow. Without further ado, Yang Fan rented 4,000 drivers out of the system at the first time, and directly spent 2.4 million to renew the lease for half a month. Another 1.2 million was spent to renew the lease of the 2,000 temporary workers of the Hui pressure factory for another month. Now there was only 2.16 million left again. Have to keep some money for backup. Next, Yang Fan had 4,000 drivers register as online taxi drivers on the Fist app at the same time, and set the charges. Tic-Tac charges. Starting price of 10 yuan within 5 kilometers, and also divided into time slots, limiting the time. More than the time also have to add charges. Fist app charges. Starting price within 10 kilometers $5, and there is no time slot and time limit. In addition, Tic-Tac also has mileage fee, hourly fee and long distance fee. There is no need to be so complicated on Fist app. After exceeding 10 kilometers, only a uniform charge for long-distance fee, 1 yuan per kilometer. Don't they all like to fight price wars before capital monopolization? Lao Zi will return the favor in his own way. After setting the price, Yang Fan edited another promotional message on the Super SMS advertising software. The general content was to introduce the convenience and cheapness of Fist Taxi. The SMS fee was 1 cent apiece. D-City was a third-tier city with a population of around 3.8 million people, and the people who took online taxis were usually between 15 to 40 years old, and this group was around 1.8 million people. In other words, targeting this group of people only costs $18,000 for a mass message, a small amount. Yang Fan first sent a promotional message. Next he found a tea house and sat down, observing the number of member registrations of Fist app from time to time. It was better than expected. The number of people grew quickly. After 2 hours had passed, there were already tens of thousands of people. It was important to know that the drivers hired by the system all brought their own small cars, and all of them were high-end cars that were over $300,000. What Audi, Red Flag H9, Cadillac, Mercedes-Benz, BMW and so on. The picture of each online car is uploaded in the driver's personal information, and passengers can see it at first sight. The price is ridiculously cheap. The drive is again a luxury car. The passenger is not a cutie. There is no reason not to choose the Fist Net job. Gradually, some of the drivers had already started taking orders. By the second day, Fist Net job had gradually become famous in D-City. Passengers have given favorable reviews. There were all sorts of compliments on the app, and many people sent out friend circles. I called a car on Fist ride today. 30 kilometers only charged me $25, and it's still an Audi A6. I said, today had a luxury car addiction. In the Fist ride called a car on the network, charges cheaper than Tick half or more than, and still a Mercedes-Benz it. Fist hitchhiking is which Big Brother's platform. Surprisingly all luxury cars, charges are also cheaper than words. Similar circles of friends continue to be forwarded. The number of downloads of the Fist app also continues to increase, and the word of mouth is even more favorable. Chapter 4, $100 billion. Do you give? 4,000 online taxi drivers basically satisfied the traveling in D-City. After all, many people had private cars. Those who took online cars were a minority phenomenon. In 3 days' time, Yang Fan had gained a huge amount of $2.8 million just from the net car ride alone. This was pure, because the driver's rent had been paid half a month in advance. The vehicles distributed by the system also didn't need to be refueled. Yang Fan spent another $4 million to renew the second half of the month's rent for these 4,000 drivers as well. This was because he hadn't completely monopolized the online car market in D-City. There are still a lot of people who don't know about the Fist app. They have to continue to send text messages to promote it, and the word of mouth from the customers is still continuing to ferment. So it will take a little bit of time to monopolize D-City. Although Yang Fan's behavior will inevitably cause D-City's tic-tac drivers to lose their jobs. But this is the inevitable process of overthrowing capital exploitation. Once Tic-Tic was driven out of the D-City market, if the system didn't continue to release other tasks, these 4,000 drivers would be sent to the next city to continue to compete for the market. By then, the original Tiki drivers in D-City will be able to register as Fist app drivers, and the price charged will be raised appropriately compared to now, to ensure that after the platform extracts the commission, the driver can also have a reasonable income, so that the platform, passengers and drivers are balanced. Yang Fan made an appointment to see the agency. He now needs to rent an office building as an office. At the same time, in D-City Tic-Tac offline office, General Manager Lu Zhichuan had a sad face. 3 days of time, Tic-Tac's platform's business in D-City had been snatched away by 70% by the Fist company. Many drivers were unable to pull in passengers, and some of them simply suspended their rest. If this continues, sooner or later, D-City's online car market will be dominated by the Fist company. A third-tier city's market is not enough to worry about. The key is the face cannot hang. At least, he was relying on 2 internet giants behind him. If he lost the market in D-City, this manager of his would be at the end of his days. Ing, now call the Market Supervision Department to report it. Just say that Fist company is illegally operating an internet car. Lu Zhichuan immediately asked his secretary to report it. I just don't believe it. Our Tic-Tac platform covers the entire country, and the 2 bigwigs who stepped in didn't even get an operating license. A small broken Fist company. Can it still go against the heavens? Lu Zhichuan was confident. When you think about the time when the online car platform blossomed, so much competitiveness, not as usual by the 2 internet giants all dead. In that period of big waves, small companies had no way to survive, let alone now. But the face came immediately after. Lu Shichuan then received a letter back from the Ministry of Market Regulation. The Fist platform's online car has an operating license and is a legal business. Lu Shichuan almost pumped over. What the hell is this? A newly emerged company? Could there be a big brother behind it? Immediately check who the legal representative of Fist Company is, and ask for detailed information. Very quickly, the secretary went through a special channel and found out Young Fan's information. Mr. Lu, the owner of Fist Company, is called Young Fan. His hometown is in the countryside. He doesn't have much of a background, and was a tic-tac driver on our platform more than a month ago. Lu Shichuan was speechless. Could you have checked wrong? Mr. Lu, it's absolutely right. I compared the photo and ID number and confirmed that there is no mistake. Well, Lu Shichuan felt that this matter was not something he could handle anymore. The once tic-tac driver had transformed into a big boss, and had turned around to grab D-City's online car market. It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no big brother support behind it. It was necessary to call the headquarters executives. So Lu Shichuan dialed the tic-tac headquarters again and got instructions from the top management. Interview Young Fan. Use the old routine from before and acquire Fist. After getting the instructions, Lu Shichuan dialed Young Fan's phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yang? I'm Lu Shichuan, the general manager of the Tic-Tac D-City office, and now on behalf of the Tic-Tac platform, I wish to make an appointment with you to talk about cooperation. How about this? I'm free at 3 in the afternoon, so you can meet me directly on the 12th floor of Hibiscus Mansion on XX Road. What? I'm coming to find you? Hello. The phone had hung up. At this moment, Yang Fan was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, posing with me. I'm not in a hurry. Why would I come to your company to find you? If you want to talk about it, roll your own and come see me. At this time, a tall, sweet-looking beauty poured a cup of tea for Young Fan. Mr. Yang, you drink tea? Yang Fan nodded. The beauty was called Su Qian, the secretary Young Fan recruited today. After renting the office building yesterday, Yang Fan released the recruitment information, and due to the good salary offer, he quickly recruited the office secretary, in addition to 3 customer service staff. Su Qian, without any surprises, someone will come to me in a while. At that time, you bring him into my office. But remember, don't pour water for him. Since you're going to pose with me, then I definitely won't be polite to you either. Sure enough, at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Qian brought a middle-aged man to Young Fan's office. Mr. Yang, if there is anything you need to order, please feel free to call me. Su Qian left the office after saying that. There was no intention of pouring water for Lu Shichuan, and Yang Fan didn't invite the other party to sit down. This was damn awkward. Say it, what is it that you are looking for me for? Yang Fan sipped his tea and asked slowly. Lu Shichuan cheekily sat down opposite Young Fan. Mr. Yang, I'll get right to the point. Our Tic-Tac platform wants to acquire your Fist hitchhiking. You can open the price as you like. I believe you also know that we are backed by Penguin and Ali's mom. We don't lack money. Oh, Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. How dare you threaten me? Yang Fan but heard out, although Lu Shichuan spoke moderately. But the implication is that Tic-Tac is backed by 2 internet giants, and whoever wants to take food from the tiger's mouth will only go out of business. Because people do not lack of money. In the capital of the money attack, small businesses cannot survive. Capital monopoly process. The most commonly used means is the first upside-down money monopoly market. Take TikTok for example. After being invested by the 2 giants, it immediately sends out a large number of coupons, discounts every other day, and the driver's draw is also very high. Passengers and drivers are getting huge benefits. Well, passengers all go to the Tic-Tac platform for rides. Drivers also all go to Tic-Tac to register. Small businesses, with no business and even less drivers, won't last more than 2 months before they close down. When there are no more competitors, the nature of capitalists is exposed. Passenger fees increased. The driver's commission increased dramatically. Wantonly fined and squeezed the driver, and the majority of drivers as a dependency, invariably put pressure on the regulatory authorities. These tactics are really disgraceful. Yang Fan was even more abhorrent, so he blurted out, "Fine, acquiring my company is fine. As long as you give $100 billion, I will immediately agree." Chapter 5, Mission Accomplished. Unlocking Takeout. $100 billion? Lu Shichuan was dumbfounded on the spot. Are you kidding? 100 billion? Ah, really? Open your mouth. Yang Fan slowly lit up a cigarette again and said, "You're the one who joked first." "I'm joking?" Lu Shichuan didn't know when he had joked. "Mr. Yang, I am very sincere. Absolutely no joke." "Didn't joke? Since you weren't joking, why did you make the request to acquire my company, and threatening me with not lacking money? Do I look like someone who lacks money? There are a total of 4,000 online car drivers in Fist Ride under my company's name, And the worst cars they drive are over $300,000. A large number of them are Mercedes-Benz BMWs. The total value of 4,000 cars is close to 2 billion. Do you think I'll be poor? Just kidding you. Lu Shichuan was speechless. Yes, it was true that every one of the online drivers on Fist app drove luxury cars, but those cars were people's drivers. What's it got to do with your platform? It didn't even occur to Lu Shichuan that those cars were Yang Fan's private ones. Mr. Yang, don't beat your face up. It's none of your business if the online car drivers drive even better cars. Look at your company. Plus you are less than 10 people. The scale is so small. And why do you need to show off? The arm can't be twisted by the big leg. I advise you to be wise to the times, and let our TikTok platform acquire it. You can still get a settlement. If our executives get angry, the ending is Fist Company going bankrupt. Which one do you choose? Oh, come on hard. Yang Fan shook his cigarette ash and looked at Lu Shichuan with a smile. I don't choose either one. I choose to drive your TikTok platform out of D-City. Su Qian, drive people away. Seeing off the guests was a lift. Yang Fan directly asked Su Qian to blast the people. Su Qian was really obedient. Stepping on her high heels, she came to Lu Shichuan. Please leave immediately. Our boss doesn't like you. Lu Shichuan is worse than eating a ton of xiang. He came to Fist Company with a great deal of confidence, but ended up touching a nose. Good. Very good. Young man, you will soon know what happens when you go against capital. Humph. Lu Shichuan slammed the door after saying that, looking like he couldn't swallow this breath. Yang Fan didn't care at all. He had been the one who had been squeezed and exploited, and hated these capitalists lapdogs the most. After blowing away Lu Shichuan, Yang Fan called Su Qian to his office again, then took a list and said, Su Qian, work hard for you this afternoon. You go find the properties in these neighborhoods and rent me 800 houses. 3 rooms and 2 rooms will do. Yang Fan handed the list to Su Qian. There were 9 neighborhoods listed on it, all of which belonged to the outskirts of the city, and the occupancy rate of these neighborhoods was very low, which was often referred to as ghost cities. D-City is a third-tier city, because of the overdevelopment of real estate, resulting in a continuous decline in housing prices. Many rural people went to the city to buy a house. After renovation, these people went to the provinces to work. The house is empty and no one lives in it, and because it is located on the outskirts of the city, even if it is 800 or 900 a month, it can't be rented out. Yang Fan could just rent it to house 4,000 drivers. These days the drivers are sleeping in their cars. They have to find a place for them to settle. 800 houses, squeezed together, could still be housed. The other side. After Lu Shichuan returned to the office, the first thing he did was to call the TikTok executives. Reporting on Yang Fan's arrogance added more fuel to the fire. The TikTok executives were instantly enraged. Losing the D-City market is a small matter. Destroying the monopoly of online car rental is a big matter. It must be suppressed. Fist headquarters issued one instruction after another, and at the same time, a large number of 30% discount coupons were issued on the TikTok platform for passengers in D-City. In this way, definitely pulls back the lost passengers. Only the TikTok drivers will earn less, which will inevitably cause the drivers to go out of business. But the TikTok executives have introduced another high bonus. Each driver to complete a single task, according to the mileage and time, the minimum reward $20 a single. In this way, the income of TikTok drivers was stabilized. This is the power of capital. There is no shortage of money, and in the short term, pour money to screw the competition. Once the Fist can't carry it and declare bankruptcy, at that time, TikTok will resume its previous ugly face. Yang Fan looked at the latest movement of TikTok's platform and smiled disdainfully. Fighting a price war with me? You're afraid you're overthinking it. All of his drivers were rented and hired from the system. The fuel costs didn't cost anything, and the drivers didn't need to be paid. What are you going to compete with me? Yang Fan did not say anything. Directly on the Fist hitchhiking set up as a half-price discount activity. The activity time has no lower limit. The implication is that I will accompany you to the end. The price war between the two sides also began to ferment on the network. Although Fist Ride is only a small and unknown company, and it is only targeting D-City to start its business, but Tiki is a big company. Fist's behavior in D-City was tantamount to taking food from a tiger's mouth, and would naturally attract widespread attention on the internet. This is good to see, letting Penguin and Ali's mom have a taste of the price war as well. These two giants often use such shameless tactics to suppress their peers. This time it's their turn. They deserve it. There's a good show to watch. Giant monopolization is the most disgusting. I support Fist this time. Have you guys noticed that Fist's half-price campaign is cheaper than TikTok's 30% discount charge? Even if Fist's price is more expensive, I'm still willing to take their car. People's Fist's online car drivers drive all Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi. Not to mention the price is cheaper. Even a little bit more expensive is also willing. The most heated discussions were among the citizens of D-City. almost unanimously in favor of the Fist. Not only was the price cheaper, but it was all luxury cars, so there was no doubt that Fist was more competitive. It wasn't. Tic Tac's 30% discount coupon for D-City's clientele. Surprisingly, not a single person went to claim it. On the contrary, Fist's user registration numbers are soaring wildly. The TikTok executives really couldn't sit still this time. Discount! Give me a discount and grab the D-City market back. But they didn't expect that Fist's side also immediately counterattacked and lowered the price to 20% off. Because Fist's fees were already lower than Tiki's, the 20% discount was comparable to Tiki's 10% discount. For the same price, would you choose to ride in a luxury car or a normal low-grade car? Normal people know how to choose. Therefore, no matter how hard Tik tries, it has never been able to recover the lost customers. Lu Shichuan was paralyzed sitting in his office chair. 20 days. Even if the loss of customers, the key is that D-City's Tik drivers can't get work, and now all of them have switched to other professions. The background data shows that not a single driver is online to take orders. Even the drivers are gone. Even if there are customers, there is no one to pull. Lu Shichuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yang Fan put down the words to drive Tik out of D-City. This is not a moment of feverishness, but really have confidence. He did. Tik was driven out of D-City. At the same time, Yang Fan was sitting in his office leisurely drinking afternoon tea when a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Completed the main mission, monopolized D-City's online car rental. Gained reward, unlocked app takeout function. Obtained reward, new rentable job type, super bodyguard. Finish the mission early and get the opportunity to experience super SMS ads for 10 days. Chapter 6, Letting the Driver Brothers Eat. Super bodyguard, rent, $100 per day. Skills, fighting, guns, flying daggers, driving. Passive, loyalty. Equipped with 1 cell phone / 5 sets of change of clothes / 1 legal ID card / gun set and cold weapons. I'm going. Yang Fan was dumbfounded. This bodyguard part-time is a decathlon. He has excellent hands, can also drive, and the key is still a woman. Not to mention the strong skills, just the loyalty alone, is how many people carry lanterns cannot find. A day 100, a month is only $3,000. According to the calculation of 365 days a year. The whole year down only 36,000. According to the market to rent a 24-hour bodyguard, at least 30,000 a month to start. A year is 360,000. A whole difference of 10 times. This is simply not too cost-effective. Yang Fan thought, decisively placed in order. When he came back to his senses, there was a woman in front of him. Yang Fan swallowed a mouthful of water. This is a bodyguard. This is clearly a small demon. The face is pretty not to mention. Black shirt. With a short skirt, which is also covered with black silk. She was only 20 years old, and the only flaw was that her face was like hanging frost. Subordinate Yao Xiaosu, see Mr. Young, you, hello? Yang Fan was a little surprised. He obviously felt that this bodyguard and the previous general laborer is different. As if there is a soul, there is an independent thinking in general. And before Yang Fan could come back to his senses, in the next second, a flying knife had already grazed his scalp and flew through. Directly piercing through the thick wooden door. Who are you, boss? It's me. I send you a cup of coffee. Su Qian just entered the door and met Yao Xiaosu's horrifying eyes, throwing the coffee in her hands and running away screaming. Yao Xiaosu turned her head inquiringly. Mr. Yang, you know? Recognize. Can you hide in the dark? I call you, you come out again. Yang Fan sighed. This good looking is good looking. It's that this killing aura is too punchy to bring around. Understood. When the words landed, Yao Xiaosu's figure disappeared in the office, just like a ghost. This can really be a ruthless character. The original charming thoughts of his beautiful bodyguard disappeared into thin air. Yang Fan looked at the mess on the ground and simply went downstairs. Right at this moment, the system released the mainline mission. Ding! Within 1 month, monopolize the takeout market in D-City. Upon completion of the mission, receive a special reward. Fail the mission, and you will lose the opportunity to rise quickly. Takeout? Thinking about this huge span of industries, Yang Fan shook his head helplessly, pondering as he walked. As the saying goes, a different line of work is like a mountain. Online takeout has only just stabilized, and everything must be done carefully and cautiously. The heart for a while thinking, but not far away from the two colliding car owners arguing louder and louder, so that Yang Fan cannot help but raise his head. And this raised his head, and he was confronted with a familiar face. Old Wang. Thinking of all the help Old Wang had given him before, Yang Fan frowned and quickly stepped up. I told you that today is when the King of Heaven comes. You, Yang Fan? The owner of the car looked at the intrusion of Yang Fan in a suit. Some scorn. The old king is even more embarrassed. For a moment do not know what to say. What's going on? Taking the lead to break the dullness, Yang Fan looked at the scratches on the van parked on the side of the road and the sedan on the side of the road. His heart already had a guess. Boy you also see, this broken car dug me up. All around can have monitoring. To me that private. $100,000. The more you say the more the bottom of the air. The owner of the car thought of himself as the victim. The waist polar straightened a few points. The old friend acquaintance. Yang Fan is not much mind in his skin. Simply took out the cell phone again. 10,000. Just $10,000. If the money is not enough to go to my office to sit, $10,000 said to take. And saw the luxurious building behind. The fat car owner wimped out. I'm sorry, I'm also a little emotional. I'll go. This will go. Knowing that their own broken car repainted once again, paint is also on the matter of $10,000. The fat car owner ran fast, get on the car after a smoke and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Fan was behind the old Wang tugged his arm. Yang Fan, how to be good this, okay, do not talk about this, ouch. I smoke the cigarette is not strong. Put your $5 of red plum to me out. Unhappy will be in the hands of the expensive cigarettes put back. Yang Fan cordially pulled the old king, sat on the road teeth. Yang Fan just entered the cab business, is a pure novice. The old Wang did not take care of him. When he couldn't get a job, Wang often invited him to dinner out of his own pocket. In the past few years, Lao Wang is considered to be his nobleman, and now that he is going to be prosperous, he naturally cannot forget Lao Wang. The familiar smell of cigarettes reminded the two of their past and brought them closer together. Yang Fan also told his recent experience of creating a fist, and as soon as he heard about those means of dealing with DDT, old Wang was even more excited and stood up. That broken DDT should have collapsed long ago. Deducting money, just know how to deduct money. I'm not afraid of being struck by someone on the street. Unfortunately, our old brothers of the drop, you do not see me now dry up loading and unloading too. This is still good. Many stay at home, looking at the family old and young worried about it. Xiaobing when I just drove the car, I felt that your kid is unusual. Deserve you to get rich, said the old Wang suddenly sat up, although with the best efforts to cover with a smile, but between the eyebrows but lowered a few points. Cab driver, this line has a strong industry inertia. Familiar with the dry for a few years. Shoulder cannot pick, hand cannot lift, other skills are rusty. The days are most likely to be difficult. A touch of melancholy surged in his heart. Yang Fan looked at the old king, and suddenly had a flash of insight. Old Wang, do you still have those cab groups from before? This big group is disbanded. The others are still there. Why? Puzzled and scratching his head, old Wang was somewhat at a loss, but Yang Fan heard that the big group was still around, obviously couldn't care less, shouting as he ran. Connect them all. I want good hands, as many as I can get. I want the driver brothers to eat. You send out what I said first, wait for the rest to hear from me. Without waiting for old Wang to say anything else, Yang Fan had already rushed into the building. If you wanted to enter the takeaway industry, the first thing you had to face were the two big mountains of ugly tuan and satisfaction. These two teams have very deep roots, and with their own little money to fight head-on, absolutely cannot take advantage of half a point. The success of the cab is dependent on the advantages of labor in vehicles. Want to still hold the advantage of labor means that the cab line must be liberated. And the old Wang's news is also the same as to Yang Fan opened a window. Now is the best time. Not daring to delay, Yang Fan wrote and drew on the paper, and soon had a general idea. The platform will only take a 5% commission. The operation process will be simplified as much as possible. And I will do my best to control the recruiters to ensure the interests of the drivers. Keep the price down. We must reduce the price by 30% compared to the previous dropship platform to maintain a large amount of customer ownership. At the moment there are still quite a few black car drivers within the entire D-City. I want to make the future D-City no longer have the word black car. The office gave an explanation to Su Qian for a while, looking at the woman's back as she hurriedly left. The corner of Yang Fan's mouth couldn't help but hook upwards. The price directly reduced 30% is a huge discount. Although on the platform commission is only 5% and before the drop of 20% difference, but the overall calculation, in fact, the driver's income will be less than the original. But this move, in fact, wonderful in the black car drivers and the number of drivers on the control. Black car drivers used to be very rampant, soliciting a lot of business from those who are greedy for convenience. And these semi-professional drivers have severely suppressed the living space of full-time drivers. In other words, as long as this policy is completely implemented, full-time drivers will have countless orders and will earn much better than before. Those old colleagues of his own absolutely could not refuse. After all, Yang Fan's personal experience is absolutely incomparable to those fat-bellied executives of DDT. The pomp and circumstance of fist cabs throughout the whole process had already emerged in his mind, and Yang Fan smiled and clenched his fists. The next takeaway industry is the real tiger's mouth. Chapter 7 Restaurant Owner Shocked. The Fist Taxi blood change business was proceeding rapidly. The message sent by Old Wang's group was undoubtedly a seed that grew wildly along with the glad tidings of the would-be believers. There is no way. Earn too much. Although the overall consumption of customers has decreased, the reduced platform harvest has greatly protected the interests of the drivers, and the efficient system brings more orders. The average draw of 6 yuan per single. At least 100,000 orders per day. Pure profit guaranteed $600,000. It can be said that Yang Fan's operation has completely reached a win-win-win situation for customers, platforms and drivers. Such a bloom has made the capitalists behind DDT gray and woefully fade out of the market in D City. Obviously they will have to face the next is the other city drivers as well as passengers for the dissatisfaction of dropshipping. However, at this time, Yang Fan didn't care about these D City headlines. He was struggling on the road of takeout. Without the underlying experience of a cab, Yang Fan fought to understand the takeaway industry, and the result was only 4 words. Shocking. The draws of satisfaction and ugly tuan were extremely high. A $30 takeout required a $10 draw, of which, except for the $4 given to the rider, the rest all flowed into the pockets of the capital. This level of exploitation has led to some little-known restaurants having to hire their own writers. Publicity was done in the old-fashioned way of posting small advertisements and word of mouth. Even many of the newly opened businesses were losing money to make money. At this, Yang Fan smiled. Super SMS. Get up. Fist Takeaway relaunched. Each single platform draw only 3 yuan. Welcome all major new and old stores to sign up. Gently pressing the send button. Within a day, the name of Fist Takeaway spread into thousands of households in D City through various social platforms. $3. The draw was only $3 per order. At first, everyone thought it was just a scam text message. The group of takeout writers even laughed at it. $3? When it comes to the writers, it is estimated to be only $2. Running 50 orders a day. The salary was only 100. Fist Company completely fell into the people after dinner laughingstock, until that black and white contract was posted in front of them. Restaurant owners, surprised, based on the principle that it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. The speculative businessmen flooded into Fist store. Where's your man in charge? We're signing up for the Morning Glory Bun Shop. When can the workers be on board? Can you hurry up? Ouch. Don't step on my shoes. Are your writers reliable? We get hundreds of orders every day. That's right. How's the publicity going? We've never signed up with another platform before. The next morning, as soon as he entered the company, Yang Fan only felt that the clamor of those bosses was going to turn over the entire roof. Su Qian had long since stepped forward to desperately explain to everyone, but her soft voice seemed so pale and powerless under the clamor of the crowd. Fortunately, Yang Fan came forward at this moment. I am the owner of Fist Company. The moment these words came out, the crowd first fell silent for a moment, and then boiled in an instant, and everyone surrounded Yang Fan. Stop. Shut up if you want to do business. Listen to what I have to say. I'm here to talk about the company's system, so everyone consider it clearly before deciding whether to cooperate or not. For the first 3 days we don't charge your restaurant any joining fee. All everyone needs to do is sign a name and address here with me to register, and a writer will naturally come to your door tomorrow. As for manpower, there is no need for you to worry at all. Stopping these excited bosses with a single word, Yang Fan gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, several hundred people quietly appeared from among the corners of the restrooms and warehouses, crowding the building. The deafening cries were tantamount to giving this group of bosses a big heart pill. Fist takeout, at your service. The unanimous voice was as if it had been practiced countless times. The bosses squeezed out their heads to look at the endless workers, and their mouths were simply able to stuff down an egg. This was picking up the treasure. Under the great enthusiasm, the bosses came and went as fast as they could, and after signing the contract, they walked out one after another. As for Yang Fan, he almost didn't laugh out loud at this time. The current takeaway industry delivery fee per single is basically about 5 yuan. An ordinary full-time takeaway writer average down the day delivery volume is about 150 up and down, and Yang Fan pricing delivery fee of 3 yuan. 2,000 people 300,000 orders, revenue of at least 900,000 yuan, and labor is just 40,000 yuan. Net income of 860,000 yuan. This is just a day's income. Beautifully thinking about the broad prospects, Yang Fan took the workers to the prepared dormitory. In order to attack first, a good company should have its own style. In order to differentiate himself from the ugly group and hungry, Yang Fan chose the most conspicuous red lab coat. In the middle of this neighborhood, it can be very eye-catching from afar. Do you hear me? In short, just try to quickly ensure that the meals are hot and deliver these goods to the designated location. Yes, still a unified answer, without any expression on his face. Yang Fan had already missed Yao Xiaoshu a little bit at this time. The subordinates, obedient like this, there is no fun at all. The thought has just arisen. Yao Xiaoshu even directly appeared in front of Yang Fan. Mr. Yang, may I ask what I can do to help? You came down from the tree. How do you know? Looking at the fallen leaves on Yao Xiaoshu, Yang Fan was completely dumbfounded. Through micro-expressions, I have a double degree in psychology and forensic science. Old Versailles now ya. Using the calmest tone to say the most pretentious words, this Yao Xiaoshu's this look makes the dropout Yang Fan only feel his teeth itching. If Mr. Yang needs it, I can use 2 months to make them barely a qualified fighter. But for some large-scale activities, with all due respect, these people can't. Deadly staring at the woman in front of him, Yang Fan only felt that his worldview had been shocked. At the same time, the entire other side of the city. There was never a lack of ears in this world, and in the eyes of a capitalist, news was easy to obtain. The shocking scene of Fist Company just entered the eyes of the head of Ugly Group and Satisfaction D City through a video. Downtown, Ding Sheng Tea House, Manager Yang, it's been a long time since I've seen you. This satiated mama is getting more and more popular under you. We're all family. Why is Manager Wang talking about this? Sit down. With a smile on their faces, the big-bellied Manager Yang and Manager Wang sat on top of the futon. As the old saying goes, peers are enemies. But in today's society the situation can be very different. After all, capitalists never put their eggs in one basket. Ugly Group and Satiated? On the surface it seems to be a competitor, but in fact it is to serve a class of people. They are all making money together. You've also heard about that Fist takeout thing. Manager Yang, this matter. Smiling and placing the tea on the table, Manager Wang said lightly, harm, it's just a clown who jumped over the fence. Even if he can get that cheap labor, it's just a matter of acquiring it some days later. Manager Yang's words made the two men laugh, and the atmosphere suddenly became much lighter. Since the monopolization of the takeaway industry, there are countless people who want to get a piece of the pie. However, the best business is often left in the hands of those with the most capital, because they had the money and could afford to play. Even if they had the upper hand with some emerging business models and manpower, the top management of the two companies would slowly make them submit to them through pressure. Elder brother Yang, then let's go out and have a good time tonight? Ha. The Heavenly Club then. Inside the elegant tea house, at this time, only two men's lewd laughter remained. And at this time they obviously did not anticipate that a red crisis was about to sweep through the entire D city. Chapter 8, a city full of little redcoats. Fist takeout gives the merchants, as well as the employees, the greatest benefit. Naturally cannot treat the consumers poorly. Merchants pay less money, the pricing for consumers, but also lower than the Ugly Group. Satiated bar prices. Sude is an ordinary college student. No hand-holding or failing a course. Unattached to his hobbies, only one, eating. Will all the money all focus on food and drink. Has long been unable to look at the cafeteria food and laziness he has been using takeout. Is Fist takeout so cheap? Looking at the cell phone that is a full $7 cheaper takeout, Sude hesitated for a moment, but still ordered. To the end of the month he does not want to eat dirt. A morning class in a drowsy, full of thoughts or noon roast duck. Sude heard the bell a moment rushed out of the classroom door, but when he ran to the front door, he realized that there were only a few sparse takeout trucks at the entrance. To know the usual time Ugly Group and Satiated, the two platforms of the writer in order to save time, will put the takeaway at the entrance to pick up their own. This also appeared a lot of lost takeout events. Complaints are not settled. Poor students. Well, resigned. Good food is worth putting up with. But today, Sude is on fire. That is the old man's meal not yet arrived. Raging Sude pulled out his cell phone with the intention of making a call. But the speed of the outsider is one step ahead. Hello, Fist takeout. Your order is at the dormitory entrance. Please pick it up as soon as possible. Holy, I didn't expect this takeout delivery. Sude stomped his bike quickly. While just arriving at the entrance of the dormitory building, he was already dumbfounded. Red, a patch of red. The takeout workers' orderly queue, under the scorching sun, does not move the slightest bit. Walking all the way to the dormitory, he hadn't even heard a single complaint. I'm 9527. Over here, Mr. Su. A bellowing voice was quickly answered. A single bike in front of him caught his attention, and Sude quickly rushed up. Your lunch, please enjoy. It's a bit cold Your estimated pickup time is 12:10. I've been waiting for you here for half an hour. The delivery man's expressionless face was a tear bomb for Sude. How long has it been? How long has it been since I've encountered a writer like this? Usually after waiting for 5 minutes, this writer's face looked like he owed money. Mr. Su, do you have any other questions? The takeout clerk's words pulled Sude back to reality. Looking at the well-organized electric car, he couldn't help but ask. Tough may I ask, can you always deliver here? Even if you are on a high shelf, our workers will find a way to deliver to the location first time. Looking into the writer's sincere eyes, Sudi clenched his fists. Good, I'll use Fist Takeout from now on, and I have to give you a 5-star review. Fist Takeaway, at your service. After saying that, the writer rode his bike outward, and when he reached the gate, he even gave way for a few minutes due to the large number of people. This scene made Suda only feel that the roast duck in his hand, which was a little cold, was exceptionally fragrant. The future days are good. In this way, a red electric car shuttle in the campus. The fragrance of takeout in the air filled the air. There are many more like Suda. Many people, after finding out that these writers were very punctual and delivered, all of them gave 5-star positive reviews. And all of this was expected by Yang Fan, who was sitting steadily in his office. According to Yang Fan's investigation, 1 out of every 3 people in the entire D field would order a single takeout order within a day, and many of them even reached 2 people order takeout. Figure is a convenient and delicious 10 yuan of pumping Cheng can tolerate. Simply do not care about that extra 3 yuan. With the advantage of price to occupy a favorable position in the market, then the most critical is punctuality. Speed, must be speed. The hard-working pumpernickel workers couldn't be better writers. Dang dang dang. Enter. Good news, Mr. Yang. The sharp knock on the door interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts. Looking at the excited Su Qian, Yang Fan smiled faintly. How? The favorable rate of 99%. The rest of that 1% I have checked. It is the peers intentionally. Where did you find the workers from? It's awesome. Excitedly placing the report on Yang Fan's table, Su Qian, who had once worked for a while in a takeaway company, understood the meaning behind this figure all too well. It was simply unbelievable. As of 3 p.m., our net income has reached 13,000 yuan. As if feeling that Yang Bing's performance was too bland, Su Qian hurriedly added, having seen the huge earnings from the electronics factory, Yang Fan actually didn't care about these small amounts of money. 13,000. Not bad. Take out 3,000 yuan and send it out as a coupon. What? Good. I understand. Instantly taking out 15% of her income, Su Qian hurriedly answered down. This was what was called boldness. Deeply aware of the necessity of opening up this huge market, Su Qian didn't have much resentment in her heart, and even showed a hint of adoration. Young and talented, but also with vigor, this mature and sexy secretary, for the first time, had the idea of climbing into the boss's bed. Bah! Walking to her seat, Su Qian instantly blushed and buried her head in a pile of papers. This even caused a lot of sideways glances from the surrounding co-workers. But as the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. The Fist Takeaway is in full bloom, but the writers of the other 2 platforms are completely unemployed. The city is full of little red coats. This is the deepest feeling of the writers. After a few orders in the morning, they are completely idle. They looked at each other at the usual intersections and fiddled with their rearview mirrors in boredom. Is this Fist Takeout crazy? I just placed a look at one. It's not making any money at all. Who knows? It's just sticking money in. We have a guaranteed salary anyway. You're the only unemployed old worker who can afford to pay $1,000. I still have to support my family and pay the mortgage. Alright, stop arguing. Fist, if he can subsidize the money, where can he subsidize it to? The orders will definitely come back in a few days. Don't you guys see the announcement? There was a lot of chatter in the crowd, but soon a voice made everyone stop. It wasn't that ugly troop, and Satisfaction didn't have upward channels for writers, and even made announcements that those with excellent performance could become managers. Of course, it's naturally hard to climb up, and the spots are all booked, but this is no lack of 2 in order to appease the people's lucky. What they sent out to the masses this time was none other than the marketing records of Ugly Group and Satiated Today. It was a sad one. 700. Both platforms only made 700 in one day. 90% of that was made from breakfast. This powerful data undoubtedly gagged everyone. Anyone can feel that a huge dark cloud hangs over the takeaway industry. Chapter 9 can't sit still. Can you? 5 days, 10 days. The growing orders and tidal wave of favorable comments from Fist Company smashed the fluke of Yang Wang and the 2 managers to smithereens. Nearly half a month's time, the 2 companies' combined water flow was no more than 5,000 yuan. According to the past, this is only their share of the day. Not only that, more let 2 people panic as restless writers. Although they have tried their best to meet and pacify, but in order to support their families, the writers are simply not willing to eat the pie they drew. After all, in the minds of the writers, they care about only one word: money. The old man came out to work to figure a money. A few days down the road, the continuous income plunge has made a lot of writers have chosen to leave. The remaining choice to wait and see also most of the leave. This makes the Ugly Group, and full of it has been in a state of semi-suspension. Even the app had quite a few glitches that no one cared about. The furor in D-City soon trickled into the headquarters of the two companies, and the top management gave a direct death order under the pressure of the shareholders. Solving the fist takeaway was imminent. No, having been pushed to the brink, Yang Wang and his duo were forced to get into a car that was headed to Fist Outfitters. Along the way, the duo didn't say a word. In the eyes of the two old greaseballs, Yang Fan's mode of operation, as far as the piece of artificiality is concerned, has already lost money to his grandmother's house. This Yang Fan definitely has a few big brothers behind him, knowing the process of monopoly capital integration. These two people to this moment but not too worried. You ask for the price. I sit on the ground to return money, as long as there is a profit. We are all friends. Manager Wang, a moment this price may wish to press a little lower. I checked. This is a fledgling boy. Oh, luck climbed on which big brother only. Manager Yang, please. Standing at the door of Fist Company, the two men looked at each other with the same hefty smile. But this just as they entered. Su Qian gave a downward spiral. You two are the people in charge of Ugly Group and Satisfied, right? Please wait a moment. Well, I'm the person in charge of D-City at Satiety. This manager Yang could be described as aggressive, but Yang Fan had already explained. Su Qian didn't even raise her eyelids at this time, and just spoke faintly. Our boss is catching up with the drama. This. Instantly thunderstruck, Manager Yang and Manager Wang could not wait to turn their heads away. However, the pressure given from above made the people grit their teeth and sit on top of the sofa. I endure. Looking at the awkward scene of the two in the eyes, Su Qian also just smiled and continued to fiddle with the computer at hand. At that time, Lu Shichuan, who entered the door to be polite, but he did not even pour saliva. You two like this? Well, sit down. Just like this for a full hour at the door as a beckoning cat. The office finally finished catching up with the TV series of Yang Fan, which then poked his head out. You're here, come in. Without even saying hello, Yang Fan acted with no fear. But this is such an operation. But the anger in the hearts of the two managers was dispelled by half. There is a hard man at the back, already having a guess in their hearts. The two men looked at each other and entered the office with a leathery smile. Mr. Yang is really young and talented. Manager Wang and I came to visit this time to talk about D-City's takeaway business. Manager Wang is right. Mr. Yang we are both workers. Let's get some things straight. Is that Elder Wei or Elder Lu behind you? Compared to the open-minded Manager Yang, Manager Wang is more outspoken. Capital circle. Walking around is a circle. Maybe we are all for a person to serve. What are you talking about, Wei Lao Lu Lao? I don't know. I'm not a laborer. I'm the boss. I originally thought that this sentence can anger these two guys, but then Yang Fan surprised to find that the attitude of these two people instead than just a little more respectful. This is a mess. I don't understand the two people's brain circuit. Yang Fan how to know that he has been considered to come down to travel the rich second generation. The atmosphere was awkward for a few seconds, and this young manager smiled and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Young Master Yang, you surely don't see the small amount of money. A small token of respect. Please smile. Manager Wang is right. Business is all about making money together. I don't care about the money. I care about the system. I don't have the heart in two people to pull the skin down. Yang said coldly. Yes, make money. You are earned. Those businessmen earned? Writers earned? I've checked. The average deduction of writer's salary in a year for both of your companies is as high as 700,000 yuan. And the time when the amount of money is the highest is often the time when the performance is the worst. I won't say anything about the restaurant side. You guys use your power to pressure people to sign contracts. Is there any less? When these words came out, Manager Yang Wang'er's smile froze on his face. Monopoly, earning is a Jedi money. Not from me. You have no other way out. As long as there is a market. I am the king of law. The reason why the Ugly Group insatiated. The reason why can do more and more big. More and more advertisements. Spokesman, more and more traffic. Rely on this money. This kind of thing is usually under the surface. Once the pendulum has swung up, it doesn't make much sense. No one behind? Unexpectedly this thought appeared. This Manager Wang immediately changed his face. Mr. Yang, some things you can think well. We are now good and you talk after a while well. Words are full of threats. After the farce, the two finally revealed their fangs. Talk 2,000 billion. I quit D-City takeout market. You, as the saying goes, words don't come together. Under the shadowy eyes, the two left the office without even saying hello. The fact that things had come to this point was something that the two of them hadn't anticipated at all. Manager Yang, this matter, reported to headquarters. No, having just walked out of the building, this Manager Wang said viciously, but Manager Yang simply refused. This matter let's do it ourselves. While saying this, Manager Yang made a throat-slitting gesture. The rise of the takeaway industry was very rapid. In total, but between 1 and 2 years, and behind this rapid development, there was naturally a lot of bloodshed. Under the blossoming takeaway app, the writers used to have a lot of fights for the single. At that time it was the small leader of the duo cannot do things like this. This thing spread to the top. More or less will have a certain impact on the promotion of the two of us. I still expect to be transferred to the headquarters next year. A small Yang fan is just, since he has no one behind him, it is still not a right persimmon. I'll pinch him as much as I want. Manager Yang's eyes were grim, and his expensive suit couldn't hide that rogue's aura in the slightest. Similarly understanding the joints in this, Manager Wang also nodded with a smile after a short hesitation. Then this time, we can ask old brother Yang too. Chapter 10, The Two Giants Can't Play. The situation of fist takeout was still great. Nearly invincible price competitiveness makes the fist lead the way. Ugly group and full of it despite the release of some preferential policies, but it is still a drop in the bucket. Yang fan knew that the two would not let up, but he didn't do anything about it. He wanted to see if these two platforms were able to play more tricks than DDT. The line of sight turned. Late at night. Old Wang. Drink. Cut. Don't talk nonsense first. Those in your cup. Are you waiting to raise fish? In front of an ordinary stall on the street, Yang fan was comparing with Old Wang, with meat skewers filled in front of him. Although now have money, he's still good at his own as a cab driver that bite. After all, Yang fan was not the kind of person who forgot his roots. Remember when you think of that time to lead the wrong way, get scolded, come back and I grumble for half a day, drink 2 bottles of wine and cry. Old Wang, unkind this thing you still mention, deliberately wide-eyed. Yang fan but not half a bit of anger. The heart is only full of memories. This is also a long time. You kid have become a big boss. Go one. Simultaneously raised their cups. Yang fan and Old Wang's hearts were filled with emotion. This word of fate in life is really wonderful. The 2 wine glasses were getting closer and closer in the air, but just at the moment when they were about to clink their glasses, the dense sound of footsteps interrupted this atmosphere of catching up. Looking up, the surroundings were already filled with a group of young people around 20 years old. The group was covered in tattoos and had colorful hair. They didn't look like good birds. The 2 big brothers are quite happy. Why don't you accompany me for a drink? What? Don't give face? Not waiting for the frowning Yang fan to say anything, the leader of the yellow-haired punk had already stuck his butterfly knife on the table. Asterisk. What do you mean? Immediately standing up, Old Wang had no fear on his face. When this is also a long-distance freight main, if not have a wife and children, cannot be considered what good. How many meanings? You, on. The words landed. This group of punks immediately manipulated the things, either daggers or baseball bats. It was obvious that they were here to waste people. However, compared to Old Wang who hurriedly lifted the stool, Yang fan appeared to be calm and relaxed. He even picked up a skewer slowly. Pretender, I will you first. In a flash of lightning, the gangster leader's dagger went towards Yang fan's shoulder socket. Just before it touched the corner of Yang fan's coat, a miserable scream came over first. Where did you come from? Go on. For a while, the scene was a mess. A few minutes later, it was proven that one should never compare one's hobby with someone else's rice bowl. Dealing with these dozen of punks was a lot easier than killing a chicken in Yao Xiaoshu's eyes. In 3 strokes, each of them would definitely not take more than 1 move, and the punks were lying straight on the ground. The owner of the stall hiding behind the cabinet and his buddies were stunned. This is a person? After resolving this group of punks, Yang fan had no interest in continuing to eat, and after settling the bill and compensating the boss, he left the stall. He didn't even bother to ask the mastermind behind this punk. It was just a group of people from Ugly Group and Satisfaction. He didn't even expect these 2 giants to be so playful. Of course, before dealing with the 2 of them, Yang fan had one more thing to do. That was to take care of the only injured person in this battle. Old Wang. Don't touch this waste of mine. Which goddamn baseball bat did you throw? Right under my feet. TND. The years have not spared us. I thought we were also the master of fighting with people with a machete. Grunting inside his mouth, Old Wang collapsed in the car like a dead dog, attracting a burst of laughter from Yao Xiaosu, who was driving the car. But no matter what, Old Wang was still lucky. After the general examination, it is only a slip and fall when twisting the waist. A few days on the cream to recuperate for a period of time will be fine. Yang fan, who was uneasy, personally sent the old king back home with a stern look in his eyes. Mr. Young, do you need me to go? No need. I'm a serious businessman. Hastily dismissing Yao Xiaosu's horrible thoughts, looking out the window at the scenery speeding by, Yang fan already had a rough idea in his mind. Vengeance is definitely to be avenged, and to report with great fanfare. The takeaway industry is not out of the cab. In general is also considered and catering industry touched, and as long as in catering is related to all are not profiteering. D-City is such a big piece of fat meat. these two platforms behind the mastermind certainly cannot see. Soon there will be a storm coming. However, this does not exclude the idea that the two of them want to exhaust Young Fan. The main task is only 3 months, and now it's already going to be 1/3. Yang Fan also intends to give a dose of medicine. As soon as he said he would do it, Yang Fan came to the company early the next morning and released a heavyweight news. On the app platform, the words "D cities no, one takeaway" platform immediately appeared in bright red. This was a naked mockery to the two major platforms. It was important to know that this name was usually rotated between the two of them. As expected, the first thing the arrogant words detonated was the network. I go to play really this fist takeout directly on the dry. I grabbed $10 of vouchers today. Enough for me to eat 3 meals free takeout, and outside directly to a price. Really bold say our D City cab is also his family. Hey, I don't care about the rest. I just know that there must be coupons in the competition. Shucks, upstairs, are you stupid? If those two platforms monopolize again, they'll definitely return to their previous high prices. That's right, it's still Fist Conscience that's cheaper and delivers on time. There was a lot of talk on various communication platforms, and even related words appeared in the comments sections of Ugly Tuan and Satisfaction in other cities. Things got bigger and bigger, and finally, the big brother stepped in. This time, the intensity was a lot fiercer. Overnight, the long silent Ugly Group and Satisfaction directly issued large coupons for the 3 meals in the morning and noon. As long as you were willing to buy on the two major platforms, you could get a price that was equal to the fist takeout. In some stores that have signed up for a long time, the price will be a little lower. Don't underestimate the flat price, which can already lead to the appearance of blue and yellow writers on the whole street. After all, in the eyes of consumers, even that 10 cents can lead to a difference in choice. This hand has caused a ripple in the number of orders for fist takeout. Although it wasn't quite a waste cut, it did make our General Secretary, Ms. Su Qian, worry a lot. So after organizing yesterday's report in the morning, Su Qian stepped on her high heels and drilled into Young Fan's office in a hurry. Boss, something has happened. Chapter 11 Price War still the same flavor. The direction of things is still roughly within Young Fan's expectations. Price war, or that flavor pressure price, must pressure price. Compared to the flaming Su Qian, Yang Fan remained calm, not even bothering to send a text message. All he did was adjust the restaurant's harvest. $1. The current fist takeout for restaurants only draws $1 per order. Compared to Ugly Group and Satisfaction's overwhelming coupon publicity, Yang Fan's action can be described as simple and rough, but the effect is remarkable. The original lopsided situation was instantly reversed, and now D-City is divided between fist takeout and the two platforms. At this moment, the Ugly Group and Satiated the internal has been a mess. After all, the coupons of the two major platforms before were calculated with precision, and the end result was nothing more than to make the two platforms in an unprofitable state. For capitalists, this is the bottom line. Once this bottom line was crossed, no one would do a money-losing deal. What's more, according to their calculations, the profitability of fist takeaway should be very meager, but they don't realize that Young Fan's bottom line is much lower than that. With a profit of $1 per order, app doesn't need to operate at all. Its cost is only the wages of the 3 clerks and workers in the company. To each worker each single draw into 80 cents to calculate. 25 single can complete a worker's salary. The number of takeouts per day for the hard-working general workers is much more than that. The rest of the payment of corporate clerks can be said to be more than enough. The protracted price war continues. To be honest, the degree of importance of the two major companies really exceeded Young Fan's imagination. The time scheduled by the system has already passed half, and Young Fan has also given up the idea of continuing the price war. After all, the number of people out there was really too much, and his own small amount of funds wouldn't last long at all if he poured it on. And if you don't fight the two platforms painfully, consume is absolutely exhausted. I didn't expect their own killer app should be taken out in advance. Another calm morning, after reading yesterday's performance, Yang Fan slowly walked out of the company's door. There was only one destination he was going to: Administration for Industry and Commerce. Hello, may I ask where the Market Supervision Department is? What business do you want to handle? Not directly answering Yang Fan's question, the words Market Supervision Department made the receptionist lady cautious for a few moments. I want to report that someone has no business license and is engaging in malicious price competition. This, gentlemen, can I see your business license? Immediately standing up from her seat, this receptionist lady was full of incredulity. Price competition is actually very common in business, and is not illegal at all. But without a business license, price competition is a completely different concept. This destroys the most fundamental rule. It was no wonder that this receptionist was so nervous. If this matter was spread out, it would have an impact on herself. Both hands received Young Fan's business license. The front desk lady's eyes are condensed. The business license of the restaurant industry is very difficult to get. This thing is closely related to people's livelihood. The audit has always been very strict. Many years ago, there are two kinds of license. One is the food circulation license. One is the food service license. Later, in order to simplify the procedure, the food circulation license and food service license has been two licenses, renamed the food business license. The time of the revision is always the most fake license, so the country introduced the most stringent food safety law. This instantly hit a lot of takeout-only businesses. Without a food business license, they can only live in the shadows, dependent on the takeaway platform to live. Takeaway is their route. Even though this stuff has safety risks, after all, it involves the livelihood of millions of people, and the state can only step up its efforts, but there's no way to eliminate it from the root. So, the takeaway industry does not exist in the takeaway license, so to speak. Yang Bing documents on the several big words can be described as shocking eyeballs. Wait a moment, I need to carefully verify it. Incredibly rubbing her eyes, that receptionist took the license and ran upstairs. 10 minutes later, she returned. Mr. Yang, our leadership attaches great importance to this. For this kind of behavior where we ruin the market, it must be dealt with severely. Just like that, the report was successful, worthy of being a Dragon Kingdom department. The efficiency is high. Just when he wanted to go back to get a jacket, Su Qian's figure of struggling to knock on the keyboard caused his idea. What are you, boss? Oops, you don't look. This is a model I made, trying to calculate how many intervals we have to depress the price in order to re-monopolize the market. Not daring to block Yang Fan's movements, Su Qian said in a voice like a mosquito. In fact, like a large company like this, evaluation department is essential. Su Qian has more than once proposed to Yang Fan, one by one rejected. The reason is that it is too expensive. I didn't expect this little girl to get up on her own. Inevitably, a burst of warmth surging through the heart. Looking at the eyes dodged Su Qian. Yang Fan smiled. Boss, you're not angry. I'm just messing around, nothing else. Fearing that the boss thought he disliked the company, Su Qian hurriedly explained. But Yang Fan's answer caught her by surprise. Wage increase. Must give you a wage increase. Chapter 12, the fist is on fire again. Once someone breaks the most basic rule in this world, the machinery of the state will crush it to pieces. Understanding this, Yang Fan quickly adjusted the price back to the previous level. This action, in the eyes of the two platforms, Ugly Group and Satisfaction, is tantamount to showing weakness. Once again, they increased the strength of the offer, and the blue and yellow riders quickly multiplied. Many restaurants that make a living from takeout have already broken their contracts with Fist and reattached themselves to the two platforms. Even if they knew that there would be a vicious cut later, the immediate benefits were, after all, the money they ate. Only at that time they obviously did not know that Yang Fan had already arranged the script for them. In just 3 days, the Market Supervision Bureau was very strong, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of D-City. Many restaurants were shut down and ordered to compensate because of violations. Ugly Troop and Satisfied equally compensated a large amount of money for this, and the small restaurants that had cancelled their contracts became a heavy knife in their hearts. This wave is murderous and heartless. Early morning, home. Yang Fan smiled and ate the breakfast delivered by his own takeaway, carefully watching the D-City morning news on the TV. Recently, the city's Market Supervision Bureau has increased its supervision of the food industry, and the staff struggled to wind up stopping many black-hearted businesses in the streets and alleys, and the scene inside is simply shocking. According to an investigation by the relevant departments, the two platforms, Ugly Tuan and Satisfaction, have erupted with many cases of contracting with illegal and shady merchants, and their takeaways even boast a lot of favorable reviews. The city's local takeout agency, Fist Takeout, not only has a formal business license, but the signees were also screened with precision and passed the scrutiny with flying colors. Next, please see the detailed report. I have to say, someone is still really good at what they do. Administration for Industry and Commerce for the sake of the people's safety, for the sake of food safety. Strict management of the two major platforms all suffered. If you want to make a hole in the wall, the people inside the house does not allow. But if you say you want to be in the room to lift the roof, then make a hole. As if it has become an unusual thing. It is for this reason that the Fist Takeaway has gained a good reputation without even realizing it. Even though it does not lend itself to publicity, many times it has become an important criterion for customers to judge whether the restaurant is safe or not. This gap in reputation was something that no amount of coupons could get past. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Yang Fan gulped the last bun into his mouth and hummed a little tune as he got into the car. At the same time, the other side, inside the silent office of a high-class office building in Kyoto, the general heads of the two major platforms reported with fear and trepidation. Our Ugly Group, we lost $400,000 in turnover in D-City this month. Saturated, a loss of $375,000. The two bosses, who are usually high up in the sky, lowered their heads and reported. That trembling look, clearly like a new employee who just joined the company. Not bad. I give the takeaway industry to you too. But also really, is, put, heart. The voice instantly raised an octave at the back. Mr. Wei stood up fiercely and looked at the two people in charge fiercely. Mr. Wei, formerly known as Wei Wenqing, was once the richest man in China. Now, although has fallen from the altar, but even without the previous reputation, the country's major enterprises have their shares. The most famous Alimam accounted for even reached 25%. Such a huge capitalist, the takeaway industry is actually not very important in his hands, but this feeling of the monopoly being broken had undoubtedly touched his lifeblood. Forget it, this one thing we have a responsibility on our side. After a long silence, he sat back down on the boss chair again. Mr. Wei held his chin, pondering. Everyone has everyone's circle, and when this incident just broke out, Mr. Wei had contacted quite a few people, but the news of that takeaway business license was like it fell from the sky, which made him, who had experienced countless storms and waves, feel intimidated. Could it be? Was it them? It can't be. Age has been more than 60 years old. Wei Wenqing has built up this huge country numerous storms and experienced many incredible events in the eyes of ordinary people. He understands how huge this big hand of capital is, and also understands what is above this big hand. Enough to be stunned like this for 10 minutes. Mr. Wei shook his head, cleared these chaotic thoughts out of his head, and said faintly, above things I will help you to solve. The screening of merchants must be good. I do not want similar situations to happen again. As for the price, there is no longer a need to adjust, publicize more efforts. When these words came out, the general managers of the two major platforms looked at each other and showed bitterness. The current era was the era of traffic. The role of a top traffic star would often outweigh the low price. Love beans were willing to pay for their fans. However, the cost of hiring these traffic stars was not necessarily much lower than fighting a price war. It might even be far beyond the budget. This money, they could have to pay for it themselves. Yes, Mr. Wei. Under Wei Wenqing's burning gaze, the two replied stiffly. Just like that. In this calm morning, a huge entertainment PR had drawn the curtain. Even though the monopolization and oppression of the two companies was criticized, but after all, as the market leader that was seized back then, the efficiency of this huge machine running was still very amazing. 3 days, a total of only 3 days. Thousands of millions of dollars smashed down. Many of the traffic stars have hard moves. One of the most notable is the current reddest traffic Xiao Zhan, with countless water armies and P charts. He had hundreds of millions of fans all over the world. So under this level of traffic, the news of Ugly Group and Satisfaction signing Xiao Zim was instantly topped on the hot search. It was just a short paragraph, accompanied by 2 pretentious photos, but it instantly gained tens of millions of likes. The inside of the comment section was even completely blown up. Boy God, Dip has become handsome again. Dip is so handsome. Mom loves it. When will Dip's ads come out? I've already ordered the apps of both platforms. I'll place 10 orders as soon as the ads come out. This time it's the joint name of Ugly Tuan and Satisfaction. When I ordered takeout today, the delivery boy even gave me a postcard. I love it. The power of brainwashed fans is terrifying. On the very night that this tweet was sent out, the download volume of Ugly Tuan and Satiety increased by 3 percentage points. Don't underestimate this 3 points. You have to know that the two apps' occupancy in the country was originally on the level of 10 million. For a while, the crowd was full of clamor. Chapter 13 marketing were not short of people at all. The marketing campaigns of the two platforms started with a bang. The addition of Xiao Jian, Wang Erbua, and a host of other celebrities has pushed Ugly Troop and Satisfaction into the limelight. The money of brain-damaged fans is always good. The orders of the two platforms have soared, and in order to support their favorite beans, many people are happy to order a takeaway even to buy a bottle of mineral water downstairs. However, there are limitations to such horrific heat. In D-City, for example, the takeaway industry within the city was a completely different scene. Damn, these greasy-headed little white boys, making all this money out of their hearts. No one asks at the general's grave, but the world knows about the playwright's farts. Yuck. Taking a look at the content on the super text message, Li Wen cursed under his breath and tightened the gas pedal under his foot by a few points. As a D-City cab veteran, Li Wen had answered the call to jump ship from DDT and become an honorable fist cab driver. The effect, was obvious. At least the mother tiger at home had a much better attitude towards himself. Hello, all cabs at your service. May I ask where are you going? Blue Sky Company. Still working overtime this late? Convinced. Obviously with a social animal that was forced to work overtime, Li Wen smiled and said no more, but just turned out of the door of the parking lot. The blue page of his cell phone screen made him get in the spirit. Brother, recently this Ugly Group and full of its advertising can be really powerful. I have this car and the radio station are broadcast every day. No, they have money. We can't hold out for a few days in the city with this fist takeaway. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. The words landed. Li Wen's face ugly a lot. Our good day today depends on Boss Young. If we don't help to speak, is that still a human being? Unable to get rid of the anger in his heart, Li Wen pretended to concentrate on driving while speaking in a conspiratorial manner. Brother, your words are not right. I say, this fist takeaway, it can definitely stay red hot. Look at it, this flow star introduced. Oh no, how high is the cost of doing advertising? This slowly is still not to be amortized in our people's body. Wait until they monopolize this takeout again. And again that high price before. Look at the fist. This is not much publicity. Just send a text message is not warm. This is the real practical people. The drivers of my great dynasty have always been able to talk. Give him a bottle of snowflakes, and he can blow until you doubt your life. During this 1.5 hour drive, Li Wen had gone through a lot of words, hating to talk about this fist as a righteous and charitable work team. The effect, too, was obvious. The blue page turned off and converted to the plain and simple fist app. Even the original order of just 2 burgers was replaced with a set meal with the addition of chicken wings and a Coke. Support fist, defeat the capitalists. Looking at the cynical expression on that social animal's face, Li Wen's smile increased a few more points. And underneath this imperial city's night, there were many more cab drivers like Li Wen. The effect of all this word of mouth eventually turned into a statement that landed on Young Fan's desk. It's okay, my old babies, give it a shot. Sweeping through the fluctuation and then return to the peak sales, Yang Fan was overjoyed. Marketing, we are not lacking at all. If it was within the whole city, Yang Fan might not have that much strength, but in the D city, the ugly group is full of people but the wrong calculations. Thousands of full-time drivers, coupled with the daily contact with the 3 religions and 9 classes, was a very scary base. A rumor has spread. Those flow of love beans, after all, cannot resist the people's mouth. This flavor, cool his heart was soothed. At the same time, Su Qian knocked on the door of the room. Enter, boss. Sales came down. According to this trend, it won't take long to return to the previous level. You are really great. With little stars almost coming out of her eyes, Big Secretary Su could now be considered Young Fan's #1 fan. Publicity and marketing, playing the signboard. The general bosses don't really ask about these things, but Young Fan was good. A text message solved everything. Outside the company that does not know, also thought that this Su Qian has some powerful means, are starting to dig people. This life as a secretary, quite good. Forced to hold back the evil idea of hugging Young Fan, Su Qian stood still and fiddled with the corner of her coat. But Young Fan's next words made his eyes widen a few points. Put up a sellout announcement on the back of the takeout box, saying that our fist performance is slipping and we won't be able to do it anymore soon. Take the income from the last few days and organize a rebate event tomorrow. Remember, no fanfare. This. Staring at the boss's smiling expression, Su Qian, who was full of doubts, still nodded. Well, the boss is the strongest. Whatever the boss says is right. Not daring to have the slightest carelessness, Su Qian immediately set out to do a publicity campaign. Soon, on the hidden promotional activities, it spread throughout the streets and alleys. In fact, it is no wonder that every day, looking at the huge profits of Su Qian, it is difficult to understand the fist in the hearts of the people is a picture of how the impression. After all, although there are every company will be in the name of concessions to do some gimmicks to lower the price, but never to the fist so the main fight, even if they have that heart, but also do not have the money to support. Even if they have the money to support, there is no such cheap labor. The more they hide, the more the people feel the fist distress, the more they want to support. And the capitalists on the opposite side of this disadvantage, but now become the most effective in the hands of Young Fan a sharp edge. Overnight, the amount of fist takeouts earnings skyrocketed. The dissatisfaction with the traffic stars, as well as the long-standing cries of bitterness towards the monopoly, turned into action and turned into a single takeout order. For the first time, Big Boss Yang felt that the number of fist takeouts general laborers was a bit stretched. This could make him cry and laugh. According to the previous experience of pushing down DDT, if he wanted to get this industry back on track, he could never rely on these general laborers alone. After all, who knew what this next mainline mission would get up to? And changing the existing state means adjusting the current structure, bringing more takeout writers under their command. Based on this issue, the most pressing thing is how to make these writers lose confidence in the 2 major platforms. Otherwise, why would people jump to an unknown company? People don't want to go out of their comfort zone. If you want them to jump ship and work for you, spend money, thinking that the wallet is about to become deflated. Yang Fan felt a headache. Just this time is lying in bed looking at the ceiling thinking Young Fan does not know. An excellent opportunity is about to appear in front of him. Chapter 14. Take out my 40-meter long takeout box. Manager Yang and Manager Wang. Stupid. All the operation was ruined. Facing the dissatisfaction of the upper management and the dwindling funds, the two big smarts could not cry. How can they do anything without money? What's more, this thing with money is not necessarily done. This is not. Many days under the torment, the two once again gathered at the tea house. Manager Yang, this matter. It was not easy to open his mouth. This Wang manager thought, or lowered his head. What is there to say? Drink tea. The atmosphere is so awkward that it is almost frozen. And in the midst of the sorrowful clouds enough to add the water for 2 or 3 times, Manager Yang could not help but speak out his thoughts. Then start with the staff. This amount of revenue can't go any lower. Engage in service. When these words came out, the two of them looked at each other, and their eyes brightened up a few points. In fact, engage in service. This kind of thing has a long history. Monopoly industry. Service is not so important. After all, you have no other choice. So the service has become a means of getting money for the top management. Delay 3 minutes. Deduct money. Someone reports you. Deduct money. No matter how conscientious you are, people are not machines. There is always a time to make a mistake. A team of thousands of people is not difficult to find a handle to deduct money. Whenever the earnings are dismal, the two will play such a wave in the name of purging the business. Tried and true. The effect is remarkable. Of course, in the face of this huge deficit, the two men's tactics are also exceptionally tough. One of the hardest hit areas, when it comes to the time of the takeaway, is the ugly group drinking enough. D-City branch that afternoon then introduced a new policy, takeaway time reduced by 5 minutes, leaving only 5 minutes for a bathroom break. Both platforms' takeout delivery times were closely calculated by professionals. The takeaway workers of both parties immediately screamed bitterly, but in the face of high pressure, they could only move forward in a stifled manner. But although the policy is said to be tough, but the takeaway workers in order to earn money is also a fight. 3 days down the turnover growth is not obvious. This cannot be difficult to defeat the two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. A trick does not work, then another trick. Soon, for the requirements of these delivery staff, not only the delivery time, even the location and attitude also began to pay close attention. Previously sent to the door or the designated location of the method became unworkable. Once seen from the positioning facilities is the penalty of full deduction of bonuses. As for the attitude, that is even more ruthless. The 4-star rating is no different from a bad review, and the delivery staff can only treat these customers as ancestors. If you don't go upstairs to help someone buy something, and if you don't bring a piece of trash downstairs, you won't be able to feel comfortable in your own heart. The popular segments in D-City these days are basically all about the takeaway industry. The fawning look is really ugly. All kinds of policies have made many people eat the sweetness, and this news quickly spread to the fist takeaway. Yang Fan smiled. Then the service we are afraid of who? You know our workers can have a passive enchantment. Will not be tired at all. Come on, take out my 40-meter long takeaway box. In this way, the fist takeaway and the two platforms, the anchor point of the dispute shifted to the service. To be honest, the two platforms have undoubtedly hit the muzzle of a gun. Their harsh treatment of takeout workers would draw wailing, but Yang Fan getting the service right had no effect on himself. The same service I can do more naturally than you, because my workers have no thoughts. The same distance I can do faster than you, because my workers carry more cargo and are more diligent. The advantage that the two platforms had built up over the past few days was completely reduced to nothing. But more than this small victory since more Yang Fan raised interest is the online takeaway workers talk. Coinciding with the fact that he could rest on Sunday, Yang Fan deliberately ordered a takeaway. However, it was from Ugly Donut. Hello, Ugly Group Takeout. How may I help you? Panting and rushing to the door of Yang Fan's house, the takeaway man didn't even have time to wipe his sweat. Delivery boy worked hard, really fast. I remember this Bowsy store is several blocks away from our house. Alas, there's no way around it. Staring at the takeout clerk's forced cheerfulness, Yang Fan intentionally or unintentionally chanted, "Fast is good, but let's still be safe. Why don't you come in for a drink? Agu, this is the last takeout order this morning anyway. Thank you, little brother." This delivery man should be thirsty. Once he entered the door, he gulped a cup of water and drank it down. The conversation box also opened at any time. First, he talked about how harsh the policies of these two major platforms were these days, and complained about the small wages. But with Yang Fan's guidance, this topic quickly switched to the direction he wanted. Little brother, how do you know? There have been quite a few safety incidents in the past 2 days. This was originally intended to be suppressed over there, but how could it be suppressed? Let me tell you about it. The day before yesterday, Dunko grabbed the road. That side bruised one. Good people, nothing happened. It is the takeout spilled. Loaded more. I heard that lost a large sum of money. The most annoying is yesterday. That person just to the semi-trailer's vision blind spot. Directly to Chuck dead. I heard that Pierre are more than 50 years old. The family child just graduated from college. But people are hard-working all their lives. Inertia. Clear a few days ago to do nothing. And dry up this just. Want is to save a wife for the child this. TMD. Mother asterisk 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 her company side of this does not care. Things happened. Did not mention compensation things. This check to realize that the original said to pay the insurance are all empty words. If this is also good, the company also let 4 people to pay money. Not only is the loss of the vehicle, even the takeaway car have to pay. The family is making a fuss about it. People have always had a kind of rabid death emotion. It can be imagined that this takeaway boy said the accident will soon become a post, flying cloth in the major forums above. The 2 major platforms are simply delusional if they want to suppress it. After cursing the ugly capital with the delivery boy and sending the person away, Young Fan's mind came alive. The accident happened, and the nature is very bad, but want to rely on this to knock down the platform is delusional. The PR tactics of those big companies can be said to have no bottom line. It's just that if you dig people over, then things can be very different. Without writers, I'll see how you can gain a foothold in D City. The whole thing had intensified, and now was a great time to occupy the hearts of the people. After thinking about it, Yang Fan hurriedly picked up the phone. Su Qian, I have something important for you to do. Boss, you say. The voice at that time of the phone call was a bit lazy, making people think about it. But Yang Fan clearly didn't have half such a mind right now, and just increased the volume of his voice to emphasize. Contact the staff and add a few words to the page of our app. The title must be more eye-catching. It's best that the people placing orders can see it. Chapter 15, Deadly Strike. The writers zinged. Fist don't take out with blood. Once the slogan appeared on the app's page, it drew a moment of confusion from the eating public. But as that accident continued to fester, the public boiled over. Tragedy is always easy to resonate with people, and the story of that delivery man's father was sobering, and the finger was pointed at the 2 major platforms. There's no way around it. PR it. Just like that, the PR department of the ugly group ran quickly, and the first move was to divert attention. Through the benefits of capitalization, a few scandals soon broke. Yes, we are having a baby. In fact, the 2 of them were longtime buddies, and we knew each other before we got married. The powerful headlines were very eye-catching, but this unbeatable trick had little effect. Who let the D-City takeaway is really too hot these days, especially in the local area. This headline position is simply unshakable. A move failed. The public relations department did not give up. After a short silence, came up with more fierce news. In just half a day's time, Meituan's PR department published several tweets in a row, all of which were about accidents that have occurred to takeaway boys in the past few years. Crash, fall into the river, DUI. In the frame of the root of the problem, each story has become incredibly tragic, and it is really sad to hear, and tearful to listen to. But really, it's an act of deception, and in the PR world, such deceptive behavior is very common. For example, in this PR campaign, Meituan's PR will tell you that there was a DUI accident a few years ago, and that the son of the delivery guy in that accident was just about to be born. Meituan lost a lot of money over it and will definitely do the same this time. It does sound extremely trustworthy, but here he is hiding quite a bit of key information. You know that DUIs cause accidents. It's of a completely different nature than causing an accident under the company's draconian rules. Not only that, back then, the company was just starting out, and the insurance was very complete. With this insurance, the company didn't have to pay out much money at all. At a glance, he saw through the dirty mind behind this PR maneuver, and Yang Fan quickly reacted by presenting all of the several accidents on the tweets in their entirety. This instantly caused a huge uproar, and the behavior of smashing the rice bowl is really tearing up the face with the 2 major platforms. So, Satiated began to help. After spending a lot of money to buy through the family to send a clarification video with a strong idealistic color, will be before all the blame on the family's impulsive as well as intentional people of 3 points. Even to ensure the success of this plan, the 2 major platforms also contacted some media outlets and took the initiative to find a few temporary workers to use to take the blame. Such behavior did redeem some ignorant citizens. It was just that the previous operation was too bad, and all of this was not worth mentioning under the huge wind of public opinion. The news still hung high on the headlines, and Yang Fan began his own actions. Sign more restaurants, and if necessary, sign long-term contracts to protect the interests of the restaurants as much as possible. Raise the income of takeout workers and report to the State Department to crack down on self-employed takeouts for operating without a license. I promise to minimize the eventual revenue of just $1 on the pumping side. Yang Fan's means of publicity was very simple. A few short sentences that were constantly scrolling through the cab's self-carrying audio equipment. But it was these few seconds of speech that was a fatal blow to the 2 platforms. First of all, These policies are incredibly attractive to the writers and merchants who have suffered from ugly tuan and satomi. With very little commission, restaurateurs have no worries, and long-term contracts mean avoiding the risk of inflation. Restaurateurs had no more reasons to refuse, and signed up so enthusiastically that there was a huge crowd in front of Fist. Of course, this crowded doorway is not only for businessmen, but also for writers jumping ship. The income is the same. No harsh policies. What's more, with the fight against self-managed takeout, orders can go up dramatically. The increase in income is already obvious, reaching a win-win-win state for the platform restaurants as well as the takeaway writers. This unprecedented success of Fist was quickly rewarded. 3 days, ultimately only 3 days, the two big platforms fell into a sinking ship. There was nothing to do, and the writers completely flocked to the Fist platform. In the afternoon, inside the office, Yang Fan was listening to Su Qian's report in a beautiful manner. Since yesterday, our company's registered writers have reached 6,483. The company's net profit is $13,830, surpassing the previous 2 months. The average rating is at 4.5 stars. After experiencing the harsh regulations of the two major platforms, the writers have become exceptionally attentive, and our receptionists are so bored that they can only sit in silence. It was originally a good thing, but as she spoke, Su Qian's brows followed and wrinkled, and what she was contemplating, Yang Fan knew very well: eating empty wages. Although the takeaway industry was distributed according to labor, it also had its own base salary. Nowadays, the number of writers had risen dramatically, which had led to the previous general laborers having nothing to do under Yang Bing's deliberate arrangement. The base salary of 600 yuan in January is not much, but if you think about it in the long run, you don't have to worry about the workers. I will demobilize them. Demobilize. Demobilize. I suddenly widened a few points. Yang Fan's answer let Su Qian like a lightning strike. Compared to this towering boss, he had access to more underlying data, the most notable of which was the comparison between the fusion of native writers and before the fusion. The average rating before was 4.5 stars, compared to the present day, albeit only half a star more. But it's important to realize that when the service industry has grown to a certain level, it's much more costly to move up the ladder. It's like making a needle. It's easy to make 10 centimeters from 1 centimeter, but if you want to make a millimeter from a centimeter, the difficulty will increase exponentially. In the long run, the difference is not just half a star. Not to mention, this is our founding father. It's not appropriate in the eyes of the beholder. Taking in Su Qian's stumbling expression changes, Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand. Our company will carry out other business. This is all from my old family. You can rest assured with those people. You go and get busy first. Oh, got it. The boss gave the word. Su Qian could only swallow her thoughts back into her stomach and left the office with broken steps. Yang Fan, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the distant city skyline, was filled with grandeur in his chest. The money earned by the takeaway industry at the moment, he naturally does not see eye to eye. After experiencing the income from the electronics factory, his vision has become very high. Next, I do not know in which industry to stir up the clouds. Thinking about it, Yang Fan began to look forward to the system's mission. Chapter 16, this won't turn the car over, right? Half a month passed by quietly. After successfully driving out ugly tuan and satisfaction, Fist Takeaway could be considered a dominant player in D City. The new system gave writers and merchants hope, and after a short period of tinkering with the details, the number of orders gradually climbed, and the system's beep also arrived at this moment as expected. Ding! Completing the main mission, monopolize D City Takeaway. New mission, developing escort service. Obtained reward, unlocked the app escort play page. Get rewarded, new rentable job type, game high roller. For a period of 3 months, complete the task ahead of schedule and get a chance to experience security services for 10 days. Put. A mouthful of hot tea directly sprayed on the desk. Hearing the meaning of the mission, Yang Fan was somewhat speechless. This industry span never let himself disappointed. But although the heart slander, Yang Fan depressed after, or honestly check up the information, and do not check do not know. This check, Yang Fan smiled. The escort industry is considered a new industry compared to the drop and takeout, and the development is not rapid. Want to understand this industry? The first thing to understand is its main body, the game. After the era of demonization of video games, although there are now some professional players have appeared for the country to fight for glory, for the game industry name, the general environment is much better, but in the minds of many people, she is still the original image of the opium, not for the public to tolerate. It is for this reason that the overall number of people in the circle of escorts is not large. After all, the real powerful either to become a professional player, or with the appearance and eloquence to do the anchor. Accompanying the game are mostly some semi-professional, or the game level is not on the level of the young people. The pressure of competition for talent is extremely low. In addition to this, It is important to know that this kind of game is updated very quickly, and the player's lifespan is very short. Spending considerable investment to train accompanying players, it would be better to create anchor professional players and other bigger money machine. So the industry is not much capital involvement. Overall, the outlook is great. Doing what he said. Yang Fan, who was rubbing his fists, simply hired 5 game players directly from the system. And this, in turn, became the beginning of his shattered dreams today. Hello boss. Listening to the 5 youths standing neatly in front of the office, Yang Fan was petrified. This is all old men, not to mention the fact that these 5 people are tall, short, fat and thin, beautiful and ugly. Just this unified gender makes Yang Fan feel bad. The game group, boys accounted for the majority of the current market escort. Female escort is also the most in demand. This group of old men can't boing. This opening will lose most of the game. You guys, boss, is there a computer or cell phone or something? Isn't it called for us to come over and play the game? Just standing here is no fun Yang Fan's words had not finished. The entire team at the far right end of a youth stood out, and as soon as this opened his mouth, the remaining few responded. Yes, if we don't practice our hands will be raw. Boss, I have higher requirements for computer configurations. You can't fool me with those things from internet cafes. Boss, I'm a bit hungry. When's dinner, boss? In an instant, Yang Fan felt as if he had become a kindergarten babysitter. His head got a few points bigger. Alright, go out and turn right and look for someone called Su Qian. He will help you guys arrange it. Dismissed, deliberately aggravating his tone to drive this group of problematic teenagers away. Yang Fan looked at the ceiling powerlessly. This group of people game high rollers were obviously the same as Yao Xiaosu, people who possessed their own independent thoughts. Managing them was bound to not be too easy. Moreover, the appearance and voice and gender aspects are not advantageous. In the accompanying game world may encounter a lot of obstacles. 102 a day. I might as well recruit a few more super bodyguards. Playing in the ring is more reliable than this. After all, bodyguards are only 100 a day. With his mind in a mess, Yang Fan's original fervor was doused for the most part. Alas, work, tonight reluctant, but the next few days, Yang Fan still roaring began the worrying preparatory activities. App's operational aspects needless to say, the system has been arranged very clear. Yang Fan will spend all the effort on publicity. It was called spending money like water. Propaganda methods naturally need to be the right medicine, since it is accompanied by playing need to propaganda on top of those game software. Just in the hottest game opened a few small activities. It cost Yang Fan a month of funds. This some real money to spend down. Yang Fan does not care. Su Qian but some anxious. A series of days of bitter advice, but also a choo-choo charming big beauty. Let Yang Fan this ear soft guy a moment cannot stand. There is no way. At the moment, Yang Fan only had to give up the idea of casting a wide net and catching more fish. Pointing the spearhead straight to one place, the king of pesticides. King Pesticide as a tower game, dipped in the light of the rise of hand travel, in the country has a large audience. After all, playing a computer game still have to wait until home or on the internet cafe, and the simple King Pesticide more than 10 minutes 20 minutes is a disc. With the market priority landing, coupled with the huge capital behind the support, the king of pesticide in one fell swoop to win the top. In the field of hand travel in China's status is unshakable. In last year's New Year's Eve, the news even exposed a pair of young parents to their children named this is called the king of pesticide. Visible this game's powerful influence. Of course, these people can see the business opportunities under the heat. Lurking is not just Yang Fan this wolf. Large and small accompanied by playing company totaled more than a dozen. Has closed down more than dozens of. Now can stand in the market on the back of most of them have a big backer. People create this company have a variety of purposes, and not simply for profit. The project is not favored. Naturally, Su Qian went out to pull the investment basically failed. Although Yang Fan does not care, but also to the whole company gathered on a layer of haze. In such an environment, the fist accompanied the game and the huge application market quietly appeared. Evening, 6 o'clock. After eating dinner and coming back, just lying on the soft big sofa, Yang Bing stretched out freely. But the next second, the man picked up his cell phone and started to curse. It's only on the shelves at this time. Obviously didn't the approval go through in the morning? Yuck. Looking at the notification sent over from the reservation game on his cell phone, Yang Fan was a little indignant for a moment. It was obvious that this was being squeezed out by other companies that had spent a high price. Of course, dissatisfaction to dissatisfaction. Staring at the slowly growing downloads on his phone, Yang Fan was more skeptical in his mind. It won't overturn, right? Chapter 17 An awkward peak match. Fist escort went public. This piece of news also only appeared in D-City's business newspaper, and couldn't make half a ripple in the entire huge gaming market. But after all, spending money on publicity, There were always people in the world who were willing to eat crabs. Xiao Hai was one of them. As a high school student, Xiao Hai's interests were very narrow. Do not read novels and do not pick up girls. Xiao Hai will all the money all invested in the hand of the king of pesticide on this hand game, but due to the lack of game talent, but also belongs to the vegetable and love to play type. Despite only playing ranked, Xiao Hai 5 or 6,000 games down but only a king goalkeeper. He dreamed of going to glory or getting a national standard, and his buddies bragged about it. In fact, people like Xiao Hai in the game is not uncommon. They are uniformly called point slave. As long as you can win, how can you? So, pinching $100 of pocket money in his hand, Xiao Hai saw the fist accompanied by the game after the continuous kneeling. Suddenly some heart. $20 an hour. Try the water first? After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Hai clicked the order button. 10 minutes later. Fist escort play for you. I'm fatty. Boss, shall we start now? Aha. Feeling that the voice was similar to his own age, Xiao Hai's nervousness disappeared a bit, and with sweaty palms, he clicked on the match, and without saying a word, Xiao Hai didn't realize that the other side of the screen was now bustling with activity. Brothers subscribe to the attention to go away let's fry fish. Familiarly shouting slam, the king anchor Big Head set off from the water spring. Big Head is no fun when you just live broadcast when you are not playing 2000, now you only hit 1200, which is frying fish this is simply frying fish fry the national service changa this is not bullying? Disperse, it's no fun. Inside the pop-up screen cannot be disturbed a lot of old fans spit, and the Big Head can only smile and not say much. It's all for the effect of the program. Heart like water on the middle of the road. Familiar with the open equipment panel. See the opposite side of the outfit. Big Head said with a smile. Brothers and a handful of chaotic kill bureau. This new season rookie how so much? New equipment just came out and dare to use it. Iron Bean. Use the second skill to clear the troops first and grab the second level. Use the first skill to set to consume a set. If you dare to grab the river crab again, one blood will be secure. His mind had already thought of an ending for this little rookie on the opposite side, and Big Head operated slowly. But the script obviously wasn't what he thought. I'll go. Why is this dog so meaty? What kind of oddball alignment? Over and out. First blood. The first blood broadcast was answered. Big Head's face was unsightly, and the live broadcast room was a massive laughter. Down for dinner. I'm already full. Top chef This wave called me to prejudge your prejudgment. Chicken dish. Is it not possible to kill the anchor alone? The pop-up screen was boiling for a while. The program effect is quite good. Although being single killed, Big Head is not annoyed. Stable operation. But slowly as the game went to 4 minutes, Big Head some panic. Once also played a high score game people, although the operation is not in, and Big Head of the vision is still there. This person, not simple. A hand of one air grabbed and exploded the upper and lower roads, and every harvest was just right. The most critical thing is that he never misses. His machine-like precision made Big Head a little nervous, and his maneuvers were all deformed. But this couldn't cover the decline. The economy difference was pulled to 3,000. 8 minutes to the Dragon Group. The win or lose depends on this Dragon Pit group. Naturally knowing the importance of this battle, Big Head's vision began to become sharp. It's now. Enter the field. With a flash that fixed the opponent's front row, Big Head's big move that killed the opposite shooter in seconds drew a wave of shouts from the pop-ups. But immediately, the scene in front of him made the world seem to muffle in half. A skill to start. 2 displacement golden body to avoid deadly control. Using someone as a springboard to take another step. Dodging the opposite front row's big move. 2 strengthened flat will shooter disabled. At this time the Big Head has been a little angry will be defeated. In a flash of lightning, 4 people besides the shooter pounced on them, wanting to take one air out in seconds. But by this time, one air had already managed to fly into the sky with an explosion of damage. 4 kills. He even had flash and skill. Silk blood pentakill. When the pentakill appeared on the screen, everyone was dumbfounded. Someone had used one air for 5 kills, and there were plenty of people in the anchor who were able to pull off this kind of maneuver. But what shocked everyone wasn't just this last 5 kills, but he was his precise maneuvering all the way through, as well as 0 errors. The steady operation and just the right entry timing made these loyal players of the game in the live broadcast room go completely crazy. Awesome I'll go. The national service one air isn't this powerful. Is the opposite side a professional player? Big Head Brothers' face is green. I've seen Big Head play with the pros, and it hasn't even been this bad. 5 kills You guys look at the settlement panel. Big Head Brothers' teammates have 2 national service, and a professional. It is estimated that they are all live at this time to fry fish. Convinced, this big brother called Fist App Little Fat is my idol in the future. Fist right? I'll take a look at the next one. The live broadcast room slowly shifted the line of sight from Little Fatty to Fist app, and the discussion was a hilarious one. The originator of all this, Little Fatty, at this time was contentedly putting down his cell phone. What's wrong with the boss? Was I not performing well? Feeling that the opposite side of the no sound, the operation of the proximity, the small fat some panic, crouch, I loo a big grass, reflex arc obviously a little long, slowed down from those familiar IDs of the opponent. Xiao Hai violently shouted to that. How did you do that? Are you a national service one air? Did you stay in the youth training team before? That's awesome. Blushing and screaming, Xiao Hai's voice shook Fatty with a headache. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? You. Being choked by this sentence from Fatty, Xiao Hai was not annoyed. Iron point slave. It's fine if you can score points. Plus bell. Don't talk nonsense. Peak race to me rushed. I want to be on the national service halogen egg today. In his mind, he had already begun to think about how much pocket money he could still mobilize, and Xiao Hai dove headfirst into the game again. 10 years of cold window no one asked. A move to fame in the world no. The game world nuclear technology in this regard has a different flavor. Little Fatty has succeeded in catching fire all over the internet, and the Fist app has been piggybacked into the comments section of the Sky and the Sea. Many people wanted to point on this absolute genius to play the game with themselves, and even more people were curious if there was still such an expert in Fist app. Chapter 18, Fist Escort, Fight for Money, Fist Playing with Money, Fire. Overnight, the voice of public opinion had reached its peak, and the number of app downloads in the application market had successfully exceeded 2 million. Regardless of whether or not they watched that live broadcast, everyone began to take an interest in this Fist app. Just after drinking a cup of tea in the office in the morning, Yang Fan realized that all the hired escorts were in working condition. The orders for reservations were even lined up until next week. He knew that he had recruited 5,000 people, a few days since the depression was swept away. Yang Fan smiled and crossed his legs to open the computer, but looking at it, the man's face changed a little. Unlike last night, although there are more and more articles about Fist app today, the comments section is no longer as harmonious as it was yesterday. All kinds of voices were coming out. There were those who questioned this, and those who felt that it should be a publicity stunt. But the most crucial thing was some of the shady comments. Actor chanting still need to think. These days these things are not commonplace? Fist accompanied play is a garbage. I also found one 2 days ago. Che, no way. No one really believe it, right? Don't fall into the trap of capital. Almost the same comments were found in many places, and even if some of them were different, they were merely reformatted. This is obviously all water army so fast. Unexpectedly, this group of peers reacted so quickly, and Yang Fan was caught off guard. And just as he was thinking about how to resolve this internet strife, Su Qian was one step ahead. Old boss, someone is impersonating us to commit telecommunication fraud. I've already sent Xiao Wang to deal with it. Su Qian's shout caused Yang Fan to instantly raise his spirits, and after receiving that police station's announcement, his pupils even stared. The content of the document wasn't complicated. It was nothing more than the fact that at the moment, someone was posing as a staff member of the Fist platform to demand money through social software as well as text messages. In today's increasingly rampant telecommunication fraud, this can be considered a heavy blow to the just emerging Fist escorts. One can only imagine what the internet will be messed up into after a while when the news comes into the public eye. Me, fisting escorts, playing for money. At the thought of this possible slogan, Yang Fan coldly smiled. Cooperate with the police department to investigate what the police have asked for. All agree. We are not afraid of the shadow slant. The rest of the things, leave it to me. Boss, you. Looking at the way Yang Fan shook his hand, Su Qian honestly closed her mouth and retreated out with small broken steps, and almost the moment she left, Yang Fan immediately recruited a group of security personnel in the system. The security personnel were not as simple as everyone thought, and were tightly in charge of the bodyguard's work. In fact, in today's social environment, he has been categorized and has many branches. Network security personnel is an important part of it. Each of these people can be called network experts. Through the clues can dig your family's ancestral tomb. In today's environment, it is really inappropriate. Then people? Then let's see who has more people. Lousy can have a 10-day experience period, and each person will be $20 a day. In this way, the angry Yang Fan began a crazy revenge action. 5,000 network security personnel directly into the market. They directly rushed into the internet cafes in D-City with lightning speed, squeezing out a lot of middle school students who went over the wall to surf the internet. And the effect, naturally, was pleasing. Don't look at the mercenary employment and so on. The opening is hundreds of thousands of millions. In fact, the real behind-the-scenes operation of the personnel is not much. After all, a message is only a few cents. Where to hire a real labor? Most are some machines. This 2. Happens to be their biggest loophole. With this group of network security personnel showed their strong ability, but a few hours' time to dig out several behind the scenes. Among them were several water army leaders, as well as small studios specializing in inciting public opinion. Of course there is no lack of a few fools, such as BB Escorts and Bear Escorts. These used their own public relations department as a water army. All of a sudden was uncovered. As for fraud can be even simpler. The power of many people. Thousands of people go down the team, showing the power is extremely horrible. In fact, nowadays telecom fraud is so widespread. Important reason is because of the leakage of information. When an unfamiliar caller reports your name and other personal information, any normal person will easily produce a few gullible ideas. But as the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. When a crime is committed, it is inevitable that the fraudster's information will also be leaked to a greater or lesser extent. With the help of the police, the security team worked like a tiger, squatting day and night, and traces soon appeared. Although there is no way to locate the location of these professional fraudsters, but the clues are more and more digging. The security side is in full swing. Yang Fan is not idle. All the information is transmitted to the company for summarization, and in real time is put on the app, again bringing a lot of heat, one after another. The gangs that were discovered were jaw-dropping, and in the afternoon, Yang Fan received a lot of calls from the PR departments of companies. Many of them wanted Yang Fan to stop the investigation and lose money. This week they had ignored how resolute Yang Fan was. Ignoring all these requests, Yang Fan directly turned the tables after realizing that the water army was still silenced. More than 2,000 people who were originally investigating fraud in crime cases directly handed over the information at hand to the police, and themselves were thrown into the frenzy of signing up for the apps of the major social platforms. 5,000 people each flying excursion, as long as in Fist Escort related posts, all involved in the following truthful report some situations. Justified also posted the Fist company's report phone number. These accounts with real name registration and all kinds of traces, obviously more convincing than that group of water army zombie number. The wind direction of public opinion. I do not know when has fallen to the side of the Fist Escort. The heat was once again on a spurt, and it seemed as if the number one spot on the Scarf's hot list could no longer satisfy Fist Escort. The world also began to notice the Fist, the small company. Of course, the iron still needs to be hard. The system recruited accompanied by the game is also very competitive. Operation for such a long period of time, there has never been any little accident. Many of the 4-star reviews are due to the fact that the accompanying players bring too much flying, resulting in the employer not having much of a gaming experience. After all, not everyone is a subslave. They were all lying over. What experience could they have? For a time, the crowd was full of clamor. Chapter 19 Daily Income of 800,000 True Fragrance. As the saying goes, people don't have 1,000 days, and flowers don't have 100 days. Fist Company is actually not favored by some professionals. An hour but more than 10 to dozens of more than those daily income of more than 100,000 anchors or professional players is too much worse. The more the Fist Company's accompanying players show their strength, the more it means that the company is about to decline. The company's company has been in the process of declining for a long time, and the company's company has been in the process of declining for a long time. Definitely do not do long. Have heard that Essing 2 days ago also invited that little fat to their place to play the single? I heard. Opened a few $100,000 a year, but the little fat did not go. Sure is to take the contract pressure, and so on the negotiation is willing to pay the liquidated damages. This is also over. All of these discussions are rampant. The judgment of the professionals slowly also got the public recognition, and these news naturally spread to the company's internal. Boss, why don't we raise the price? After the daily one-day report, Su Qian suddenly came with such a sentence. This made Yang Fan, who was sitting in his boss chair watching a drama, cry and laugh. But Su Qian on the side did not know that these escorts of Yang Fan were tuned out from inside the system, and only felt that what was said was not enough, and hastened to add, "Look at the increasing number of envelopes that have come to our dormitory in the past few days. Many of them are thrown out by those big companies. Boss, even if you are assured of our workers, but this kind of thing has to be guarded against. Just yesterday, that old duck in the first place of our app's comment section, who is a former professional player, also seriously analyzed the psychology of our accompanying players. I think it makes sense." Staring at Su Qian's anxious and cute look, Yang Fan laughed heartily and asked with a serious face, "Then if someone digs you with a high salary, do you go or not?" How can someone dig me? I definitely do not go. The first half of the sentence also answered well, but the back of the ghost, Su Qian actually took a position. Then on Yang Fan's smiling eyes, Su Qian is even more, instantly blushed. At this time, she just looked down at the tip of the shoe. Her fingers kept fiddling with the corner of the coat. And will this mature sexy professional clothing under the young girl's heart to see and understanding? Yang Fan directly waved his hand and said, okay, don't tease you. Today's words let the accompanying players rest for a day. Record a video together. Give our company publicity. The bidding outside does not have to go up. To the outside of the price tag does not have to increase. Send a bulletin to the performancer posted. Just say the new year to them to send a share. Go. Oh, didn't get the answer he wanted. Su Qian even forgot to ask why he wanted to post the performance, and left the office in disappointment. Propaganda activities, on the other hand, roared in this calm afternoon. The fist has me, and not only me. The slogan attracted the attention of countless people as soon as it was launched. Many people's curiosity about these behind-the-scenes escorts sent the likes soaring. Although some of the looks are not as good as they should be, there are no spammers playing the game. Serious people who look at the face. Of course, although the promotional activities are very powerful, but really shocked the entire gaming circle, or Fist posted the announcement. Performance. According to Fist's employee salary level, the company's net profit for one day was $800,000. A whole $800,000. Although this figure alone did not sound appalling, this world was afraid of peer support. Many of the professional players and people in the circle who were pointing fingers at Fist Company before have stopped, and have been completely gagged. Daily income of $800,000? This is not worthy of chatting. Just like this, Fist Company's flourishing performance spread rapidly within the gaming circle, and there was one group that had more than a few complaints as a result. The professional players, as representatives of the highest strength of the entire King's pesticide, they had always looked down on the living beings from a high altar. Having fought many anchor teams and amateur representative teams, they had never lost, but this time their pride was completely shattered. Lousy's entire battle team didn't earn as much as an escort company, so in the future, will my salary not be as high as theirs? A similar panic appeared in the hearts of many people, and many of the mortal enemies of the professional circle even united together for this reason. The money must go up. We want a share as well, but no matter how vocal they were, this thing called salary often depended on the value you created for the company. Battle teams could only earn money from tournaments, not daily income, and a lot of the time they were burning through money. In the hands of capitalists, this group of professional players were immediately fooled. The discussion lasted for a full week, and I don't know which big smart opened his mouth to pick a dispute. Have a match with Fist Company's accompanying players. I want to prove that I'm better than them. When the pride of a professional player was pressed into this one match, the entire nature changed completely. It wasn't a means to raise a paycheck. It turned into a dispute of dignity. The good people on the internet kept fermenting this matter, and soon some second and third tier small teams couldn't sit still. The only thing they can be proud of is their status as professional players. Compared to those first tier well-known players, they are not afraid of shame, but also more eager to be recognized by the sky. So, with one or two accounts with professional logos appearing in the comment section of the Fist app, the whole thing was pushed from the dark to the light, completely igniting. And Fist's answer to this was only 3 words. No problem. Even among the many announcements that followed, the matter of preparing the venue and the prize money was raised. A full $1 million. Each player could share $200,000. Such a profit from just one match made many of the first-tier players look at the match and wish to participate in it. However, these were not a matter to Yang Fan at all. At this moment, he was paralyzed on the sofa fiddling with papers in boredom. I'll go. Wasn't that old duck the one who screamed the most on the internet before? But he even came over to apply for the job. It's granted. Medical equipment for the contestants. Prepare this for the opposite side and the audience. I'm afraid their blood pressure will rise. How to make positive publicity after losing the game. Cut. Seeing this document, Yang Fan didn't even think about it before tossing the ball of paper it was crumpled into the trash can. Lose? How is that possible? Master will let you see what is called a descending blow today. Not caring in the slightest about whether he wins or loses this match, Yang Fan suddenly had a flash of light, and suddenly had an additional plan in his mind. The mosquito's leg is still a piece of meat. After thinking about it, Yang Fan picked up the phone and called the front desk. Su Qian, see if there is a betting program to take out 1 million full pressure on our company. If not, we do one ourselves. Remember, all the pressure on our company. Chapter 20, The Professionals. That's it. The tournament started with a bang. Under Fist Company's constant money smashing, the scale of this tournament was straight to the first tier, with a huge stadium and big screen blinding countless people's dog's eyes. The stadium, which could hold 100,000 people, was already filled to capacity. Almost everyone smiled when they saw the ratio of betting under the huge Fist logo on the screen after entering the arena. The difference was too great. In MOBA games, 5v5 and the road game could be called 2 games entirely. Time, experience, vision, All of this was infinitely magnified in the middle of a match. There have been countless cases of pros taking on hosts, and the news of the 5 nationals taking on a second-tier pro squad and getting brutalized a few months ago has long since penetrated the hearts of the people. No one believed that Fist would win, and in their eyes, this would be a big joke in the history of esports with a praying mantle. Of course, Yang Fan was an exception. On the stadium's luxury box bleachers, Yang Fan looked down at the group of fat sheep below with a smile on his face. 113. Ouch. This is really an unexpected pleasure. Ha ha ha. $1 million becomes $13 million. It's also a net profit of 10,000 after excluding costs. This is faster than robbing money. His heart was filled with the joy of having $10 million in his pocket. Yang Fan could not wait to hug and kiss the wrongdoers below. The match was finally on schedule. Welcome everyone to the Fist tournament. As the voice from the podium spread throughout the arena, in an instant, the crowd immediately fell silent for a few minutes, and with it came a loud wave of heat. Good evening everyone. It's an honor to broadcast this tournament live for you. I'm the commentator Bottle Cap. I'm the commentator Big Wine. After some opening remarks from the commentator, the people's passion had been cranked up to a peak. As the players entered, the nerve-wracking and heart-pounding BP session began. This wild-shot duo playing style of the Pro League, middle of the road. Is it a joke? Doesn't the Fist head play the system? It's over. What's the use of just picking strong heroes? Can all 5 people still show up? The economy is not enough to use alas. In the end, just accompany the game. It's starting. The screen had turned plus loaded the game interface. The 2 parties set off from the middle of the water spring. There was no hotspot in the first 2 minutes. Everyone had a normal start. Online replenishment. The center single turned the line. The auxiliary was responsible for scouting the surrounding vision, in order to prevent anti-field. But just in these first few minutes when everyone was still relatively relaxed, the shooter made a strange move. Released the line. Without caring about the 2 back rows that had more economy, Missy rolled to the wild area. 2 flat A's actually collected the blue buff. The opponent who had no discipline could only watch her leave in style. My god. Fatty. This hand Missy. This kind of anti-buff maneuver is unbelievable. It's called the art of being bold. The commentary table immediately exploded, and many people in the crowd grayed out and clenched their fists. But the shock was just beginning. The CD of Missy, who had countered the blue buff, was extremely fast, and with the help of the assistants, she was like a god. Frequent skills and lane turns made the opponent suffer. Fist's various players showed their strong suppression power in their positions at this moment. Without any countermeasures, the pro team could only silently watch as the economy was slowly pulled down to $1,000. The outer towers were all down. Maintaining the 2 waves of troops in the middle of the river was simply the last piece of cloth for the pros to hide behind. But obscenity is obviously not the main theme of this game. A few minutes later, the first group battle inevitably met in the Dragon Pit. Everyone played extremely conservatively, edging OB a few skills. Big Wine. I've been commentating on tournaments for so many years, and I've experienced big and small tournaments, but to play so cautiously in such an off-court recreational tournament is something I didn't expect. Actually, with a personal coloring, I'm more biased towards the pros. I didn't expect them to be behind at this time. How can I say that it feels a bit humiliating? If you guys feel that what I'm saying is inappropriate, you can complain about me. But here I'm just going to say that not being able to get an advantage is humiliating. Looking at the 2 parties on the screen who were still firmly occupying safe positions, Big Wine shook his head with a pained look. But the commentator Bottle Cap immediately realized that something was wrong. Guan Yu, everyone keep an eye on Guan Yu's position. He utilized a false vision, and now he's only a hair's breadth away from the enemy's back row. It's not even 8 minutes yet. He's really going to start a group in this position. Oh my gosh. He pushed to 4. Guan Yu tore through the place's defenses with a single second skill, and once his big move opened up, everyone was forced to where the Dragon Pit was. The mid laner's control then took over, and the assistants tried to open up, but they had already been secured by the shooter. Trying to leave. The pro team tried to leave, but there's no way out. 4 kills for Missy. It's like the heaven will be the devil seed. It's really the earthly Taeyujin. Bottle sprinting mouth opened. Aside the Big Wine half a sentence cannot insert. Can only wait until the end of the sound, which slowly said 2 words. Awesome. At this moment, in the field, a needle could be heard. No one could have predicted that Fist accompaniment would open such a perfect group battle. Fist pushed off the high ground. The top single carried the tower and pressurized it, seconding the last living auxiliary. Fist won. In a tight 8 minutes and 25 seconds, Fist ended the game in a crushing manner. When the victory sign appeared on the big screen, many people were still in a state of confusion. The first to react were the opponents on the podium. They had all pressed for money. Almost all of their savings from entering the professional world for such a long time had been pressed into it, and to have it go down the drain just like that made this group of young boys look as if they were in the dirt. No one opened their mouths. they just looked at the empty wallet on the phone as if they were dirt. But in this quiet moment, a sudden change occurred. TMD, are you guys trash? You can't even beat a bunch of accompanying players. Professional players, is this it? Do you guys deserve to be professionals? Return the money, return my money, the whole 500,000. My wife Benner, I want you to pay for your lives. I don't know where the strength came from. A man in the front row of the audience seat suddenly rose up, broke through the security guard's defense line, and pounced into the professional players' team as soon as he could. Between the tiers, the two parties wrestled together. As the man's mask fell down, there was another uproar in the arena. Big head. It's actually Big Head. It's really bold enough to press ah. Many of the people in the arena sat in place and watched the fun, but many more left the match in ashes. Many of them were just like Big Head. Money, gone. Chapter 21, You're Worthy. Fist was completely thrust into the limelight. This match seemed to have put Fist and the professional players on opposite sides of the fence. Many professional players expressed their disdain for Fist on social media. There were always mistakes, bad form, and some second and third tier players, and these excuses became their last excuse. From time to time, people would bring up old issues, and the comment sections of many famous pros were forced to close. But to Yang Fan, none of this really mattered. What he looked at was the effect. I came out to earn money. After drawing out such an uproar, the effect naturally did not disappoint Yang Fan. Fist orders became more and more sought after in the market, and many people began to purchase them at high prices in other trading platforms. Among them, the ones who occupied the largest proportion were some anchors, strong and obedient accompaniment, which was simply an unquestionable talisman for them to maintain the effect of live broadcasting. This scenario lasted for a full month, until another official heavy news broke out. The Winter Tournament. The Winter Tournament was here. The official King's Pesticide had a total of 2 tournaments per year, and the Winter Tournament could be considered the undisputed king of them all. After all, due to version update reasons, by this time of the year, the professional players are almost aware of all the version changes, and some of the economy level has risen dramatically. Last season's grudges will be resolved by this time. 2. The emergence of the Winter Tournament shifted people's attention from the fighters to the tournament. But Young Fan was not happy. Or maybe the system's lack of noise made him panic a bit, unable to do anything else. In order to further expand his business, Yang Fan could only force himself to put out the news that he was going to participate in the Winter Tournament on the app. This instantly brought Yang Fan back into the public eye. Only this time there was no more debate. Almost everyone was laughing at Yang Fan's insouciance, because a boxing escort was not qualified to participate in such a top-level tournament. Contacting the officials to no avail, Yang Fan, who had suffered such a dumb loss, simply gritted his teeth. Acquire the battle team. You know that none of the teams that can participate in the Winter Tournament are oil lamps, and they all have huge capital support behind them. Personnel, equipment, so many years of game data, these are behind the capital of the transaction ships. Every time the team acquisition is a huge capital turnover. Fortunately, the heavens eventually left Young Fan a chance to find a leaky fish. Tianga. As a veteran team of King's Glory, Sky Pavilion was also powerful back in the day, but after all, there is only a group of young people who love the game. With the gradual improvement of the competition mechanism, the systematic training of the training, the emergence of countless stalwarts, back then, those who eat with talent slowly fell off the altar. Today's Heavenly Pavilion is nothing more than a team that takes a tournament slot to mix money, and due to the unimaginably poor results, the capital behind it decided to push it out. The price of $5 million seems a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the gaming circle it is really considered a cabbage price. Yang Fan undoubtedly became the receiver, taking out a heavy amount of money to acquire the Heavenly Pavilion at a very fast speed. Yang Fan realized after taking over, this is a goddamn pit. Due to the mechanism of the competition, about a month ago, the list for this Winter Tournament was all reported. This also means that today's Fist, despite having the qualifications to participate in the tournament, but due to the limitations of the roster, still can only use these veteran players from the current team. The entire team will not be able to play until at least next year's spring in the middle. This is obviously against Young Fan's original intention, and the organizer side of the tug-of-war feel the other clubs should have been pressured. Yang Fan in a fit of anger, and then spend a lot of money. It took all he had to replace a substitute who was playing in the game, and this also became the trigger of the debate in the online world. With the previous lesson, other professional players in the past to employ the operation of the water army did not appear, but mocking the size of the sharpness is still inevitable. You are also worthy? This is the argument of almost all professional players. A short 3 words, directly hit Young Fan's weakest link. Everyone knows that adding a Fist's replacement to these current starters in the Sky Pavilion won't help. This is a team game, never a battlefield for one person. Even Fist's brainwashed fans have been very subtle on this point, not daring to make a guarantee. the incident is still fermenting, and the internet scolding is in full swing. Yang Fan was also spitting nonstop in his office. Is the center single already 26 years old? This version of the center single is so important. Why don't you change it? My god, this shooter's average output. No wonder this broken team's record is so bad. I'm convinced. These two fielders, I feel like it's okay for me to go on. These days to this game has a certain understanding. Yang Fan, after seeing this data, can be said to be crying and laughing. He was clear about the strength of his own employing game players, and it wasn't too much to say that he was hanging on to the professional players. After adding this group of pig teammates, the effect could not be guaranteed. Who knows if these guys will collapse early? Don't let my old man's people even have a chance to show up. Concerns vaguely appeared in his heart. Su Qian, who was sitting not far away, also frowned tightly at this moment as she looked at her boss's expression and stood up. Boss, why don't we just give up on this winter tournament and fight again next year? I've contacted the official people before, and it's still possible to forfeit now, without having to submit a default payment. Boss, consider it. Bitterly rambling to Yang Fan, Su Qian couldn't wait for Yang Fan to cancel this match. As the big secretary in the fist, many of Yang Fan's jobs were done by her hand. She knew the resistance all too well. What's more, he would usually go over to the club to take a look, and the attitude of this group of players was simply chilling. This was not a professional player. This was clearly a veteran soldier. The negative attitude of the players made it even worse for Fist Company, which was already short of gas. To this moment, losing the game has become a small matter. Can lose decently for Su Qian is the best ending. Unfortunately, Su Qian's burning gaze did not change the man in front of the half-heart. Without thinking, Yang Fan directly replied, "The competition is a must." The bold words I have put out. As for the players, let's put out a little fatty on our side. When the time comes to debut on the field, remember, put him on the confrontation road. Little Fatty was indeed an all-around player, and the one with the highest reputation amongst the current Fist escorts. Not knowing about this game's split path, looking at the boss's serious and solemn expression, Su Qian could only nod and quickly slipped out to set up. Chapter 22, Welcome to the Confrontation Road. The Confrontation Road was also commonly known as the top singles. In today's version of the shooter, the top player seems a bit awkward. Most of the players who specialize in the battle side have transformed into the side of the tank. Protecting the shooter is their first priority. Cutting back has been completely handed over to the assassin. This also leads to the top single most of the time in the long period of the line. They more energy on the vision at the dragon pit. It was for this reason that most of the pros breathed a sigh of relief when Little Fatty would appear as the top laner of the Heavenly Pavilion. Then a new round of taunting began. This time their words became even more rampant, and the players who had long since gotten a clear picture of Tianga's strength let out bold words. "I'm going to blow you all away. You little fat one person still want to lead the team to Flipknot?" The network has been a war of curses, chaos, all kinds of bulls and snakes have jumped out. The Sky Pavilion's group stage kicked off under such circumstances. Hello everyone, I'm the commentator Bottlecap. I'm Big Wine. Hey, Bottlecap, have you heard of Fist? As the current popularity of the game circle, Bottlecap Big Wine came up to the Fist a burst of flirtation. Inevitably, the audience is basically all over to see the Fist joke. In this way, the atmosphere of the venue gradually active. With the entrance of Fatty, it has directly reached the climax. Match started. On the 5th floor, Fatty selected a hand of Xiaohodan under the attention of all the people. This is an open tank. Is the current version of the popular heroes, very adaptable to the fast-paced small group battle, but want to show up can be much more difficult. Many times are responsible for selling. The small fat, this move can really let the Fist of the fans cold. The original high small fat banner shaking speed are slowed down a few points. Still, resigned? The strength of the other players of the Heavenly Pavilion is well known. For a moment, the field fell silent for quite a while, but the game obviously won't change because of the audience's thoughts. In the early part of the game, everyone played a moderate game, but even on the surface there were not too many mistakes. But Tianga was still quickly pulled away by the opponent. The difference in the operation system caused the economy of the Heavenly Pavilion to continue to fall behind, and the veteran player's steady style of play even cast a layer of haze over the entire game. Boiling a frog in warm water, they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Such thoughts filled almost everyone's mind. The opponents obviously realized this, and quickly set up an ambush. The middle grass bush. This was simply a must-pass place. Whether it was Little Fatty or auxiliary coming over to explore the field of vision, they would all be set on fire in the first place. The opponent can completely take advantage of this opportunity to drop points for a wave of group battle to end the game. Even if it was discovered, it didn't matter. Losing this troop line, the opponent could also completely utilize the operation idea and slowly grind the Heavenly Pavilion to death. Is it going to end? No one would think that Heavenly Court would be able to dodge this, and the coach even shook his head in the back. However, The word hero was always given to those who could turn the tide. Little Fatty stepped forward. Little Fatty is here. He went to the middle. Can he handle this ambush or not? He found the enemy. Look at his alignment. My god. Big flash. Controlled 4 by surprise. But his teammates didn't follow him. There's still at least 3 seconds left. Fatty is going to be gone. Nope. Famous blade. He actually drew blood back. Here comes the teammate. The two commentators blood boiled at this moment. They knew better than anyone the importance of Little Fatty's wave of dressing. Between 2 seconds, the situation was instantly reversed. The opponent, who had surrendered all control, was no different from a lamb to the slaughter at this moment. Although the teammates pulled down, but that is after all compared to other first-tier professional players. In this kind of road, users can react to the situation. They made the right choice. The center single control, auxiliary for joint control, shooter into the field to beat the disabled. Assassin harvesting, Little Fat outside the 4 teammates. Almost nothing wonderful operation, but solid play for this game has been enough. 10 minutes of group destruction, completely crushed the opponent. This shocking scene has become a monumental chapter in the history of the winter tournament. And Fatty has also become the person destined to be recorded in history. The win to see the shooter, against the win to see the auxiliary, desperate to see the top single. At this moment, Fatty reminds people of the famous saying of the previous versions, fist, on fire again. Compared to the previous arguments, Little Fatty's performance this time sealed the mouths of countless people. Tianga had even become the favorite team at the winter tournament. But more than all this official stuff, a video streamed out by a staff member had even more hits. Welcome to Confrontation Road. It was a grab on at 7:23, where Fatty dodged the assassin in top laner's pursuit with his nimble positioning and collected the assassin with a backhanded move. This is a small mistake in the game, but with the words of Little Fatty, but has an inexplicable sense of joy. In an instant, a lot of similar videos appeared in major video software. The name of Fist Company, even among many players who did not have contact with the king, was already the altar of the gods. So much so that in recent days Xiahou Dun's uptake inside the game had increased quite a bit, and all of this is what made Yang Fan behind the scenes smile with joy. Although the 4 players of the Heavenly Pavilion had no hope of breaking out of the top 8, Yang Fan didn't care at all. This time, it's enough to make a name for himself. Things were indeed as Yang Fan expected, and a few days down the line, Fist was once again on the hot search. Fatty is also very competitive, several times to save the day. With the impression of the ancient hero is deeply rooted in people's hearts, a steady stream of heat for the Fist, but the Fist more fire. The problem is also slowly exposed. The first is the problem of the number of people. The hiring cap of 5,000 was already stretched at this point. This huge market across the country puts boxing escorts in a high-pressure situation every day. But for Fist, the number of people wasn't the most critical. It's the singularity that's the big issue. Almost all of the game's high-level players were the kind of characters that took flight. But in games that were mainly entertainment, people were more eager for diverse escorts. Being able to sing, dance and talk well was an equally important criterion for an accompanying player. This is really difficult for Yang Fan. First, he recruited a group of female escorts outside. Although the effect is not bad, but Yang Fan is not satisfied. The cost is too high, plus adhering to the principle of preferring to avoid abundance. The number of people recruited is really too small. In the current demand appears to be a drop in the bucket. Su Qian has been busy for this, a whole week without touching the ground. But the number of people recruited is still very limited. Fortunately, the systems beep in his head for Yang Fan to solve the urgent problem. Chapter 23, who says we're a battle group of old men. Ding dong, good mission completion detected for the host. Stage completion reward issued. New job type, game escort. Placing his eyes on the profile of the game escort, Yang Fan immediately felt a sense of relief in his heart. Sweet voice, good looks and temperament, possessing unique talents. This is much more reliable than that group of game high rollers. I'll see who still says we're a battle team of old men. When I said I would do it, I quickly rented 5,000 employees from the system. And Yang Fan hurriedly called Su Qian. A few days later, the Fist accompaniment is a big change of blood. This news brushed the gaming circle. Although the famous players like Fatty and other famous players did not transfer, but the flow of the number of people, or let a person perceive a hint of wrong. This is self-smashing. The hungry wolves in the shadows began to stir, and many rumors of fabricated fists began to spread. However, Yang Fan remained old and calm. He knew that the anchors would help him with publicity. Brothers subscribe to follow walk a bit, not get lost. Big Head today to find you a Fists young lady. With his trademark cheap smile on his face, Big Head started his live broadcast. I heard that time when Fist organized a confrontation with a professional player in letting himself be surrounded by wolves, but the heat was indeed a lot higher all of a sudden. Black powder is also powder. Moreover, black to the end of natural powder. Live skyrocketing earnings are obvious. Big Head is also happy to get involved with the fist, usually like to point to the fist of the accompanying game. This time, as soon as a female escort appeared, she was even the first to place an order. As for those rumors that came out about the blood swap incident, how could he care about that? After saying that, he hurriedly logged into his game account, and soon the escort lady came online. Hello boss, I'm Yao Yao. Very happy to play the game with you yet. Hello Miss Sister, let's open first. As the words landed, Big Head hurriedly closed the group mic and turned his head to the camera and shouted, asterisk 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 brothers. This voice is a bit topsy-turvy. Captured by Yao Yao's sweet voice, Big Head's face revealed a piggish look, and taking it all in, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. I'll go. So sweet? I seem to recall my first love in middle school. This transformation of fist company. I love it. Hurry up and chat with the young lady. Big Head, what are you waiting for? The water friends wailed, and Big Head hurriedly said yes. After entering the game he chatted with Yao Yao in the canyon. Brother awesome, double kill, oh yeah. Brother Yao Yao don't want blue buff. Oops. Thanks brother, Yao Yao will protect you. Don't be discouraged. It's all Yao Yao's fault. Yao Yao can be cute and pampered. Yao Yao has gained a lot of fans along the way. The level of operation was there, and the Big Head was as helpful as a god, taking more than 20 heads in one game. Miss Sister this matching time is a bit long truth be told. I'm an anchor. Can you dedicate a song for our water friends in the live room? Due to the fact that fist accompaniment was often full, Big Head would also order some anchors from other platforms. The moment these smooth words came out, Big Head's face became a little embarrassed. Fist's escorts were notorious for only playing games, and just as Big Head was planning to say a few words to round off the conversation, Yao Yao agreed in a single breath. Of course there's no problem. I can play and sing on the guitar, and I can also video good. Seeing the crazy pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Big Head could only agree to it, handing over his QQ number. To be honest, back then, after all, he was a technical anchor, and the girls that Big Head had brought along weren't exactly few. The sweet sound of the abundance of visible light death is indeed more. Big Head is actually a psychological shadow drop, but just as Big Head was trying to shake the look of the fat-headed anti-Xiao Bai out of his mind, the video connected and a cute girl from the JK system appeared on the screen. No way guys, I'm going to click on my browser. Bye. Miss Sister is also too cute. This leg and this waist I can't stand it. Where's the paper? Where's the paper? My nosebleed is coming out. Immersed in Yao Yao's beauty, he couldn't help himself, but as the ethereal voice of the guitar came out, the live broadcast room was quiet instead. I like following you like this. Just take me wherever you want. Your face is slowly approaching. A song like you exploded the pop-up screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast room grew by leaps and bounds. There are a lot of good-looking girls, and it's not uncommon to see good game players in the gaming community. There is no shortage of those who can have a little talent. But combining these 3 points, this was a proper otaku goddess. Soaring again. The popularity of Big Head's live broadcast room broke through 5 million for the first time, and this night was destined to be the most glorious chapter of Big Head's live broadcast career. The gaming circle exploded. For a moment, countless people used Big Head's successful live broadcast as a case study for the traditional platform of accompanying playing ladies with a full list daily. Royal sister, lowly, mixed blood. The public's tastes are basically all satisfied here. No one cares about where exactly Fish Fighter found so many high-quality young ladies, because they have long been immersed in it. Basically, you just need to click on the game interface of the live broadcast platform. There are always a few fists young ladies, so much so that many of the anchors have taken this as a gimmick, as if the fist accompanying the game is a golden sign. And for all the hotness, Young Fan did not listen to it and enjoyed it. You should know that the hourly rate for female escorts can be quite a bit higher than male escorts. Fist directly earned a lot of money. In the office, Yang Fan was already smiling. It's okay, earning more than $3 million a day. TSK. Surprised at the horrifying figure that the cab and takeout platforms combined couldn't even come close to, Yang Fan's mouth couldn't wait to grin up to his ears. Money is power. The gaming industry was so vast that Yang Fan knew he couldn't possibly limit himself to just one King's Honor. Larger tower-pushing games, shooting games, and even grandiose single-player games. These broader markets are his future home, and this money is obviously a knock on the door. Thinking of the growing numbers on his bank card, Yang Fan's bottom line was suddenly much stronger. After drinking a cup of tea, he simply relaxed and collapsed on a chair, browsing the pages with boredom. An email, however, quickly attracted his attention. What the hell? Can't the Wang family's son say his full name? Who knows you? Negotiating business cooperation? Funny. More than once on his app page, it was revealed that Fist Company was not accepting any financing for the time being as well as the corresponding cooperation. Yang Fan lost all interest when he saw this, dragging that email to the recycle bin with one hand. Yang Fan continued his drama-catching business. At this time, he obviously did not expect that his behavior had attracted a douchebag. Chapter 24, Making Money Not Too Shabby. Wang Song was a second-generation rich man. With his father's Cheetah Plaza located in every first-tier city, the entire Wang family has risen to become one of the top tycoons in China, with Wang Song as the sole heir to the throne. But lately he's not having a good time. Fist? It's all because of that damn fist. When he thought of that small company, Wang Song simply hated his teeth. The education of the rich was different from that of ordinary people, and after receiving his master's degree, his father had directly given him $10 million to break into the world. Wang Song, who is a fan of the gaming scene, naturally took the plunge. As the gaming industry became more and more popular, Wang Song was able to enjoy the benefits of the industry, and with the help of capital, he was able to make a smooth transition. But his second-tier team lost to Fist, and the first-tier team was eliminated in the group stage. Winter Championship dream broken. On Wang Song's team has a lot of blow. Many investors have expressed withdrawal of capital. Other teams have even started to dig up corners. No, Wang Song, who was listening to the report in the office at this time, was a bit furious. You are all trash. I said live broadcasts don't have a relationship with the Fist Company's people. You just want accompanying play all don't call. This crap performance waiting for me to give you guys fired and the team performance. I do not care about anything else. I just asked the old man a year to invest those money have gone where? You say bang bang bang. The palm of his hand slapped violently on the office, and the sound made the several managers who were foolishly trying to move honestly shut their mouths. And just as everyone greeted the judgment of fate, a middle-aged man in the shape of a butler walked in through the door. Young master, don't get angry. The master just sent a letter asking you to come home. Tell him I'm not going. Well, I'll go some days later. Against the butler's smirking expression completely out of breath, Wang Song leisurely said, Butler a go. Just gunpowder. Wang Song completely out of fire. Just eyes looking at the distant skyline. Thoughts have drifted out of the sky. He did not like real estate, nor did he like to press his father's cold company. He preferred the current life. He didn't want the gaming dream to end here. Old Lu, what about that email I asked you to send 2 days ago? Wang Xiao, the traditional company is not listed, and there is no intention to cooperate. I guess there is no sound. Alas. Sighing heavily, Wang Song didn't want to speak, just lying on the chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desktop. Just like this in the awkward atmosphere for half an hour, Wang Song stood up. Arrange for an airplane. I'm going to make a trip to D-City. Trying not to look at the strange gazes of the managers under his hand, Wang Song was also a little apprehensive in his heart. He was clearly beaten in the face, but also to seek cooperation, which spread to that circle. It is not shabby to make money. Firming his confidence in making money, Wang Song put on his suit and left the office. The line of sight turned to D-City. A private airplane slowly landed in the airport. Without caring about the leaders who came over to pick up Cheetah Plaza, Wang Song traveled to Fist Company's headquarters alone. Hello, I'm Wang Song from Thousand Dar Real Estate. I'm looking for your boss. Throwing the gilt door name card in front of that security guard, Wang Song lifted his leg and stepped towards the inside without saying a word. As the heir of Chanda Real Estate, he also had this bottom line. Just the next second, the high and mighty Wang Song was pulled by the shoulder and pressed back. The boss said he doesn't want to see outside guests. Please return. Damn. Now he couldn't even suppress a small security guard. In a moment of anger, Wang Song's emotions accumulated over the past few days completely erupted and he cursed profusely. I am Wang Song. Open your dog eyes wide. Do you believe me or not? I'll let your boss fire you immediately. Put your moves on me. Don't force me to make a move. Aggressively pushed aside the security guard's hand, Wang Song secretly sucked an inch fist towards the waist of that bodyguard. After all, he was the son of a rich family. Personal safety was extremely important. Wang Song had received a lot of professional training since he was a child. Like this company's watchdog, he is almost see a fight. It was just that the watchdogs here obviously did not include the super bodyguard in front of him. Ouch ouch ouch. Let go. The boss said that people like you can just go directly to the police station. Without the slightest fluctuation of emotion in his words, the super bodyguard held Wang Song and walked towards the outside. And as soon as he heard the word police station, Wang Song directly reddened his eyes. And after a golden cicada sheath, he instinctively tried to put down the super bodyguard in front of him. The next tragic scene happened. Over the shoulder drop plus whip leg. Wang Song's face just like this and the ground came into a close contact. In a rage he turned his head and wanted to fight with someone. But on the eyes, Wang Song, false, murder, help, does anyone care? I go. You gently don't touch my waist. Kill me, right now. It has been proved that in the eyes of a rich second generation, sometimes face is more important than life. Coming out from the company building, There could be quite a few vendors and pedestrians along the way, and once they saw this strange pair they had sideways glances. The curious eyes made Wang Tsung's shame burst. Slowly Wang Tsung gave up all the struggle, tried to let himself in a normal position, and the man walking around, Yang Fan, who was attracted by Wang Tsung's howling, was standing in front of the window quietly watching all this, crowing and laughing me to death. This kid is quite rigid. He dares to compete with the super bodyguard twice. With a look of watching the fun, Yang Fan appeared to be a bit out of his element. Su Qian beside him then coughed and hurriedly changed the subject. Boss, today, all the executives of Cheetah Plaza went to the airport. It seems like the young master called Wang Tsung is coming. Oh, without connecting this matter with the email from a few days ago, hearing the two words Wang Tsung, Yang Fan was not the least bit impressed. I don't make friends based on whether he has money or not. Anyway, he's not as rich as me. Back then, this famous saying was a hit all over the net, and many people were scrambling to imitate it. In addition, this Wang Tsung is also a famous showbiz disciplinary committee, like to dislike the sky and the ground and air. Rumors and a lot of actresses still have an uneasy relationship. At that time the class gossip girls talk about him every day. Many people even aspire to marry such an interesting rich second generation in the future. But for the high school young fan at that time, this is a pastime fun. Wrenching himself out of the memories of that leisure in high school, Yang Fan straightened his complexion. Well, do not say this. After a while I will introduce some game talent model can be modeled after the competition club kind. There is the bottom of the heavenly pavilion. We can also get some professional teams. Coaching aspects you can ask the opinions of those old players. As before, you don't have to worry about the personnel. Chapter 25 Erpigo Car God. The following evening, Yang Fan, who returned from the company to touch fish, looked at the message on his cell phone and sighed in his heart. It was a text message from his mother, and in a few days it would be the anniversary of his father's death. To be honest, since obtaining the system, Yang Fan did not know how to go home. His mother, who had always been careful and cautious, must have inevitably panicked after realizing that he had become rich. The arrangement of the system is bound to be on the opposite side of the fence from other people, and I'm afraid that my mother will be frightened if she knows that Fist is her own company and reads the news every day afterward. Alas, find a chance to go home. Sighing silently, Yang Fan just walked out from the garage. What greeted him was indeed a miserable white face. The man was lying on the doorway with a lewd face, jumping and cursing directly after seeing himself. You're Yang Fan, right? Old man Wang Tsung, open the door for me. What the hell? A little confused for a moment, Yang Fan then connected the Wang Tsung in front of him with the previous email. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. What's the matter with you? Old man looking for you to shoot business. Didn't you read the email? Getting more and more angry, Wang Tsung could not wait to slap Yang Fan on the ground. Wang Tsung heart bitter. Really? A good rich second generation was threatened by the pugilist and thrown to the detention center. It is not easy to come out, but also be scolded by the father. This day cannot live. Alright, come in. Knowing that with Yao Xiaoshu in the dark, the man in front of him could not possibly pose a threat to himself, Yang Fan let him in. As for this entrance, Wang Tsung, who originally wanted to be a mad dog for a while, was completely attracted by the car beside Yang Fan. S27. This car is not easy to buy. I can't even find it. It can be. What's the matter? Hurry up and say. Sensing that Yang Fan was a bit impatient, Wang Tsung then gave a helpless blank look. Looking for you to cooperate in running a club. Not interested. After saying that, Yang Fan made a gesture of please, without any half-hearted procrastination. To be honest, Yang Fan didn't really like these capitalists. Small cooperation was fine, but things like running a club, don't think about it. To realize that the club this kind of thing is originally a muddled account. They do not have the foundation. There is no management personnel. Really to that time I am afraid that will be gnawed on the dregs of the people left. And at the same time, seeing this attitude of Yang Fan, Wang Tsung was a little anxious. You ask for a price in the sky. I sit on the ground and return the money. Why don't you follow the rules here? Not interested means not interested. Then what if you make all the decisions about the club? Okay? When these words came out, Yang Fan had a few more thoughts, and Wang Tsung beside him felt that there was a chance, and with a change of heart, he hastened to add, the premise is that you take the car and run a lap with me. If you win, you are the master. If you lose, let's honestly talk about cooperation. Chang, I'll have my bodyguard come. Yes. As soon as he heard Yang Fan open his mouth, a smug look appeared on Wang Tsung's face. In fact, bodyguards and whatnot, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Racing this kind of thing Wang Tsung is very familiar with. Immersed in this path for many years, he has sufficient confidence in himself. A sure thing, not to mention that our car is better than him. In this way, under Wang Tsung's constant urging, Yang Fan called Yao Xiaoshu to sit in the car with him. How sure are you? 10%. without any unnecessary nonsense. Yao Xiaosu didn't even look at Wang Song. She just stared at the small flag in front of her. Match. Start. Erpigu is at the edge of D, and has the longest mountain highway in China. Historically, this has been the perfect place for young people in D City to race their cars. Having spent a lot of money to cancel the race here, Wang Song's luxury car attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was unveiled. And at this time, the starting point of Erpigu's starting point was already overcrowded. This Bugatti Veyron is worth $10 million. Ma, I said you can't invite laughter. $24 million. The selling price. You can't buy a Bugatti Veyron for that kind of money right now. Speaking of which, who the hell is this guy? He's out $700,000 to delay today's race. TSK, next to that S27 is not bad, but definitely not as good as the Bugatti Veyron. Ah, no, you guys look. I don't know who in the crowd screamed first, and people's eyes immediately fell on the body of the speeding S27. Just starting out. With his performance advantage, Wang Song did overtake Yang Fan and the others by 2 lengths, but after 2 laps, the situation reversed. Deceleration. No deceleration at all. The S27 driven by Yao Xiaosu is like a spirit in the mountains. Every turn is dangerous, but there is never a mistake. After 7 or 8 consecutive corners, that Wang Song was already unable to catch up with Yao Xiaosu's car's taillights. Racing is a sport, but different from the usual sports. It is connected with its own tools some more closely. In the eyes of the true masters, in the car is the car and you as one, constantly to explore the limits of friction between the tires and the ground. One mistake can kill you, but you'll never win the championship if you flinch. It's a real game of death, but it's Yang Fan in the driver's seat who suffers. Shao Crisp, slow down, my mom. Feeling like his whole heart was about to fly out with the drift, Yang Fan held the handle with a death grip. He also covered his eyes when he turned the corner. Fortunately, there were no risks along the way. And when he just saw the finish line in the distance, Yang Fan almost didn't cry out. Car God! Car God! The dizzy Yang Fan held the car door and got out of the car. Outside was already like a tidal wave of cries. Car God is okay, the one called Erpigo Car God. Don't you think it's a bit of a fall? Although the heart spit no words, but the power has turned over. Yang Fan is now not interested in communicating with these fanatical fans. After blowing in place for 4 or 5 minutes, Yang Fan slowed down. And at this time Wang Song also finally drove to the finish line. No flowers and applause greeted Wang Song with a burst of booing, which made this second-generation rich man's face a bit untenable. Awesome, that female driver. I want to talk to him. What female driver? Ah, that's my bodyguard. Don't forget what you just said. Ah, it's settled. A sentence while Wang Song choked a red face, but after all, there are words in the first. Wang Song but also is not a person to eat his words. What the do I call this thing? Helplessly sat back in the car. Wang Song full of anger and fist cooperation, originally is to see his talent, so important club management, will be heart on the esports he does not want to fake hand. Just this time, heart a mess. Wang Song forcefully patted the steering wheel, and just then a business card under her feet caught her attention. In an instant, Wang Song's face revealed a treacherous smile. Chapter 26. Brother, I'm convinced. Wang Song was a man of honor, although last night's events were not pleasant. Early this morning, Wang Song had already come to the front of the company wearing a straight suit and his secretary, Young Wang, how to chat, bringing Wang Song to sit in the office. Yang Fan said with a smile. With the talent firmly under his hand, he wasn't worried at all that Wang Song would break the contract. Humph, I was the one who was in bad shape yesterday. Don't be complacent. This is the club's drafting program. I prepared it a long time ago. You can make your own arrangements for personnel mobilization. Don't worry about the funds. I only have one request. And that is the captain must be Han Jinchang. Seeing Wang Song pointing to the secretary who didn't say a word beside him, Yang Fan realized that it was actually a 20-year-old guy, with a sharpness on his face that was unique to an electric campaigner. Dare this is a set. The atmosphere, for a moment, was subtle. The captain was a very important role in a club, and he could very often influence the management and even the company's decisions. In other words, the captain was the only link between the entire company and the players. Even if the person was recruited by Yang Fan, over time, this was something that no one could guarantee. No way. Shook his head and said indifferently, but Yang Fan's reaction had long been expected by Wang Song. Boss Yang, we're talking business now. We can't play small temper. Our club is not just King's Honor. This one game covers a wide area. You see, my captain is a good hand in the league, a district king high star. I know you have a unique means of recruiting game talent, but also need time. The gaming circle based on strength to speak. Wang Song's words were said with a strong and impeccable intention. The complacent look made Yang Fan unable to hold back his laughter. Speak with strength, right? Fine. I'll pick out a player to compete with you. Good. Staring at Yang Fan with this look of heart sorrow plus old hatred, Wang Song immediately agreed. The gaming circle was indeed common, and if a player who was good at shooting games switched to Alliance, the achievement wouldn't be too bad. After all, the test for this game thing is a reaction speed as well as the ability to understand. But no matter how talented you are, time is the biggest obstacle. Wang Song absolutely did not believe that an accompanying player who only hung out in the King Pesticide circle would beat the old oil man by his side. After all, he had just left a hand. The one beside himself is a champion center single. An internal test was hastily pulled off like this. Fatty, aren't you a player from the King's Pro team? You come, just be able to win you. As soon as he dragged Wang Song behind him to avoid interfering with his player's state, Yang Fan just held his bladder and looked at the two people in front of him. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. One knife, one tower, 100 pawns. According to the usual practice, the two began this game. Han Jincheng is indeed extremely leveled. At the beginning of the game, he took out a very oppressive tyrannical woman. Han Jincheng has been in countless clubs. Han Jincheng has participated in a lot of practical training, but also understand the importance of it. The whole process is meticulous, but even so at the time of seeing the opponent, he still couldn't help but laugh. Is this looking at the skill introduction? Funny about it, obviously feeling insulted. Han Jincheng's original breathing towards his teammate dissipated into nothingness. I'm going to smash him. With her heart on fire, Han Jincheng gave her full attention, but after a few tight minutes, a layer of cold sweat had broken out on her back. This brat, the kid in front of her had stuck herself with 3 flat A's in a minute. She herself had never suffered such aggravation in her career on the field, against the man called the Great Demon King. However, as the saying goes, the more frustrated, the more courageous. The short loss did not let Han Jincheng panic. On the contrary, more attention to detail. But slowly, he despairingly realized the gap in strength, as if a moat. Skills, all empty, completely panicked. Even the last life-saving flash did not press out. Han Jincheng was small fat caught the opportunity. A big move fixed in place. First blood. The crisp kill broadcast came out. Han Jincheng put down the keyboard, his eyes stagnant. This is the strength of Wang Xiao. You still want him to be our captain. Can he convince anyone? Yang Fan unmercifully taunted, but Wang Song beside him seemed to be oblivious, still reminiscing about the operation he had just performed. Only that Han Jincheng couldn't stand such pressure and seized the door. The keyboard was already full of tears. Brother, I'm convinced. I don't know how long it took before Wang Song came back to his senses. The short period of disappointment was followed by endless surprises. A talented player meant but a new legend. The captain must be him. Just this little fatty. Brother Yang, give me some insight. How many more people like this can you find? 3 or 4? Anyway, fortune does not reveal itself. Yang Fan said as modestly as possible. But even this number could already make Wang Song ecstatic. Damn. I'll see who else in my family dares to talk about me in the future. To be honest, it was hard for someone like Yang Fan, who had climbed up from the bottom, to understand Wang Song's thoughts. Going home to inherit $100 billion family fortune. Doesn't he smell good? But although he couldn't understand the brain circuit of this second-generation rich man, from the next action, Wang Song did let Yang Fan feel his sincerity. $30 million of funds to the card. This kind of boldness let Yang Fan are a little unexpected. Not only that, some professional company contracts also came in a flurry with the help of Wang Song. Many of these professionals could be said to have solved a lot of trouble, like a tiger with wings. Work. How high is the profit of the electronic club? Many people do not even have a specific concept, but in fact, the total revenue comes from 2 points. One is the competition prize money and fees, and the second is advertising as well as endorsements. Needless to say, with the gradual development of esports, many of the tournament prizes are in the millions of dollars. Half of it goes to the club. But if compared to the advertising and endorsement fees, these are just a drop in the bucket. The endorsement of the keyboard alone would cost at least $20 million a year. This almost caught up with the sum of all the yearly profits of all the industries in Yang Fan's hands at the moment. Driven by the huge profits, Yang Fan is very energetic. In just 1 month, he has already solved the problem of personnel and headquarters. Such a huge action also attracted the attention of the game circle. Many big men have noticed the whole rising star. For a while there was a wide range of opinions, either despising or pulling in, but fortunately under the padding of fist accompaniment, the winds of public opinion were still in a favorable mood. Almost everyone in the video game circle was looking forward to a big game. Chapter 27, What does it mean to be a top socialite? After March, with the Fist Club completely on track, the Nationals slowly drew the curtain, coincided with the 10th anniversary of the Alliance. This competition was destined to be lively. As early as a month ago, There was already a lot of speculation about the venue of the national championship. The news had been on the hot list for quite a while, but it turned out that many gamblers had lost their money. The organizing place was D-City. Industry insiders naturally knew that this was the result of the jockeying between multiple forces such as Kyoto Magic City, and D-City was merely a buffer zone. But for the melon eaters, their attention was then all on one point. Fist, forced to become the host with an eye-popping home field advantage. Everyone was curious if it would become a dark horse in this competition. Of course, none of this mattered to Yang Fan. He was more concerned about how to make all the Alliance fans remember Fist. After all, traffic was revenue, club uniforms, organizer sponsorships, and within a month's time Yang Fan had wasted no time in spending 30 million on printing Fist's logo on every corner. But by the time he saw Wang Song again, that's when he realized, it's still rich people who know how to play. People were hooking up with commentary stars. I've contacted the commentators. The introduction of Fist will take more ink. The scripts have all been given to them. The rest of those celebrity guests will more or less say some good things online. Of course those are small fish. I can invite a big player this time. Guess who? I can call all night. One night, the phone, being made somewhat speechless by Wang Song for a moment, Yang Fan simply blanked out. But the next second, the name that flashed across that contract made him all perk up a few points along with it. Lin Xingya. As the hottest movie, TV and song star of the moment, Lin Xingya became the dream goddess of countless geeks when she debuted 2 years ago with the image of a jade girl, with tens of millions of fans. The most crucial thing was that she was invited to be the guest of honor for the opening ceremony. Such a netizen Ben Hong, mentioning a few fists during the interview. That publicity effect was a great deal. I'm afraid that the several $1 million spent today won't even be enough to cover a fraction of the post-match earnings. His heart was on fire for a while. Yang Fan picked up the list of people beside Wang Song, in which the names of big verses made him unable to resist gulping. He couldn't help but gulp. What does it mean to be a top-notch socialite, deeply immersed in the beautiful dream of exploding publicity? At this moment, Yang Fan obviously did not know that thousands of miles away, a pair of malicious eyes had already stared at him. Fist is this Fist again? A small company only. Are you all losers? On. Bang. Heavily smashing the expensive sandalwood tea table, Ed hated to overturn the several managers directly in front of him. With the internationally renowned healthcare brand Kanda in hand, and his TTK team in the alliance, at only 20 years old, Ed was at the peak of his career. The league's 10th anniversary competition for him has long been in the bag, and this came out of nowhere. The Fist Club, but threw a big pot of cold water on him. Important guests were all signed up, and the rights to the tables, chairs, and benches, and even the screen logo, were bought outright for gold. Nothing was more irritating than his booked ace, Lin Xingya, breaking her contract. This was the major reason that made Ed break his defense. Being in such a traffic era, Ed knew very well that Lin Xingya alone, as long as the team's performance wasn't bad, had almost predetermined the endorsement rights of those several famous keyboards and mice. The earnings of this can be much higher than the poor prize money of the champion. What's more, this Ed has long been regarded as a forbidden domain, inside and outside. Ed only felt a burst of depression in his chest. Fortunately, one of the managers stood out at this moment. Boss, I think this is not a good news, but this Fist is after all an escort who made his fortune. And right now, as far as I know, the Fist Club has been in a state of negative profitability, and the escort side definitely doesn't dare to make a big move. We also have some resources under our hands. The manager did not finish his words, but Ed was brightening up. If we can really stomp this Fist underfoot in other aspects, it is indeed not a bad means of publicity. Although there were no ready-made escorts on hand, there were indeed quite a few anchors under TTK. 10 million fan-level anchors abounded. If they were to make their way into the accompanying game industry, the effect could be imagined. Said to do it, will be depressed into motivation. That afternoon Ed will personally manipulate. Now 3 months of development. The Fist-accompanied play has long been not a single scene, in addition to the original system to transfer out of the accompaniment, more open to the vegetarian plate. For these vegetarians who expand their own resources, the conditions given by the Fist can be said to be very favorable. Not only the platform to collect less, the registration and certification is extremely simple. This also facilitated Ed's plan, but in 2 or 3 hours, more than half of the company's male and female anchors had registered as Fist escorts. However, each nickname had the TTK logo behind it. In fact, all in all, the anchor's foray into the escort playing thing was not a cost-effective deal either for the company or for the anchor. Take the highest hourly rate of $200 on the current accompanying play platform to calculate. Even for 10 hours of work, the daily income is only 2,000 yuan. For many anchors, this is much harder than shouting at the screen a few times for dad. And for the company, less gifts of these shares, That 200 yuan and how many dollars he dared to draw? It is precisely for this reason that when this order was just issued, it aroused a burst of resistance from the anchors. But the arm always twists the leg. The company's liquidated damages are there. The anchors can only play lip service. So much so that many people have taken out the idea of selling dog meat. For the fist platform orders are rejected. So much so that the beginning did cause a lot of vicious incidents. And even a few anchors were directly blacklisted by the fist. Of course, Ed naturally won't allow this to happen again. TTK once again pressured the anchors to take overbearing orders. The platform orders from Fist app can only be screened and cannot be rejected. Execute at least one of these orders at the same time. Accompanying play activities to comply with the platform guidelines. Once found more than move. According to the default treatment, 3 orders at once. After a few days of successful trial, TTK also finally released a statement in the official microblogging. The response was enthusiastic. Riding on the fist this huge traffic big, TTK's heat began to climb rapidly. Slowly its anchor in the accompanying play Inside the World also broke out a little bright hall. A moment between TTK and Fist began to be unclear. People are talking about it. Chapter 28. I'm sorry. Some people just can do whatever they want. Fist escort play is a mess of muddy water at the moment. The TTK anchor and the veteran escort play are divided. And the resource war is about to start. And as the boss of Fist, Yang Fan has actually been quietly observing this strange force. Now coinciding with the 10th anniversary, the major alliance anchors are actually intentionally or unintentionally growing lifetime. After all, even if you don't play the game, talk to everyone about this year's league game and make predictions can also attract a lot of popularity. Of course, the live broadcast is hot. In order to program the effect, speak well and interesting accompany play little brother and sister's order quantity also skyrocketed. This also leads to TTK. The effect of this period of intervention is very significant. 30%. The turnover is a full 30% less. Don't underestimate this simple number. With the current fist accompanied by playing earnings to calculate, the cost per person per day is 100 yuan. The average hourly charge of each escort play is 70 yuan. 5,000 escorts are full single every day. At least 8 hours of work. Every day's gross income is 2.8 million, even if you exclude taxes, labor, and personnel clothing, food, housing and transportation miscellaneous expenses. Daily net income of at least 2 million. This is the reason why Yang Fan dared to throw away a lot of money to solicit sponsorship. Therefore, TTK's behavior is tantamount to a tiger grabbing food. Also touched Yang Fan's bottom line. The slow-fisted company began to act with great speed. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will win 100 battles. To get the right remedy, the first question in front of you is why TTK is competitive. In fact, this question is not difficult to answer. The anchor itself with traffic fans and topics. Compared to the fist escorts play, they have more argumentative. Moreover, we should know that the big head of the current rental escorts is the anchor. Anchor and anchor linkage. There are two sides of the fan support more eye-catching. This also leads to the tendency to be difficult to restrain tilted toward the TTK side. Performance is naturally not as good as people's many years of accumulated heritage. While Yang Fan's countermeasures are unexpectedly simple and rough, the first thing you need to do is to get rid of the bill, and then get rid of the bill again. A random excuse to open the free activities. This strike precisely hit the lifeblood of TTK. Anchor groups originally due to do accompanying play earnings grievances. TTTT absolutely impossible to adjust the price downward. Moreover, with the high-end route, this fall is rather self-smashing facade. So, TTK directly into a dead end. Then the effect, you anchor again noble can have free single incense. Moreover, 5,000 anchors you want to look like I have. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. And then you'll be able to get your hands on some of the most popular ones. Sorry, someone just can do whatever they want. Just like this, under the powerful free order offense, TTK's headwinds began to turn sharply downward. The reduced number of orders. What incurred was love to be even more demanding, which led to even more complaints from the anchors. Forced to play as an escort is already bad enough, but also to be scolded every day. Such an attitude is also intentionally or unintentionally through the screen of other anchors to the eyes of the fans. Even on the internet, you can also find these TTK escorts trolling collection. This can stir up a hornet's nest. Look down on escorts? If they are lower than the anchors, then they are lower than the anchors? I've been eating your rice. The other fist also free of charge to benefit the public. You TTK this? Inadvertently, TTK's anchors have successfully put themselves on the opposite side of Fist's playmates. This is not a good situation. TTK added to the frost. A few days went by, and the pressure of public opinion made quite a few TTK anchors' fan bases decrease rapidly, forcing them to clarify and change careers. Even the tough Ed had to give up under the resistance. Fame and fortune had a double harvest of results, and in the morning, Looking at the statement handed over by Su Qian, Yang Fan was practically laughing out loud. TSK TSK TSK, well done. Why are you so happy today? It's going to be a competition soon. I see you're not nervous at all. Just as Yang Fan was gloating in his office, Wang Song had come to the door at some point. The iconic cheap smile on his face made Yang Fan's good mood be washed away by half. What's up? I can't find you if there's nothing wrong. We're partners. Is this your attitude? Despite the serious tone, Wang Song's face was still smiling. Since childhood, everyone around Wang Song has been flattering himself, more or less with a hint of utilitarian nature. Yang Fan's unconcerned lifting of the bar instead made Wang Song feel a hint of sincerity. What's more, the other party's magical means, so that he saw the dawn again in the love of the gaming industry. In his mind, Wang Song had long treated Yang Fan as a brotherly existence, and where to know Wang Song at this time in the heart of the horror of the idea. Looking at the other side of the weird smile, Yang Fan only feel creepy, holding tightly the arm alarmed asked, say, in the end do what? Where do you think? Ugh, I came to talk to you about Ed. What makes you think that a company of the other party's caliber is just going to your escort industry for a laugh? Helplessly skimming over the embarrassed Yang Fan, Wang Song explained without any good sense of humor. Case that Ed you can't underestimate. That person isn't as simple as you think. He's not just coming over to get a piece of the action. You're this little money. In fact, he simply do not see. According to my investigation, he would rather is to ride the fist side of the wind car. Mention a little heat. And we signed Lin Xingya, which was originally Ed's internal decision. This beam has already been cut off. You are not a member of the circle may not realize. Ed is a famous seed of infatuation. In order to pursue Lin Xingya over the years, he has used a lot of means. Wang Song's tone was very plain, but the content made Yang Fan raise his guard. He didn't know about Ed, but he had heard of TTK long ago. This early in their own middle school period TTK is considered to be the league's most veteran team. Their middle school table is his hardcore fans. For TTK's major battles and players know everything, and learn by ear. TTK also has a place in Yang Fan's heart, even if the time has changed. Maybe in the alliance firm for so many years, TTK's strength is still unquestionable. The game has not yet been played, but the first beam, this for Yang Fan, cannot be considered a good news. Yang Fan's heart was in a state of flux, but Wang Song beside him laughed out loud. Okay, it's just one Ed. I'll take care of it. Right, tomorrow night the two of us will go together, just to meet this Ed. Good. Without too much nonsense, Yang Fan simply chatted with Wang Song for a few moments, and his mind was filled with tomorrow night's banquet. Despite not being a fan of this kind of boring socializing banquet, but as a newcomer in the esports circle, Yang Fan still attached great importance to it. Naturally, the man who was against himself also occupied a lot of space in it. Ed. Thinking about it, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. Chapter 29, Licking Dogs Are Awesome. Ed was in a bad mood lately. The rate of anchors jumping ship under TKT had skyrocketed, and many of the contracts were ruined, causing TKT's original anchor ecosystem to break down. Such news made the entire club panic, and many of the professional players who were about to compete were even affected. But to say that the most critical, but still the voice of the family, as the strongest heir to the family healthcare company, every mistake Ed made would be infinitely magnified in the eyes of the company's other shareholders. After all, no one wants their money in the hands of an incompetent CEO. The incident intensifies, and his father, who usually disciplines him extremely freely, even frees up an afternoon to lecture him. This was more than the self-respecting Ed could bear. For a few days like this, Ed was as dusty as a lost dog. But with the arrival of an invitation, Ed also pulled himself out of the quagmire of depression. The banquet before the tournament was about to be held. People were always like that. When you weren't as good as you wanted to be on one side, you often desperately wanted to succeed on the other. This was exactly what happened to Ed, and it barely even passed his brain before a horrible idea came to Ed. Confess with Lin Xingya. Somehow, this thought intensified, and finally Ed could no longer control his desire. The sight turned to the eve of the banquet. Early in the morning, Ed drove his luxury car to the front of the D-City Hotel. The diamonds of Southern State, the flowers of Northern Zhou. Ed tried hard to put all his understanding about romance together. Tonight's confession. He was bound and determined. Clutching tightly to these weapons of his that were invincible against women, Ed piled into the banquet hall with a brain. Boss AI. TTK has recruited quite a few newcomers this year. I'm sure the competition is going to be as strong as ever. Boss Love. I have a recent contract here. Would you take a look? Boss Love. Aida was considered an old acquaintance in the gaming circle, and just after entering the arena, quite a few people came together. Of course, Ed only greeted them with pleasantries in response, his footsteps not stopping for a moment. Nearer, closer, looking at a white dress, slender Lin Xingya just a dozen meters away from himself. Ed's heart has begun to flutter. I don't know when it started. Perhaps because of that one banquet encounter. Ed had fallen in love with this girl who was like a clear lotus. She was not shy with all the men. Even when facing herself, who was an investor back then, she only had a polite smile on her face. And the more unobtainable it was, the more Ed's desire swelled. So much so that every time after lying on the big bed exhausted from deep exchanges with some so-called celebrities, that girl would always come up in Ed's mind. Slowly, that almost perverted desire to own Dawn was deeply rooted in Ed's heart. Mr. Love, long time no see. Just as Ed was immersed in the sound of his own memories, Lin Xingya's crisp voice pulled him back to reality. Eyes burningly staring at this woman in front of him, Ed quickly straightened his instrument and said in a somewhat flustered manner, "Ms. Lin, will you be my girlfriend?" Said large southern state diamonds glittered under the chandelier, and amidst the flowers, the cliched scene caused the crowd to boil after a moment of silence. And without the slightest hint of the surrounding bustle falling on deaf ears, Lin Xingya's face remained the same polite smile, only slightly bending down to pick up one of the roses. "I accept Mr. AI's kindness, but there are company rules, so I'm really sorry. I still have to go and chat with Mr. Lin. Bye." As the words landed, Lin Xingya directly turned around, pulling the dumbfounded young fan in style, and walked towards the edge of the banquet. Kill, and kill. Still not reacting to what was going on, when Yang Fan slowed down, he had already sat down beside Lin Xingya. "Ms. Lin, you, don't get me wrong. Isn't your bodyguard a girl around 1.65 meters? What?" Thoroughly caught up in the huge amount of information, Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yao Xiaosu had already walked over from her side at some point. "Boss, this." 10 minutes later, after listening to everything Yao Xiaosu had narrated, Yang Fan was even more embarrassed. Originally, Yang Fan and Wang Song came to the banquet together, and after running into some acquaintances, Yang Fan consciously found a fringe. After drinking a few glasses of cocktails with little strength, the drunkenness didn't come up, but the urge to urinate was booming. The first time Yang Fan went to the toilet, Yao Xiaoxu and Lin Xingya met at the bathroom door. Love at first sight sounds unreliable, but I didn't realize that Lin Xingya was a lesbian. The lesbians seem to have some kind of attraction to each other, and for some reason, after chatting in a few words, the two of them became more and more talkative. But Yao Xiaosu is after all a professional bodyguard. Did not wait for Lin Xingya to leave his contact information. Will follow the figure of Yang Fan to the banquet hall. To say that this Lin Xingya is also a dog's nose, with the smell to find Yang Fan. Coincidentally, this Ed came over to express his love. This led to this later scene. This, Ms. Yao, this is my business card. Please keep it and let's talk together when we have time. Mr. Yang, please keep today's matter a secret. Goodbye. Looking at Lin Xingya, who had regained her straight face and entered the center of the banquet hall, Yang Fan only felt that his three views were shattered. Who would have thought that this woman with an iceberg aura was the same person as the hot girl who had just winked at Yao Xiaoju? That desire was all in the ing eyes. Okay? My goodness. Looking at this paper-drunk banquet hall, Yang Fan laughed bitterly and quietly slipped out to get some air. And it was such an unintentional act that allowed him to see the next shocking scene. Is this Ed? Not far from the building next to the pillar, the always decent Ed rubbed the suit on his body, tightly hugged the pillar. Tears indisputable drops hit the ground. The murmur in his ear was even more so that Yang Fan felt like a thunderclap. What brokerage company? You just don't love me. I'll buy your company for you to come to my side. Xingya ah. Unable to connect this crazy man with the shrewd boss of TTK in his impression, Yang Fan froze for a while and hurriedly took out his cell phone. How can I not take a picture of such a powerful scene? I've thought of the title. It's called Licking Dog Awesome. Enough to record in place for several minutes. Not far away from the Ed, this only noticed the difference back to the head. The two of them looked at each other, and only embarrassment remained in the air. Ha ha ha, you're busy. I might be hallucinating from drinking too much. Don't you think so, boss AI? Yang Fan. In the large hallway, only two chasing figures were left at this moment. Chapter 30, this thing about me becoming the anti-fist group leader. The relationship between Ed and Yang Fan was considered to be completely knotted. After the banquet, the vindictive Ed was not idle, hiring one batch of water army after another. In fact, it is not difficult to predict. Cannot be defeated from the front, Ed can only play these underhanded means. And for all these operations, Yang Fan's reaction is only 4 words. I don't care. After all, the security service hired by the system is not a vegetarian. As expected, in less than half a day's time, network security uncovered several water army studios. This made all the major water army platforms up and down the country shudder. But despite defeating the public opinion offensive, there are people who just don't have a brain. This is not a black powder group that listens to public opinion is now flooding the entire button platform. Just punch as a keyword. the highest heat of the 10 groups will be 2 of the black powder group. Although this thing can't affect the big picture, but the future broadcast of the match is live. It wouldn't be good if the pop-up screen was messed up by these guys. After contacting the social platform several times to suppress it to no avail, with nothing to do, Yang Fan also infiltrated one of the black powder groups. Welcome newcomer. Welcome newcomer. As long as you hate Fist, we're family. That's right, Fist monopolizes the escort platform, leaving us low-end escorts unable to find a way out. That's right, $70 an hour. Why don't you go grab it? Are the ones in front really doing escort play? Can you help score points? To say that the heat of this black powder group is also really powerful. Just entered the group but half a minute. 99 plus messages have been brushed over. Picking and choosing. Looking at these grievous comments, Yang Fan only felt a burst of laughter. But before Yang Fan could see the joke for long, soon, a video silenced the entire chat group. Aborted. The group master even ordered to play alone. Clicking on the link. The content of the video was very simple. A 200+ pound fat mansion was sitting on a chair, and what was loaded on the screen was none other than the game interface. In the lower right corner of the video chat window, there was a cute girl all dressed in Lolita. The microphone still had the logo of Fighter Escort attached to it, smiling like a flower as she chatted about something. The content may be bland, but don't forget that this is the anti-Fist group. Thus, in just a few minutes, this retweeted saying ushered in hundreds of comments. The group also reacted at this moment. Cursing, stinking shameless, nothing, giving money to these ugly capitalists. Yuck, you're also worthy of being a group leader. Get off. The crowd's ethos was steeply consistent, and there were all sorts of ways to scold the group master. The entire chat group of nearly 1,000 water friends online all transformed into mom slayers. Finally, after a full half hour of cursing, the group master made an announcement. Damn, a group of poor coins still do not allow others to point to play with. Before is not also this price? Miss doesn't smell good. Go home and play Snake yourself. Scram. After the short announcement, there was a message that the group owner had transferred. Yang Fan, whose screen name is Edward is worse than a dog and pig, was successfully elected as the group leader by virtue of his alphabetic pinyin advantage. What is this? Nonsense? I am against myself. Although he became a group leader, but it is a straw bag general. No one cares about Yang Fan. However, this unlimited poll group master privilege, but let Yang Fan eyes bright. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Fan smiled. A few minutes later, the original chat group that was chatting fervently violently appeared the message of newcomers joining the group. For a time, the entire group had 200 more people at once, and the pink girl's avatar made many of the group members click on the homepage, and the photos of beautiful women inside made the hormonal cynics wail. Miss, the space photo is you yourself? Fake it. Is there really so many good-looking girls to our kind of group? Shut up in front. Don't brush the screen. Where's the girl who was just here? The messages started to swipe the screen at a fast pace, and the voice of kneeling and questioning was endless. But soon there was something strange mixed in. It was none other than the videos recorded by the escort ladies themselves. I'm Fist Escort Ching Ching, is a cute little loli, the first time to enter the group. But also please take care of everyone. Usually there is no list when everyone can make an appointment to play the game together. Ching Ching very much like to play the game. Love you. I'm Fist accompanied play Xiao Xiao. You can also call me Queen Xiao. Stinky brothers, put your mouths cleaner. Sister can play with you a couple times when she's in a good mood. I'm Fist Escort 1-1. Why do people have so much malice towards us? We're not above market price and we don't have a monopoly. Can't people make money with their skills? Woo woo, when don't cry. Sister hug. I am Win's roommate, is also a Fist accompanied play. We are not what everyone thinks. Like to play the game of the young lady and what bad intentions. The appearance of the video made the chat group silent for a few moments. Quite a few demented people, playing it over and over again. The gesture was so desperate to stick their faces inside the screen. Lolita, Queen, Sister of Knowledge. Whether it was the time display in this vast sea of videos, or the names that the young ladies were naming, all kept telling them, these were all genuine young ladies, not pictures stolen from the internet. What anti-Fist group is all made up by them? I've long looked at them with displeasure. Miss, do you play Raven? I'm a Raven 6. The ladies are so cute. Don't pay attention to this group of dirty people. There are 1,000 words in my heart that I want to say to you guys. Let's put it this way. Get on the convoy. That's right. Upstairs is right. Shameless. How can you scold such lovely ladies? Still not human? Where's my Lord Queen? Pull me. I can talk. Looking at the steeply changing direction in the screen, Yang Fan's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. This was also too fierce. This was despite seeming unexpected. It actually made sense. Yang Fan when the cab driver and other people are bored also like water group. Anyway, it is just to have fun. This group of people is simply the epitome of the small citizens, love to curse and take advantage of small advantages, and when the real benefits are in front of them, they will not hesitate to kneel down. These 200 young ladies were enough for them to drink a pot of water. With such a successful experience, Yang Fan did as he had done, and simply called in 2,000 accompanying play specialties to end several of these huge black powder groups in one fell swoop. In less than half a day's time, this black powder group was almost turning into a support group, a mouthful of a young lady called Kissable. This is called blocking is better than dredging. Thinking of the daily work of the network security personnel in catching the wind, Yang Fan smiled helplessly. Chapter 31, Wealthy. Time passed silently, and the national competition was in full swing, as the Alliance's top tournament, the D-City Stadium, which could hold 100,000 people, was packed to the rafters. Between the waving of the glow sticks, the shouts resounded through the sky. However, the sorrows and joys of human beings were not connected, and Yang Fan only felt that they were noisy. Who let this period of time since there is no half a point of profit Lu? For Yang Fan, this game is the cold numbers on the desk every day. The group stage, all wins break through. The knockout rounds advance to the top 8. 8 into 4, Meet RSD narrowly won. Semi-final, against TTK, crushed the game. Finals, faced SK, lost. With the runner-up trophy placed in the club, the whole national competition was declared to have come to an end. And for this result, Yang Fan was still satisfied. In addition to the champion single Han Jincheng, the system leased the game high player even though their own strength is strong, but after all, did not experience the systematic training, facing the teams that can really open up the situation through operation in the crosswind game. It is more strenuous. Although it was often said that there was no runner-up in esports, anyone could see how much potential this dark horse, who was competing for the first time, possessed. The script was just as Yang Fan expected, and soon a number of companies came to the door. In a few days, Yang Fan's office was filled with many bosses. 10 million, 30 million. These in the eyes of ordinary people unattainable figures in their hands, is just a bargaining chip. After half a month, Fist Club finished negotiating with all the sponsors. Wind Power Electronic Company has the exclusive title to provide computer mice, keyboards and other mobile electronic equipment, with an annual sponsorship fee of $40 million. Huatong Clothing designed and produced the team uniforms for a signing fee of $12 million. Long Entertainment Media Company provides economic services to Fist. Fixed sponsorship, 10 million per year. Revenue sharing 2.5. In addition to this, the sponsorship fees for food and beverage, and other companies total $28 million. Fixed sponsorship of $100 million per year. When all the statements were placed in front of Yang Fan was overjoyed. This fixed sponsorship fee was 20% higher than the income he originally expected, and to realize that the accompanying drops as well as the takeaway industry, one by one, are likewise chickens that lay golden eggs. The income, every year can be 10 million level. And all the labor costs here add up to less than 5% of the earnings. Wealthy looking at the countless zeros on the bank card, only feeling dazzled, Yang Fan simply walked out the door. Bye. The house directly into the city center of the single-family villa, in the geographic location of the top of the hill. Every day the rising sun can watch the entire D-City scene. The car is also in Wang Tsung's help down a big change. The company's location was changed to the most expensive part of the center of the ground. The Fist logo of the company's facade directly occupied half of the building. However, Yang Fan is not a narrow-minded person. In addition to their own enjoyment, but also did a lot of practical things. Public facilities, sponsoring Hope Elementary School. Within half a month, a small goal was spent. But Yang Fan was not the least bit distressed. Instead there was a hint of coolness. He understood in his heart that according to the character of the system, the next task should not take long to come. On the eve of the National Day, in the office, through a glass wall, looking at the traffic downstairs, Yang Fan quietly listened to Su Qian's report. Fist accompanying play has earned 450,000 this month, an increase of 2% from last month. Fist rental earnings this month 400,000, slightly lower than last month, but the upcoming National Day is estimated to usher in a period of upsurge. Fist takeout earned $720,000 for the month, up 0.1% from last month. Total gross revenue of 157 million, net profit is around 1 million, reporting clearly to Yang Fan in an organized manner. At the end of her words, Su Qian's words also brought a hint of tremor. As the chief secretary, she knew very well that this 1 million was just a conservative figure, because the labor was just too cheap. The basic annual income should be around 15 million, and counting the club's figure that would be even more terrifying. As the secretary who accompanied Fist over, personally manipulating the growth of this company into a behemoth, Su Qian was more accomplished than anyone else. And just when Su Qian was immersed in that pride and couldn't help herself, Yang Fan's words froze her in place. Do you have arrangements for the National Day? This is about me? Wisps of blush climbed on her face. Su Qian momentarily did not know what things to say good, and Yang Fan instantly shattered her beautiful dream. It's okay to have something. Arrange for 2 people to be at the company. I might have to go home. Oh, embarrassed enough to snap the seam in the ground with her toes, Su Qian took small, broken steps and hurriedly left the office. Yang Ning made a frown at the woman's dissimilarity, but didn't care, turning his head to continue looking into the distance. East, that is the direction of home. Since young, lost his father Yang Fan, grew up with his mother, orphans and widows all the way to how hard. Yang Fan's own heart is the most clear. To this day, Yang Fan can never forget. Mother due to traffic jams in the evening to the school, gave himself a bag of oranges, in order to save the cost of the hotel, in front of the school to sleep for a day like. In that early morning, sneaking out over the wall to go to the internet cafe, Yang Fan met his mother's wrinkled old face. At that moment he realized that his mother was old. It is for this reason that after graduating from high school, Yang Fan did not choose to go to college despite his good grades, but instead resolutely went to work. After so many years of reporting good news and bad news, his mother was a little bit more relaxed. But every time I think of the rotten apples that my mother treasured in the cupboard and wanted to leave for herself during the new year, Yang Fan still can't stop his heart from aching. It was time to let mom have some good days. Clenching his fists tightly, Yang Fan didn't want to stay here for a moment and returned home after packing up. Ginseng, Deer Antler, Bird's Nest, the name of these previous only heard on the TV show. Yang Fan bought a copy of all. A variety of expensive supplements and a mess of healthcare products, almost filled the entire trunk. Not to seek the best, but to seek the most expensive, is Yang Fan at this time shopping guidelines. After a busy night, customized a few pieces of clothing according to his mother's figure, and explained the mailing address. Yang Fan set off in the early morning of the next day. From the city to the town where Yang Fan lives needs half a day's journey, so this way Yang Fan drives can be said to be speedy. The light blue luxury sports car accompanied by the roar of the engine, driving in the mountain highway can be said to be very eye-catching, all the way to take pictures of people. Yang Fan saw no less than 10. However, as the surrounding scenery began to gradually become familiar, Yang Fan foot gas pedal is slowly loose. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so excited to see you. Looking at the village sign not far away that is painted with children's graffiti, Yang Fan's eyes are a little wet. Chapter 32. Isn't this the power pill? Yang Fan slowly moved forward in the envious gazes of the townspeople. The small town of Fengshui came to such a luxury car. The surrounding has long attracted a crowd of spectators, and there are even some familiar faces. However, Yang Fan did not have the slightest idea of showing off at this moment. His line of sight was deadlocked on the woman not far away. Is that Lin Qingya? The more he looked at it, the more similar it was. Yang Fan just wanted to accelerate and get closer, but there was an extra pair of big hands on the car window on one side. Brat, really you really earned a lot of money, Mom. On his mother's wrinkled face full of smiles, Yang Fan's emotions were complicated, and after the word Mom, he didn't know how to speak, and the mother's reaction is far beyond Yang Ming's imagination. A pull door to sit on the co-pilot, directly ordered. Don't talk nonsense, hurry home, Mom to show you a big baby, get it right and you'll really make a lot of money. The line of sight turned to the home. After seeing the big treasure in his mother's mouth, Yang Fan was dumbfounded. Son, you don't underestimate this nanobiotechnology. Just this bottle of health pills. A few days ago it was 400 yuan, now it's speculated to 1,000. This thing can cure 100 diseases. The next village old Wang grabbed the most favorite, got 8 bottles, sold for $4,800. Don't look at the village people, don't say anything. In fact, they are secretly buying. This thing can still go up, all waiting to make a fortune. Mom has invested all the money from selling grains this year. How much can you take out? People say this is a value-added product. Beside the mother chattering, listen to understand all this Yang Fan but only feel crying and laughing. What nanotechnology? What value-added product? Isn't this just the power pill? Mom, this is a scam. This is a scam, cannot believe this thing. The left and right neighbors were cheated by who? We. Bang. Heavily slapped the table. The always gentle mother is now extremely harsh, said in a cold voice. The other day the Oldley family that boy went home so said directly to the police. People's company nothing? The Oldley family's medicine is not received directly. Your mom, I can have 4 or 5 bottles of this. You do not give me any trouble. Mom, staring at his mother's firm eyes, Yang Fan sighed darkly and dove into the bedroom. This matter, difficult to deal with. This health pill that his mother was convinced of at the moment was clearly a futures fraud. The so-called futures fraud is to give an item a price that far exceeds it, and initially make acquisitions, constantly speculating this item high. Finally wait until all the people hoarding odd time directly smash disk to seek profiteering. This kind of fraud is very simple, but to this day it still exists in abundance. Even some big businessmen are not exempt from it. Human greed is never ending. Even if they know it's a scam, there are people who are desperate before the huge profits, thinking they will be able to throw it out the moment before the crash. Of course, if it's just a scam, it's not enough to worry Yang Fan. What made him more fearful was the situation in the village at the moment. Regardless of whether it was Fengshui town or the surrounding villages, most of them were elderly or middle-aged people who had stayed behind. These people's ability to learn is lacking, and they are even more scornful of young people's ideas. Their self-esteem makes it difficult for them to accept the children's instruction, and they are naturally rebellious. And on the other hand, this group of old people have some savings for the children in their hands, put out a little news by local officials to create a few false impressions. It is easy to trigger a boom. Such conditions, although Yang Fan knows D City, some people in the business sector, but once the revelation of many people in the village will lose money. At that time, Mother Li Hong can become a target. Alas, the heart of 100 turns do not know how to persuade, and just in the moment Yang Fan tangled, but in his mind rang the system's familiar beep. Ding! Completed the mainline mission, expanding the escort market. Obtained reward, unlocked the app liquor store function. Gained reward, added a new rentable job type, wine brewer. Passive, fast recovery. Perfectly complete the mission and obtain the new job type, security officer. New main quest, entering the national liquor market. Liquor? Having long since gotten used to the system's span, Yang Fan hurriedly scrutinized this wine brewer. This glance, on the other hand, made Yang Fan's eyes light up. This wine brewer's business scope almost contains the current mellow type, seller type and other kinds of liquor. What's more, his price is only 100 yuan per day. You should know that the liquor industry is a profitable and closed market. The most critical is the liquor brewer. A famous wine brewer itself is a gold standard. In the market there are people scrambling to hire. This is simply walking gold. In his mind has emerged the future of the fist wine industry's ambition. Yang Fan frantically began to check the information on the internet. The information he collected made him even happier. To build a qualified liquor factory, there are 3 elements: water, raw materials, equipment. Naturally, it goes without saying that equipment can be arranged with Fist Company's current financial strength. Water and raw materials were not a problem at all in Fengshui village. The land is in a remote mountain village. Fengshui village villagers are basically from the mountain spring water. How high is the quality of the mountain spring water? Let's just say, in the past there were many big bosses who came over to try to set up a mineral water factory, but they all gave up because of insufficient reserves. As for raw materials, the specialty of Fengshui village is red sorghum. As long as you put a Fengshui village sign on the farmer's market in D City, that sorghum can be sold for $1 more than anyone else. Dry up. The opportunity is not to be lost. The system's rich rewards are there. Yang Fan does not dare to be careless. After an unholy dinner with his mother that night he rushed to the town. The price of 5,000 yuan per acre, which is far more than the usual price, so that a lot of neighbors' heart. In one night time to negotiate 3 families, and Yang Fan this regardless of the cost of the package garden behavior, but also quickly in the town before the spread. The townspeople one after another door. In just 3 days around the thousands of acres of land are all held in the hands of Yang Fan. At the same time, Su Qian is also busy enough. First contracted a liquor factory, has closed down the equipment over, and then is to choose the site to contact the construction team. By the time Li Hong reacted, the explorers had already started to prepare. Son, what are you doing? Even if you don't listen to mom, this money isn't this bad. By the roadside not far from the construction site, Li Hong tugged at Yang Fan's sleeve and persuaded him bitterly. In his eyes, this unprecedented act of opening a winery in Fengshui village is simply throwing money into the water. Although Yang Fan was helpless, even if his mother uttered smallpox, the reply was only one sentence. Mother, just wait to make a lot of money. Chapter 33. That's right. Yang Fan's big winery business was in full swing. With tens of millions of dollars invested, a distillery rose up, and 10 winemakers and 2,000 general laborers were put into it with it. However, at this time, Boss Yang was not the least bit busy with his fiery project. He had long been overwhelmed by this woman. Lin Qingya, Yao Xiaoshu's matter is impossible. Don't try to poach him from me. I've asked her. She doesn't want to. I say, big sister, you can't take a mess. Li, she is her. You are you. Mr. Li is my enlightened teacher. I will definitely help him if he has a favor to do. Don't talk about this. And, I tell you, my mom has been a bit off these 2 days, and if it goes on, she's going to come to the door to propose marriage. On the side of the road, Yang Fan did not care about Lin Qingya's pitiful eyes, but just walked forward. You have to know that this woman was secretly filmed 2 days ago to take the threat of scandal. She is 100 times a drama queen. The more he thought about it, the more of a headache he felt. Yang Fan just wanted to turn around and say a few more words, but he only saw Lin Xingya running madly towards the fruit stall not far away. Mom, didn't I tell you not to buy that what health pill? Yeah. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Fan realized that he hadn't seen Teacher Li for a long time and she was standing by the fruit stall. At this time, she was holding a huge gift box in her hand and was desperately trying to hide it behind her. Even Teacher Li has been hit by futures fraud. Shook his head helplessly, but before Yang Fan could watch the show for long, the spearhead shifted to him. Hey, isn't that Yang Fan? I heard that the winery is you opened. Boy made good. Unlike when I was a child, big snot daily to the clothes. Looking at Mr. Li, who desperately tried to divert the topic with enthusiasm, Yang Fan could only welcome him. An awkward chat ensued. 10 minutes later, in front of the fried skewer cart by the side of the road, Yang Fan bit into the skewer while listening to Lin Xingya spit out her words. When I met you on the street 2 weeks ago, my mom was the one who went to buy health pills and got caught by me. Alas, how to say also do not listen. I also reported to the police a few times, but people just as if they did not see. Microblogging backstage are the company's people control. You also know that this cannot make too much noise. I do not eat. Took off the mask for fear of the surrounding paparazzi. Resentful fried skewers put back. Yang Fan heard this last sentence, eyes bright. I have a method. Or you listen to it? As long as I can pull my mom back. Whatever. Looking at Lin Xingya's look of conviction, Yang Fan was happy. To say that Yang Fan's plan was actually not complicated. Summarized in just 3 words. The news. Lin Xingya's company side cannot count on, but there are paparazzi. As long as the insinuation of some ambiguous photos. That group of gossip reporters are not like a cat that smells fishy to come over. By then, hey, do it. Obviously feel the feasibility of this method. Lin Xingya also do not care too much. Hurriedly handed over the photos of the previous days. Just like that, 2 selfies that appeared on the same screen appeared on the internet. For a time, they also came to be surrounded by countless fans. But Lin Xingya Company's public relations department, which is so good to fiddle, the day of the incident this news has been suppressed. Seeing the trick, Yang Fan simply posted a dynamic on his official microblog. That's right, we did have an affair. When these words came out, the crowd was full of clamor. Yang Fan's Weibo followers skyrocketed by 2 million, promoting him to top netizen. Lin Xingya was even urgently recalled by the company. Even though Yang Fan had encountered a lot of trouble during this period, even Lin Xingya's company had made more than one appointment, intending to let Yang Fan come out to clarify. But Yang Fan did not care. After mercilessly rejecting the other party, he put his energy back into the town, because the paparazzi moved. The next script was just as Yang Fan had predicted. Such an obvious fraud that the pouncing paparazzi poured out their firepower. It must be said that the power of public opinion is terrible. D-City News rolling reports. One by one, the officials were pulled out. Even the CCTV channel began to special anti-fraud column. The villagers of the property began to recover in an orderly manner. The mood is generally quite stable. Of course, as the saying goes, no profit. Yang Fan out of such an idea, not just for a fraud. More importantly, it is for the sake of the winery. You should know that sometimes the reputation of the wine is more important than the strength of the wine itself. Chinese people are accustomed to the drinking game. The wine is even more important weight in which to contact the relationship. The wine on the drinking game is not enough level. Want to talk about things is half cold. It is no wonder that some sponsored wine merchants are specially mentioned in the Spring Festival Gala. In order to be able to make a name for themselves, they have spared no expense. Knowing all this well, taking advantage of the heat of this traffic, Yang Fan began to frantically publicize on all major social platforms. The effect is not bad. Not only the people of D-City are familiar with this new winery, the country also has a certain popularity. The days passed quietly like this, recalled from the spring and autumn dream of the fraud group. The original villagers who had been indifferent to the notices posted by Yang Fan also had a lot of villagers to join the winery work. The human resources were unusually abundant. Efficiency straightened out. Soon, Yang Fan's waiting also finally came to fruition. The first batch of wine came out. This made Yang Fan start drumming up sales again. Due to the time constraints, the wine brewers targeted not the best-selling soy sauce-type liquor on the market, but rather a rice wine that favored a rustic style. This rice wine has a low degree, and is suitable for young and old. After Yang Fan tasted it, he felt the rich fragrance and pleasant taste, and his mind began to come alive. If you push it to the market as usual, even if you win by virtue of this flavor, but after all, it is a rice wine that does not get much attention, and the cycle of opening up the market will take at least a year. This kind of Yang Fan, who was used to profiteering, frowned a little. Now invested in the entire distillery funds totaling 27.5 million. Starting this month, the monthly output volume of 20 tons, 80 yuan a bottle for pricing. each bottle of 500 milliliters, even if all sales profit is only 2 million. This does not include the monthly wages of workers, machinery loss, and raw materials the small head. That is to say, even if everything goes well, back to the capital will take 9 months. Not satisfied with the status quo, calculated the account of Yang Fan began to frantically looking for a program. Low-end, high-end, various well-known wine partners. Yang Fan exhausted all the tricks, but no matter which program needs time. And finally, the word bar came into his sight. Although the bar and rice wine seem unrelated, but the current fist of rice wine was originally more inclined to young people. Although there is no precedent in this regard, Yang Fan still hold the attitude of trying, began to look for merchants. As soon as I heard it was rice wine, many of the bars directly refused. Not even the meaning of tasting, just started to let Yang Fan also ran into a lot of nails. Fortunately, within a week, he did come across one. Seeing the light of day again, Yang Fan did not dare to have the slightest hesitation, immediately began to take action. 2 tons of rice wine directly into the bar. In order to set off the product, the bar simply shut down the whole business, began a careful arrangement. A classic case in marketing history was about to unfold. Chapter 34, This Money Comes Like the Wind. D City, Tulip Bar. As one of the oldest bars in the city, Tulip's survival is actually not very good. It is a small bar with only a few resident guitarists, which attracts more students and working class people around the city than the rich kids. These people are very stingy. The price increase is impossible. Profiteering high-end wine and cannot sell. Turnover up and down. The boss has long had the idea of giving up. This is not. Yang Fan appeared. The boss almost no hesitation. Anyway, it's going to be yellow. Engage in it. And so, with the full support of Tulip Boss, fistful of rice wine was placed on the counter. Didn't you say it was shutting down and reorganizing? Aside from a few more compartments, I don't see much. Who cares, as long as Ling Ling is around. I want to hear Ling Ling play a song about Manhwa Bridge. What's this new rice wine? Who comes to the bar to drink rice wine? The price is quite beautiful. Give me a bottle for $80. Amidst the bar's chatter, a few people who dared to eat crabs carried away a few bottles of fistfuls of rice wine. The good show began. 2 bottles, 5 bottles. At some point, the bartender noticed that the usual best-selling pretzel cocktails were unavailable. In its place were bottles of fistfuls of rice wine. The group of students and the surrounding beatniks looked like they had suddenly gotten rich, and there was no trace of their usual penny-pinching ways. Inside the bar, the sound of phone calls rose and fell. Come on over and have some fun. The usual place, Tulip. What a fortune. There's a new drink over here that's very good. Don't worry, this wine really has no degrees. It tastes like juice. I guarantee you'll like it. Long time no see, old friend. Come and have a drink. Within a short period of 1 hour, the people in the bar started to rise rapidly like a virus breeding in a cell. The private rooms were overcrowded, and there were even quite a few people standing and chatting around the card table. But all of this could not stop the crazy people in the slightest. 2 tons of rice wine, sold cozy. When Yang Fan upstairs learned the news, his mind was blank. This is too fierce. Shock to shock. But Yang Fan quickly calculated to understand the account, hoofed it back to the wine farm, directly hired 3,000 general workers to send. In one night in the not-so-depressed Tulip sold 2 tons of rice wine. Can imagine how big the market in the end. Dry. The situation was beyond expectation. Yang Fan went straight to the top, not caring about the financial deficit, and transferred another 10 million from the company. And the facts proved that he was right. Tulip's hot situation kept spreading, and many customers came to other bars to ask for fist rice wine by name. This kind of publicity by word of mouth is better than all the marketing advertisements. The fist rice wine was on fire. As with previous projects, Su Qian's office was overcrowded, with at least 2 bosses coming in every morning to discuss the details of cooperation, and the conditions given by Yang Fan were very favorable. $65, the bottom price. Compared to other cocktails that are as good as the sun, Yang Ming's price can be considered very conscientious. After all, it does not require any other ingredients, nor does it have any requirements for bartenders. Fill a glass, put 2 ice cubes on it, and you're done. Simplicity of sale means a minimum threshold. Like a storm, fistful of rice wine swept through the entire D City bar. Even many of the surrounding provinces and cities were negotiating for greater cooperation and expedited expansion, but they were rejected one by Yang Fan. He understood that this matter had to be done carefully and cautiously. Fist liquor words, last month's total expenditure 11 million. Long-term orders from all parties added up. Profit, 2 million. In the office, standing in front of Yang Fan, Su Qian was a bit incredulous when she read out this sentence. This money is as if it came from the wind. Su Qian, though small expression in the eyes, Yang Fan heart is also beautiful, but then thought, sternly said, the winery side is still acquiring according to the original plan. Those few nail households, my mom will go to talk in 2 days, no matter what must be taken. You have to pay attention to the other provinces and cities over those wine merchants, so I want to talk about expanding the cooperation of the winery, even if he said the sky is the limit. Absolutely do not agree. Alright, that's it. Waving his hand to drive the puzzled Su Qian out of the office, Yang Fan had a firm face. Even though the fistful of rice wine of the moment had broken out into such a big fame, he did not relax in the slightest. After all, the liquor industry is not so simple. Throughout the ages in the liquor industry, there was no lack of heavenly talents, and the quality of their liquor was not inferior to fistful of rice wine, when they all eventually disappeared into the river of history. The reason is also simple. Annexation. The more you go wrong. As the old saying goes, if you step too far, it's easy to rip your balls off. This industry is a mixed bag. Alcohol, this thing is very easy to be imitated. Once lost, the secret formula will lose the market opportunity. That group of capitalists is not a good man or woman. Learning from the lesson, although it is said that and other powerful wineries together with the expansion is the short-term interests of the maximum approach, but Yang Fan still will be the winery to watch closely. And such an operation has ushered in the rewards. The starvation marketing approach made the cries for fistfuls of rice wine intensify. Those with ulterior motives only had to raise their prices under the pressure of the competitors around them. Some of the hidden clauses in the contract slowly disappeared and were replaced by more reasonable conditions. Some famous Moutai, for grain liquor, even also extended the olive branch. But Yang Fan is not satisfied, because these people wanted too much. They want the right to the title. Although it does not affect the reputation of the fist wine industry, but the thought of their own merchandise next to more on the other company's trademark. Yang Fan feel heart-blocking panic. And finally, after one tough negotiation, those few big manufacturers also tore off their gentle selling masks and bared their fangs. The message they put out was very simple. You can't eat such a big market. Doesn't it smell good to have money to earn? Together? These big manufacturers are not just fooling around. And after being rejected again, although they could not get the recipe for traditional rice wine, products with the same taste as it had been imitated and put into the market in a few weeks' time, these rice wines with a huge brand guarantee were expanding at a rapid pace. And even though their prices were quite a bit higher than the fist rice wine, there were still people who paid for them. Except for D City, the markets of other cities had been squeezed, but Yang Fan didn't care at all, and no news about it came out of Fist Company, as if it was none of his business. But those keen noses have already felt the air as if there is a hint of a rainy day in the air. Chapter 35 Shocked Product Manager. After a full 2 months of brewing, Fist struck. This time they did not expand the production of rice wine, but quietly launched other varieties of liquor. Soy sauce type, pure flavor, except for the cellar type white wine, which required time. Fist had almost taken up the other kinds of white wine. This operation has just been introduced, and it has attracted the ridicule of countless people, especially some professional product managers. After so many years in the liquor industry, they understood very well the consequences of this kind of death-defying behavior. Separate lines are like separate mountains. The same is true for different liquors. Taste, flavor, packaging, adapted to the crowd. In the sale of liquor, each of these aspects need to be careful and prudent. They require countless hours of polishing, constant adjustments, and the work of one distillery after another. Do you really think you can replicate this rice wine explosion? How good can your brewer be? And how many nails can he drive even if he's covered in iron? I've seen a lot of losers like you. Industry insiders unabashedly mocked Fist Liquor's behavior, and articles on this topic were flying all over the place. Even Yang Fan's scarf had a lot more spammers on it. But soon, these people couldn't laugh anymore. This wine really can sell. Even though there was no publicity, with the Fist Liquor brand on it, it was like the wine was tainted with some kind of magic, excluding the first few days when no one asked for it. After someone tasted it for the first time, favorable reviews came pouring in like a tidal wave. Personal experience, absolutely not blowing awesome. That flavor is almost catching up to 4-grain liquid. As far as I know, this Fist Liquor industry has just been established. Only half a year. Right. And those few wines with similar flavors can all be claimed to be 10 years of cellar. Upstairs, let's listen to him blow great. What 10 years of cellar? That is all a gimmick. It's just to make money. That's right. Just a few more years can add a few $100s. Just my mouth tasted no difference. Not to say anything else. Anyway, the taste is almost the same. Also have a row. In the future I can buy Fist Liquor industry. The good reviews were still fermenting, and more people began to recognize Fist's other kinds of liquor. This also makes it impossible for other big liquor merchants to ignore this. Talk about it. Can only put out the fist of the decline in the quality of liquor. Worker fatigue, overtime, child of the vicious news. But the consumer's eyes are bright. The taste is still there. The reality of insufficient quantities instead of contributing to a hunger marketing. Slowly, some people can't stand it anymore. For example, for grain liquor product manager Wang Sen. Wang Sen is also considered a talent. From the grassroots dry to today, experienced countless storms, the grasp of the wine market has always been very clear. For the 4-grain liquid also set up a lot of features, but this time he had to admit, planted, with a heavy heart into the fist company. Wang Tsong straightened his back, tried to let himself look a little bottom, but those tired eyes, but let Su Qian, who is responsible for reception beside him, let out a sound. MS. Su, sorry, recently received too many people, some distracted, you follow me, too many people. The heart immediately 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past, but after all, people under the roof. Wang Sen can only swallow this breath. Yo manager Wang, right? You are the big project of 4-grain liquid. I've heard of you a long time ago. Good day, Mr. Yang. I'm rather short on time. Let's get to the point. Every moment in this office was like sitting on a needle. Wang Sen didn't talk nonsense and directly put forward the conditions. The owner of 4-grain liquor was willing to contribute $30 million to purchase 30% ownership of Fist Liquor's secret formula, providing a large sum of money for the next expansion of Fist Liquor. 4-grain liquor will take care of all the high-end equipment, share the market, and publicize by all means. Honestly, quite tempting. This is simply want to turn themselves into a fist on the product of a gun. You can imagine the urgency of the boss on this. Naturally understanding the reasoning behind this, Wang Sen was already ready to take out the contract in his backpack. However, Yang Fan's reaction was unexpected. Other than ownership, everything else is fine, and that's something I won't give up. You, snapping to his feet, Wang Sen hated to leave directly, but when he thought of the dead order given by his boss, in the end, he still sat down. Mr. Wang, please understand that this large sum of money, even if the current Fist Liquor stone formation, it will take at least half a year, or under the premise of not having any problems. Top equipment should not need me to say more. You are buying the Lang Lang distillery. This distillery's equipment was eliminated 20 years ago. I think your brewer should have also talked to you about this aspect. The market, if you will, should also be able to feel some resistance. I've been a market manager for so many years, so I'm somewhat experienced, and I'll tell you plainly that it's impossible for Fist Wine to reach this goal in 10 years. Eyes narrowed slightly, mentioning the market aspect. Wang Sen's bottom line was instead a bit more adequate. After all, even if his fists were more powerful, the impression of high-end liquor that 4-grain liquor had been rooted in people's hearts for decades was still indelible. This is no longer just a question of wine. His relationship is the most important face of the Chinese people. As long as Yang Fan opened his mouth and agreed, Fist could enjoy all this for nothing. What reason did he have to refuse? Deadly clenching his fists, Wang Sen stared with wide eyes, but Yang Fan's cold reply made his heart half cold. That's all for today, Mr. Wang. I still have things to do. Oomph. Things had reached this point, the bottom line had been touched, and Wang Sen twisted his head to leave. Yang Fan's performance today also spread in the liquor industry. Mad. Too mad. Rabbits will bite when they are anxious, not to mention these shrewd businessmen. Overnight, the entire liquor industry has changed its ethos. Suppressing the Fist liquor industry is like acting on behalf of heaven. And under such a spreading trend, one of the most conventional and effective means in business surfaced. That was the price war. No matter how powerful Fist liquor industry is, it has just started, and there is absolutely no way to get money back. Prices more or less there will be a number of inflated. In order to recoup funds, this is a last resort. But the old enterprises will not. They have opened the market. Fill the equipment of the capital break, need to pay only labor. In this way, small and medium-sized companies have begun to make up some trumped-up anniversaries, and all sorts of activities that are so smallpox that a lot of alcoholics have gotten a taste of it. The big companies are doing even more obvious. Where the fist dipped in the wine, all prices drop again and again. This war without smoke spread rapidly in the country. Chapter 36, the production team's donkey wouldn't dare do this. Price war. This is it. Familiar formula, familiar flavor. After feeling the other side of the trick, Yang Fan only feel tasteless. Alas, when can we play some new tricks? However, although he already has a lot of experience in the price war, but in this completely unfamiliar field, Yang Fan is still full of vigilance. After careful consideration, he directly made a move that made Su Qian's jaw drop. Reduce the price. $50 a bottle. Various kinds of undifferentiated offer attracted a lot of secondary dealers. A variety of large orders come and go. But the more orders, Su Qian is more panic. The price is not important. I even reduced to $1 can. But after lowering the price, in order to fill the money will need more sales. Can the fist work? Not only Su Qian, almost all the people who are concerned about the fist wine industry harbor such thoughts. But Yang Fan's madness is still beyond imagination. 5,000 workers, together with the wine brewers, working 3 shifts. This meant that each person had only 3 hours of rest, which was downright creepy in today's society where cases of internet explosion rights abound. But a strange thing happened. Under such a high-pressure policy, not a single case of rights defense has appeared. Not even a tiny bit of news of workers complaining could be seen online. These workers and brewers were like old oxen silently plowing their way through the land without complaining. After this scenario lasted for a month, someone panicked. The orders for Fist's wines came in as promised, and the secondary distributors who were originally apprehensive also put aside their worries and stepped in. Once again, orders skyrocketed. What followed was cheap booze on the merchandise shelves. Compared with the flavor, my taste is not worse than yours. Then the name, thanks to you professionals speak. Let us Fist wine industry also known to the public. Compare the price. Ha! Fist, this is tantamount to smashing the behavior of the plate so that the liquor industry has become a puddle of muddy water. Wang Sen, who was sitting in his office, was sweating profusely at this time. Did this much wine fall from the sky? They dared to do it to the workers. The production team's donkeys wouldn't dare to do it. Bang! As soon as he threw the report sheet on the ground, Wang Sen looked at the silent and speechless various managers around him and only felt a headache. With 4-grain liquid's reputation, they could indeed continue to wear it out. But if they never restored the price, by the time the grounds were exhausted, 4-grain liquor's grade would have fallen. Decades of hard work ruined. By then the boss would not pick his own skin. Desperately rubbing his temples, Wang Sen, a cavity of anger, do not know where to vent, and the next second of the phone ringing even made his scalp numb. The boss is coming. Hurriedly pressing half of his body onto the desk, Wang Sen hurriedly picked up the phone. It was good that the voice on the other end finally made him relax. Old Wang, you've seen the Fist thing, right? Surnamed Sun. Don't get close to me here. Say it. Any tricks yet? Pretending to be emboldened, Wang Sen's heart was not calm at the moment. Sun Chaowen on the other end of the phone is his last straw. As the general manager of Mutai Liquor for 30 years, Sun Chaowen has always had a reputation as a weathervane in the liquor industry. There are even rumors that he can count. Never made a wrong decision. Of course there is naturally an element of exaggeration here, but after so many years of playing against each other, Wang Sen also understands how much weight this old opponent of his has. If he also had no moves, then it would be really over. Alas, what can be done? You've seen Yang Fan's attitude. So emboldened and tactful. He's got big plans. There's nothing I can do on my side. Why don't we call you guys and let's team up to talk to him? Even if it's just dropping a piece of meat. It can't be worse than now. Just today. Time is money. Let's go. See you at the airport at 2 p.m. As if he was not worried about Wang Sen's attitude, Sun Chaowen said and hung up the phone. And after a moment of silence, Wang Sen also left the office building of 4-grain liquor with his briefcase. The line of sight turned to D-City, the secondary highway. Looking at the scenery speeding by outside, Wang Sen's heart was like a mess. He knew the power of his several big wine merchants joining forces, but when he thought of Yang Fan's attitude that day, he felt empty. Yang Fan's confident eyes and calmness far beyond his age had bred a few doubts in his heart as well. What are you thinking about? Have you seen the statement I gave you? The conditions are pretty much the same as the ones you took out last time, but I've added 10 points of shares. Pulled back to reality by Sun Xiaowen's voice from the side. Wang Sen almost didn't sit up when he heard 10 points. Crazy. You contacted the top? First things first. No time. Look at this. I asked a professional company to do the model. Receiving Sun Xiaowen's cell phone, Wang Sen's eyes were heavy. In the 21st century, big data was prevalent, and professional modeling software like MATLAB came into the public eye. After discovering that models were far more reliable than seeking Buddha's fortune-telling, this thing had also become a tool that major bosses looked up to. But today's prediction of this model is something that Wang Sen has never seen before. Market capitalization of $260 million, in such a short period of time, can really grow to this level. Are you sure? In the face of Wang Sen's disbelief, Sun Chaowen replied with an expressionless face, the selling price of 50 yuan. According to the customary 45% profit of the liquor industry, the profit of each bottle of wine is 22.5 yuan. I've looked at the capital side of things, and equipment and space take up half the field, which is 11.25. Labor is only 11.25. Do you understand? How is that possible? A 9th grade brewer would account for $10. That is to say he must have a special method to save raw materials, or have other means. Just this means alone is worth this price. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Sun Xiaowen's voice almost toppled the roof of the car. but these managers around them just looked down at their cell phones and were silent. Wine has been around for hundreds of years, and has developed to the point where all aspects of prediction can even be accurate to the extent of centimeters. In any case, to be able to surpass hundreds of years of wisdom and have such a great advancement, it already proved that this young fan was extraordinary. Right now it was just a fledgling eagle that had just spread its wings, but no one doubted that it would be the future of the entire liquor industry. Similar emotions spread out in all directions with Sun Chaoan at the center. The short half-hour road trip was enough for these people to make a choice. At this moment, they looked unchanged, but in their hearts, they had already made more concessions. There was only one belief in everyone's hearts. Fist Liquor's contract. I am bound to get it. Chapter 37, Choices are for children. I want them all. Fist's hospitality office was overcrowded at the moment. There was a long line in front of Young Fan's office, with a grim-faced wine manager weaving in and out. In just one afternoon, Yang Fan had received more than 20 contracts, and the favorable conditions were simply beyond imagination. However, at this time, Yang Fan was not half joyful. In front of him is a difficult choice. Agreeing to the generous conditions proposed by the other party means that Fist wine industry can save at least 20 years of struggle, and then flat out make huge profits in a short period of time. Whether it is equipment, market, or the other party's injection of funds, are the current Fist desire, but once really do so, the Fist will never be able to get rid of the shadow of the capital. Behavior is bound to be restrained. Going it alone, or cooperating? Yang Fan is not a person who is good at choosing. In the face of such a difficult problem, he quickly showed his attitude. Only children make choices. I want it all. Almost with a brutal attitude to cross out all the other party may be involved in the control of the Fist wine industry terms. Yang Fan's behavior caused a furor. This script, not quite right. At the beginning, there were still people who were holding out for a chance, thinking that Young Fan was just trying to get more benefits, and had sent people to negotiate. You ask for a price. I sit on the ground to pay back money. Business, are all discussed out of the drop. But soon, after eating a few closed doors, the whole wine industry shook. Everyone has realized that Yang Fan is really serious. For a time, the liquor industry became exceptionally silent. It wasn't like before when they were discussing countermeasures, and it was as if each company had selectively ignored the Fists. And secretly, all kinds of vicious tricks have come and gone. The liquor industry has never existed on its own. It needs a complete system. Equipment maintenance personnel, secondary distributors, want to make the winery bigger and stronger. These nuances also need the same attention. And completely torn face. This group of lunatics of course will not take into account what business treaty. Simply use contacts from all walks of life to limit the Fist. Even the 2 newly selected plots of land for Fist's expansion were bought by them in advance. Under such conditions, although people now have no doubt about the strength of the Fist liquor, but after all, is a new brewery? No one believes that they can survive for a long time in this kind of conditions. But here comes Young Fan's tawdry operation. Smash money, and then smash money. There is a scale in the human heart, the so-called monopoly, but another way of price war. As long as I spend enough money, this monopoly is just a joke. Borrowing Wang Tsung's hand to pull in an extraordinarily large sum of money. Young Fan made good, and they are ready to fight a war of attrition. A few months passed by in such a hurry. The restriction on Fist still exists, but in reality it is no longer very useful. Fist's prosperity and financial resources were abundant, and many were willing to open a back door in the face of such a rising star in the alcohol industry. As a result, Fist's wine sold better and better under the restriction. At the same time, other wine merchants' room for survival was significantly squeezed. On the one hand, they had to spend out money before restricting Fist. On the other hand, they had to deal with the current increasingly severe market. The major companies were overwhelmed. Well, just as everyone was holding on to their deficits, someone was finally the first to step forward. Wang Sen agreed. Once he opened his mouth, the bottom line of all the wine merchants who had previously maintained their dignity ceased to exist, and the door of the Fist company began to bustle again. Only this time they were not as calm as they were before, and all of them appeared to be groveling. Sending money to this point, there is really no one else. But no matter what, under the scope of this good negotiation, the liquor industry finally ushered in a once-in-a-decade blood change. Fist of the development strategy change, and not like before as the exhaustion of fishing, will be located in the general public. The value of the price is no longer adjusted upward to take the pro-people route, and give enough space for each other to survive. Yang Fan's return is also rich. Huge funds directly injected. All aspects of the green light all the way. The Fist of the development of the unprecedented wrap it up. Capitalists have always disliked putting eggs in the same basket, and for Fist's emerging dark horse, it was given ample favorable treatment. Let's put it this way, over this period of time, Fist's deficit no longer existed. In its place, there's a $300 million infusion of money on the books. a wildly profitable 3 small goals. Holding the money sufficiently in his hands, a big stone fell to the ground in Yang Fan's heart. Expansion. Expansion again. Everything became thriving, but Yang Fan's worries also spread out. After all, he knows that the interests are too great. A bottle of wine selling price back to 80 yuan, 35% gross profit, excluding costs and equipment. One can earn 36 yuan, and a portion to each bottle of wine. Labor is only 3 yuan, fully 33 yuan net profit. Such a horrible violence certainly cannot be hidden. Some people just a little investigation can be found. Of course, some people here do not include the major domestic wine merchants who have been linked to the fist. More are those guys in foreign countries. Global integration. White wine slowly ascended to the international stage. Many foreign guys also began to like this ancient wine. Fist Company's rice wine is adding to its fire. That's why Yang Fan never considered the extra market. But the quality of the liquor was there, and the word got out quickly. Rice wine degree is not high. There is no white wine spicy taste in Lee's flavor. That sweet style closer to cocktails, but also has a unique rice wine fragrance. A few months' time has been a foreign wine merchants reflected over. Began to buy small quantities of rice wine. Slowly when Yang Fan came back to his senses from the anti-monopoly industry, the export volume of this rice wine had reached a horrifying figure. 200,000 bottles. The sales volume of 200,000 bottles per month was on Yang Fan's desk, and this was the source of his worries. It was important to realize that unlike the domestic market, foreign markets were not afraid of crowding out, and liquor was not a mainstream brand with them. They don't have to have as many scruples as domestic wine merchants. For them, the fist liquor industry is just a way to get rich, an emerging excellent product. Giving up, obviously impossible. Under today's business environment, if one refused to sell wine to foreign markets, one would surely be greeted with scorn. But if you continue to sell like this, you will be faced with going to the negotiating table with the foreign wine merchants. The balanced market that the country had managed to obtain with great difficulty meant that it was impossible for Yang Fan to make concessions. Otherwise the huge contrast between inside and outside would be enough to drown it. And having anticipated all this, Yang Fan also began to operate secretly. This time it was time for fist liquor to stand in the international market. Chapter 38, Two Unlucky Brothers. Mike and Da Vinci were famous liquor distributors in the Western world. The residual shade of their ancestors allowed them to have unfailing connections with well-known wineries. And after hundreds of years of development, Mike and Da Vinci today controlled almost 50% of the hotel market in various countries. And it was such two pivotal figures on the Western liquor industry that were sneaking off the flight in the dead of night. Mike, you didn't arrange for a pickup? Dear Da Vinci, don't joke. You know, this is a secret operation. Hearing this from Mike, Da Vinci smiled. As the two most famous liquor distributors in the Western world, no one understood the importance of seizing the market lead better than them. The correct choice of their ancestors made the whole family taste the sweetness. And in the face of this great reshuffle of the liquor industry in China, the two rivals came even more secretly, and even went so far as to cooperate, also wanting to eat the fist piece of cake. With 100 turns in their hearts, the two standing at the sea entrance were playing their own little schemes. However, in the next second, a middle-aged woman caught their eyes. Two international friends, staying at the hotel? And that, in turn, was the beginning of their nightmare? Those who were familiar with it knew that there were always quite a few of these hotel solicitors at the exit of an airport like this one. The hotels behind them were often some trashy stuff. There was no need to mention how poor the hygiene conditions were. And the most crucial thing was the safety issue. After all, in this kind of place to live, from the hands of the travelers to smooth some sweet, has been a routine. Since it was already 1 in the morning when they arrived at the hotel, although they were dissatisfied with the facilities and hygiene of the hotel, they could only bite the bullet and stay there. So no surprise, the next morning, two people's bags are gone. To find the hotel owner to ask about this, three do not know. Recruited the police are only reluctant to set up a case. Said they will follow up the investigation and then slipped away. No way. This kind of thing every week there are 3 or 4. Not even a video about how to investigate? After waiting at the hotel for another day, the two of them missed their flight and had no choice but to take the train to D-City. At least the cell phone is still there. The heart kept relieved. The two came to the D-City train station, hastily ate a fast food after the weak car labor will intend to take a rest. This time they can play up the vigilance. After consideration, selected in the chain of Speed 7 Hotel. But you have to know, the place around the train station can be much worse than around the airport. This is not. A cavity of indignation of the two people were soon attracted by the hotel door of the two small cards. The picture of the hot goddess is very tempting. The following write the kind of unheard of services, but also let their evil thoughts suddenly rise. In a flash, the two young men who are not short of money intend to have a good time here. At first, the two beauties who came in were really 8-point beauties. The beauty is very reserved, claimed to be after the bath before the love movement. But when the two came out, what was waiting for them became three big men. The game of fairy jump began. 2 slaps and a kick turned the two into honest rabbits. And then came the negotiation session. Although the negotiation table veterans, just the other party apparently did not give the two people the opportunity to put forward conditions. Open the phone fingerprint entry. WeChat balance at a glance. $3. Wait until a few burly men go. They only have $3 left on their cell phones. It is said that this is still the goodwill of the people, leaving the international state people the road fee. 2 full trips to the horrific lodging had worn the duo down, and they left the hotel early the next morning at 6 o'clock or so, finding a kiosk nearby and exchanging their balance for cash. The two finally had a chance to board a bus. However, the two people who thought they had escaped to heaven didn't realize how crowded the morning and evening peaks in China really were. Arrived at the Commerce Building Station, was squeezed into a twist of the two frantically want to get off, but just to the door on the back of the flow of people rushed up in one fell swoop. Desperate Mike and Da Vinci could only look at the fist of the huge company logo away from themselves gradually away. Get off! Must get off! After a lot of effort, the two finally got off the bus at the 2 stops behind them, but the building had become much smaller in their eyes. Wanting to take the bus again was impossible, and the two people's financial resources did not support it, so they could only walk the road over. Sunrise, the sun is getting hotter and hotter. Sweat gradually wet the two people's clothes. A suit became wrinkled. Finally walked to the fist company's front door. The two people then directly rushed in. Compared to the outside world, the familiar smell in this office building was like heaven. The sight turned. 10 minutes later, looking at this two guys who wolfed down their lunch and chewed it in front of themselves, Yang Fan was a little skeptical. How in the world did these two buddies get themselves into this situation? Although his heart was curious but in a polite manner, Yang Fan still swallowed his words. At the same time, this unlucky two brothers also finished eating, but despite putting on a serious look, once they thought of their own messy appearance just now, the two of them were first half-hearted. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme, and finally, Mike spoke up. Ahem, Mr. Yang, you should have read our emails before. This time we came with sincerity. We have witnessed the strength of fist liquor. The liquor is a great seller, and we see a huge market in it. But you also know that opening a multinational business requires quite a bit of money in the early stages. The quantity we buy will definitely meet your requirements. So in terms of price we hope to appropriately lower it a bit. Da Vinci and I thank you very much for the generous lunch. For this reason we will help you to identify in the West as other wine merchants. The establishment of branch factories is also possible. Michael was well organized, and as he spoke he resumed his previous appearance of a strong man in the business world. This information, on the other hand, made Yang Fan frown. What the other party gave was a complete plan to carry out the sea trade business in the early stage, and do his best to expand the market. After that, they would develop branch factories and try to fill the market gap. The two people's request is actually no excuse. Large quantities of goods appropriately reduce the price is also no excuse. With the strength of the two people here, they have no doubt that Yang Fan's choice. It's just that just like the previous several wrong choices, they don't understand China. Not to mention Yang Fan. Hey, Mr. Da Vinci, Mr. Mike, I think we can talk more. I don't really want to open a branch factory, and I don't want to lower the price if I exclude consumption. I want to raise it by 5 points, greatly opening 5 fingers. Yang Fan's words made Mike and his kissing scene's eyes widen a few points. There was only one thought in the duo's mind at this moment. Is this man crazy? Chapter 39, This Wine. $30 million. The negotiation, without surprise, collapsed. Yang Fan's proposal had undoubtedly touched the bottom line of the two. It was even humiliating in the minds of the two. A few days down the depression into a fist against the anger. Unwilling to the too crazy action. The spearhead is directed at the domestic market. Mike Da Vinci, as the largest distributor in China, immediately exerted pressure, intending to find a breakthrough from among the various wine merchants. After all, this fist wine industry is not Yang Fan's alone. In the minds of the two men, fist spread is so big that it is absolutely impossible to be Yang Fan's one man. But the facts prove that the fist is Yang Fan's one word. Using a lot of interpersonal relationships to no avail, the two men got mad and raised the price of some of the drinks against the default, but raised 70 cents. Some of the old partners within the country of China has been complaining, but even if the interests of those wine merchants were touched, for fist, they were still at their wits' end. Even some of the wine merchants who have contracts with fist, for this aspect is also avoided. The situation is clear that the king ate the weight. Iron Heart. The domestic market for rice wine calls for more and more intense. The other major dealers, the 8 immortals over the sea, each show their skills. Mike and Da Vinci in China, every day the pressure is gradually increasing. Of course, if it was just that, the two rather skillful businessmen would still be able to hold out for a while. A bottle of sample wine delivered to the door made the two men completely panic. Early morning, in front of the office, Yang Fan sleepily arrived at the office and saw Mike and Da Vinci, who had been waiting for a long time. "Why, the two of you, Mr. Yang, I want to talk to you, especially about yesterday's samples." Didn't have the heart to continue playing wit with Yang Fan. Da Vinci went straight to the point. In fact, it was no wonder. What Yang Fan delivered to the two yesterday was a bottle of vodka. Vodka, a spirit that was imported from the Bear Country, was widely recognized in the Western world and sold in huge quantities. Not only that, this kind of light flavor of its own spirits is also the base of many other liquors. Basically all the major bars have to use. Indispensable. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the cornerstone of Western distilleries. The brewing method of this kind of wine has long been a well-known secret, but Yang Fan made the quality is too high. This quality of vodka in the Western world is widely respected. The annual production is actually very low. Hunger marketing. In order to increase the price of vodka, the group of distillery owners can do anything. But it is also this inflated price that makes every distillery capable of producing top-quality vodka an important partner for these alcohol distributors. Yang Fan's ability to produce this kind of vodka was an important weight for them in this negotiation. Mentally recalling last night's bottle of vodka, Mike and Da Vinci's faces were grave. Entering the office, as the door closed, Mike hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Yang, we have tasted that bottle of vodka from last night, and it is indeed top-notch. You can even produce this level of vodka. Then our negotiation conditions can be talked about again. After all, the market for top-quality vodka is still very wide." Only halfway through his words, Yang Fan reached out to interrupt, his voice cold for a few moments. No, I'm not trying to add weight through this. What I mean is that if the two of you still refuse my request, this lawn I will put into the Western market at a low price. I think a batch has already appeared on the market by now." "What?" With four eyes facing each other, Da Vinci and Mike's eyes were filled with shock, and immediately left the office to carry out an investigation. And the truth was indeed the same as what Yang Fan had said. A batch of top-grade vodka had been put into the Western market under the name of Fist. The price was half that of the same grade of vodka in their hands, selling for only $175 per liter. Mike and Da Vinci were liquor distributors and not distillery owners, and the purification method of top-grade vodka was not a big threat to the two of them, even though it was tempting, but selling it at a reduced price. This is to smash the rice bowl. Being Yang Fan such a move to get a hand, after a brief panic, but a deep skepticism. Fist really can produce this vodka in large quantities? How can it be said that it was a new enterprise that had just been established for half a year? Even if they had the right distillers, the equipment and funds would never allow them to mess up like this. Perhaps it was just a threat? Calm thinking eased the anxiety of the two men. That voice in the company was frequent tonight, but it was suppressed as best as it could be. Running out the clock was their only recourse now, but as before, Lady Luck still did not favor them. Miserable news came one after another. The supply of vodka in the Fist in a straight-line rise has threatened their market. After all, 5,000 hard-working general laborers coupled with the ability shown by the distillers was horrifying. Time has become a life-threatening dagger around the necks of the two men, and eventually they agreed to Yang Fan's request. This made Yang Fan laugh even in his dreams. Laughing wasn't just about the 5 points raised and the shameful contract against the capitalists and the foreign liquor industry, but more crucially the vodka. This ing is simply a stroke of genius. Originally, Yang Fan only intended to fight a price war with these Western liquor distributors through vodka. Anyway, this liquor distiller was almost omnipotent. As long as he wanted to, any kind of liquor on the market could be made. But once this was done, Yang Fan reacted violently. This vodka itself was worth more than that market. Vodka generally to potatoes and other grains as raw materials. These things can be cheaper than brewing white wine with rice and high grain. And then white wine, this vodka brewing process is more simple. For the treatment of waste residue is even more brutal. A short period of time can be substantial production. 350 yuan per liter, which does not deceive the majority of the consuming public. Immediately found inside the huge business opportunities, Yang Fan dismissed the idea of just threatening before. Secretly build distillery. Began mass production. Top quality potatoes but 80 cents per pound. General labor 20 yuan per day. Wine brewing is 100 yuan per day. These low costs add up to a draw of just over $30 per pound of wine. A liter of wine netted about 140 yuan. A proper windfall. Just like this a month later, with the rice wine's appearance and dust settled, Yang Fan also got a large batch of vodka orders, roughly estimating, by the time it was completed half a year later, the net profit would be around $30 million. In the office, Yang Fan is looking at the Da Vinci and Mike co-signed project schedule, casually signed 2 words, then picked up the side of the vodka, smacked a couple of mouthfuls. This wine, 30 million. Drinking is the power. Chapter 40 Resentment from Mother. The Western liquor market was already in disarray with the addition of Fist. The contents of the contract between the two heavyweight distributors had leaked out, putting the name Fist in the limelight. The increased import price of rice wine has touched a lot of people, but against the backdrop of Mike and Da Vinci, the situation was still manageable. Although it is true that in the beginning there were a lot of opposition voices, and even made a scene at the two men's company headquarters, but under the system of Western capital, these are not much of a problem at all. After all, more guys still chose to hold their breath. But the emergence of top-shelf vodka broke the awkward balance. Unlike rice wine, which is a new product, the lower-priced top-shelf vodka has definitely stirred up more people's sensitive nerves. Raw material suppliers, distilleries, distributors, and even supermarket managers were in disarray and frantically began to take action. When it comes to the bottom line, these entrepreneurs are much sharper. The first was to increase the supply of top-quality vodka, trying to marginalize it from the market by lowering its price. The second was to hold the contracts hostage, so that the major supermarkets would try not to introduce the Fist vodka. But the interests are there. The businessmen will not listen to the manipulation. The Fist vodka is still on the market circulation, only a little more secretive. After half a month of operation without affecting Fist, the entrepreneurs started to play for real. They aimed all their energies at one place. Copyright. The emergence of Fist vodka was supposed to be pie in the sky, and it was well known that the method of purification of top-quality vodka was subject to strict secrecy. Taking this as a gimmick was justified. So soon the news of Yang Fan's underling distillers smuggling in information to learn how to make vodka spread. Today, when copyright awareness is widespread, this heavy news attracted countless advocates as soon as it was released. Yang Fan had offended too many people. The pressure just continued to increase. The solidarity of many Western wineries and distributors played a huge role. Public opinion was almost one-sided. Mike and Da Vinci have been a bit unable to stand up. No choice but to report the news to Yang Fan. And the response to them was a stack of qualifications. Wine business qualification. Wine brewer qualification certificate. A sheet of international documents signaled the legitimization of the Fist liquor industry, of which the SS verification of the wine brewer plugged the mouths of quite a few people. SS verification of the world's 9 brewers of the highest level of examination. Can pass none of them is not a phoenix among the people. And such a person in the Fist has 18. Complex conspiracy by Yang Fan, simple operation in one fell swoop through. The Western wine entrepreneurs were silent, and this silence, in just a few days turned into madness. Winemaker, SS verified top winemaker. For those large factories, this kind of talent resource was extremely valuable, not to mention the many small wine merchants that were developing. Countless merchants traveled across the ocean, wanting to poach people from Fist, and within the small D city, foreign faces began to become more and more numerous. But the system's talent is not so easy to poach, no matter what these people say. But the wine brewers are not the slightest bit moved. But just as everyone was getting disheartened, Fist seemed to think that things weren't big enough, and threw out another bomb. Fist rents wine brewers at a discounted price of 100,000 yuan a month. 100,000 yuan is too cheap there. In front of this kind of chicken that lays golden eggs, any hesitation is a sin, and countless employment contracts rushed into Fist. The Western liquor world, like China, began a great earthquake. Better products at lower prices. The monopoly of the capitalists all became a joke, and all kinds of trademarks blossomed in the supermarkets. But of course, Yang Fan didn't smash his own trade, just as he thought before. As the world is so big, business is endless. The existence of the system, so that Yang Fan never wanted to eat only one line, although the Fist before the customized development plan may need to be modified, but for this reason and depressed only those partners it. For Yang Fan himself, this is rather more profitable. A rental brewing is a monthly cost of only 3,000 yuan, profits of up to 97,000 yuan, and just from these brewers alone, Yang Fan had rented out 120 people, a net profit of $11.6 million a month. That's not less than what one earns from selling wine. Immersed in the joy of getting rich, Yang Fan was not careless and paid careful attention to the wind and grass in the liquor industry. In this about to complete the system task stall, he does not want any more trouble. But such a struggling work attitude did not last long. Yan Longbing rushed back home gray. No way. Mom called. Pity the world's parents. When Li Hong found his son has become a proper big boss, her mind has not been placed on the child when he can earn money. The child is already so rich, that must not consider the matter of succession. For any parent, the child's establishment of a family is the top priority. Yang Fan, who went home, was naturally scolded. Work just no work. So many people under your hand need you to keep an eye on them every day. Son mom and you say you this is not young. In addition to unemployment also have to consider the matter of starting a family. When your father was your age, I was pregnant with you. If I say cherish a book of Mr. Wan's daughter is not good. I'm telling you, I heard about it. She's a big star. I've talked to Mr. Wang about this. Son, Lin Xingya seems to be filming in Kyoto right now. Young people need to cultivate their feelings. You have time to go and take a look. I have personally seen Lin Xingya is a lesbian. Yang Fan just wanted to refute 2 sentences, was interrupted by his mother. A look casting spells. That is called a ghostly ah. Watching his mother's face fall silent, Yang Fan had begun to calculate. How about finding someone to act as a girlfriend? I think Su Qian is good. Rent a girlfriend to go home for the new year. This dog blood wash horse has begun to scream in the heart. But on second thought, Yang Fan's mood is a few points lower. Like parents' age, most people are arranged marriage. They do not value the so-called free love. More is the stability, knowing their roots, being in the right family, having many generations of ancestors and even neighbors. In their eyes, such a marriage can only last for a long time. This is also an important reason why mother wanted Yang Fan to marry Lin Xingya. In his heart, Yang Fan thought about how to defend himself, but his cell phone vibrated first. When he saw the message, Yang Fan smiled bitterly. This Kyoto, I'm afraid I have to go. Chapter 41. Ha, I'm not the sponsor. Lin Xingya was looking to Yang Fan for assistance. As the top actress of the moment, Lin Xingya's participation in Jinqiu Peak as the female lead was highly publicized. The Angel stage financing alone reached $150 million. But behind the surface scenery, in fact, it is a cast of East and West IP era. The flow of the original is there, as long as the addition of a few of the popular flow of students and then recruited 2 veteran actors. The play is not worried about not hot, but shooting such a commercial money-making drama is a good thing for the investors. But for Lin Xingya's future career is a huge stumbling block. She didn't want to ruin her reputation because of such a drama. As for why she found Yang Fan, it was a coincidence. It wasn't just because she had contact with Yang Fan before, and it wasn't just because Yang Fan had made a fortune, but more importantly, Lin Xingya had seen the sponsor's statement for the drama. One of them was the leading liquor company, 4 Grain Liquid. Yang Fan is now also considered a shareholder. In this way, Yang Fan, who had seen Lin Xingya's fame in the first place, traveled to Kyoto early in the morning. As soon as he got off the plane, Yang Fan immediately rushed to the movie city. Although Kyoto's film and television city is large, but the Fairview Peak, this level of the theater, is not much. A little inquiry can find the location. So at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Yang Fan arrived in front of the theater set. Hello, I would like to see Ms. Lin Xingya. What's the name? Is there a will? Miss Lin is filming right now. In the hot weather, the fat-headed security guard under the big umbrella held a cup of herbal tea and didn't even look at Yang Fan. There are plenty of people like him who come to meet stars. There's no appointment. I received a message from Ms. Lin to come here. You can go in and inform me. Please hurry up. The indifferent look made Yang Fan's heart flare up and he couldn't help but aggravate his voice. But this security guard looked even more impatient. How do you talk to you can't see? See the sign next to the theater group's important place. Idle people are exempted from entering. Want to see the star himself on the internet? Search go. Do not come here to trouble me. And also inform a bit. You think you are sponsors? Ah, he's filming a movie. Ha, I'm not a sponsor. Being awakened by the security guard's words, a cold smile spread across Yang Fan's face. But before he had the chance to snap, a fragrant wind pounced into his arms first. Lin, act like it. Don't worry. The cast and crew generally keep their mouths shut, and a couple's relationship is better for negotiating terms. Think of it as doing me a favor. Hearing Lin Xingya's voice that was almost spat out from between her teeth, Yang Fan also immediately reacted. This woman was smart enough. The lead actress of this drama, the biggest star, cuddling with a man in public made the entire crew boil. The director, Du Wen, also rushed out. This Du Wen is a new director, nearly 10 years involved in a number of large productions, although the reputation is general, but the insight is extraordinary, all in the construction of the crew to attend these major sponsors. He has studied that through. Yang Fan this often appear on TV. Face is firmly remembered. This see Yang Fan, face smile is simply like flowers. Mr. Yang is here. Ouch. Your name is like a thunderclap, like you such a young and talented entrepreneur. Admire, admire, admire. Ha ha, I came. This time, just wanting to talk about business. Yang Fan was immediately pulled by Lin Xingya's arm on the side. Director, look at the sky is a bit gloomy. I'll chat with my boyfriend first. Okay, yeah, I guess it'll be a while. Ms. Lin, you get busy first. The crew is closed today. To say that this Du Wen is also a 7-knuckle heart. Once Lin Xingya opened her mouth, she simply took a direct vacation. In the next half day, Yang Fan finally had a deeper understanding of the crew. He had to say that this Jinqiu Peak was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. As the hottest IP at the moment, the copyright of Jinqiu Peak has always been a big cake, and there are countless people who want to visualize it. With many parties fighting for it, this capital had become refuted. Lin Xingye can name more than a dozen sponsors. So much capital participation. This mess is also arranged. Which family bagged the second wife? Which relative's child needed to be practiced? And even in the end it wasn't up to the director to even choose the actors. These guys may be graduates of prestigious schools and have some skills, but when it comes to getting things done, they are simply not up to the current values. The entire crew was now shooting at a snail's pace. Yang Fan, I really have no choice but to trouble you. The brokerage company side has talked many times, but the shareholding is too small, and they don't have much say. If it continues to drag on like this, my concert schedule will definitely be delayed. This concert is very important to me. I know you're one of the shareholders of 4-Grain Liquor. Can you help me for a change? At least kick that group of losers out. With water vapor already dense in her eyes, Lin Xingya's pearly appearance was extremely lethal. What's more, that soft Lin was still teasing Yang Fan. But Yang Fan is not the kind of person who is so smart. To be honest, he did not expect this will be so big. Shooting this movie can make money or not is entirely the role of the 4-Grain company. For this kind of thing Yang Fan is usually handed over to Su Qian to complete. And even if it can make money, Yang Fan doesn't really care. Anyway, this is not a systematic task. For a moment, he hesitated, while Lin Xingye, who had seen all the expressions in her eyes beside her, changed her face and threw out her own weight. If you can do me this favor, maybe I can actually be your girlfriend. My mom and I have talked about it. Auntie Lee has been to our house in the past 2 days. If you don't help, I'll personally tell Auntie Lee that you bullied me. Moving out of Li Hong, Yang Fan's previous choice of sanity instantly dissipated permanently. His own old mother, what kind of appearance he is more than clear. That is really will hit people. As soon as he thought of his mother's endless education he felt his scalp numb. Yang Fan could only say with a bitter smile on his face, then even if I want to talk to Do when people won't necessarily listen not to mention I can't even meet people now. Don't worry, he will come to you soon. When it comes to this issue, Lin Xingye is unexpectedly chesty. Looking at Yang Fan's dumbfounded look, she even puffed a laugh. Duwen is not as simple as you think, and he is not on my exclusion list. He is a director with a dream. He needs a chance. The words landed on the ground, and just as Yang Fan was chewing on the information in those words, a suited secretary had quietly arrived at the duo's side. Sorry to disturb you too, Mr. Yang. Director Duwen asked if you have time to enjoy yourselves tonight. The director has already arranged a banquet. Chapter 42, it's so simple and rough. The night scenery of Kyoto was breathtakingly beautiful. On the most luxurious sightseeing hotel around this movie city, Yang Fan looked at this scene of clear song and dance and could not hide his shock. This is too fierce. Inside the narrow private room, 7 or 8 beautiful women surrounded Yang Fan, calling out sweetly with a voice of brother. The softness on his arm made him unavoidably apathetic. With this posture and body and the sign of luxury goods on his body, it is hard for a man to top it. Enjoying the care of the beauties, the wine passed 30 years. The boring piece of soup talk was over, and Duwen also chatted about the main topic. Mr. Yang, I know a rough idea of your purpose for coming here. Just that you understand, I'm not in charge of this crew either. This list of yours is better to take it back. Tonight we won't talk about business. The girl beside me will accompany you to sing in a while. I've already opened the room upstairs. A face of ambiguous look. Duwen, this words can be said to be very revealing, but the sight of Yang Fan carrying a beautiful girl upstairs in the man's imagination did not appear. Instead, he stood up with a slap on the table. Director Du, let the beauties go out first. Let's have a good chat. With a very stern tone, Yang Fan's words caused the expressions on the faces of the few beauties around him to instantly freeze and leave the room door with quick steps. Damn, if it wasn't for being honed by the accompanying playing ladies, Laozi really believed in your evil. Fondly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Fan sat steadily. Duwen, on the other hand, had his eyes slightly narrowed at this time, and spoke in a flat tone. Mr. Yang, with 4-Grain Liquid accounting for 35% of the crew, I'm not your call alone right now. Then if I purchase some more, or if I put in $10 million? The figure of $10 million held the rest of Duwen's words back in his mouth, and before he could say anything, Yang Fan continued to add, I don't understand the movie and television industry, but I have plenty of money. Mr. Du, there's a reason why you're not on that list. I'm sure you don't want to make a bad movie, right? These last words completely shattered Duwen's defenses. As Yang Fan guessed before, Duwen did not. Resting on his laurels is not good. He is more eager than anyone to make a good work to prove himself. Kyoto Film and Television University graduated. The top of the alma mater's huge name. Duwen just started but several times hit the wall. Received are some bad movies. It's no wonder that the popularity of bringing money into the group today, like him, like a lipstick, in the market a big handful, a few years of time, enough to a young man's arrogance rubbed out. mean and helpless. He can only rely on the teacher's relationship into some of the big theater group to learn. This torment is 10 years. Jinshou Peak was the first movie he shot as the main director, but he could only watch it slowly decay in his hands. The dreams of his youth drifted through his mind. Doohan wasn't as stubborn as he was before and said through gritted teeth, "Mr. Yang, 10 million may not be enough, and there will be a gap in terms of people if we really take these people out. Director Do, I believe you. That said, both of our family situations are similar. I was also brought up by my mother. This steak is not interesting to eat. There is a pretty hot kebab piece below. Want to taste it?" Yang Fan's sincere words broke Doohan's last bit of concern. In the kebab store of the extras, the two men took off their suits and jerked the skewers without any image. Cheap beer glasses clashed together. The sound of dreams. Negotiation. So smooth success. The next day, $10 million was pumped out of the fist directly into Doohan's account. But is the brewer rent a month's money? Well, but where do you know Yang Fan's income? The man's dry behavior undoubtedly gave Doohan a shot in the arm. Soon, the two began to muck about with the sponsors. The Four Grain Liquor side, needless to say. Yang Fan opened his mouth. The boss then ordered a convenient. The other sponsors were a bit resistant at the beginning, but as Yang Fan slammed down one sum of money after another, they smoothly loosened their mouths. Nowadays, Yang Fan occupies 62% of the funds of the entire cast and crew, and is the big boss, and the $70 million invested before and after. But let Lin Qingya panic. After learning the exact amount, Lin Qingya couldn't even sleep well for a few days, occasionally bumping into Yang Fan in the theater group. In fact, but whenever a girl knows that a man has spent so much money on you, she always has a weak heart. I really don't know what she would think if she realized that Yang Fan just had money he had no place to spend it. But no matter what, her mother's incessant persuasion to set up a match after learning about these entertainment news made Lin Qingya feel like a deer in the headlights every time she saw Yang Fan. $70 million. Just take it. Only Yang Fan didn't have the heart to observe that little girl's mind at this moment. Inheriting the assistant director's lab coat full of pockets, he became an assistant director with a real name. Shooting dramas is indeed more interesting than chasing dramas in the office. A week down the line, Yang Fan began to target the entire crew to make a big change. One of the most important things was the personnel, even if the row away from those who fish in the water. But the efficiency of these workers in the crew is still very worrying. Shooting a movie, to see the face of God. Some scenes also have to contact with a lot of complex processes. A photographer with 8 assistants. Grinding work has become the norm for several crews. Therefore, Yang Fan simply cut them all out. Workers, I have plenty. 150 general workers mobilized from the system were put into the battlefield, and the entire crew's ethos changed precipitously. Oil and salt, soft and hard. These 150 general laborers who only worked diligently made it so that every day there was a cup of hot water on the table and not a single fallen leaf could be seen on the ground. People have always been creatures of the herd, and with the general workers working so hard, and with the new officials in place, the rest of the people began to settle down as well. Efficiency was greatly enhanced. The cycle schedule was advanced, and a week's worth of plays took only 3 days. As the days got better and better, the outside world began to pay more and more attention to the crew. The horrific efficiency of the work made everyone in the circle look at it. This group of old greaseballs had been here for so many years, and had never seen any storms, but the income and expenses of the crew that they found out through various means still surprised them. Efficient only because they found cheap labor? The entire movie and television circle was in an uproar. And everyone was curious about what kind of results would eventually come out of such a simple and brutal approach. And Yang Fan, after feeling the prying from many sides, just laughed. I haven't even told you that the $120 on the statement is a fake. 20 a day for one person. Say it to scare you to death. It's that simple and rough. Chapter 43, Mr. Yang, the money really can't be spent. It had been half a month since Yang Fan entered the Fairview Peak crew. The passage of time had made people realize that this great young man of the liquor industry could be more than just playing around, and gossip abounded. Newly promoted goddess Lin Qingya was exposed for her private life indiscretions, which her boyfriend personally supervised. Innocent love in the entertainment industry, the old boss threw away a lot of money. All kinds of public opinion is clamoring. Fans on the scarf scolded a mess. But this young fan does not care about this. When a new drama is being filmed, the higher the heat, the better. Besides, Yang Qingya's agency behind her is not a vegetarian. Yang Fan put all his focus on quality. After spending half a month with Du Wen and getting to know the crew, Yang Fan has also clarified the direction of the crew. That is real. There are no stunt doubles, and all the fights are done by the actors themselves. No poor quality props, involving all walks of life. Sets have to be fieldwork. With a two-pronged approach, Yang Fan's maneuver made the entire crew scream. The good thing is that thanks to the previous drive away some of the flow of small students, now most of the new recruits to the crew are some of the strength of the desire to become famous small actors. Although the days were hard, but looking at the increasingly bulging wallet and the hope in front of them, many people still gritted their teeth and persevered. However, Yang Fan is not satisfied. He is still looking for a way to toss. After all, the money left over was still too much, and the flow of small students to terminate the contract, a total of 140 million for the crew to save money. The newly hired these actors but just spent a fraction of the money. The new hires are just a fraction of the cost. It's not safe to hold so much money in your hands. Really cannot pick out the faults in the actors. Yang Fan slowly put the line of sight on the late stage. As we all know, nowadays the most expensive movie and TV movie, in addition to hiring stars, is the post-production. A good post-production team usually starts with a 7-digit figure. And if the requirements are harsh, even an 8-digit figure is not impossible. Doowon originally thought that Yang Fan was only looking for a better post-production team by checking these data. But he didn't even know how Yang Fan was heartless when it came to spending money. When he saw the 3D virtual filming team that had been hired, Doowon was dumbfounded. As one of the hottest post-production techniques in recent years, 3D virtual has always been known for burning money. Unlike ordinary post-production using computers, this thing requires the creation of models to mimic the action, with each frame being finely restored. And the workload in terms of fine-tuning is even higher to the point of being outrageous. That's why a production team like this would cost at least 7 figures to start. Let's just say that a single hard drive used to store special filming data costs $100,000. As a meticulous director, Doowon was against this, blocking Yang Fan's room every day and practically grinding his lips. But as Yang Fan put all the money he saved in Doowon's hands, our director Do was relieved. I'm going to be a big producer, too. I'll be a director of big productions too. Doowon undoubtedly had a second spring in his career and worked day and night. A beautiful picture was the best medal of his work achievement. The shooting of Jinsho Peak began to progress at a rapid pace after some footage was scrapped in the early stages, and the most difficult part gradually arrived. As a novel adaptation of a magical costume drama, part of the later stages left Kyoto, and it was basically all location shooting. This stuff, summarized in 2 words, depends on the sky, like the ice field and snow mountain. Once the weather is not good to shoot out, the picture effect is not. Have to slowly wait for the opportunity. Doowon has long been prepared to fight a protracted war, but Yang Fan doesn't think so. Waiting for time? The old son of the brewery minutes tens of thousands of up and down. Okay? So, a scene that shocked the movie industry happened. Yang Fan hired 10 helicopters. This means that there are 10 pairs of eyes above every shooting location. All transitions are completed within half an hour, and any idea Doowon has can be easily realized. If you don't think the sun is bright enough, I can even pull a big light bulb for you. Yang Fan's money-burning behavior greatly accelerated the progress of the crew, but it also similarly triggered the bored buffs on the internet. My god, is there no bottom line for hype these days? How much money does this cost? Oh, an amateur, plus a never heard of director Doowon. Rely on this thing to get some gimmicks. What kind of movie doesn't charge an IQ tax? It's all spent on this top to make a good drama. My favorite being who was so dedicated has been kicked out of the cast. Oh, heartbreaking. Break it up. Break it up. The more you guys argue, the happier Yang Fan will be. The act of burning money made the netizens vomit, and for a while the 3 words Jinsho Peak seemed to have become a symbol of a bad movie. Of course Yang Fan wouldn't sit still. A short video just flowed out. In the picture, Lin Qingya, who was dressed in ancient costume, landed from the peak with her wigwam suspended, and was greeted by a 3-meter-high giant bear. The 3D simulation of the powerful special effects makes it seem as if one is there, and the scraps of meat on the giant bear's mouth are perfectly reproduced. The actual shooting of the wonderful landscape of Huizhou is the icing on the cake, with no green screen footage filled with the word real. The short 5-6 seconds of video blocked the mouths of countless people. Looked at the online streamer inverted public opinion. Yang Fan laughed out loud. In just a few days' time, the heat of anticipation for Jinsho Peak from all the major statistics broke through. Another 100 million. $1 billion of box office beckons. Is there any? Lying on the hotel's big bed touring an apologetic comment, Yang Fan's wonderful thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. It's me, Doowon, director Do, coming, rolling up from the bed. Yang Fan opened the door with gusto. To be honest, from just starting to enter the theater group all the way up to now, Yang Fan's mindset had changed a bit. After pouring so much of his heart and soul into it, he hoped more than anyone else that Jinsho Peak would be a big success. Therefore, Yang Fan was never afraid to spend money and basically let Doowon squander it. At this moment, looking at Doowon's expression of wanting to say something, and thinking that he had encountered something to spend money on, he smiled in the sun and said, "Why do you have any ideas again? Do you want to change the place? You make the decision on it. Or is it again fancy which big name a little actor? None of them. Then feel free to spend all the money. That 100 million must be spent for me. Like the previous times, Yang Fan once again shouted out the slogan of spending all the 100 million. But this time Doowon was not as giddy as in previous days, where a bank card was placed in front of Yang Fan. This makes Yang Fan immediately some panic. This kid is not going to give up, right? But just as Yang Fan's heart turned 100 times, Doowon's next words made him laugh and cry. Mr. Yang, there is still 20 million here. The money really can't be spent. Chapter 44. This is also good. Although Jinchio Peak only started shooting this year, but Doowon pre-preparation can be enough to prepare for a year. The shooting process can be said to be incomparably smooth. 2 months' time has changed 7 shooting locations. Yang Fan took the opportunity to enjoy the great scenery of the motherland. A small life is also very nourishing, but today his mood is obviously not too beautiful. Yang Fan, upset stomach. As the saying goes, holding can travel 1,000 miles, scurrying dilute inch. Fast-paced crew. Yang Fan here every minute is suffering. No, after squatting in the toilet for half a day, Yang Fan felt as if his body didn't belong to him. And after easily shaking and holding onto the wall to leave the toilet, Yang Fan was bumped into by Doowon, who rushed over. Gu, is Yang Fan alright? You're really here. Hurry up. Without being told, Yang Fan was almost dragged out of the restroom by Doowon. And after coming to the scene and listening to Doowon's reasoning, it's even more so that his whole face has turned into a bitter melon color. It turned out that today was a rival scene between the behind-the-scenes boss, the black-robed man, and Lin Qingya. But just now Xiao Sun, who was in charge of playing the black-robed man, had accidentally fallen, and had now been sent to the hospital. The entire clip, since there are only 2 actors, the only person left in the crew besides the staff is the idler Yang Fan. Catching up with the ducks, Doowon was really out of options, knowing that putting out a scene is like putting out a fire. Yang Fan, though unwilling, could only follow honestly. Anyway, just one line, I'll endure. With the idea of sacrificing his life for justice, Yang Fan changed into a black robe and prostrated himself on the ground, quietly listening to Lin Qingya's footsteps getting closer and closer. You, raising his head and just about to say the words, Yang Fan saw Lin Qingya's red dowry and was momentarily a little lost in thought. The wide red dress not only didn't cover Lin Qingya's proud figure but instead had an extra hint of hazy beauty. The red lips and white makeup was cold and clear but revealed a beauty that made people want to stop. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Fortunately, although Yang Fan dropped the chain, Lin Qingya's reaction was quite fast, and she kicked Yang Fan's thigh without moving. This made Yang Fan immediately come back to his senses. You killed me. Humph. You captured my rivers and mountains and killed my people. Today I'll do justice for heaven. The prop in Lin Qingya's hand stabbed out, and the blood pack on Yang Fan's body broke in response. At this moment, Yang Fan felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Due to his previous loss of concentration, Yang Fan's entire body was tensed up, and in this hurry, his chrysanthemums were a bit stupid. The sticky touch of the blood packet spread all over his body, making Yang Fan instinctively want to squirm his body. But whenever the muscles tensed up a bit, Yang Fan's bladder was like a million sledgehammers banging on it. 1 second, 2 seconds, but 20 seconds of footage made Yang Fan almost didn't faint. But fortunately, with Doowon's order, Lin Qingya, who realized that something was wrong, hurriedly helped him up, and just as soon as he got up, Yang Fan hurriedly set aside Lin Qingya's hands. No, it's fine, let go of me. I need to go to the restroom. Ignoring the props lady who hurriedly arrived on the side, Yang Fan rushed to the toilet at the fastest speed in his life. The moment he sat down on the toilet, it was as if he was relieved. To be honest, the footage Yang Fan shot today wasn't really important. Although the black-robed man was the big boss behind the scenes, he appeared in front of the camera just once, and the entire crew was not too concerned about it. Only 20 seconds of footage, just one line, do and check once, no big problem after also put down, but almost everyone in the crew ignored. This play for the movie and television drama is so, but for the original fans but important exceptionally. This is a climax in the original. In the original it was because of killing the black-robed man that the heroine's character began to quietly change, which was almost an important subnode in the upper and lower halves of the book. Precisely for this reason, as Yang Fan was edited close to the weekly traffic attraction in the small clips, the bib exploded. Yang Fan, who opened the scarf at the sound, was even more shocked. There is this kind of operation? I just watched this clip. Yang Fan's performance is just too great. I'm a loyal fan of the original, where the black-robed man is supposed to be hideous and resentful. All of his plans fall through and fall into the hands of the heroine, but he can't cry out hysterically because he's the black-robed man, and he's the character who has spent his entire life trying to follow through with his life's ideals. Yang Fan's expression is very on point, showing both patience and pain. That kind of strong micro-expression is just too delicately portrayed. The one with the most heat in the comment section was this Light of Chinese, the only director from China to reach the highest podium, Zhang. The effect of celebrity was terrifying. And with director Zhang's identity and credentials there, the wind direction in the comments section developed almost as if it was lopsided. That's right, back when I was watching the original, I felt that the black robe man should look like this. Director Zhang's narration is fantastic. Yang Fan's interpretation is also very good. Kudos. I love it. I heard that Yang Fan didn't have any professional training in film and television. It's called being gifted. Chinya is so pretty and Yang Fan is so handsome. I'm in. The building in the comments section grew longer and longer. And just like that, it was inexplicably recognized by the original fan, Director Zhang, and Yang Fan was also topped on the hot search. Although the whole process sounded a bit ridiculous, the impact was indeed real. Jinxiu Peak was in the ascendancy for a while, and the anticipation value was rising wildly. Yang Fan also attracted countless fans because of this one clip, and even a backup group appeared on his neck. After a bit of hype, the negative effects of crossing the border on Yang Fan were completely cancelled out. Not only that, Yang Fan was also created as a businessman with dreams of acting. The winery's stock prices had all risen significantly. Having tasted a hint of sweetness, Yang Fan, who was originally following the crew and doing nothing, has found a new goal to strive for: create momentum. With the heat on the scarf nowadays, Yang Fan began to be frantically active on online platforms. Through discussions with the public relations department of the agency behind Lin Xingya, almost every topic that triggers heat has Yang Fan to express some opinions, which is used to attract traffic. The effect was also naturally remarkable. High-frequency appearances have allowed the heat of Jinxiu Feng to continue, and Yang Fan has slowly begun to reap the rewards of the unexpected. The winery's popularity became even higher. Originally only in the developmental stage, the Fist distillery that still only had authority in the circle gradually began to develop towards a net-renowned product. More and more people learned the name of Fist Brewery, and even unconsciously associated it with Lin Xingya and Jinxiu Peak as soon as they heard of it. Unintentionally, dipping into the light of such a big topic, the heat about Fistful of Rice wine followed suit for a while. Chapter 45, He's Giving Too Much. For the first time, Fistful of Rice wine showed signs of breaking the circle. From being known in the industry to entering the public eye, Jinxiu Peak had shortened this long process infinitely. It could be said that Jinxiu Peak had already shut down Fistful's future. It was also for this reason that Yang Fan simply stopped many of the activities on the internet that created heat. He poured all of his heart and soul into the crew. Daily, he closely followed Du-Won to learn everything in the crew. And after a few days, Yang Fan really found a not-so-small problem: costume and chemistry. As we all know, in a good movie, the costumes, makeup and props must fit the identity of the people as well as the background of the era. But for those in the industry, this problem was actually immensely complex. Decades of commercialization of films have made the costume and props process a reality for many studios, who are more or less friends with the directors or investors. Even the topmost costume studios are the ones that the directors came up with, and they have no intention of splitting this big cake with anyone else. In order to deal with this tail-off not big problem, Yang Fan and Du-Won negotiated for several days, and finally came up with a compromise program. Please experts, sparing no expense, Yang Fan directly spent $300,000 to hire a professor of history. The professor of historians parachuted into the crew to become an advisor, which made the entire costume road crew very dissatisfied. But after all, it is only a consultant, and not involved in the normal operation. It is not considered to have broken the rules. The big brother behind the studio can only turn a blind eye. And finally, after a few days of calm crew life, and Yang Fan guessed the same, the professor is powerful. The era setting of Jinxiu Peak was set in the Song dynasty of China, and for this expert who had studied history for his entire life, the costume path was simply spicing up his eyes. A few days down the road, even though it was in the spirit of traveling to make money, the professor couldn't help but raise his voice. The details of the costume, the position of the props, even the pattern on a hairpin. This professor is every bit as important as a list of problems. The costume team is naturally not happy to see this. No one is willing to do anything that would increase the workload for nothing, and the two parties are arguing endlessly. Seeing this expected scene, Yang Fan smiled. Professor of history has its own arrogance. The team's resistance undoubtedly touched his life pursuit of historical authenticity. The professor will not give up. Costume road team, saving money is of course the most important. After all, every year, but also take out a lot of filial piety. All the props will not most likely tailor-made, but in the market to buy some crude finished products. What's more, in most people's minds, a hollow history class works. Why so serious? Irreconcilable contradictions between the two sides of the argument intensified. The professor was unable to breathe a paper, but the whole issue led to a climax. On the current history of film and television works of common sense errors, the paper was launched on the internet. The professor's paper spilled out nearly 10,000 words, criticizing almost all the works of recent decades, costumes, props, sets, and even gestures and positions during meetings. The professor dug out all the mistakes. Many historians have spoken out on this. So, the team of costumers and chemists wimped out. Even if there is a big man of capital standing behind them, when they encounter such a group of crazy people, they can only avoid the front line for the time being. After all, no one wants to shoot a work related to history in the future. There are people in the professional field to come out and say something. The loss of that public opinion would force even these bigwigs to soften. Just like that, after the storm, the history professor became more and more serious, taking care of everything related to the service and the road. A few months down the line, Jinshio Peak sets and dressing were more than enough even if they were put into textbooks. Have to say that Young Fan this operation, take away the shoot-ah. The first successful reform greatly increased Young Fan's confidence. His claws began to gradually reach out to other aspects: casting, shooting, editing, publicity, the harsh requirements of every aspect of the crew regardless of cost, so that the entire crew is always in a state of high pressure. Although the efficiency of shooting is not hot, but the quality is rocketing. Time passes by. This 180-minute long movie, all the scenes have been completed. Post-processing has also entered the end. At this time the only thing left in front of Young Fan was the last question. Caught a dozen or so paparazzi, right? Those people you found are really godly. Right. You said that's called super bodyguard, right? They can uncover 4 or 5 in a day. I've sent down all the money. It's guaranteed to work. Listen to me. In the hotel not far from the set, Du Wen, who hurriedly rushed to Young Fan's room, reported with a happy face. In fact, whether it is any movie, the preparation period after the filming is completed is the most dangerous stage. During this period of time, major media paparazzi will come out in full force, looking forward to digging out more news about the unreleased movie. Every piece of news will have an immeasurable impact on the premiere. But even so, the directors can only try to pay attention and emphasize to the cast and crew 3 times. There's no way around it. But those dogs are known to be pervasive. But these doggy who claim to be pervasive, for these bodyguards in the system who licked blood from the mouth of the knife, those means are too childish. Once the handle was grabbed, the bodyguard with a fierce aura first scared the group of paparazzi to death. But even so, these are not the most fatal blow to these paparazzi. Just invasion of privacy. With the entertainment company behind them, they have long been accustomed to such things as going to the police station to squat for a few days. But Young Fan's operation was obviously a bit out of their expectation. 300,000. A thick pile of red tickets was placed in front of them, which left all the paparazzi with only one thought in their minds after betraying the proprietor. What he gave was just too much. Du Wen's 10-minute report ended, and a big stone in Young Fan's heart was put down. But Young Fan's next sentence made the smile on Du Wen's face instantly freeze. Let's cancel the premiere. Just list it directly and reduce the ticket price some. Mr. Yang, this can't be done. Don't you see that 10 million is a bit much? But the ones invited are. Waving his hand to interrupt Du Wen's explanation down, Yang Fan said, but word by word. For 10 million I can hire more than 30 historians and add 20 post-production teams. This can all have some balance. Hiring or not hiring those capitalists and big directors is not important to me. It's the audience's feelings and experience that's the most crucial. That's how it caught fire after the fist, and I believe it's the same this time. Staring at Du Wen, whose eyes were hesitant, Yang Fan's heart had no ripples. Against this piece of capitalists, Lousy has plenty of experience. Chapter 46, Premiere, a wild profit of 200 million. Li Hao was an ordinary laborer, 25 years old and still single. Living in such a strange city, Li Hao's entertainment program was lackluster. But today, Saturday, he, who usually slept at home, rarely left the house in the morning to arrive at the entrance of the theater, didn't get any news. This movie is quite mysterious. I'm a fan of the original, must come and see it. Quite strange. My usual favorite peripheral miscellaneous newspapers used to have spoilers for the movie. This time none. I don't care if there's no spoilers. I heard that the investor behind this movie is that young boss who sells rice wine, but he called it real and invited a professor of history. That said, how come this movie doesn't even have a premiere? Is it a small cost or? Small cost? Is $250 million considered small cost? The premiere is an IQ tax. We can't participate in the ordinary people, and there's nothing exciting to talk about. It's just a red packet for the capitalists. Yuck. I heard on the official microblogging site that the premiere was cancelled to lower ticket prices. The discussion about Jinshio Peak on Pushy is still fresh in his mind. Li Hao swept his eyes over the bustling crowd of Saturday's theater and drilled in. One chapter of movie tickets for Fairview Peak. Yes sir. Last one left. Sorry, can't pick a seat. 39 yuan. Ha, As soon as he heard 39 yuan, a full $10 cheaper than the usual 49 yuan movie ticket that had just been released, Li Hao by the front desk smiled, and the anticipation in his heart grew even more. The psychology of the small citizens was revealed at this moment, and for the general public, the lower price coupled with the cancelled event made it natural for the human psyche to come up with an idea. This crew spent all their money on filming. It was a good theater group. Like Li Hao, countless people entered the theater with the same thought. Sitting on top of his seat, Li Hao brought up the 3D glasses, and as soon as the picture opened, the popcorn that Li Hao had just picked up fell to the ground. I have a song to sing to you all. Lin Xingya, who was dressed in a turquoise-colored cheongsam in the screen, played a Suzhou ditty, as if she brought people into the Zhengnan water town. The entire theater was amazed by Lin Xingya's momentary splendor, but in the next second, a machete from a bandit tore through the beauty in front of them. The 3D virtualization made this special effect nearly perfect, and Li Hao even vaguely heard the long, unbroken echo of the loot being dropped on the ground at this moment. The realistic picture made everyone in the theater immersed in the scene, and they were brought to the wonderful story of Jinxiu Peak. Tragedy seems to be an eternal topic in the history of human novels, such as the late death of a hero and the white head of a beauty. The movie depicts the story of Lin Yor, a young lady from an official family in Suzhou, who is captured by the rebels, becomes the wife of a general, and then enters the imperial palace after the rebellion is quelled. After the rebellion is quelled, she enters the imperial palace and is eventually killed after rising up against the emperor's rule. The struggles in this woman's heart are portrayed to the extreme in the 3-hour movie, which gradually brings Lin Yor to life in people's minds. She is nothing more than an ordinary woman who is pushed up step by step and can do nothing about it. The joy and sorrow in her heart when she was a young girl, the unwillingness and indignant fullness when she was middle-aged, and the ruthlessness and helplessness when she was old, finally turned into the sharp knife that stabbed into Lin Yor's chest. The film ended, and bursts of sobbing came from the theater, and there were many more places like this small theater in front of them. The sight turned to midnight. Yang Fan's office. Throughout the day, Yang Fan was constantly refreshing the box office, each increase tugging at his heartbeat. 200 million. A full 200 million. When the box office of the premiere was finally finalized, Yang Fan revealed a meaningful smile. The premiere has reached 200 million. According to the law of the movie industry and the box office of Xiaofeng, no accident, at least can reach more than 1.5 billion. That is a full $1.5 billion. The total investment of the movie 250 million. Yang Fan's shareholding accounted for the profits of at least 300 million. This is simply a profit. Taking a break from the euphoria of the huge profits, Yang Fan took a deep breath and began his next layout. The existence of Jinxiu Peak was only for the sake of fistful of rice wine. The profit in it was not important. Yang Fan was more concerned about the gimmick it could cause and the effect it would bring to fistful of rice wine. This brings us to our lovely capitalists. Whether it's for the country's drastic reforms, or the later directly cancelled the premiere to reduce ticket prices, Yang Fan's these behaviors broke the rules and undoubtedly provoked the most sensitive nerves of this group of people. Monopoly, this thing is actually everywhere. The rules are a set of shackles for capitalists in the free market. Yang Fan understood that his behavior would definitely lead to a violent backlash, which was exactly what he was expecting. It was something that couldn't be rushed, and now he clearly needed to see further movement. As expected, one day after the movie was released, reviews of Jinxiu Peak appeared on major video websites and social media platforms. There was a flurry of reviews, intruding from all angles, but more than half of them were favorable. The paparazzi didn't reveal more explosive behavior. So many people couldn't catch the handle, and only had to go along with the flow to sell personal favors to spread some traffic. Of course, most of these favorable reviews were from free media people. What was more critical to Yang Fan was what was happening with the other movie studios. And a few days down the line, as the movie's popularity gradually climbed higher, the voices of opposition from the company had slowly emerged. Unable to get at the production and samples from the crew itself, they poured more of their efforts into other areas. That's the problem of adapting the novel for film and television. Beyond the novel itself, presented on the big screen in front of a wide audience, some details to grasp, as well as other factors involved in the problem, will lead to the film to appear irresistible changes. Some novels have been altered to the nth degree, some have simply borrowed a setting, and the industry's predecessors have come a long way in this quest. Nowadays, although Jinxiu Peak's adaptation is still ultimately moderate, there is simply no optimal solution to this kind of crowd-pleasing problem. Slowly, one or two companies began to speak out, and fans of the original book clamored, and the bad reviews of Jinxiu Peak became more and more numerous. But for these things, Yang Fan did not carry out any public opinion-related work, and none of the previous security personnel were utilized. What he wanted to do was to detonate all these voices. A full week after the movie's premiere, Yang Fan's phone call reached Du Wen's home. "Stop, I know you have a lot to tell me, but right now you just need to do one thing. I'm going to arrange a fan meeting for Jincho Peak Peak. Chapter 47, Fan Meeting Thing. The preparations for the fan meeting were actually not complicated. Yang Fan's nearly $1 million of money smashed down, and the equipment and venues for the whole network live broadcast were ready. The various media outlets even flocked to the event in the face of such big news. In just a few days, the heat of Fairview Peak had firmly locked the attention of the entire network on D-City. However, it was obvious that the purpose of this fan meeting was more than just those grandiose platitudes about giving back to the fans. Yang Fan's target was the group of people standing behind the curtain. For example, this Master Fong who hurriedly came to D-City. It's like a thunderclap. Mr. Yang is really a talent. You young people are the future of our film and television industry. Thanks to Xiao Wen's introduction. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to meet this busy man of yours. Inside the luxurious reception hall, Fong Dagong was very enthusiastic about Yang Fan. His creased face smiled like a flower, looking at the silent and averted-eyed Duan beside him. Yang Fan was unimpressed and turned to say, Director Fong, just say what you have to say. Good. I like this refreshing energy of yours. As the words landed, Fong Dagong waved his hand, and the secretary beside him immediately sent a script to Yang Fan's mailbox, and after casually scanning the content on it, Yang Fan silently shook his head. This, looking at Yang Fan's hesitation, Fong Dagong suddenly said seriously, Mr. Yang, although you know quite a bit about the liquor industry, this filming is not a simple job of doing business. To be honest, these reforms you have made in the Fairview Wind and Cloud crew are indeed a bit out of order, but Duan is after all my student. Things that I have helped you squash quite a bit, just mentioning a name. The days are still long. Words said extremely polite, but Fong Dagong faced that emboldened look but exposed the idea in his heart. Indeed, he also has this backbone. Vertical film and television circle for 30 or 40 years. Fong Dagong in the whole circle has a lot of fame. Once a director of his now has become the capital itself. Jincho Peak is now valued at $2 billion at the box office, and the crew of Jincho Peak, who ruined a lot of rules during the filming stage, has long caused dissatisfaction in the circle. Fong Dagong's draft is nothing more than trying to get Yang Fan to say something about his help for the Jincho Peak crew, ride on this hot windmill, and then provide some shelter. Simply put, he is using his control over public opinion in the circle and using Jincho Peak to exchange a good reputation for himself. Having long since seen through this Fong Dagong's small mind, Yang Fan faintly said, Director Fong, there's nothing to talk about in this matter. I have something to do. Goodbye. Do you know what you are talking about? You, turning around and leaving the reception room. Only Director Fang's unwilling voice remained behind Yang Fan, and although he had predicted it in his mind, Director Fang's actions were much faster than he had imagined. Overnight, countless people in the circle spoke up for this, launching a critique of Jincho Peak from all angles. Even Fistful of Rice Wine had a number of rumors created about its worrying quality. This group of guys representing the old capital industry of the movie and television circle did have a few tricks up their sleeves, and some of the other stars who would have been present at the original fan meeting also pushed off the meeting with various excuses. Everything was going in a bad direction, but Yang Fan didn't care about it. A week later on Sunday, Yang Fan stood at the backstage of the meeting on time. Yang Fan, come over here. While he kept mumbling his lines in his mind, Yang Fan was called over by Lin Xingya, who had just gotten off the stage at the side. Listen to me. I've already understood about Director Fong, and the company told me to go back and prepare for the concert. You remember, the fan meeting is nothing, the questions from the media in a while. Say less and make fewer mistakes. Remember, Lin Xingya's voice was anxious, and after saying that, she hurriedly left the backstage. As a hometowner and friend, Lin Xingya had indeed been benevolent to the end by making it this far. After shaking his head and clearing the chaotic thoughts out of his mind, Yang Fan walked onto the stage with the receptionist who was as anxious as a fire. The spotlight's strong light shines on the straight suit. Holding up each actor's sign fervent fans see Yang Fan is another burst of boiling. Yang Fan took a deep breath at this time, without half a sound, just took out the prepared cue cards and spoke slowly. Thank you all very much for your love for Jincho Peak, and thank you very much to Lin Ling, the author of the original, for being able to take time out of her busy schedule to come here. Well, I also don't like to talk to everyone in these official words. I'll just say one thing. Starting today, everyone who has watched Fairview Peak can go to our Fist Brewery store for a lottery, with the prize being a bottle of Fist Rice Wine. And those who attended the fan meeting today are even luckier. With their ticket stubs, you can collect a case of Fist Rice Wine at the door. Thank you for your love. Yang Fan's words were not many, but this moment had already triggered the entire audience. Once these words came out, which was supposed to be the last program of the meet and greet, many people directly left the table and ran towards the exit. That was a whole box of fistfuls of rice wine. Many people scrambled to be the first, eager to take advantage of this. Knowing that the media reporters at this meet and greet were very difficult to deal with, Yang Fan simply placed the place to collect the giveaways to the side of the release desk. Now, the media reporters, who had always been known for their pervasive presence, felt the power of the crowd for the first time. Holding the microphone, they were swaying like a duckweed in the river. Not to mention asking questions. The question of where Yang Fan is already made them dizzy. Yang Fan, just like this golden cicada to escape from the shell, successfully left the flurry of the conference field. Just returned home. The private messages on the scarf almost didn't burst his cell phone. Fist Liquor's action this time is just too big. Today's Fist Rice Wine is officially priced at $75 per bottle, totaling $450 per case, which is already slightly expensive for most fans. The fans at the arena there totaled $75,000 a case each, for a total of $33.75 million. Even if the tickets cost $400, just for that alone, this would make Yang Fan lose $3.75 million. Even if the chances of getting a movie ticket lottery are ridiculously low. But with hundreds of millions of ticket sales across the country, some people have already estimated that at least on this item, Yang Fan will have to spend about $10 million. Needless to say, the general public is still overestimating the cost of Fistful of Rice Wine. The price of 75 yuan of rice wine. Yang Fan's cost is only 40 yuan. The entire concert of more than 700,000 yuan investment, basically the same. It could be said that Yang Fan had exchanged a free fan meeting for a good reputation with the public. As for things like random draws, Yang Fan had no doubt that Fist's rice wine could bend most people. This kind of publicity was much more valuable than the rice wine itself. Chapter 48, a speech worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The heat from the fistful of rice wine continued to ferment. Feng Dagong naturally wasn't willing to be weak. Having suffered such a dumb loss, he showed his mad dog side. Within just a few days of contacting his disciples, Feng Dagang sprayed Jinxiu Peak along with Fistful of Rice Wine for a while. From the quality of the product, chat to the Jinxiu Peak crew monopoly, do not respect the advice of others. That stance was simply to portray Yang Fan as an unforgivable dictatorial capitalist. Public opinion was instantly pushed to a climax. The internet was full of curses, and people's attention was more focused on Yang Fan and the fistful of rice wine behind him. Seeing that the wind was getting worse and worse, Yang Fan didn't panic at all. This heat was exactly what he wanted. During the few days he disappeared into the internet, Yang Fan was not idle. The speech given by Feng Dagang earlier was fully utilized by him. Webmail is such a good thing, as long as your means are strong enough. What IP address, the author, can be found out along the way. Armed with extremely sufficient evidence and having gotten enough key information from the author, Yang Fan had already begun to plan a counterattack. There was an old saying in the Chinese country that called a wall falling down and people pushing. Yang Fan knows that he has dug out these fierce information, can make Feng Dagang's statement of the wounds, but far from the place where it cannot ruin him. This is not. Yang Fan simply called a group of reporters to reopen a meeting, and most of these reporters were paparazzi who had been bribed by Yang Fan before. I think everyone should have successfully received our fistful of rice wine. Thank you very much for your support, and I'm also very joyful to be able to see the online netizens' solidarity and support. Recently, I've seen quite a few rumors on the internet, and they've even begun to not only target the film, but also contacted my Fist Liquor. To be honest, it's already been quite difficult for Fairview Peak to get to this point, and I didn't expect something like this to occur. In a meeting place on the first floor of the D-City Commerce Building, Yang Fan laughed bitterly twice at the surging reporters below and began to sell misery. Selling misery when things don't work out has become an industry standard, but of course there are rules to selling misery, and it also depends on whether the audience is willing to buy it or not, and obviously this group of paparazzi were willing to be this trust. Mr. Yang, then may I ask what kind of troubles and difficulties your crew has gone through? Why do you say that it's not easy to achieve what you have today? Yang Fan's nearest reporter of that gossip entertainment appeared to be the most resourceful, taking the initiative to open his mouth to ask between the silence. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smoothly opened his mouth. This is a long story. In recent times, our crew has faced many problems. The first is the attitude of the fans. Whether it's fans of the original or fans of the actors from each family as well as fans of the drama, they all have their own areas of dissatisfaction. This difference is understandable, but the increasing amount of vitriol as well as cyber violence has interfered with the normal life of our cast and crew. Yang Fan let out a matching sigh as he spoke, but we all know that it's hard to adjust to a crowd. I know that when people watch the drama, they will always have this and that dissatisfaction, and it's fine to point it out, but I hope everyone can be less hostile and more understanding and respectful. After all, the creative team behind us did put in a considerable amount of effort in order to make this drama. Snap! As soon as these words were finished, pattering applause immediately rang out from the stage. Many of the staff members reddened with empathy. Fighting workers, working souls. Fighting workers where there is no easy way to get to the top. Then may I ask Mr. Yang, in such a difficult situation, where is the reason why you still choose to stick to yourself and change your mode? Just don't want to leave regrets, I guess. This movie is a movie that we, Fairview Peak, have put a lot of effort into developing. We've made it with our hearts, and we also hope that the audience can watch and feel it with their hearts. As for the reason why it has stirred up public opinion, it's probably because it has touched the nerves of some people. As the words landed, Yang Fan then let out a cold laugh. It was finally time to poke through the window paper. Waving his head and hand towards the background, Yang Fan spoke with a much more serious expression. Here's a speech. I've already had someone cast the screen onto the big screen at the back. Everyone please look. This is the oppression and bullying of capital for me. Displayed on the big screen was the draft Fong De Gang had given him, boasting throughout about his help for Jinsho Peak. It even dared to claim that he knew Yang Fan well. The IP address of the speech was also attached to the bottom of the email, leaving Fong De Gang with no way to deny the evidence. The entire audience was in an uproar. No one thought that behind a movie, there was actually such a chilling operation. As an old-timer in the movie industry, he actually wanted to use such tactics to bully newcomers. This is director Fong De Gang, claiming to promote his juniors. It turns out that his reputation in the circle was just piled up using a few compliments about him uploaded during countless newly released hit shows. How much water is in here? I don't think I need to go into details. Everyone knows and understands. This is still only part of the evidence. More solid evidence. I have it all here. Yang Fan took advantage of the fact that the crowd under the stage hadn't reacted yet, and once again threw out more evidence. It was a chat record. A record of director Fong De Gang spending a huge amount of money to ask someone else to write this speech. A speech actually costs $100 million? What do you know? This is just a variation of capital. The audience under the stage was enraged, not realizing that they had all become puppets manipulated by capital and leaks harvested. A tearing battle was inevitable. Yang Fan had nonchalantly declared war on capital. He would not tolerate anyone writing on his head with impunity. Has someone finally dug deeper into director Fong De Gang? I've unearthed more than enough black history about him in earlier years. It's just that I've been pressured not to issue it. Now that someone has been the first to eat crabs, we can't continue to cower. I also have evidence here to prove some of the salacious things he used to do, so that everyone can see clearly the true face of capital. Resisting the control of capital. Resisting unscrupulous director Fong De Gang's intervention in good movies. This isn't the first time he's done this kind of thing. I have proof here that he's done the same thing before. Manipulating public opinion to oppress other small businesses by controlling public opinion with the capital behind him. Director Fong De Gang has done many similar things in his early days. Do you really think you can hide it from the world? It's a pity that the eyes of the masses are sharp, and we paparazzi's eyes are made of searchlights. The paparazzi in the venue who had been bribed before jumped out to point out director Feng's dark history, and the camera recorded it all perfectly. Chapter 49, If you are a brother, come and buy a drink. Looking at the crowd of excited spectators, the smile on Yang Fan's face grew more and more intense. This is the kind of effect he wanted. Didn't director Fong like to bully newcomers the most? This time, let him experience it. What does it mean to lift a stone and smash his own feet? Thank you all very much for your support and trust. We newcomers in the circle with no background and no power. What we want is nothing more than a fair and just environment to develop and grow ourselves steadily. If we have to be suppressed by others, then what day do we have to get ahead? Yang Fan's words could be said to have spoken into many people's hearts. Not only the movie and television circle, but many circles were facing the same situation. The old men regarded themselves highly and suppressed the newcomers, and the newcomers were angry but dared not speak out. Now this fan meeting seems to have become a cathartic outlet for all of them. Yang Fan was the embodiment of all of them, and they pinned their hopes on him, longing for him to confront capital head-on. The press conference ended quietly, and it was time for the paparazzi to get to work. With evidence in hand, they pursued the attack, constantly spreading the story about Feng's anger and resentment, increasing the anger value of the masses. What Yang Fan was trying to do was to appease the people, as well as gather public opinion. Everyone did not expect that the fan meeting, which was not looked upon favorably by anyone, and even lost many guests due to offending the capital, would actually be held so well under Yang Fan's single-handed kettle of fire. Perhaps this is the importance of having once been at the grassroots level, where he was able to clearly understand the needs of the people at the grassroots level, and this happened to run counter to capital. Mr. Yang, I hope you will never give in. Work hard against capital. We are all pillars behind you. Kudos and kudos. That's right. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, all of us fans will support you unconditionally behind you. There aren't many good bosses like you who are dedicated to the welfare of your fans and viewers anymore. That's right. Why has Mr. Yang fallen to the state he is in today? being suppressed by capital and attacked by public opinion. Isn't it because he wants to seek benefits for us ordinary masses? I don't know if it's because doing so has made certain bigwigs feel a crisis, so they can't sit still. The video of the conference was transmitted online, and netizens had already begun to speak out enthusiastically. There were even some water friends who made some guesses and actually guessed the truth. Yang Fan sighed in his heart. Truly experts are in the foka. The network for Yang Fan's public opinion is also completely two-level reversal. They have worshipped him as the first person to fight against the capital. What resistance to Fong director's bullying? Efforts to resist the suppression of the capital to adhere to the original heart. Such an image of a newcomer trying to resist the unspoken rules of the movie and television industry and charging ahead under the big rules has gained a lot of goodwill. Many of the eaters who weren't able to attend in person have been filled with righteous indignation, wishing they were there. Of course, most of them could only angrily transform themselves into keyboard warriors, and launched a series of verbal attacks on Fong and other capitals on the internet. Words attacked the heart. Sentences poked the heart. Keyboard warrior on the network can not only spray people. More will reason with you, but also in the case of no reason to give you reason. But all in all, the network in the face of Yang Fan's two-level reversal. Not only will the previous negative public opinion dissipate into nothing, the Fist Rice Wine's heat also once again soared. From a Netflix product to a symbol of interest for the masses, this transformation of Fist Rice Wine is quiet but powerful. However, Yang Fan knew in his heart that all this was actually still missing a fire. The line of sight turned to D-City. In front of Yang Fan's family villa, Doon came to Yang Fan's living room early in the morning. Sorry Yang Fan, I'm really sorry about earlier. I also didn't expect that Fong de Gang to find my head in order to deal with you. It's fine, I can understand it all. Yang Fan smiled. He knew that Doon was also a victim. Unlike Yang Fan, Doon was truly a person in this circle. He always had to leave a way out for himself. It's best if you can understand that. But, Mr. Yang, I know you feed a full set of rice wine. This way I have an idea. Let's contact the actors. Don't worry, I have an idea in mind. Knowing Doon's thoughts clearly in his heart, Yang Fan sneered twice, then took out his cell phone and released a scarf. If you're a brother, come buy wine. Support my Fist Rice Wine. Fight against capital with me for your own interests and dignity. A link was attached below the tweet. This was a great outlet for the water users who had watched the meeting and were furious with the group. In an instant, all those who saw Yang Fan's scarf made their move. Wonderful, Mr. Yang, you're really a genius. Doon looked at the tweets and couldn't help but widen his eyes and laugh out loud as well. Taking advantage of this public opinion reversal, Yang Fan sent out this kind of text and link, which could be said to have once again gained a large number of loyal buyers. Fong Dong's heavenly anger contrasted with Yang Fan's strenuous resistance, and for a time, the public opinion was thrilled, and the general public passionately placed their orders. This handful of marketing by Yang Fan completely made the sales of traditional rice wine increase in a blowout manner. If there might have been a small loss when he was giving away the rice wine earlier, nowadays he was earning back his profits and turnover hundreds of times over. At this time has been attacked by public opinion completely into panic. Fong de Gang finally realized the problem. His previous arrogance now seems to be so ridiculous. He also did not think that his previous achievements in the film and television circle was so unbearable. Damn it, how could this happen? Inside the luxurious villa, Fong de Gang was furious, his sharp hammer hammering the table. But now no matter how angry he was, he could no longer change the direction of public opinion. He had completely become a street rat in general, and everyone was shouting at him. What will Director Fong do now? The internet is full of remarks cursing you, and there are still paparazzi that have unearthed everything you did in the previous years. Today's public opinion is very unfavorable to you. Fong Director's beautiful secretary hurriedly came from outside the door at this moment. That look made young Director even more angry and rolled his eyes and said, "What else can we do? We can only go to Yang Fan." How arrogant he was earlier, how wretched he was now. Under the layers of public opinion, Fong de Gang was finally forced to do nothing, and went to find Yang Fan in a grayish manner, attempting to put down his stance and ask for his forgiveness. But Yang Fan is not so good at fooling? Chapter 50, You Are Also Worthy. In the hotel, Yang Fan, who was preparing for dinner, ordered his food while focusing on the recent public opinion on the internet with a smile on his face. The public opinion brought about by the fan meeting coupled with the fistful of rice wine could be described as very firm and persistent. Uncountable fans were spontaneously publicizing about the outrageous events that Director Fong had done, and through this public outcry, Fistful of Rice wine sales had already exceeded 1 million. The net profit had reached tens of millions. This was why Yang Fan was willing to accept the invitation to come to this meal that Doon was preparing to embarrass. The thing of beating up a falling dog. Sometimes it is still very pleasing to do it. At the same time, looking at Yang Fan's expressionless Yang Fan, Doon also finally summoned up the courage to open his mouth with a smile on his face. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of inviting you over this time. It was actually Director Fong who asked me to find you and wanted to apologize to you. Hearing Du Wen's embarrassed voice, Yang Fan did not have any fluctuations on his face and just spoke lightly. Yo ho, the hallowed Director Fong would actually apologize? It really surprises me. Looking at Yang Fan's appearance, Du Wen was helpless in his heart. Being caught in the middle, he was really not a person inside or outside. After all, Director Fong had helped himself, and most of the surrounding circle were his disciples. Things had reached this point, he would definitely become a target if he didn't help, and found Du Wen face slightly difficult expression. Yang Fan heart also understand a rough. He did not mean to make things difficult for his former comrade in arms, but this attitude is just for the Fong director to see. That old boy is now estimated to be standing outside the door. So after a short silence, Yang Fan simply waved his hand and said, I see, Director Fong should be here as well. In the end, it's big Director Fong. How could I dare to slack off? No. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang's words really make me ashamed. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. At this moment, Fong Degang walked in with a calm step and opened his mouth with a leathery smile. These 2 days of public opinion can be said to be the pressure of his almost breathless, and thoroughly hurt the tendons and bones. The investor of a movie that he was going to direct recently was also a bit hesitant because of this. This matter has reached the point where it has to be dealt with. Director Fong looks in good spirits lately? Sweeping a glance at Fong Degang who came to the table, Yang Fan sarcastically said with interest. They were all foxes of 1,000 years. What kind of chit-chat was there to play with him? Borrowing your good advice. If Mr. Yang can control those netizens a bit, I might be in better spirits. Fong Degang sat down at this time with a sarcastic smile on his face. Things had come to this point, and the haughty one had to bow his head at this moment. I'm a bit confused by Fong director's words. A person of your status? Where is the need to let me off the hook? Come on, I only have one purpose for coming here today. Immediately clarify those bad remarks about me on the internet for me. On what grounds? Yang Fan tightened his smile. Seeing Fong Degang's furious look, his heart was actually already happy. On the basis that I am Fong Degang, it's one of the top figures in the circle. If you want to mix in this circle, you should have to flatter me, by virtue of you being worthy? Yang Fan laughed, then clapped his hands, and several big and thick super bodyguards walked out from the back. At the sight of this situation, Du Wen was startled and took the lead to run behind Yang Fan cowering. Yang Fan, what do you mean? So saying that the other party's aura was horrifying. Fong Dong was also a character who traveled the world back then, so it was not false. But these next words from Yang Fan made his cold hair stand on end. You guessed, Director Fong, I definitely don't dare to make a move, but have you thought about it? If I really do it today, what will the public opinion outside say about you? If I then send out a tweet saying that these bodyguards are your people and I received a beating, guess what will happen in the end? Yang Fan was not a person who liked to solve problems by force, and taking out so many super bodyguards today was nothing more than shaking off this piece of cowhide that was Director Fong. The tendency of public opinion was there. Fong Dong knew what to do. You wait. With a green and white uncertainty on his face, Fong Degang could only eat the forced dumbness at this moment and left the venue with an angry face. That little expression made Yang Fan feel another burst of relief. Finally, I can eat. Obstructive people are no longer in front of Yang Fan. Comfortably drank a mouthful of tea. Just picked up chopsticks but was once again interrupted by the sudden intrusion of people. Yang Fan looked at the oncoming man in a Chinese mountain suit. His mind began to run fast. This person dressed in a gray mountain suit, face with a pair of glasses, looks very scholarly, but raised his hands and feet with a military-like temperament. In this way Yang Fan did not dare to be careless, sidestepped and stood up to greet. Hello sir, may I ask who you are? Intuition told Yang Fan that this person's origin was not simple. Salute first. Figure out the other party's intention before determining the attitude he should give. Yang Fan secretly thought in his heart. Hello, you are Mr. Yang Fan, right? I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. My name is Sun Tao. This is my business card and ID. Sun Tao smiled and took the initiative to take out a business card and a small book. Sweeping a glance at the large national emblem on it, Yang Fan was even more afraid to be careless and returned the small book and took away the business card. Having this is enough. I believe in your identity. I wonder what Mr. Sun is looking for me here this time? Mr. Yang is quick to speak, so I won't hide anything. I'm here for fistful of rice wine this time. Upon hearing fistful of rice wine, Yang Fan frowned while Sun Tao hurriedly explained. Our people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have recently noticed that the packaging of fistful of rice wine, as well as fistful of rice wine, a traditional liquor, is very much in the style and representation of the traditional drinking habits of China. And the identity of this traditional Chinese liquor has unanimously gained the approval of all of us. Hearing Sun Tao's compliments, Yang Fan was surprisingly a bit fluttery for a moment. This was really the greatest praise for him, for fistful of rice wine, but even though his heart was soothed, Yang Fan had yet to understand the other party's intentions. Could it be that he wanted to acquire some more fistful of rice wine? But there was no need to use official people for such a small matter. Our people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have attached great importance to this matter, so we have been studying and deciding that we want to make fist rice wine appear on the table of the state banquet. Of course, as the founder of Fistful of Rice Wine, we had to come over and seek your opinion, Mr. Yang, before making a decision. Sun Tao finally made his intentions clear, and Yang Fan immediately brightened up when he heard it. Chapter 51, The Compulsion is Up. Cooperating with the officials. This could be a pretty good plan. Not only would it allow Fistful of Rice Wine to go to a larger market, to a higher level of people. More importantly, it's a kind of platitude. The compulsion this is not up. Moreover, this was also a free advertisement for Fistful of Rice Wine. This kind of good thing is simply hard to find. At one time, Yang Fan's mind immediately came up with a very large number of plans. He had almost no reason to refuse this kind of congeniality. I wonder how Mr. Yang has considered it? We have come over to talk to you about this matter with great sincerity. Sun Tao's voice called Yang Fan's thoughts back. He shook his head violently and revealed a smile and said, "Of course there's no problem, Mr. Sun Tao. It's an honor for all of us at Fistful Rice Wine. Yes, but if it's to become the official supply of alcohol, the grade might have to be raised up a bit again." Speaking of this, Sun Tao stared dead at Yang Fan's expression as if he wanted to dig out something. "This you can rest assured. I will definitely strictly check. Since it is sent to the official wine, the quality issue will definitely not let you down." This kind of thing was actually not on Yang Fan's mind at all. The wine brewer had never let him down. Improving quality, for this group of cutting-edge warriors in the wine industry, was nothing more than a sprinkle. Quality is the most important point, followed by quantity. We don't have a high requirement for quantity, but it won't be less either. And what you have to do is to provide us with enough fistfuls of rice wine in quality and quantity. And while the quantity is large, the quality can't be poor. Can Mr. Yang guarantee this? That's for sure. Thank you very much to the official for being able to give me this opportunity. This is a very big affirmation for me as well as Fistful of Rice Wine. Yang Fan smiled. This idea of cooperating with the official also opened the door to a new world for him. Mr. Yang is quick to speak, so I won't talk nonsense. Next I will arrange for a special person to come over and sign the cooperation with Mr. Yang. The specific cooperation project as well as the acquisition plan will have a special person to discuss with you in detail, so I won't stay much longer. Saying so, Sun Tao stood up. This dry and sharp appearance was very much to Yang Fan's liking. Leaving in such a hurry? Why don't you stay and have a meal together? No need, Mr. Yang, I have other things to take care of, so I won't bother. Hey, okay then. After Sun Tao left, Yang Fan sat at the dining table and fumed for a while, not bothering to eat for a while. The cooperation between Fist Rice Wine and the officials was considered a milestone event, and it was important to remember not to be willing to neglect it. Any part of the process must be handled well, to ensure the trust of the official while maximizing their own interests. This is a huge project. In the mind of the plan was perfected, and profoundly imprinted in the brain. Yang Fan this only hastily grubbed up 2 mouthfuls of rice. Border aside, Duan called to the side. Duan just watched the weight of 180 Fong director was those bodyguards and carry a small chicken like carry out. The heart is very happy, and hastily came up. Next I'm going to devote all my attention to the production and processing of rice wine. I'll leave the movie and public opinion to you. No problem? Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I definitely won't let you down. Eyes brightening a few points, Duan patted his chest and assured. Yang Fan's attitude made the relationship between Duan and Director Fong become awkward as well. And after that, even if he didn't wear small shoes, the shelter in the future must have all but disappeared. And this move by Yang Fan was simply pulling him in a boat, not just as a director. He begged for it. I'm indeed assured of your work, or else I wouldn't have given you such an important project that's making money day in and day out. Yang Fan smiled. It was not an exaggeration to say that this movie was making money by the day. Perhaps it was the chain reaction brought about by the fermentation of public opinion. Nowadays the daily attendance rate of Fairview Peak was as high as 80%. This was already a rather terrifying number. The box office numbers are even being refreshed every day, constantly breaking new highs, and I'm afraid that becoming the highest box office in China is just around the corner. Being able to personally work on such a huge project was also a very big surprise for Duan, and a very precious honing. After dinner, Yang Fan personally went to the middle of the distillery and found the brewer for an exchange. In the future, we need to clarify the route we're going to take. We can no longer simply expand and collect money just for the sake of expanding as we did before. Now that I've hitched a ride on the official line, the quality requirements for cooperating with the officials are very strict. I understand, Mr. Yang. So what you're saying is that we should raise the quality of the rice wine by another notch? But then the price will also increase, and it will be more difficult for the general public to purchase. The amount of purchases will also decrease with it, and I'm afraid that the company's profits will also be directly affected. The brewer very bluntly stated all the concerns in his heart. Yang Fan secretly nodded his head after hearing this. Talking to a smart person is saving your mind. The rules and regulations are all listed out for you, and it doesn't require much explanation at all. The system produces must be a fine product. After a slight thought, Yang Fan hurriedly gave his thoughts. What I mean is to divide the new gradient and divide the newly produced rice wine into several grades. The highest grades will be exclusively supplied to the officials, while the lower grades will still be sold to ordinary people in affordable models. This way we can make rice wine a symbol. In the future, when the officials mention wine, people will think of our fist rice wine. The wine brewer immediately understood Yang Fan's words. Mr. Yang, I understand. The wine brewer's words were still not much, but the word understand had already put Yang Fan's heart back into his stomach. This was how the Fist Rice Wine's transformation conference kicked off. Under the official push, channels for all kinds of cutting-edge equipment were handed over to Yang Fan, and there was no need to worry about the facilities at all. The liquor brewers continued to give their best, and in just a week they gave a practical remodeling plan. Fist Rice Wine can be said to have completely changed from a commodity to an icon, and as a result, it has secured its position as the leader of the alcohol industry. Fong Degang, who was about to find a way to make a move on Yang Fan, was once again hesitant when he saw the news. He knew in his heart that Fist Rice Wine was an industry in Yang Fan's hands, yet now that Fist Rice Wine had such profound cooperation with the officials, wouldn't it prove that Yang Fan's origins were not simple? No wonder this kid actually dared to be so arrogant and bold towards me. It looks like he really is something big. It's better to try to provoke as little as possible in the future. He couldn't afford to mess with him, but he couldn't afford to hide? Chapter 52, How about becoming a philanthropist? At this time, Yang Fan did not know that he had already invariably resolved an enemy that contained hatred towards him. With Fong Dagong's power and position, if he is determined to break the net with Yang Fan, even if he can't succeed, he will definitely bring him a lot of trouble. However, after he released the news that he was going to cooperate with the officials, Fong Degang completely gave up the idea in his mind. More than revenge, he wanted to live well. Fong Degang he didn't take the initiative to commit death. After deciding that he wasn't much of a threat to Yang Fan, he also simply gave up paying attention. The current him put all of his heart and soul on top of the distillery. In recent times, the Fist Rice Wine Factory can be said to be quite busy. For this reason Yang Fan also deliberately spent a high price to hire many workers again busy together, in order to prevent the occurrence of workers tired to fainting. The newly produced high-grade Fist Rice Wine, after sending to the national table, also completely caused many bigwigs to praise. Fist Rice Wine had also completely risen to the top of China's rice wine by its own strength. Mr. Yang, the factory's orders have exploded recently. Su Qian excitedly told this news to Yang Fan, but the latter waved his hand extremely calmly and said, "An unexpected thing? Why are you so excited? It's really unproductive. He. Isn't this being happy for our fistful of rice wine?" Su Qian smiled in a flavorful manner, and the two of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Fist Rice Wine is now able to achieve such a good result. All the way is quite difficult. From a small cab company to today, the two people have a lot of feelings. Now that more and more orders were coming in, the pure profit of the high-grade Fist Rice Wine had almost reached the level of 300 to 500 for a bottle, and the net profit of the low-grade ordinary rice wine was also as much as 100 to 300. The factory had harvested another large number of orders, thousands of them, and the net profit had broken through to 1 million. The net profit has already exceeded to millions. In the office, just as Yang Fan immersed in the feeling of wealth, not contacted for a long time, Sun Tao once again looked for Yang Fan. "Hurry up and invite the person in." Yang Fan quickly greeted him. "Yo-ho, Mr. Sun is really in good spirits. He looks like he is much more energetic than the last time we met." As soon as Yang Fan saw Sun Tao, he smiled and teased. The latter also smiled coyly. Having received a promotion and a raise because of the successful completion of the cooperation project with Fist Rice Wine, now his position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been promoted once again, which was all obtained thanks to Yang Fan as well as Fistful of Rice Wine. A win-win situation. "Mr. Yang, don't flirt with me. I can be where I am today thanks to your help. I must find time to treat you to dinner, but today I still have something serious to tell you. The country recognizes the strength of Fistful of Rice Wine and intends to join forces with Fistful to join a poverty alleviation project." A poverty alleviation program? TSK. Do these rich people like to come up with tricks when they have too much money to spend? Yang Fan skimmed his mouth breathlessly, but in his heart, he was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Now that the sales of Fistful of Rice Wine had greatly exceeded imagination, and the profits he had gained had once again broken through a new high. Joining the poverty alleviation program at a time like this would be a good opportunity to draw on relationships and reputation. No matter how one looked at it, there was no harm in it. The poverty alleviation location is in a village not far from the Feng Shui formation. I heard that it is your hometown. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the people at the top to think so thoroughly, so it seems like I have no reason to refuse it. Yang Fan let out a loud laugh, and sort of agreed to this. Mr. Yang, please don't misunderstand. We happened to learn that it was Mr. Yang's hometown only after we decided on the location first. It's because the living conditions there are indeed very backward, and the poverty alleviation program is in dire need of a solution. Sun Tao somewhat nervously spoke out to explain, fearing that Yang Fan would momentarily misunderstand their meaning and think that they had deliberately made this move in order to get Yang Fan to join. Ha ha ha, I understand. You don't have to explain so much. When will the poverty alleviation program start? It can start anytime. Mr. Yang can go with me if he has time. If you don't want to go, you can also directly donate some money over in the name of Fist Rice Wine. Anyway, it's just a matter of formality. It's up to you to decide. Sun Tao scratched his head. Said these words even he himself feel embarrassed red face. How to see how this is too much against the heart a little bit. TSK. Yang Fan couldn't help but lament in his heart. This kid has really learned a bad lesson. Okay, I know. I will donate $10 million in the company's name to join the poverty alleviation program. $10 million? Sun Tao's eyes widened. What kind of astronomical figure is this? To know that normally it would be good enough to pull in $1 million in sponsorship. What? Is there a problem? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Nowadays money was just a string of numbers to him. What he cared more about was reputation and enterprise, not to mention that $10 million was indeed nothing. No, Mr. Yang is truly a kind-hearted man. As a civil servant in the national system, Sun Tao had never seen so much money in his life, and was indeed a bit shocked for a while. After making a decision, Yang Fan allocated the money to Sun Tao, and left the matter to the latter to deal with, and he only needed to show his face at the critical time. Such a big trust makes Sun Tao heart immensely touched. Will be the whole thing to do properly? And even hung on the microblogging hot search, Yang Fan a burst of praise. The network once again resounded with a burst of applause, and Yang Fan's name was completely branded in the minds and hearts of many people. Phew, it's finally finished. After completing the poverty alleviation project with great difficulty, Yang Fan refused Sun Tao's invitation and returned to his residence alone, paralyzing his body into the soft big bed. What fun was there outside? It was still most comfortable to belong to one's own warm nest. Ding! Completed the side quest, rewarding a new hired character, geological engineer. Unlocking a new main quest, become the richest man in the province. Obtaining a special passive reward, force overpowering. Listening to the series of prompt messages from the system in his mind, Yang Fan's entire body was a little confused. Geological engineer? Was this intended for him to engage in address surveys? The main mission was understandable. The richest man in the province wasn't global. It was still achievable. The additional passive, force superiority, is also quite a meaningful ability. It's hard to guarantee that he'll run into some people with bad intentions when he's out and about. TSK, think about it is also a little exciting. Chapter 53, if you don't take this advantage, are you still human? For a long time after obtaining the main quest, Yang Fan was thinking about how he should go about accomplishing it. Wanting to become the richest man in a province is not simple. Yang Fan was full of fog for a while, but he didn't know much about geology, so he could only feel his way across the river. The good thing is that after all, there is money. After several geological engineers will be hired over, Yang Fan spent a large sum of money to provide professional equipment. In the whole D city around let them toss. After casting a wide net and catching more fish in this way, finally, one of the geological engineers obtained a clue. Near a village not far from Feng Shui town, there seems to be some abnormalities in the geology. However, someone has recently invested a large sum of money in a poverty alleviation program, so there's no longer any way for idle hands to go over and survey it. Feng Shui town? Investing in poverty alleviation? Such a coincidence? After obtaining the news, Yang Fan immediately moved. When the two arrived at that piece of land, it was already a day later. The sun outside was particularly high and the weather was a bit hot. Yang Fan simply sat in the caravan blowing on the air conditioner and eating watermelon in order to prevent himself from getting sunstroke. You guys take your time to survey. I can't know anything about these things. I'll cheer you guys up, huh? The crowd that stood under the sun to carry out exploration bitterly, at this time simply even had the heart to rise up and revolt. Is there such a thing as a boss? After an incomparably long, but for the geological engineers, an incomparably long month, the engineers finally tearfully determined There were mineral resources in the vicinity of the village where Yang Fan had previously helped the poor. This discovery caused everyone to be thrilled. However, the one who was still the most excited was none other than Yang Fan. The heavens have really helped me. So there are still mines here. So won't I really have a mine at home in the future? Yang Fan heart that called it excited continuously blowing a month of air conditioning others are to be blown silly. Excited to excitement. Yang Fan's thinking is still very clear. He knows that the most important issue is how to acquire the surrounding land. In fact, this problem is not difficult. High price chant. Money moves people's hearts as long as the minerals can be extracted. How much money should be invested in the early stage? The first step is to make sure that you can get the best out of it. Yang Fan's heart weighs the importance of the lesser of the two. Sending away this group of poor engineers ordered to rest, Yang Fan began to buy his own land business. After the reform and opening up, most of the land around D City is self-owned land, which means that except for the right of ownership of the state, the rest of the rights are all attributed to the farmers themselves. This meant that there was no need to make any application with the state, whether it was building a house or digging. This was also convenient for Yang Fan to directly put up a price tag after a short investigation. Within the red zone labeling, 200,000 yuan for an acre of land. This is simply an astronomical figure for the rural remote mountain land which has no development value in the eyes of ordinary people. A moment countless companies scramble to find out, and Yang Fan did not disclose any news. Just in the back of the listing added one more sentence. As many as you want. The news continued to ferment. In a few villagers tasted the sweetness. After confirming that this matter is feasible, the villagers boiled. For a while the villagers were extremely enthusiastic, almost to step through the threshold of the fist company. Every day within the high-grade building has a group of farmers wearing camouflage uniforms, in which the non-stop shuttle. But even so, the efficiency for Yang Fan is still too low. A week's time to receive the land on hand is not enough. 1,000 acres. This is far from reaching Yang Fan's goal. Based on the surrounding to find over the farm work, due to the land are in the edge of the neighborhood, temporarily cannot determine whether the value of mining. Yang Fan also dare not be too easy to accept. This is why Yang Fan simply contacted the village head of the village of poverty alleviation. Tens of thousands of dollars of funds down. The village head is smiling to lead Yang Fan to the village committee. The situation is close to directly to Yang Fan set up a plaque. All those who have strong laborers at home can participate. The wages are very high, $300 a day. And also food and shelter. Such a good treatment you where to find If you are interested, you must come and sign up with me as soon as possible. After this village, there will be no more stores. Yang Fan shouted loudly in the village committee, and as expected the number of people who signed up was very high. After all, as long as you work hard, the income you get will also be huge, which can be quite a temptation for these poor people. For them, what they were afraid of was not selling their labor, but whether the money they earned would be able to support themselves as a family. However, there are also some thin body does not comply with the rules to come here to fish in the water. All by Yang Fan found out to send back. Those people that small thin arms and legs. He was worried about what happened to his head. All decided to work with me. Is also the need to sign a contract. On the one hand, to prevent you from doing half of the runaway. On the one hand, but also in order to give you a guarantee. If you work and I don't settle the money, you can take the contract to sue me. Yang Fan's words immediately made those villagers feel more confident in their hearts. With the contract in place they didn't have to worry that Yang Fan would run away. More and more people came to hear the news. Most of them came for the high salary, and some of them wanted to make a living. Yang Fan is also not to refuse, and even more good, no matter how many people came to accept. Because of this he was also labeled as a stupid big head of the name. All the villages in a few miles around know that there is a stupid big head of money burning hand, waiting for people to cut money from his hands. However, would Yang Fan really be that stupid? The answer is naturally negative. The villagers do not know. Yang Fan in the contract on the tampering, buried a lot of traps. Simple and simple-minded villagers do not know. In the moment they signed the contract, they have been doomed to be controlled by Yang Fan. Want to do nothing to get money? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 54 Earth to the extreme that is tied. In the eyes of the village, Yang Fan is the kind of people stupid money rich second generation. Do not know what crazy to come to the village they hear birds do not. Smashed into a large pile of money. Do not know in what the ghost. They don't need to figure it out. They just need to know that there is money to be gained by following Yang Fan. Yang Fan's contract does not only include a contract to buy land, but also includes the hiring of strong adult laborers from the families that own the property, which means that even if they are not willing to cooperate, they will have to come over and follow Yang Fan. However, since Yang Fan offered an exceptionally high wage, no one would refuse his offer, and many families were more than happy to let their men go out and earn more money. Thank you folks for your trust, ha. I'll take your son's husband daddies, ha. Promise to let them come back to accompany you after a while. Young Fan smiled, just how that smile looked evil. Of course, these simple people do not know. The next waiting for them will be what the darkness of the hard labor. Now they are thinking of their own efforts to improve the living environment of the family. After arriving at the place, Yang Fan gave them all selected some hand tools, also prepared some machines, but most people will not drive. Think about it, Young Fan decided to give up this idea for the time being. Dig. Your next task is to dig a pit here, until you can dig something out. If you are tired, take a rest. The sun is a bit big. Everyone pay attention not to get heatstroke, ha. In the end, Yang Fan was not that kind of inhumane landlord. It was impossible to make his employees pay the price of their lives to work for him. After hearing his many instructions, those simple farmers' heart also more and more grateful to Young Fan. Always feel that he is really a good man, ah. The time and difficulty of mining mineral resources continued to greatly exceed Young Fan's imagination. At the beginning of the period of time, they did not have much result at all. The village you also from the beginning of the fighting spirit, to the last of the listlessness. Anyone who repeats the same good and passionate and exhausting work every day, I'm afraid will feel listless. Yang Fan at first can come over every day to follow and watch them. Time is long, he is also lazy to come over. All day hiding in the air-conditioned house to eat watermelon and play cell phone. Arrange a few bodyguards over to take care of the end of the day that is called a free and easy. As for those poor villagers, still in the top of the boss sun they're digging. Simply miserable. Everyone has worked hard, ha. Come and try our country's national wine. Fist rice wine. Take a break, by the way. These wines are all chilled, cool and tasty with a good flavor, and not too intoxicating. Everyone stop and drink some wine to rest for a while. When Yang Fan came here again, most of those villagers had already changed their faces. Their faces were more than one shade darker, and their sweaty looks looked like they were working very hard. But this was life. It was definitely not easy to make money to support a family. He couldn't possibly take it out and gift it to these people even if he had more money. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. Being skilled at making money or having a skill was the most important thing. The flavor of this wine is really good. Yes, it's sweet and savory, and it's not intoxicating. It's really good wine. Not bad, right? This is Fist Rice Wine, the leading big brand in the country. You guys also remember to just go buy this brand if you want to buy wine in the future. Yang Fan spoke with a big smile. This wine is really something that people will not forget after drinking it once. Comfortable rest time is always fleeting. After the rest is to continue the hard work. During this period, Yang Fan also purposely called the several geological engineers as well as the explorers over again, so that they could define the key points of the excavation. It shouldn't be such a long time, but there is nothing, Mr. Yang, this kind of thing is very normal. Minerals are buried deep under the ground. Not so easy to be dug out. Otherwise wouldn't everyone be able to see that there are minerals there? Saying that seems to be quite reasonable. I really don't know how I should refute it for a while. Yang Fan fell into deep thought, but a month had already passed and not a single thing had been dug out yet. He could not help but feel a little frustrated in his heart. Are you guys sure that there are really mineral resources here? What if we dig for a year and a half and the result remains nothing? Mr. Yang, you can doubt us, but you can't doubt the instruments that are specifically used for surveying. Exploration Division aggrieved Baba out of speech defense, and then simply put something instrument to Yang Fan face to him to see. Unfortunately, Yang Fan couldn't understand those strips on it, and chose to believe the words of these experts and professors. Anyway, have bought this piece of land, the money has been invested in, do not continue to get, and what can be done, cannot really be so put aside, right? Life is not easy. Yang Fan sighed. In order to dispel the doubts in Yang Fan's heart, geological engineers and explorers once again launched a new round of exploration, and ultimately still came to the same conclusion as before. Mr. Yang, don't worry. There must be a large scale of mineral resources underneath this land. This is our conclusion based on many days of research and investigation group, the surveyor said with incomparable certainty. Hearing another assurance from them, Yang Fan also finally put down his heart completely. I'm sure you guys won't lie to me. In that case it seems like it's still our employees who aren't working hard enough. With a few words, it was also destined that those poor employees would have to increase their workload once again. Of course, Yang Fan was not completely inhumane in squeezing his employees. After giving them heavy labor tasks, he will also give them a certain amount of rest time, only a combination of labor and leisure, in order to let them create more value. Another month has passed. Yang Fan mercifully gave these employees a vacation, so that they can go back to reunite with their families. However, the village you face those dark and robust Muna Hanzi in front of you, one or two actually did not dare to go forward to recognize. This image was so different from the way their family members had just gone out that they even wondered if their own Hans had been dropped. Ha ha ha, everyone don't be too surprised. Oh, these are the men of your family. This period of time the work is harder, so other image also has some changes. Young Fan smiled and explained. Where is this some changes? Completely changed person. However, when these men took the money home, everyone tacitly shut their mouths, and even tried to get them to hurry out and continue to make money. Chapter 55, Digging Up Dirt to Create Talent. The high wages were the biggest motivation for them to work hard. All the employees were blinded by the money and didn't care how difficult the work was. All they wanted was to make more money to take home. After all, the next time you encounter this kind of stupid big head of stupid money will not know when it is. Yang Fan gave them 3 days of vacation, so that they can be at home with their families to have a good reunion. 3 days later, when they once again collectively got on the bus back to the construction site, everyone had some home specialties of various small dishes with them, emphasizing the family's concern for them. Everyone continued to work hard, put in more effort, one drum, then another, then 3. If you dig halfway and get discouraged, then there is no hope. Young Fan cheered the crowd while drilling into the air-conditioned car, drinking ice water and eating watermelon in a beautiful way. The difficulty of excavating mineral resources is very high, so the whole construction period is expected to take at least 9 months, and 9 months is only the initial completion of the excavation. The follow-up will have to make use of the assistance of tools and vehicles. In all the workers and all sorts of hard work under the hard labor. A shake of 9 months of the work period was finally insisted by them to the end of the preliminary excavation was finally completed. However, this is only the beginning. After a while there will be new tasks in. These workers, Yang Fan did not dismiss them either. I'm going to give you guys a bit of training, because the next job might be even more difficult, and you might not be able to stick with it without training. The training is also very hard, but there is the same paycheck, so you guys can consider it. Yang Fan said with a smile. Of course he had already made up his mind. Whether these workers agreed or not, he would make it mandatory for them to stay. The many employees present were also looking at each other in dismay, but in the end, they nodded their heads. After this period of hard work, they had all gotten used to this fast-paced life and time, and if they stopped, I'm afraid they would still be a little unaccustomed to it. Good. I am very optimistic about your perseverance. Then next I will conduct special training for you for a longer period of time. I believe that after these special trainings, the physical quality of each one of you will be improved very much, and you will no longer be the ordinary peasants that you once were, but will become a group of more powerful workers. Yang Fan said with a smile. He intended to carry out a longer period of rectification on these employees. Of course, these employees might not be able to stick to it as much as they should. However, he still bet a very large amount of attention and focus on these people, and also bet a lot of energy on them, simply because he held a very large amount of trust in these employees. In the next few hours, Yang Fan called in a few super bodyguards that he had hired along with him to be in charge of special training for these workers. They formulated a strict training plan for these workers, from strengthening their physical abilities at the beginning, to improving their combat power later on, and so on. Everything was available, and the various training modes were all very colorful. Stand firm, don't be discouraged. You guys have to have a sense of crisis, that is, if the bucket in your hands if falls, you will have no money and no salary. At this moment, these employees were standing on top of independent stakes with 2 barrels in their hands smoothly supported. Many bodyguards stood behind these workers, strictly ordering them to hold on carrying the barrels, and also making sure that the water inside could not spill out at all. This was a very big test for one's physical strength and endurance, especially for the 2 arms, which could be considered quite a painful torture. But after such a long time of torture, those employees had almost all been able to adapt to such high-intensity training, and even though their arms had been in bouts of severe pain, they had all stiffly pushed through. Why do I suddenly feel like a heartless demonic boss, having to make these worldly employees go through this kind of training, when clearly they are just here to work? Young Fan smiled. He was just looking at the endurance of these workers. It was that these workers remained too weak. Only after training could he apply them with confidence. Moreover, having followed him from the beginning and having the people under him personally train them out, the loyalty of these workers naturally didn't need to be worried. Mr. Yang, I also feel that you're like a demon, but since they've all agreed, there's no relationship of oppression or anything like that, and you've all given them more than enough security while training them to ensure that they can come up with a lot of money for their families. So when you look at it like this, it's normal, the assistant beside him said helplessly, knowing in his heart that what Young Fan wanted was nothing more than recognition. You're right, I did pay them while they were training. I'm really a great benefactor. After all was said and done, Yang Fan once again touched himself. The assistant beside him had gotten used to this mode of speaking and was silent for a while. In a few months' time, these workers had been completely transformed. Not only their own force value was very high, but also to the product of the militarized management out of the absolute obedience to orders. For them, Yang Fan's orders trumped everything. Indeed, as Young Fan had said, The loyalty of these workers who were personally trained by one of their own was completely unmatched. I'm very glad that you were able to formally complete this training. I'm proud of you. From now on you are employees of our Fist Minerals Company. Yang Fan smiled and clapped his hands, yet his words caused the people present to stare in puzzlement. Fist Minerals Company. They seem to have heard of it for the first time. I know what you guys are thinking, this mineral company, none of you have heard of it, right? Because this company is something that I just decided to set up for the purpose of taking in all of you outstanding talents. Yang Fan said with glowing eyes. This decision was bold and crazy. He decided that all the workers would come together to construct a mineral company. All the employees of the company would be filled by these workers. This was also the reason why he had them systematically trained. Only then would he be able to be completely at ease with these workers. Do you guys have any more questions? Are you willing to join our Fist Minerals Company? Yang Fan asked as his gaze swept towards the still dazed crowd of workers, who had long since gotten used to being obedient to all his words, naturally including the decision that came out of nowhere today. We don't have a problem with it. We are willing to join Fist Minerals. All the employees agreed in unison, and the smile on Yang Fan's face grew more and more intense. Chapter 56. Are you losing diamonds or gold? Fist Minerals Company was thus officially established. All of his employees came from local farmers. Such a cross-century heavy disease can be said to be unprecedented, and may not come after. The only thing that was unquestionable was that the company's chairman was Yang Fan. But, Mr. Yang, what if we don't have experience in managing a company? We're just a bunch of big and thick peasants who only know how to work hard. Someone embarrassedly raised his question, and the others nodded their heads. There had been consternation in their eyes, but it was only a flash. You don't have to worry about this. I will specially assign manpower to be responsible for the operation and development of the company. You only need to labor as employees in it. Of course, in the future I will try to train you to try to handle the company's business. After all, I have high hopes for you. Yang Fan's words not only made all the employees present settle down, but also made them feel touched in their hearts. It didn't occur to them that such a big boss with power and influence would actually have so much patience with them, and would be willing to cultivate them with all his heart. How could they be so virtuous as to be able to obtain this boss's favor? The only way to repay this boss for his great favor was to work harder to mine mineral resources. After a period of time after the establishment of the company, they started mining again, and this time, they were also a famous company, and mining would save a lot of trouble. However, due to the fact that the commotion they were making here was just too great, they had actually attracted the attention of the D City State. Recently, the neighborhood of Fengshui Town seems to be quite lively. It's said to be a newly established what's-his-name Fist Minerals Company digging for minerals there. We've been sitting here for so many years. How come we've never heard of there actually being any minerals here? I'm not sure, but the Fist Company is not something we can easily mess with. After all, Fist rice wine has now become the national wine of our country of China. So you can imagine how powerful the capital behind them is. Send someone over to take a look. Well, in case there really are any mineral resources, there should also be. It's only right for us to strike first. How can we let him, an outsider, run amok here? But the other party is actually from the Fist Rice Wine Company. We can also take a look before making a decision. The several bigwigs from the state organs discussed the matter, and then they finalized the plan, appointing a person from the Geology Bureau to the place to conduct an exploration. The person from the Geology Bureau came to Fengshui Town with his instruments, and through all the clues, he was able to determine the size of this mine. But it's quite big. While no one had noticed him yet, he hurriedly rushed back with his things. However, he didn't realize that he was still being noticed. Mr. Yang, what is that man sneaking around on our territory probing and checking? I guess the visitor is not good. Should we detain him and arrest him for detailed questioning? An employee had already noticed that the employee from the Geological Bureau had told this news to Yang Fan, then asked. They had developed the habit nowadays of habitually asking Yang Fan's opinion before doing anything, before making a decision. No need. I know what they are about. I think it won't take long for them to come back again. We just need to wait in peace. Keep busy with yours. Yang Fan smiled and said in his heart, but he had already made up his mind. These guys were like cats that smelled something fishy. They came when they smelled it. But this is his Yang Fan's territory. If you want to get a piece of the pie from him, you have to ask his opinion. Confirmed. There is indeed a mine there, and it's huge. I'm afraid it will produce a lot of mineral resources. After the people from the Geological Bureau told the results of the investigation to the country's top management, the top management was really moved. So the state appointed a cadre to personally go and negotiate with Yang Fan, intending to make a joint investment with him. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm the governor of the Geological Bureau of D City. My name is Li Kun. Hello, Governor Li. May I ask what is the matter that you have come here in a hurry? Yang Fan asked with a smile. In fact, inwardly he had already seen the faces of these people. Li Kun squared his shirt collar and coughed lightly. It's like this. We got the news that the Fist Minerals Company established by Mr. Yang is excavating one of the villages in the city, and it was viewed to have mineral resources inside for the sake of it. After our investigation, it was proven to be true. That's why we want to invest in your company and carry out the mining with you. These words of grandeur, listening to Yang Fan simply want to vomit, clearly see that she has now achieved a certain level of success, so intends to fish in troubled waters, take advantage of this opportunity to come over to get a piece of the pie, which is such a good thing. Sorry, I refuse. Now that the entire piece of land here has been bought by me, what qualifications do you have to join in? And without my consent, you will absolutely not be able to intervene in this matter. Joking aside, if the country was really allowed to join in the mining, then in the end how should the profits be distributed after the mineral resources were extracted? How should the mineral resources be distributed? Is it possible to divide it in half? How can we guarantee fairness and justice? So he definitely won't give in. Mr. Yang, I don't think I've said it accurately enough. All the land in this city should be owned by our country. Even if you buy the land away, it still doesn't prove that this is your land, so we also have the right to mine it. Li Kun coldly grimaced and began to talk unreasonably hard. This tough-talking look made Yang Fan want to laugh. You guys also take yourselves too seriously, right? You say that all the land here should belong to you. All this is yours. In that case, then the houses that the residents live in are not also considered yours? A few words disliked Li Kun's face, but he continued to sneer. Those houses that are already inhabited naturally don't count, yet no works have been carried out on this land, and even if the land is owned by you, the mineral resources underneath the land should be owned by our country. This crooked reasoning also don't know how he can stand. Yang Fan bought this piece of land. The ownership of this place has clearly all belonged to Yang Fan alone. Some people want to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in the water, but also to see if they have that qualification. I'm really sorry Mr. Lee, since you said that the mineral resources here belong to your country, then compared to you should be very knowledgeable about the mineral resources here. That's natural. Li Kun, as the governor of the Geological Bureau, she was responsible for investigating everything related to the mineral resources here, so she naturally knew it very well in her heart. Then since that's the case, I'd like to trouble Governor Lee to tell me, is all that's inside the mineral resources of this piece a diamond mine, or a gold mine, or a coal mine? Chapter 57, Deadly Scientific Beauty. When these words came out, Li Kun's face changed violently. He actually overlooked such an important issue. He only knew that the scale of this place was very large, but he didn't know at all what the mineral resources in this place actually were. It was also his fault that he was really overly ambitious. He had rushed over without even being able to investigate this matter clearly, and as a result, he had made such a big joke instead. What's wrong, Governor Lee? Didn't you claim that you know the mineral resources here very well? Didn't you say that this place belongs to the country? Since that's the case, then you should also always know what exactly the minerals here are, right? How can you prove that this place belongs to you if you don't know? Yang Fan questioned with a smirk, every word repeatedly hitting Li Kun's heart. Some amount of cold sweat had already appeared on his face. He really couldn't answer this question, and the words he had just said were also equal to hitting his own face. I haven't investigated this clearly, but even if I don't know, what can I do? This is our country's stuff. Li Kun decided to go on with his dead duck's mouth. Anyway, no matter what Mr. Yang in front of him actually had, he was still just an ordinary person. Here is the real estate license and title deed are all owned by me. Look at the name written on it are all mine. How do you have the nerve to say that this place is your properties? It's hard to believe that the money to buy the house to buy the land is all taken by you guys for me. This time Yang Fan's tone is getting more and more hard and cold. He has been too lazy to go on with the other side of the snake. This piece of land as well as the mineral resources in the land clearly belongs to him. Any person who wants to fish in the water to get a piece of the pie, he will not let go easily. If this time can't completely will the other party to strike the broken idea, then I'm afraid there will be an endless stream of people want to try to come over to get a piece of the pie. You don't want to go too far. Going against our country, you definitely won't have a good ending. I'm sorry, it's not that I want to go against you guys, but you guys are planning to turn the upside down and forcefully grabbed on with the general public. I'll say it one last time, the mineral resources here belong to me alone, so please leave. Once these words came out, those workers who stood outside the door walked in. Dozens of 5 big and thick men have stared at Li Kun with that somewhat scary eyes, and at once, the latter was scared and jumped all over. You guys, what do you want? Just now, our general manager Yang has already made it very clear that he wants to ask you to go out. The workers racked Li Kun out, or at this time he himself had no face to continue to stay here, and now being taken out was considered to be a fulfillment of his wish. Now he already knows that no matter whether it is the state or what people, there is no way to shake Yang Fan's position. People are working here openly and honestly, also has sufficient reasons and basis. People are mining here. There is no problem at all. After this battle, The reputation of Fist Minerals was completely spread out. Everyone was very interested in this gold mine with great reserves. Not bad, it was the gold mine. The geological engineers and explorers employed by Yang Fan through the system were very detailed in their research and observation of the geology, and had long since judged that the huge mineral resources contained in the underground were gold. And this gold mine will completely belong to Yang Fan. The National Scientific Research Bureau even sent a group of interns, wanting to study and exchange here. A large group of youthful students came together to this place where usually too few people stepped into, but added a lot of life to this place. Is this the land where the gold mine is hidden? It doesn't look as if it's too different from the rest, does it? You really think you can see it? You're just an intern. You still have a lot to learn. If we can see it at a glance, where is the need for the many bigwigs inside the research bureau to conduct research and surveys? That's true, but I'm getting more and more curious about the boss behind that Fist Minerals. How did he discover the huge mineral resources hidden here? Who knows about this question? You might as well ask the boss behind them. A few interns were very excited as they looked around while exploring around this place. They couldn't help but talk about it while looking around. His many interns basically had great origins, though there were also some who were ordinary people who were only able to get to where they were today by virtue of their excellent academic performance. What do you think of this place? Ling Ling? I really don't see anything special about this place. I don't see anything special about it yet, but since this place is able to contain a sufficient amount of gold mines, I think the land should also contain some metallic substances. A girl wearing a white tracksuit with a simple ponytail bent down and was stroking the soil on the ground with her gloved hand. Her side face was as flawless as white porcelain, as if it was permeated with light. The 5 features were even more delicately carved and generally beautiful. Long and slender eyelashes gently resting on her eyes, a straight and arched agaric nose, and slightly pursed sexy thin lips, all of which attracted all the boys' gazes in that way. Well, it seems that there are indeed some differences. The soil here contains a flavor belonging to rust. This is probably the unique flavor of the soil containing gold ore, but the specific reason I am also too clear. Or to more investigation after sampling, go back to ask a mentor. The girl brought a handful of soil in front of her and sniffed it, revealing a thoughtful look. Once she turned around, she didn't expect everyone's eyes to be on her face, making her fall a little short for a while. The girl's front face was even more delicate and beautiful, the palm-sized small face with a touch of moving shyness. More and more people couldn't help but want to hold it in their arms and carefully love it. Why are all looking at me like this? It's fine, it's fine. Everyone was just provided with ideas by your earlier remarks, and are all thinking about the possibility. Her companion hurriedly waved her hand and explained, but in reality, she was spitting in her heart. Everyone is attracted by your face. There was no way around it. Her face was simply too outstanding, and her body was petite and cute, simply perfectly fitting the public aesthetic. Most importantly, her background origin was also very uncomplicated. This woman's name is Ouyang Lingling. Her parents are both nationally famous jewelers, and her family's assets have long since broken the billion. The geological engineer's various magical operations made Ouyang Lingling, who had been a good learner since childhood, very interested, and in the end, despite her parents' opposition, she still stubbornly stayed here after the internship period was over. And in the face of such a delicate, cute and beautiful girl, there was no way for anyone to say no. Chapter 58, Returning My Senior Sister. Yang Fan personally led the reception for these outstanding interns from the National Research Bureau. Yang Fan's face was filled with a warm smile, not at all like the 30 or 40-year-old with a fat brain that some of the interns had brainstormed in their minds. I welcome you all to our factory for research and exploration for the next few days. Just feel free to walk around. I welcome you all as the old president of Fist Minerals. Yang Fan's humble, courteous, and easygoing nature aroused the good feelings of the interns in grown-up. Moreover, looking at the other party, who seemed to be about the same age as them, but had already achieved what their elders might not be able to achieve, they all felt admiration for a while, especially some girls. Looking at Yang Fan is also very handsome, have fallen in love at first sight, are very hopeful to be able to have a wonderful encounter with this young handsome and gold boss. Unfortunately, this old boss never invested a single glance on them from the very beginning, and all his attention was on Ouyang Lingling's body. This could not be blamed on him, mainly because among these interns, Ouyang Lingling was really too outstanding. She was pretty, her talk was interesting, and she was open-minded to learning and liked to study. It was just too much to his liking. Miss Ouyang, if there is anything you need help with, you can always ask me. Although I am a company boss, but I am still slightly involved in the aspects of mineral resources and geological surveys. Yang Fan had followed Ouyang Lingling's side from the very beginning and said with a big smile, "Thank you for your help. If there is a need I will ask you." Ouyang Lingling politely nodded her head, and in her heart, she actually fell a little bit in love with this handsome and golden talented man. However, she had never believed in the so-called love at first sight, and only believed that fate was determined by heaven. However, the way the two of them walked together from time to time, laughing and saying something, caused shock to all the interns present. After all, Ouyang Lingling was the school beauty amongst their school, with many suitors behind her, yet the Ouyang school beauty had never cast any glances at them. How could it be possible that she had just arrived here not long ago and had been attacked by the boss of another mineral company? In fact, Ouyang Lingling did not show any transgressive behavior, nor did she show any favoritism towards Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan has a good feeling towards Ouyang Lingling, but also did not make any move. After all, the two had not been in contact for a long time and were unfamiliar with each other. So if they made some moves rashly, it would probably backfire. However, the two's self-restraint and observance didn't make everyone else agree. Rumors about the two had already been flying around, only that due to the fact that this was on someone else's turf, the others didn't dare to go too far, and could only keep the news hidden in their hearts. Mr. Yang, I'm very curious. How did you detect the existence of mineral resources here? Obviously this piece of land has been deserted for such a long time. Indeed, no one has been able to investigate it before you. Could it be that you have some special ability? Ouyang Lingling was really too curious, so she didn't hold back for a while and directly asked the question in her heart. How can I say it? It's probably because of having a pair of discerning eyes. It's more able to recognize pearls. I was able to tell that there seemed to be some problems with the geology here, but I didn't know the specifics, so I arranged for the geological engineers under my hand to conduct a systematic survey before finally determining that there were mineral resources here. I see. Mr. Yang really deserves to be the veteran of mineral resources. This point of eyesight can be really admirable. Ouyang Lingling did not hide the praise in her heart, but in fact, she was thinking more in her heart. Originally thought that Yang Fan will be in order to cause her good feelings, so take the initiative to exaggerate. All the credit will be their own, and will find this piece of mineral resources are attributed to their own body. However, the other party did not, but rather pragmatically pushed all the credit onto the employees under her hand, which made her think, this man was really honest and cute. Then Mr. Yang, I still want to ask you. Oops. Ouyang Lingling was about to continue to ask questions, did not think that a moment of inattention, actually tripped over a stone. The entire body of the person, uncontrollable, fell backward, looking to fall on the ground. A big, steady and powerful hand steadily embraced her waist, held her and then placed her firmly on the ground. Ouyang Lingling only felt her heartbeat faster than ever before, so fast that she almost couldn't breathe, and her brain was blank for a while. Only the handsome face in front of her was left in front of her. The many interns who happened to see the scene heard the sound of their own hearts breaking, and some even directly filmed this image and transmitted it back. Ms. Ouyang, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you. As if she was a frightened rabbit, Ouyang Lingling hurriedly jumped down, turned around with a red face and ran. Yang Fan breathlessly stroked his hair, thinking to himself, did he look so much like a denizen? What's wrong with me? Blushing and beating my heart is simply not like myself anymore. He shouldn't misunderstand anything, right? I obviously don't want to be like this either. Ouyang Lingling, red-faced, somewhat shyly sitting on one of the chairs, muttering, just now that momentary heartbeat. Until now, it was as if she was able to recall it. She also did not know what was going on with her, but of course her heart did thump violently without any argument. After the news between Ouyang Lingling and Yang Fan spread back, it could be said to have stirred up 1,000 waves. Many of Ouyang Lingling's admirers in the school were furious. Originally, there were still many people who didn't believe that this kind of thing could happen, but after the intimate photos of the two brought by many students who went back, everyone believed in this matter. Ouyang Lingling is the schoolflower, is the popular goddess in the hearts of all the boys. How could they allow the goddess in their hearts to be desecrated by other men? So, many boys in the school came to the factory wanting to find Yang Fan's trouble, but unfortunately after they arrived at the factory, they simply couldn't even see his face. Rolling, get out of here. This is a private area. Outsiders are not allowed to intervene. Can't you see that we are working? Those youngsters who had run here with a lot of anger were driven out by the geologic engineers. To know that the thing that all geological engineers were most tired of was being disturbed by others in the middle of their work. This was a big taboo. Chapter 59, How to Accidentally in the Scientific Research Circle Famous It. Yang Fan didn't pay any attention to those idle youngsters. He was busy making money. How could he have time to pay attention to those idle students? Recently, the mining of the gold mine has been getting smoother and smoother, and those employees he trained at the beginning have become the most important part of the mining process. How has the recent mission been accomplished? How is the progress of the mining? When he had nothing to do, Yang Fan would personally go inside the factory and wander around to observe the progress. So far there was no piece that had dug out the mineral resources. This kind of progress was actually still very unsatisfactory to him. I'm sorry, mister. Yang, so far there hasn't been any new progress. We will definitely continue to work hard and will definitely bring you results as soon as possible. The employees apologized and opened their mouths. In their hearts they always felt that it was a very wrong thing for them to receive such a high salary and yet not achieve much. However, no matter how hard they tried, progress was still hard to advance. It was good that Young Fan never blamed them for anything. I know that mining mineral resources is a job that requires a lot of patience and hard work. I also know that everyone has indeed been working very hard during this period of time. There's no need for you guys to be in too much of a hurry, and it's just a routine inquiry when I ask once in a while, so you don't need to take it too much to heart. Yang Fan's easygoing and considerate make the employees feel even more touched in their hearts. One or two of them have all put in their best efforts, wanting to mine out the gold mine for him as soon as possible. Yang Fan, who had nothing to do, occasionally went to take a look at the recent situation of Fist Rice Wine. The sales were so good that he didn't need to devote too much attention to it anymore, and several industries were developing smoothly and orderly, which was also a very good news for him. Finally, nothing to be busy. He could not help but think of Ouyang Lingling in his mind, that pure and lovely girl. He hadn't had the chance to say too many words to her before they had parted ways. However, recalling the days he spent with Ouyang Lingling in the past few days, his heart couldn't help but give birth to a faint ripple. A simple and lovely girl like Ouyang Lingling, she was already rare, and on top of that, the other party was also so beautiful and knowledgeable. It was simply the ideal type of girlfriend in his heart. Unfortunately, the time between the two of them was too short. Otherwise he felt that he could try to see if he could tease this beautiful girl to his hand. In his mind was constantly thinking about the beautiful dream, but did not know that he had already silently seduced the other girl's heart away. Ouyang Lingling had learned a lot of things in the factory and wrote a very wonderful paper after he went back. However, due to the fact that during this period of time, his mind was almost entirely filled with rumors that had something to do with Young Fan, he had accidentally written Young Fan's name on it as well. These guys are also too much. They actually secretly took photos of the two of us and sent them back. This kind of unfounded thing. One by one, the blackmail goes on. The fake ones are going to be said to be true by them. Ouyang Lingling spat out in some shame, while saying this while checking this thesis, and then rectified it. At the time of finalizing the pen, she did not pay attention, and she put Young Fan's name on it. And this paper also happened to be published by the National Geographic magazine. The result led to Young Fan, a non-science class from the National Geographic magazine paper author, stirred up the entire scientific research circle. Gosh, how could I have made such a stupid mistake? Now I can't even wash away by jumping into the Yellow River. After the paper was published, if it wasn't reminded by her friend, Ouyang Lingling wouldn't have realized that she had actually done such a stupid thing. But since it had already happened, no matter how much she regretted it or was embarrassed, it wouldn't help. She could only comfort herself. After all, Yang Fan had also taught her a lot of knowledge, and was considered one of the authors of the paper when all was said and done. So there was indeed nothing wrong with writing it this way. Mr. Yang, you're out of the circle. At the same time, Yang Fan, who was busy with company chores in the middle of the factory, received an excited yell from his assistant, which shook his ears. Exasperated, he slapped the latter on the door of his head. Give me a little lower voice. These 2 days my ears are destroyed by the machine is about to waste, even if you actually still want to yell in my ears. Want to shock me to death? I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, not too excited, so anxious to want to tell you the good news, the young assistant said aggrievedly, then handed the magazine to Young Fan. Yang Fan rubbed his ears while reading the paper. The description of the whole paper was very accurate, and the words used were also very appropriate. It could be completely seen as a flowing and very academic paper. This thesis is quite well written, but what does it have to do with me? Look at the author at the back. Author? So it's that girl Ouyang Lingling. She does have the ability to do this. The writing is very good. It seems that this period of study she really didn't go to waste. Hey, how come there's another person? Yang Fan? What is this? Could it be someone with the same name as me? Yang Fan was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that his name would actually appear behind the author's name of the National Geographic magazine paper. Where did he get such a great ability? Mr. Yang, is it possible that between you and MS, Ouyang, there is already some kind of closer connection? So the other girl, in order to show her love for each other, wrote your name on it as well alongside her own shoulder, just to let you see her unspoken thoughts? The little assistant said there with a heartfelt look on her face. Yang Fan listened expressionlessly and even couldn't help but applaud. Your brain circuits are simply talented if you don't go to write novels. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm the male lead in it, I'm afraid I'd have to believe this from you, Yang Fan said in a very cold tone. At that time, there didn't seem to be any transgressions between himself and Ouyang Lingling. He also didn't show too much care and intimacy towards Ouyang Lingling. He only invested some more attention on her. It couldn't be possible that this little girl really moved towards him? Thinking like this, he couldn't help but grin. No matter how Yang Lingling would blunder into writing his name down, it meant that in that girl's heart, there was still a moment and a half where her own name flashed by. People, a girl are so brave. He a big man and what to be afraid of. A time his mind thought a lot. He first determined that he does have a good feeling about Yang Lingling. Let's call it like it. Can become male and female friends then. Hey, I will not be moving heaven and earth. Touched myself, but not touched you? People, girls, an unintentional mistake. I can actually come up with so many have-nots. TSK. Chapter 60, Flirting with. When Yang Fan was feeling sorry for himself and thinking nonsense, he didn't know that the gossip about the two of them was already flying around the school. The most important thing was that Yang Fan's identity was also very high. Not only was he the oldest president of Fist Minerals, but he was also the founder and chairman of Fist Rice Wine. This kind of identity and wealth, no matter how you look at it, is completely worthy of her Yang Lingling. This point in the school again, many of Yang Lingling's admirers heartbroken. They suddenly realized that the gap between themselves and that Yang Fan was really too big. No matter how they looked at their Yang schoolmate, they shouldn't have chosen a spouse from among them, but should have chosen that Yang Fan. Coupled with the fact that apart from the thesis matter, everyone was able to tell that this rumor was not empty. At the very least their goddess Yang Lingling must have already had that Yang Fan's place in her heart. The more the rumor spread, the more it became true, and in the end, almost everyone believed that the feelings between the two were real. Only the parties themselves are still in the dark, and very helpless. The two of them seem to have only one side of the edge. How the rumor of such a storm. Yang Lingling in the dormitory room in a daze. The recent gossip hurt her head dizziness, but her mind, will always involuntarily appear Yang Fan's appearance, as well as his voice and smile. I shouldn't really be trapped. Is this love at first sight? Yang Lingling was a little confused, but she felt that her heart shouldn't deceive her. Just at this moment, a sharp ringing of the phone interrupted her thoughts. She was startled and hurriedly took out her cell phone and pressed the connect button. Hello? Mom, what's the matter? Calling me at this hour. What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? An elegant and gentle voice belonging to a woman came from the phone. It was Yang Inside's mother calling. Of course not. I'm just casually asking. Our family Lingling has grown up and has a heavy heart. Recently, your father and I have also heard some rumors about you. I heard that you have a crush on that Mr. Yang Fan? Mom, how come even you believe those rumors? Yang Lingling couldn't help but pluck up her voice a little shyly and hard to hold back as she asked, and the woman on the other end of the phone laughed. You're my daughter, don't I know your mind? I'm only calling this time to tell you that Yang Fan is indeed a very good talent. Your father and I are both very attracted to him. Moreover, he still has the Fist group behind him. Befriending him is also beneficial to our Yang family. So it's like this. Of course, everything we are interested in the premise is you. If you feel happy we won't oppose. If you don't have that meaning to him, we won't force you to be with him. You are our daughter. Your happiness and well-being will always come first. With these words, Yang Lingling's face finally bloomed into a perfect smile once again. I know, Mom. I will definitely think about it. Yang Lingling's heart uncontrollably gave birth to a trace of stolen joy. She couldn't help but lie on the bed in some despair and fret. It's finished. It seems like I'm really completely trapped. At the same time, Yang Lingling's fiancé Wang Yukai, who had already been internally determined, was rejected by the Yang family. The reason was that they wanted to allow Yang Lingling to be free to choose her own happiness. However, Wang Yukai is clear in his heart, but only because the Yang family intends to climb the high branch of Yang Fan. What to pretend? He couldn't stand the anger, and brought people to the factory, wanting to find Yang Fan's trouble. The first thing I want to do is to get the money to pay for it. I am Yang Lingling's fiancé Wang Yukai. Tell him to come out and see me. Wang Yukai was dressed in a designer suit. His feet stepped on a pair of crocodile boots, and his body exuded a flavor that belonged only to the tycoons. Ho, where is this wild dog barking here? I'm your grandpa Yang Fan. What's the matter with finding me? Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, leading the many employees under his hand to walk out together. Just the momentum has steadily suppressed the other side ahead. After all, these employees behind him had gone through a long period of systematic training. Compared to those punks on the opposite side, they were naturally not on the same level. I'm warning you, Yang Lingling is my woman. Leave her or else don't blame me for being rude to you. Just with you? How dare you bark in front of me? Don't even look at what kind of virtue you have. Saying that she's yours, what qualifications do you have? Did the girl agree? You, arrogant brat. Since you don't agree, then I'll beat you until you do. Wang Datsai was furious. This time in order to come over to find Yang Fan's trouble, he had spent a huge amount of money to find many social figures to come over to support him, and all of them had some skills. You who? What a big mouth. Then let me see who is beating who. Yang Fan smiled proudly and rushed out himself, pointing straight at Wang Dezai. Behind him, many employees went into action in unison. They were worried that there was nothing to entertain them every day just focusing on their work, but they didn't expect that a group of trash would take the initiative to come to their doorstep so soon. Good thing. Wang Dezai thought that he was strong and could completely press the significantly slimmer Yang Fan to the ground and beat him up. However, the truth was completely the opposite. Yang Fan's strength was too terrifying. He huffed him to the ground with a slap, and his speed was so fast that before he could react the person had already come to the back and kicked him in the back. In the future give me far away from Ouyang Lingling. All beat me see you once beat you once, row 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 life. Big brother spare your life ah. Wang Dezai people are stupid, especially out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that those people he brought with him have actually been knocked over on the ground. For a moment, he screamed in terror and panic. Get lost. Yes, yes, yes. This is rolling. This is rolling. Wang Dezai fled with his group of subordinates, looking extremely wretched, in stark contrast to the arrogant look they had when they arrived. Yang Fan was too lazy to waste time with this kind of person. Giving a little lesson and threatening them would make them remember. Of course, if the guy does not remember, Yang Fan does not mind to help them to loosen their muscles. After learning the whole story, Ouyang Lingling's heart was filled with pink bubbles for a while, and she greatly changed her opinion of Yang Fan. The man's respect and defense of him made her heart's good feeling towards Yang Fan also completely transformed into adoration. Chapter 61, He's good. I'm good. Ouyang Lingling was more and more dependent on the mind. The shock caused by the thesis made her famous in the circle. The tutor of Ouyang Lingling in the mind to study the matter is also very supportive. After all, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The written record is far less than the roar of the machine to more vivid. However, for Ouyang Lingling, seeing Yang Fan every day is obviously more attractive than studying. In the same mind, the two looked up and down. The ambiguous atmosphere is almost impossible to hide. Every time they met, even the surrounding workers had a smiling expression on their faces. It is a pity that the flowers have no love for the water. Yang Fan, recently in the middle of the mine, cannot have much heart to spend on this little girl, because the first batch of gold was coming out. After a few months, for the first time to see the return of money, Yang Fan can be very important to these gold. And day after day in the plant in the middle of the inspection, Yang Fan heart confidence is also more and more firm. In fact, gold minerals are not like everyone imagines that the gold dig out on the finish, but with other precious metals, as well as over smelting and purification, because gold in nature often to the existence of monomers, that which is mixed with a small amount of other metals can be removed cleanly, has become an important indicator of the quality of gold, good or bad. Of course, the system of geological engineers did not let Yang Fan disappointed. Although the current equipment in the factory is still a little old, but these geological engineers are extremely responsible. Each batch of gold are personally hand. Up to more than half of the gold have experienced. Back to the furnace to resmelting. Geological engineers work day in and day out. And finally also ushered in success. Purity up to 99%. Proper 1,000-foot gold. With the first batch of gold, Yang Fan was thoroughly excited. There was no way. It was too profitable. Take the current lowest gold price on the market. 235 yuan per gram. For example, the total value of the 5 tons of gold produced in the first batch was 937.5 million, excluding the cost of more than 140,000,000 invested in the early stage. Yang Fan made at least 1.5 billion in this instant. This is just the minimum standard. It's a proper $1 billion profit. Holding such a large amount of wealth, Yang Fan did not rush out. Instead, he calmed himself down. According to the geological engineer's report, the gold of this land under his feet, the reserves are as high as tens of billions of tons. Today's 10 tons is just a drop in the bucket. Since it was the first shipment, Yang Fan instead did not care about the price. Whether or not it can make a name for itself is the most important thing. Forced to hold himself down in the office, and let Su Qian assist in investigating the information, Yang Fan's mind also slowly began to have a clue. In fact, the gold industry is not complicated. A total of 3 parts: mining plants, dealers, and processors. Dealers are also commonly known as second-hand dealers. The gold will be sold to the major jewelry processors. Yang Fan directly intends to transfer to the last link 10 tons of reserves, although more, but for these gold processors for the whole country or the world, not enough can eat the number. The first thing Yang Fan did was to start searching the merchants in the country, and this search of familiar surname came into view. Ouyang family. Ouyang Lingling's family was actually in the gold business. I did not expect that the little girl who was hanging around in front of me every day had such an identity, and Yang Fan brought the little girl over for consultation on the same day. The line of sight turned to the following day. Ouyang Lingling got off the airplane early in the morning and came to the entrance of the family's manor. Looking at the endless 100-acre manor, Ouyang Lingling's heart rippled for the first time. As the youngest girl in the younger generation of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Lingling was not a popular candidate for succession. From childhood to adulthood he had basically been cultivated as a big celebrity. But today, the 10-ton order that Yang Fan had taken out had allowed her to see the light of day that she would be able to make it to the position of the family head. If she took this position, wouldn't she be able to get closer to Yang Fan? Thoughts kept popping up in her mind. Ouyang Lingling also gritted her teeth and followed the butler into the manor in big strides. As a member of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Lingling, although not involved in the operation of the family business, but for the situation within the family still have a certain understanding. Ouyang gold industry had now endured more than 200 years, and despite having the empty shell of such an old-fashioned enterprise, it had actually been declining. Cannot keep up with the development of the times? In the traffic has just risen. Did not ask the big stars to endorsement. Ouyang Gold one step wrong. Today's reputation has long been greatly reduced. There is no money to carry out a new round of research and development of jewelry. Ouyang Gold is now nothing more than eating old money. The liquidity is getting less and less, and the gold is getting more and more difficult to purchase. The 10-ton order brought by Yang Fan was enough for the Ouyang family to open a family meeting. Ling Ling, hurry up and come in. A slightly anxious voice instantly pulled the girl's thoughts back to reality. Looking up, Ouyang Lingling realized that she had already arrived in the lobby. The lobby was very ancient and simple. The furnishings were atmospheric and unusual, all revealing the splendor of the Ouyang family at one time, and the atmosphere was majestic from afar. However, the surrounding body voices were full of vitriol. She is Ouyang Lingling with a foxy face. She must have seduced the gold mine boss. How did the Lao Air family produce such a talent? If you ask me, it's just being cheated. 10 tons of gold said that's all you need? Bah! The surrounding similar figure intensified. Just called Ouyang Lingling's father Ouyang Feng is even more fiery, but looking around the elders of the family, but half a word cannot spit out. While just at this time, the main seat of the contemporary Ouyang family head, Ouyang Jia vocalized, "Be quiet, what do you all look like one by one? Shut up, Ling Ling, we're making a big deal of holding a family assembly today for your news from last night, so I hope you'll seriously speak up. If there really are 10 tons of gold, I'll immediately let your father handle this matter, and I'll also be in charge of the processing of this batch of gold in the future. But if there is a hidden agenda in it, Ling Ling, you should consequences. Expelled from the family. Consequences of the two words bite extremely heavy. Ouyang Jia old man, this hand of radish plus stick play can be described as a perfect mastery. The atmosphere in the lobby steeply became silent. Expelled from the family, 4 words so that everyone's eyes all converged on the slender body of Ouyang Lingling. Silence, deathly silence. The first time she experienced this kind of situation, Ouyang Lingling only felt like her mouth was filled with lead. Half a syllable could not be sent out. I don't know how long it took. Ouyang Lingling finally said in a deep voice, "Grandfather can rest assured. Or please let my father hurry to deal with this time. This way he is good. I am also good." Chapter 62. This is not worth more than gold. In fact, Ouyang Feng actually, after getting the news yesterday, has begun the investigation of the fist minerals. The heart already has a brow. Today this family assembly, in addition to so things spread to the surface, more is a kind of pressure on Ouyang Lingling. After all, such a pie falling from the sky, and related to the entire future of the Ouyang family. As the head of the family, he must be cautious. He didn't want the Ouyang family's 100-year foundation to be destroyed in the hands of a woman. And these last words of Ouyang Lingling undoubtedly shattered all of Ouyang Feng's doubts. The feelings that these two people really had a leg up. It had to be said that as the head of the family, Ouyang Feng had thought too much. In his eyes, this was already a way for Yang Fan to raise his fiancé's status in order to get a stake in Ouyang gold industry in the future. But no matter how the misunderstanding was, excluding this concern in his mind, Ouyang Feng's action was a thunderous one. By midday the next day, Ouyang Jia had arrived at fist mining. The negotiation process was naturally smooth sailing. Yang Fan's request to print fist mining on the jewelry was almost nothing in front of the minimum price of 235 renminbi. Fist mining's first deal ended so hastily. More than $2.9 billion of funds arrived the next day. Yang Fan bank card on the deposit once again stretched. But there is no time to be excited. Yang Fan turned around and put into the infrastructure. The building of 10,000 feet high. Yang Fan, this cannot dare to have half a bit of sloppiness. Before controlled by the fund, the whole mine simplified place have to make up for a large number of high-end equipment purchase. All smelting machinery and excavation machinery are taken to the industry's highest standards. The wage level of the employees is further increased. It can be said that the villager's salary of more than 10,000 per month is considered to be proud of the entire mineral industry. In this way, a large number of resources like no money poured towards the mine. the villagers wailed into the work. The whole factory is in full swing every day. Yang Fan walk in, which can feel around the workers and the body full of energy. For the boss, this feeling is really no better. Of course, if there is no side of this little girl is not every day stick to their own better. I've seen all of the new batch of equipment that just came in. TSK, you've really put in the effort. We used to have some jurisdictional mines where this equipment can be more than $20 million higher than normal mining equipment. Just for that 3-5% efficiency? You really don't remember the cost. Forget it, you're the boss. You're in charge of everything. But there's one thing I have to remind you of. S32 we can't use at all. The hardness of gold is not that high. This is common sense. Do you want to mine diamonds? Then you have to buy S37. That thing can't be bought by ordinary people. With her mouth constantly broken, Ouyang Lingling was like a follower chasing after Yang Fan. For such a big girl who had never chased anyone before, this was already the most extreme way for her to express her good feelings. Just as these words landed, Yang Fan, who was originally just smiling to deal with Ouyang Lingling, had a somewhat frozen expression. Yes, he was right. It had never been mentioned to anyone, and other than Yang Fan, only the geological engineers knew that there were indeed diamonds around this gold mine, and this batch of newly purchased equipment was indeed prepared for them. When this news was brought up by the geological engineer at the time, Yang Fan was so excited, and the investigative survey was put aside. Diamond is actually always a premium item, although for the general public it has a high price, but for the manufacturers who mine the raw stone, the profit in it is not as good as gold. Yang Fan was also just planning to take advantage of the funds to mine some to try enrich the products of the fist minerals, and it was only after this try that Yang Fan noticed the problems. The S-series of drilling instruments, in addition to being used for mining, are more applied to some highly sophisticated processing equipment. S32 is already the limit of what can be purchased. S37 that can be approved by the state. Alas, this money cannot be spent out. The heart cannot help but some gloomy. Yang Fan and Ouyang Lingling, four eyes relative to each other. The atmosphere is indescribably silent, and just at this awkward time, a miner in the distance is running over in a hurry. Mr. Yang, something happened. C3 dug out some big boxes over there. Everyone can't decide. You hurry over. C3, isn't this the area where the diamonds are ready to be mined? His heart tightened. Yang Fan tugged on Ouyang Lingling and followed the miners. 10 minutes later, in front of the mining site, looking in front of him, he saw a black box that looked like a coffin. Yang Fan was silent. Old boss, I'm afraid this is not someone's coffin. It's unlucky. I don't think so. Who has nothing to bury? Coffins buried more than 10 meters. That's right, but this thing looks a little scary. The surrounding people are talking a lot. Yang Fan just wanted to say something, but was Ouyang Lingling dragged to the side. This is definitely not a coffin. It's just a standardized statue. There is no pattern on it at all. And if I'm not mistaken, this spray paint in front of me, there's still a large amount of tin ingredient in it. It's specially made to be sealed. I'm afraid there's some kind of treasure in here. You still know this? Having been piqued by Ouyang Lingling's words, Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, and looking at this scene of the man, Ouyang Lingling patted her full breasts and said proudly, "We are from the science class. We have a former professor called Old Man Wang who loves to tell us these stories." Looking at the little girl's well-spoken appearance, the fear in Yang Fan's heart due to the unknown also dissipated for the most part, and he waved his hand and said, "Open. I want to see what this is." With the words of the old boss, a few bold villagers around who had long had the intention to open this thing to have a look came up. But don't look at this box, looks light. The texture is indeed very hard. A full 20 minutes to pry open the surrounding, and with the last warped stick raised high, the lid of the sound fell aside. The sight in the box was simply dumbfounding. One by one, very exquisite porcelain, along the entire box neatly arranged. A rough look, there are dozens of more. The patterns on top of each porcelain were alive and well, and just by looking at them, one would know that they were of extraordinary value. In addition, in the entire jar outside the center area is a very extremely detailed grass. Above is covered with a long tube sealed with beeswax, which looks like a painting or calligraphy. This scene, even if it is a little cute, can also see out. This is a ing box of antiques. It wasn't worth much more than gold. Chapter 63. Who is not a richest man yet? Digging gold, digging out a bunch of antiques. Yang Fan, this is also no one. Will a box of antiques examined? No idea. Yang Fan simply sealed this group of treasures in the warehouse, and after it is properly stored, the first thing Yang Fan did is to investigate the origin of these antiques. The world of antiques, the world of gold, although there is no valuation, Yang Fan also know that can be so preserved things must be worth extraordinary, but the fact is far more outrageous than the speculation based on experience. This is indeed a batch of genuine antiques, and it was the most precious kind. Decades ago, China had experienced a period of great turmoil. The invaders from abroad almost raided this rich land of all things. Antiques were the most important part of it. According to the official incomplete statistics, China in that period of turmoil exiled overseas antiques up to tens of millions of pieces. And the mine where Yang Fan is now is said to be the very same place where a group of invaders were stationed back then. This is likely to be the year the invaders could not take away but could not afford to destroy the important antiques. The two linked. The mind recalled the antique above the beautiful pattern. Yang Fan's heart already had a rough estimate previously for the group of valuable antiques of the idea of private swallow down, but also suddenly dissipated into infinity. Yang Fan was a businessman, good at money, but he was even more of a Chinese. These treasures created by the skills of countless predecessors throughout the ages deserve to be in a museum and be admired by millions of people. Almost without any hesitation, Yang Fan has contacted the Cultural Relics Bureau in the afternoon, and at that time, he was slightly proud of his heart, obviously did not know that this patriotic move had caused some trouble for himself. In the evening, Yang Residence. Today's Yang Residence is not what it used to be. Under Yang Fan's transformation, it is like a piece of paradise. In the artificial lake, a large and expensive koi carp moves slowly, and there is a little bit of insect song in various kinds of potted plants, but it is such a wonderful environment. Yang Fan is annoyed abnormally. Mr. Yang, you don't trust us, this is my business card, let's make friends. Mr. Yang, you give a letter. Are you afraid we won't be able to eat or what? We have enough money, you can rest assured. Absolutely will not disclose half of the news. This is in your home ground was dug out. Originally belongs to you is not it. We have someone here, absolutely can give you a clear arrangement. Boss Yang, we are all businessmen, we all look up and see, if you this directly refused. Ha! In the large courtyard, 3 or 4 big-bellied look-alike bosses gabbled around Yang Fan. The face was close to directly writing the word greed. Yang Fan knew that this news would spread out, but did not expect the speed to be so fast. More than that, he did not expect the threat of this group of people to be so naked. Looking at the face of this group of people who were seeking profit by any means necessary, Yang Fan fiercely sneered twice and said boldly, "Want this group of antiques? You can $300 billion. I just don't know if you guys come up with this 300 billion. Can China swallow it whole up?" Yang Fan's words were loud and clear, and when he said that, the faces of those few bosses just now changed abruptly. That among them, as the biggest jeweler in D City, Jin Yufu's boss, Jin Dasheng even stood out at once. "What do you mean? What? You still think that this news reaches the top? Sorry, the news was blocked by us long ago." As the topmost jeweler in D City at the moment, Zhou Dasheng's words were spoken with a great deal of confidence. The surrounding bosses saw that Zhou Dasheng was so blatant. Their expressions were condensed, but they soon laughed and laughed. Threatening words were even more frequent. "Brother, you also know, standing in front of you to be able to block these news, we are all the richest in all walks of life is not. Why be so persistent?" "That's right, Zhao old brother is right. It's hard to believe that you still want to take down so many goodies alone. Don't be ridiculous, there's money for everyone to earn together. A flirting voice became more and more reckless. Yang Fan's patience had also reached its limit and coldly shouted, "Scram! All of you get out." The loud voice kept echoing in the courtyard, quickly startling the surrounding villagers. For this big boss who could bring everyone to make money, the villagers still had great admiration for Yang Fan. A group of people with bad faces immediately surrounded. "Okay, Yang Fan, you wait." In the heavy atmosphere, Zhou Dasheng looked at himself to bring, but more than 10 security guards immediately loosened his mouth and took the lead to leave the courtyard. The rest of the various bosses also swarmed after blankly glancing at Yang Fan. A farce, quietly dispersed in the sound of the villagers cursing. But for Yang Fan, the real war had actually just begun. The previous group of bosses were right. This group of people were indeed all the richest in all industries in D City. The richest man means that he is the first to know the dividends of this industry, and he holds the largest portion of the resources in this industry. For the entire minerals, this is everywhere a constraint. Don't underestimate these guys. They start hard, things to do than anyone else. Mining development to today's need for a variety of living facilities, clothing, and even logistics tools, all of which are dependent on these businessmen. Once the other side out of the grip's difficult, just set off the fist of the mine is a kind of disaster. Not to mention that this group of people are more or less involved in the jewelry industry in D City. The more I think about it, the more alarmed I am. But this scenario in front of me makes Yang Fan become even more combative. Want to play it? Cut. Who is not a rich man? Now the most urgent task is to hand over this group of treasures to the state. Obviously, under the control of the other side of the force, D City within the Bureau of Cultural Relics cannot be counted on. There is only one way in front of us, up to heaven. Only by poking this basket to the maximum could the country realize its importance. And Sun Tao, who had previously introduced Fistful of Rice wine as the national wine, was the perfect candidate. Without saying a word, Yang Fan directly made a phone call to Su Qian. After settling this matter, Yang Fan's attention turned to the factory. A large-scale mineral enterprise is bound to have a tribal distribution in the future. Around the factory area, there should be a variety of commercial stores gathered, and most of them were owned by the mines. This was a complete development model, and in recent decades, almost all large-scale mining plants had done so. Yang Fan knew this, but at that time these ideas were still too far away for the as if it were a baby fist. What Yang Fan wanted to do now was to advance that progress indefinitely. A sensational reform was thus kicked off in the midst of fist minerals. Chapter 64, this damn familiar script. Yang Fan's reforms were struggling on, and the hugs from the richest people also came at the same time as promised. In just the first week, 2 consecutive aspects of the offense made Yang Fan feel dizzy. First is the miner's life. Yang Fan mine around the supermarket has a serious supply problem. Many of the daily necessities have been out of stock. The miner's clothes, which are badly worn and need to be washed and repaired every day in the mines, are also not accepted by any of the cleaning manufacturers who dare to accept them. For this reason, Yang Fan had to increase the cost, sending workers to the surrounding larger towns to buy in batches, time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention inefficient and delayed. Secondly, the production and construction. Originally many signed a good freight company suddenly backwater. Not only were many of the raw materials needed for the plants under construction unable to be shipped over, but even the slag and waste materials were difficult to handle. The operation was like a thunderbolt, so that the whole factory could not adapt to the consecutive days. Simply chaotic into a pot of porridge. And just when this group of black hands behind the scenes had been snickering, 3 days later, the entire factory suddenly quieted down. Everything was as orderly as before. Not only that, there were even a lot of hastily constructed tin houses around, business signs labeled with fruits and vegetables as well as cleaning services, and a slightly worn-out tricycle and van also gathered around the factory area. All the efforts turned into water, and the richest men were completely dumbfounded. And all this seems incredible. In fact, all thanks to Yang Fan's lovely employees. Let's not forget that they are farmers in their own right. As people born and raised in this remote area, this group of people's ability to live independently was probably unimaginable to rich people growing up in big cities. The self-sufficient small peasant economic production model, from the ancient times to the present day, naturally has its tenacious vitality. There are no fruits and vegetables, which are indeed completely self-sufficient. If you are facing the soil, you can still care about your appetite. Without the bulk of the cleaning service, the peasant women inside the village stepped forward. After all, it was their husbands or sons who worked in the mines. As for transportation, that's even more needless to say. After half a lifetime of working in the fields, who doesn't have a tricycle at home? In this way, the villagers who used to work at home and pick up their children from school have become a powerful productive force. These small forces came together and were able to cope with the demand for minerals. Yang Fan was even more excited after realizing this, and released several preferential policies in a row. The first 2 years of the factory buildings around the mining plant were exempted from rent. All prices and service fees were equal to those of the outside world. 2 prongs. The villagers who were originally still stopping to see if they wanted to do these transactions became very enthusiastic. Money is the best catalyst. The villagers have become the biggest card in Yang Fan's hand, while the miners' high wages are the glue that holds them together. Undoubtedly, as long as Yang Fan did not lower the wage rate, then no one could drive these villagers who wanted to get rich away from the factory. The situation was instantly reversed. When the mining area and the entire market of the land became completely separated on both sides, many of the means of the richest people already meant that they could not be used. After all, state-controlled facilities like water and electricity were beyond their control. Days just like this day by day. In the mining plant in Yang Fan eyes watching all this, smile don't mention how happy. The child his second aunt also came. I saw him today to collect clothes to come. His second uncle, want daughter-in-law? Pa, no big deal. You melon child. Your grandchildren are sent to boarding school in the city, so your second aunt might as well come here for half a day to do the laundry for a few $1,000s a month. Hey, that's right. My family was working as a housekeeper in the city, and now they're here too. Don't mention it. Our boss Yang is really a good person. Not only do we work but our families are also assigned. My son, the one who wandered around the city every day without earning any money, is now driving a tricycle here. One day we'll ask our son to come too. We drive here for 6,000 to 7,000 a month, and our families are in the neighborhood, so it's a good deal. Passing by the entrance of the factory, it was the end of the day. The miners' discussion reached Yang Fan's ears. Although their faces are dark and sweaty, they can't stop smiling. For these peasants who had worked all their lives, there was nothing more reassuring to them than this kind of life. Feeling the joy of the miners around him, Yang Fan walked and stopped under the setting sun. Just in a moment of lost concentration, a petite figure jumped into his arms. Ugh, you took advantage of me. Bah, stinking rascal. Looking up at Yang Fan, Yang Lingling, who had violently zipped into his arms, had her face almost reddened to her ears. That distance where one can feel a man's nostrils has an indescribable ambiguity, which makes the little girl hurriedly pull away and quickly open her mouth to cover up the panic. You still have the heart to skulk around here. Do you know something big has happened? That group of jewelers are now pressing the price. Our family head is now in a hurry. Give me an idea. Shouting towards Yang Fan like a series of beads, Yang Lingling's shy appearance instead made the man laugh. Price war. This damn unfamiliar script. In fact, as early as after resolving the first wave of attacks from these richest men, Yang Fan already had this speculation. Fist Minerals is doing gold business. Like cab escorts in this regard the other party cannot lay hands on. Will certainly move from the gold itself. And gold jewelry, such things are not like ordinary items, can be arbitrary price pressure. It is controlled by the international gold price. For these richest people, all they can do is to smash the disc. Price war, in the end, is nothing more than psychological warfare, with never-ending loss business to wear down your will. For example, gold. The market minimum selling price of 235 yuan a gram. I now hit the good gold ring as long as 230 yuan per gram. This price seems unbelievable, but as long as the other party's financial power is enough after a wave of madness, it's enough to make this group of jewelers start to be jealous. This group of merchants who are smarter than monkeys would definitely choose to lower their prices in the same way. Although the situation is unclear, once there is really any significant price drop, such a loss is not something that everyone can afford. And this jewelry industry once affected, the other side will certainly not buy gold in large quantities. This hand operation down. For the current rapid development in the fist of the mineral loss is incalculable. For this all very understand. Price war this old trick Yang Fan, but immediately have a countermeasure. Lingling, don't worry. See how I'm going to fix these old men. Chapter 65 Why Gold is Expensive. Price wars come down to two words. Cost. If you want to win in a price war, the most important thing is to sell at a lower price than the same kind. And low cost is obviously the guarantee of all this. This does not worry. Yang Fan directly contacted Su Qian, went to the Ouyang family to negotiate a large cooperation, every quarter to ensure the supply of gold, the price as low as 200 yuan. The only requirement is that the selling price of jewelry has the same reduction. To be honest, the Ouyang family has never met this kind of request. Isn't this a obvious gift of money? After the sweetness of the first cooperation, plus Ouyang Lingling such a living sign, the Ouyang family almost no hesitation to sign the contract. After a few days of short silence, the first batch of cheap gold jewelry belonging to Fist Mining and Ouyang Gold jointly hit the market. The high price of 210 yuan per gram interrupted the industry's routine, and countless people were in an uproar. And the market is like this. The supply and demand relationship has changed. The original hot jewelry industry has ushered in the winter. Many people are looking forward to the gold price fall again and again. Jewelry sales stagnation. The richest against Yang Fan can only rely on high subsidies to stabilize this group of jewelers. Compared to this group of burnt-out capitalists, Yang Fan's little life is much more nourishing. Everything is normal within the minerals. Construction is thriving. Ouyang Gold Industry. The current sales volume is also several times higher than their previous. Plus such a low price can get gold. They don't mention how happy they are. But whether it is the richest people or Yang Fan, two parties in the jewelry industry set off such a big wave, has meant that this is a long tug of war. No one would be the first to stop, because once you stopped, then all the losses of this operation would all be borne by you. The stalemate continued, and a week passed by quietly. Yang Fan began to be a little impatient. As a player who always likes to solve problems quickly, Yang Fan does not want to see these clowns. After a short period of gathering intelligence and making choices, Yang Fan made a bold move. In just over half a day's time, a video had already hit the hot search of the bib. On the title were a few hefty big words. Why is gold expensive? I believe that everyone's normal life must be able to contact some gold and silver jewelry, and everyone has never thought, why is gold so expensive? He can't eat or wear. Although it is a precious metal, can be applied in many industries, but compared to the more frequent use of titanium alloy and other precious metals, but still seems too expensive. I believe someone in the comments section has already pointed out that because she has been difficult to mine since ancient times, she has a symbolic additional price as gold and silver jewelry. Yes, this is indeed the case. But what I want to talk to you about today is the most fundamental reason why the price of gold stays high, the gold standard. Everyone is usually exposed to banknotes, right? The whole video is more than 10 minutes long. Yang Fan sits on top of a simple desk and talks eloquently on the topic of the gold standard. Yang Fan said from the historical development and value of two aspects. In fact, this thing is not complicated. Learned politics must have heard of a word called equivalence. Starting from the ancient barter, the value of a thing often needs a standard to measure, and equivalents came into being. For example, shells in ancient times and later copper coins. These are all equivalents. In many cases, equivalents represent credit, the credit of the person who issued it. This is a big reason why a banknote is just a piece of paper, but can be used to purchase other items. It is actually like a kind of unit of guarantee with the credit of the country. And with the development of the times, the closer and closer interaction between countries, the thing of gold has also come onto the stage of history. He does not need to rely on the country's credit. Because of the scarcity, things are rare. He himself represents the value. So you can see, a few decades ago a lot of great powers interacted with gold as a unit of measurement. But today, with the gradual development of the international situation, fundamentals have been eliminated. Currencies between great powers have become widely recognized, such as the rice dollar, such as the soft money. The gold standard disappeared into history, and the price of gold is no longer manipulated by the great powers. More often than not, they are a means for businessmen to seize the people's money. The influence of the scarf in the national public opinion is no doubt, and this kind of topic related to the livelihood of the people, is more for the public to enjoy. Half a day, really also as people wake up from the merchant's big dream, the price of gold began to plummet all the way down. This time is not just about the D city within the small fight, but a nationwide activity. Knowing that Yang Fan and the richest people have problems, countless gold and silver jewelry merchants are gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do about Yang Fan. Yang Fan is the gold producer. As long as he is above the cost, he can raise the price as much as he wants. The rich people suffered when they couldn't pour fire on Yang Fan. In order to stop this unprofitable dispute, the listed companies behind the richest have plummeted. A long time of losing money business. Let the shareholders have to sit down. In the end, these guys closed their hands, without a good opponent. Yang Fan, this one-man show, naturally cannot sing. Going with the flow, the heat on the scarf is slowly decreasing. The people's memories are forgettable, plus the push of these gold and silver merchants behind them. Today's gold prices, although still lower than the same period of time in the past, but I believe it will not take long to return to the previous position. Completely put these things aside. Yang Fan previously let Su Qian deal with the antiques also began to echo. Sun Tao succeeded. The richest people in the country does have some influence, despite Sun Tao's best efforts to activities, but for a long time or not see results. But with the other party's failure in the gold market, the news naturally could not be covered. With the first batch of inspectors came to the Fist Mineral Fist. Minerals immediately became a new star in the antique world. These treasures once again blossomed with an eye-catching luster. The number of more than 900 pieces, so that the group of Cultural Relics Bureau of personnel just to confirm their identity took 10 days. Within 10 days, more and more antique enthusiasts gathered at Fist Square. Don't underestimate these people. The identity behind those who can afford to play with antiques must be extraordinary. Yang Fan of course will not give up such a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the group of antique players are excited. Directly will happen at the time of the matter in detail all told again. Of course, there is no lack of adding fuel to the behavior of this group of richest people. Without a doubt, another huge storm was brewing within the Fist mines. Chapter 66. Convinced, really convinced. The value of this group of antiques proved not to disappoint Yang Fan. There were a total of 105 pieces of Tang San Kai, 3 of Zhang Zirui's ink treasures, and 5 of Yan Shi's calligraphy. These precious relics lost and found, for the entire antique circle of China, is shocking news. Originally Yang Fan thought that these comrades of the Cultural Relics Park, who joyfully held the treasures back, would send themselves an award, and at that time, he apparently still underestimated the importance of the country too much. S37. Approved. When he was transferred to Yang Fan's hand with a paper contract, he could not even believe that it was true. You have to know that this is a state-controlled machinery issued, with such a divine weapon. Diamond mining has undoubtedly been drastically advanced. Yang Fan was also mindful of urging the progress of the workers, but before that, he obviously had a little bit of trouble to deal with. Out of sight, tell them to get lost. Looking at the embarrassed Su Qian at the door, Yang Fan had said grimly without waiting for the other party to speak. For this group of richest people who blocked the door every day, he was also annoyed to death. Mr. Yang, they said they won't leave if they don't see you this time. Grandma, bumped into old hooligans this is. Looking at Su Qian's tangled expression, Yang Fan laughed and cursed, and finally raised his body. One by one, all of them are the richest. There is no point of backbone. But despite the slander in his heart, Yang Fan was actually not repulsed by the idea of meeting a group of these bereaved dogs. Anyway, they are all sending money. As expected, Yang Fan just stepped out of the door. This group of old guys then pounced up with a ghostly cry. Mr. Yang, please give me a break. I can't live on this day. Those gold and silver jewelers want to suck our blood dry off. That group of antique dealers is even more excessive. We are not an attempted crime? How come all the money we injected before has been withdrawn? That's right. I had signed a big order with the state is also yellow. Please, please. This group of richest people are quite miserable. Really. In order to these shareholders to make such a big storm, the money did not get, not to mention, can be said to be three sides are not pleasing. Being tossed around gold and silver jewelers, not to mention. Just these antiquarians with significant capital in hand, as well as the country's disgust is enough for them to drink a pot. Only half a month's time, this group of big-bellied guys have lost a circle of weight. The eye is about to lose its human appearance. Deadly staring at this group of water dog did not say a word. Looked at. Yang Fan also let go. Businessmen seeking profit is nature. They do not understand the value of antiques. The punishment has been suffered. As for Yang Fan himself, and they do not have too much conflict of interest and deep hatred. However, Yang Fan naturally will not give them a good face. At this moment just coldly laughed, faintly said, "What do you guys want to do?" When the words landed, this group of old guys were like grasping a life-saving straw and shouted enthusiastically, "I want to invest. I want to invest in Fist Minerals. I'm willing to take all my shares in gold, silver, and jewelry to request for shares. TMD old Zhao, get lost, don't steal my lines. I'm willing to add $30 million. I'll add 60 million. Look at me, Mr. Yang." As the saying goes, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. It is the group of richest people who have been made so miserable. The hands of this group of richest people are also quite a lot of oil. Naturally know that this group of rich people just to join the Fist Mineral to avoid some disaster. Yang Fan for this cooperation is also not mustard. The more money you make, the better. After the general almost unresisting negotiation, Yang Fan signed an unequal treaty with this group of guys. The sharp knife scraped off a lot of fat on them, and the nutrition would eventually flow into the hands of Fist Minerals. With the S-37 subsequently in hand, Yang Fan began his own crazy mining life again. In fact, today's Fist Minerals can completely run on its own. A family is all around the factory, and the workers' self-consciousness is very high. Slowly, the life here is no different from the village. Yang Fan is also happy with this. Every day in the factory area to sneak around. Tease Yang Lingling, the day is not happy, and as the old saying goes, time will brew the most flavorful wine, and time can also bring gold and diamonds to Yang Fan. The first batch of diamonds was freshly baked, and the production of gold expanded one step further. Ouyang gold industry could no longer eat so much wealth. Those small jewelers within D City were even more so. The more the warehouse was piled up, Yang Fan also had to start planning for sales. This time, it was difficult for him. Unlike the previous business, gold and diamonds are something that can never be eaten without a huge capital, and no one dares to cooperate in this kind of business. There must be an old customer to find a buyer. Yang Fan, who has always been a loner and doesn't like to gang up, has turned sales into a big problem. Has been this difficulty for several days. Sitting in the staff cafeteria at the moment, Yang Fan looked at the front of this large piece of beef, have no appetite. What's wrong? Why don't you see you go to the research room today? Do not go to see your precious diamonds? Flirtingly staggering to Yang Fan's side, Yang Lingling's smile also instantly froze with the moment she saw Yang Fan's expression. Seeing this expression on the face of this always confident man for the first time, Yang Lingling didn't say a word, but just put the beef on the plate in front of Yang Fan. Nowadays the staff cafeteria can be said to be different from the past. There is meat in every meal, and all of them are the kind of large pieces of good beef. At this time to see this beef block in the plate a bounce, Yang Fan also by this little girl's mind all of a sudden all smiled. Okay, don't worry about it, there are some problems with sales. I'll contact them again some other day. There should be an eyeball on it soon. Outlets, such high quality gold and diamonds. Do they still need to find outlets? Like it was unbelievable. Yang Lingling covered her cherry mouth, and the other party's surprised look was what made Yang Fan rekindle his hope. Right, there is a big family insider beside himself. Hurriedly held Yang Lingling's slender shoulders. Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "No, what?" Quickly say ah. You do not freeze. Looking at Yang Fan's fiery appearance, Yang Lingling gave a blank look. Don't you know about the Sanfeng trading market? By the way, that thing seems to need an acquaintance to introduce it, but it's okay, I'll go back and let my dad write a letter. Let me tell you, when I was little the Yang family was still prospering. My dad and I went over there. There are so many fun things over there, and all of them are exceptionally rich. Beg me, hurry up and beg me. Chapter 67, Trenchless. Sanfeng trading market was a special existence within China. You couldn't find his location on a map, and there was no way to find out any information related to it on the internet. He was like a ghost market that existed in this world. It had to be said that the Sanfeng trading market was dripping with secrecy and was full of compulsion. This also makes Yang Fan's mind more determined. Just a few days after getting Ouyangji's introduction, then rushed to Yungue. Yungue area is at the border of China. The rolling mountains wrapped under a small city. Standing on this land, Yang Fan could feel the anger jumping in the air. No wonder that group of rich people like to stay here. TSK. After getting off the plane and lamenting about this cloudy environment in the airport, Yang Fan got into the business sedan that had been prepared long ago. The beautiful scenery outside the window sped by, and I don't know how many sleeps I ended up taking. A cave as large as the huge mouth of a fierce beast appeared in front of him. Asterisk. Unable to help but report a national curse. Looking at the cave in front of him, which was about 10 meters in diameter, Yang Fan staggered. This is a ING trading market. His heart was shocked, but Yang Fan still quickly pressed himself, and after calming down, he took a big stride and walked in. After walking for about 10 seconds or so, the ground under his feet was no longer a smooth stone pavement, but a soft carpet instead. The surrounding warm yellow light seemed a bit ambiguous and dim, and one by one, the vendors were hidden in the corners, with some antique-like things in front of them. Although the vendors looked very shabby, Yang Fan did not have the slightest idea of contempt, because Yao Xiaoshu beside him had already stopped him several times. This place was definitely not simple. With awe and learning in mind, Yang Fan kept going deeper and deeper as the lights became brighter and brighter. The things in front of him also became more and more tantalizing. From a piece of antique that came from the same place, to these golden jewelry that shone with a brilliant luster. It was at this moment that Yang Fan saw what the three-way trading market really looked like. Just before the man could lament for long, soon Yang Fan discovered a problem. There were no empty ING stalls. Almost every stall that he passed by was filled with goods, which made Yang Fan frown. Luckily, as if sensing his boss's thoughts, Yao Xiaoshu pointed towards the direction of 10 o'clock. Fixing his eyes on it, Yang Fan realized that there was indeed a small stall there. Without further ado, with the idea of finding a place to land first, Yang Bing quickly rushed over and looked at the old man next to the stall and asked, "How do you rent this stall?" 9 million. 1 year. The moment the old man's hoarse voice came out, the silent market was like it had suddenly come to life. "Young man, don't listen to him. The previous owner of this stall went bankrupt and was unlucky. Ha. The old black head is a famous pit. Don't look at him now pointing you to a stall. A moment you want to buy. Around these two pieces can be counted. Egu, our former black big jade king, now can only rely on renting this stall to earn money. If I say he early this stall sold out, go out to do 2 years can still rise again. A pity." The surrounding discussion was complicated, but Yang Fan also captured a lot of key information from it. First, this old man is not simple. Secondly, to buy it might have to buy 3 pieces. For our boss Yang, can this be called a matter? Feeling the gazes around him converge on his body, Yang Fan did not talk nonsense and directly took out his bank card. 30 million? I'll take all 3 stalls, and for the remaining 3 million, I'll ask you old man to condescend and be my consultant for a month. Ha. Young man, good courage. Like young people like you. My name is Black Jade. I agree to this deal. There was a burst of wild laughter, and as the man called Black Jade nodded his head, the surroundings were immediately flooded with an uproar. To be honest, these stall owners had been in the Sanfeng trading market for so many years. What kind of big scenes had they not seen before? But the young man who just came here threw down $30 million to buy a stall, not even comparing it to this. The trench is unrivaled. The bosses of the stalls were still in shock, but that Black Jade had already taken Yang Fan's bank card in a flash and slid it on the POS machine. The 30 million immediately arrived in the account, and the folds on this Black Jade's face smiled like chrysanthemums as he hurriedly stood by Yang Fan's side. "Young man, looking for me? You are looking at the right person. I Black Jade, not to say anything else. This eyesight in the entire Sanfeng market is absolutely one of a kind. There is not much interest in looking at this Black Jade blowing powerful. Yang Fan is only to see that he is a little famous before hiring him. After finding such a landing point, Yang Fan will continue to go deeper in the market. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will not be in danger. There is still some time before your goods arrive at Sanfeng. Yang Fan intends to take advantage of this opportunity to conduct a good market research." Before Yang Fan asked Black Jade about the distribution in the market, a voice not far away caught his attention. "Open, it's it, Wang Tsong." Instantly recognizing the owner of this voice, Yang Fan hurriedly walked forward. But in a few moments, Yang Fan saw Wang Tsong not far away, dressed in casual clothes, staring at a piece of raw stone on the cutting machine. The tall and plump beauty beside him didn't say a word at the moment, only that his eyes never left the jade stone for half a minute. "Wang Tsong, why are you here?" "Yang Fan, holy, I didn't expect to come here and still meet you." Turning around at the sound of the voice, Wang Tsong's eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. But in the next second, Wang Tsong blinked twice towards Yang Fan in a somewhat mysterious manner. First, he smiled towards the beautiful woman beside him, before he hurriedly pulled him aside. "I'll have a good drink with you again in the evening. This is the Wang family's eldest lady. My father arranged it. You don't say I also know. Our Wang family's great young man has always been in the provinces. Flowers over a piece of leaf does not touch the body. And this woman at a glance on the temperament is extraordinary. You kid has the blessing. As soon as he heard the two words of good fortune, Wang Song's expression was obviously twitching, and he said with a slight bitterness, "What blessing ah? This is spent into more than 20 million. Get out or some broken stone. Loss of old money. Alas, do not say, I go to stare at that stone again. Don't, brother, I may be able to help you a little. Shao Crisp, call engineer Wang over." Feeling that Wang Song was full of disheveled eyes, Yang Fan smiled and cheerfully shouted towards Yao Xiaoshu, "Alright, first don't care whether the people I brought are useful or not, but I took the money away. Let's continue to look at the stone." Ignoring Wang Song's look of desire to speak, Yang Fan dragged the man back to the table. Chapter 68, The $90 Million Gamble. Gambling has always been an activity that is active in the origin of the original stone. Gambling in front of the stone. Rather than the word stone look too heavy, it is a downright gambling activity. In this stone gambling world, there has always been a knife poor and knife rich saying. No matter what kind of businessman you are, you always need to be a little more careful in front of the gambling. There are many people who have lost everything in this business. This was also the reason why Yang Fan asked Yao Xiaosu to call engineer Wang. To be honest, despite knowing that these local and municipal level engineers used by his own system department, almost all of them are proficient in geological engineering such as or smelting. But even so, Yang Fan is now in a situation where he has to be very careful. However, even so, Yang Fan was still a little unsure at this moment. In the moment when Yang Fan was thinking, Wang Song's raw stone had already been completely solved. Young Master Wan's luck seems to be bad this time. Just such a thin piece of green. No one is expected to accept $3 million to thank you for your patronage. Holding two pieces of broken stone in his hand, slightly smiling and showing his big gold teeth, the stall owner standing in front of the cutting machine was not to mention how obscene it was. Mr. Wang, it's getting late. I should go back. Nana, you failed again and again. Then the girl called Nana immediately turned around. Wang Song is not too good to stay. As the so-called brothers, Yang Fan stood out at this moment. Ms. Nana, I have not played yet. I and Song brother is also a very good friend. Do not look at it. Well, my name is Yang Fan. Song brother should also time to come to accompany me to pick the raw stone. After all, it is a big girl. Under the eyes of the public some cannot wipe the face, only to look stupidly at Yang Fan and Wang Song walking around in front of the stall. Behind the boss stared at the face in front of the dead. The mouth did not say a word, but the eyes are like sharp want to see through people. After more than 10 minutes of driving around, many of the surrounding spectators had already left, and the boss's face was getting more and more unfavorable. At this time, Yao Xiaosu called for a long time did not say anything. Wang engineer unnoticeable toward the stone at the feet of Yang Fan pointed. How is this stone sold? Ouch. This gentleman, you can really good eyesight talking about this stone that has a origin, that is. Not waiting for that boss to finish, Wang Song had already impatiently slammed his card on the table. Don't bull asterisk. You every time TMD are this set. This my brother fancy. I buy. Well, look good you nah. Wish you rich ha. The bank card obviously has incomparable temptation. The boss immediately smiled and moved the stone to the cutting machine. Wang Song just this scene, so that the side of the Nana's face is also eased some. In fact, to put it bluntly, this Nana and Wang Song came together to bet on the stone as a test. A place like a casino was the best place to see a man's heart, and Wang Song's previous performance was obviously too dark. This is one of the few points of dominance. Obviously let this Nana again up to the heart. Eyes kept drifting around Wang Song and Nana. Yang Fan's mind was also guessing about the psychology of the two men, and he was even more curious about the outcome of the betting. Bear. The cutting machine spread downward inch by inch, and after just a few dozen seconds, a shrill voice came out from the crowd of onlookers. It's green. You guys, look, out of green. This color is general ordinary emerald just, have not seen the world what is called, all green. This just above is not only a few stripes? How can this kind of stone out of green asterisk. Expert This stone has been here for almost 2 years. $7 million. I want it. The voices in the crowd grew louder and louder, and fine beads of sweat appeared on the owner's head. As the former owner of this piece of raw stone, now he couldn't wait for this to be a piece of broken stone on the street. But it was not to be. When the piece on the surface was completely polished off, a fist-sized emerald appeared in front of the crowd. At that moment, the bidding in the crowd had already exceeded $10 million. Although the texture of the emerald is ordinary, may grow to this size is also extraordinary. Such a large size has a strong plasticity. 10 million is not expensive. Wang Song, who had long been pitted by this gambling stone for the afternoon, saw the money back and reached out to sell the stone. However, Yang Fan hurriedly pulled his hand back, secretly shook his head and said aloud, "It seems that luck is still not good. This stone is not worthy of our Miss Nana." "Forget it, Miss Nana, don't be anxious. I'll sell this stone. Boss, how about picking 2 more? Yang Fan's words were so domineering that the boss nodded his head. "This stone can change hands for $10 million. If you want to, you can pick 5. Yang Fan's bold move won Nana a smile. The surrounding crowd of onlookers also used more and more. Next, it's simply Yang Fan's personal showtime. As a geological engineer, this Wang engineer is powerful, not just experience. More critical is that pair of eyes. According to some soil and simple samples can recognize the following is whether there is or in front of the original stone. To him is like a child's playground. After all, these raw stones were just something for apprentices to practice on back in his day. 2 pieces into 4, 4 pieces into 8. Yang Fan pick is more and more. Opened a lot of treasure. Not out of the green, almost all is Yang Fan intentionally until this sum operation down. Yang Fan also for Nana picked a few pieces of superb jadeite, hit a bracelet. Now this woman for 2 people's attitude has come to a 180-degree turn. But if you say, before this slip of operation, let everyone's eyes back to Yang Fan. That, Yang Fan's next action is even more detonated the whole scene. This, how to sell. Egu, my ancestor, this piece cannot give you for nothing. This is not my stone. This is my previous old owner of this stall left behind the selling price of 90,000,000 yuan. And all the money derived from it will be used for market maintenance. At the mention of this stone, the atmosphere in the market clearly warmed up a few points. Listening to the boss's next ramblings, Yang Fan also figured out the general picture. This stone is indeed a great origin. In this place has been standing for decades. Gambling is also to see the size of the stone. This stone also has a piece of obvious green above. The price tag is naturally extremely high. Many years no one to buy. About this stone rumors are more and more. What dead stone? What emperor green? These kinds of remarks make this stone surrounded by a layer of thick fog. More and more no one dares to bid. The price is also directly capped at $90 million. The legend of the gambling world is now about to be broken by Yang Fan. Cut the crap. I'll take it. Chapter 69, Imperial Green, $200 million. Yang Fan, forget it. Stop playing. Suddenly feeling his arm being tugged, Yang Fan looked up and was met with Wang Tsung's worried gaze. $90 million. Almost catching up with the club's expenses for a year. It was a considerable amount even for Wang Tsung. It's fine. Don't worry. I have a plan. Gently pushing Wang Tsung away, Yang Fan was like an avid gambler, simply placing his card on the POS machine. Brush. With a command, the trading market completely exploded. In the flurry of disturbances, Yang Fan looked at this piece of the crowd. His heart felt nothing. This afternoon's gambling stones Yang Fan has long been counted clearly. The net profit totaled 88 million. Wang engineer personally picked out? It can be said that the inevitable out of green. The only thing you can do is to make less money if you lose the bet. Standing in the center of the whirlpool, Yang Fan is actually very calm. The sight of the boss after the transfer of money is also followed by excitement. And hastily called on the fellows will be more than a meter-high stone lifted to the stage. But staring at this stone left and right, in the end, did not start. That, Yang boss, such an expensive stone I cannot dare to solve. Or, you come? I'll do it. The crisp voice came out. Nana had already stood out, but the movement of the silent black jade along the way was obviously faster. Standing in front of the stage first. When did the Zhang family's little girl become so bold? Such a stone you go to solve, not afraid of staining the bad luck? Hello Mr. Black Jade. The original dissatisfaction turned into awe. Nana honestly stood back. Just when this thousands of attention, the Black Jade did not move. Just like caressing a lover general rubbing the stone. Slowly said, little girl, this stall of mine is ultimately my untalented son's. Tell that door-to-door son-in-law of your Zhang family to come and get it when I'm dead. Today, it's so hard to touch it again. Let me tell you a story. Black Jade's voice was slow and long, as if pulling people back to decades ago. It was a teenager from a poor mountainous area. When he was young, he had eaten grass roots, gnawed on tree bark, and went around and around, which led him to work at a construction site and have a personal appearance. But the suffering of youth is like a brand on the body. The teenager worked hard while looking for a chance to get rich, and by chance, he knew about gambling. Watching that one of the rich people, the teenager moved. With his 1 year saved $100, bought a piece of raw stone. Heaven as if to balance the life of the teenager. The stone, out of the green. $100 turned into $2,000, which was a huge amount of money for the teenager at that time. Did not continue to gamble, the teenager took the money to honor his parents, and then ran into their own village was designated as a jade mining area. Demolished, The next teenager's life is like a hanged man. With the demolition money and the rest of the more than $1,000, the teenager did some trading. After the money is abundant, chartered a jade mining area, reform of the spring breeze blowing then the earth. The people's living standards ushered in a significant increase in the teenager's jade by hot. Has become a party of rich. Teenager became middle-aged. Life more and more affluent. So that he remembered the thing that changed his fate. Gambling on stones has slowly become his hobby. Playing 2 games a day has been his daily routine. But as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. The company's public funds are always misappropriated. Bit by bit, the company collapsed. Rats from a sinking ship, once attached to the relatives into a vampire, drained the last drop of blood from him. He did not die. He used all means to raise a sum of money to buy a piece of raw stone. To this day, he remembers the disappointed look in his wife's eyes when she saw him hobbling around dragging the stone. He also remembers the look on his wife's face when she crashed into a wall and told him to sell the stone to raise her old man and child. It was the nightmare of his life. As you can guess, that man was me. I kept my promise, sent the old man away. The child was released to my son-in-law, and I'm keeping this stall for a living. Oh, I'd like to see what's inside this thing. Click. Almost without any premonition, said excitedly, the black jade directly cut the whole piece of raw stone waste. In a flash of lightning, before Yang Fan could stop his rough action, the stone had already turned into 2 halves. No green. Ha 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 ha. No green. Ching ching, my ching ching, I am a fool. Out of everyone's expectation, the entire market was silent. Only Black Jade was the only one who was madly roaring towards the sky. And just when Black Jade was in an emotional state, the semicircular original stone next to his right hand actually fell aside. The original stone and the gravel on the ground opened a close contact. The sharp-eyed person violently shouted out, "Green! It's green! It's coming out! Holy, imperial green? Looks like a big piece. Hurry to solve ah!" The voice of discussion exploded. Black Jade is also stunned. Gestured to pick up that piece of raw stone. Nana Young Fan and others also came up to take a hand. As if regaining his senses, Black Jade did not say a word at this time, carefully and slowly cutting. The key out even took out a cutting knife, and as the rubble slowly fell, a slice of green surfaced. Emperor Green ah, last life saved the galaxy? Fist size of the Emperor Green, I have seen for the first time in my life. I can't, I Halo Green, not to mention this life. The next life you are also the first time to see. 100 million. Forget it, I know he's not selling. There were still people talking around, but since no one called for a price, the atmosphere was instead quieter. Only after a long time did Black Jade open his mouth with difficulty. Kid, you're much luckier than me. This is the best color imperial green I've ever seen. Thank you for letting me decipher the stone. Alas! A word alas seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, and as the words landed, Yang Fan felt as if Black Jade's figure had hunched over for a few moments. If you insisted a little bit at that time, just a little, it is a pity that there are no ifs in this world. Having said that, out of such a large jade of such quality, Yang Fan naturally could not make a move in such a place, just in case there are people around who see wealth. Yang Fan and Wang Tsong both boxed up the jade and then hurriedly left the market. Okay you kid, luck against the sky. You're not opening technology, right? I tell you, I just heard. This piece of jade at least $200 million. You just go back to steal joy. That said, you are now a celebrity in the Sanfeng trading market. I advise you might as well buy it. There are more people who know what they are doing over here, rather than the auction is reliable. Wang Dashou, who acted as a driver along the way, chattered on and on. While hearing the words become a celebrity, Yang Fan heatedly smiled and said mysteriously, "Don't worry, this piece of jade, I will sell it with a bang." Chapter 70 Gambling Master Boss Yang. Yang Fan's idea today was actually very simple. Taking advantage of his reputation for gambling on stones, he took the opportunity to make a name for himself, and used this piece of Emperor Green worth $200 million as a gimmick to attract traffic when the stall opened. But in fact, no matter what, Yang Fan's ultimate goal was only one, to attract the rich people of the entire Sanfeng market. As the saying goes, jade and jewelry are not separate. Jewelry and other high-end products can rarely be used without gold. Even if you don't do this line, buy some gold at home to store, is also a disguised financial management. Resources in the hands of the customer in front of the eyes. The size of the head of the Emperor Green placed properly. Yang Fan can be said to be racking their brains to think of how to pull the strings. But the next plot reversal was something he never expected. I told you, I won't look at the raw stone. Goodbye, Mr. Yang, don't joke. Your piece of imperial green is not for sale. My boss can explain. Bang! Slamming the door of the hotel room heavily, Yang Fan looked at the furnishings inside the house. His heart could not hide his impatience. It had been 3 days, 3 full days, even though he had already hung out his identity as a gold vendor. All the bosses who paid a visit had only 2 purposes. First, to buy the emperor green that he had on hand. Second, ask yourself to help look at the original stone. Once not twice, twice not 3 times. These people are like bubblegum stuck in the shoes. How can not get rid of? Let's put it this way. Yang Fan has heard all kinds of reasons over these days. What for the pursuit of their own secret love for more than 10 years of women? What their own family old lady 80 birthday need emperor green reason? Why didn't he say that aliens attacked Ultraman? Do not have the heart to spend time on these idle matters. Fishing cannot catch big fish. Yang Fan more and more impatient. Although there is money not to be earned, but the strength of the geological engineers is too anticlimactic, and Yang Fan does not want to destroy the secret industry. After all, people have to defend themselves in the field. Alas, helplessly touched his forehead. Yang Fan front foot but just sat on the sofa. The doorbell is once again ringing. Who is it? Is Mr. Yang so angry? Am I not welcome too? Nana's voice like a silver bell came in, making Yang Fan's anger subside for a few minutes, and he took 3 steps forward to open the door. A emerald green Cheongsam Nana is standing outside the door, seemingly smiling at Yang Fan, the first time to scrutinize this sexy woman. Yang Fan's heartbeat also added a few points, but soon as he thought of Wang Song, Yang Fan's eyes squared up. Brother's fiancé came to the hotel to find me. This is something that is taboo. Giggle. Mr. Yang, is he just going to let me stand outside the door? Please come in, please come in. So for Nana to be a little puzzled. And Yang Fan also knew that he wasn't like some cool article male lead. When the king's aura opens up, all the pretty girls pounce on him. He knew that with Zhang Nana's identity coming here, there must be a purpose. MS. Nana came to see me. Ha ha, you don't need to think much at this point. I have the same purpose as everyone else. I came to buy that piece of imperial green jade and to ask you to come out. When these words came out, Yang Fan's expression changed. This Nana was a 7-tongued heart. How could she not know what was in Yang Fan's heart? And hurriedly added, Stop, Mr. Yang, I have gained some understanding of fists these days, and I have great respect for your history of making a fortune. I know that you should be here to find a buyer for your gold. To be honest, there is a shortage of everything in this place. Sanfeng market, just not gold. There's not much profit in this stuff, merely keeping it in use, and everyone is hoarding about as much as they can, which is why no one comes to your door these days even though you're out of the limelight. I, on the contrary, have a good way, just don't know if you dare. This. Feeling that he could not guess the mind of the woman in front of him, Yang Fan fell into hesitation, and only after a long time did he open his mouth to ask, What do you mean? Mr. Yang is a smart person, can sell here to sell gold is certainly very confident in their own goods. I'll be honest, your piece of imperial green is after all a hammer sale. If you want to attract attention, you also need to sell the original stone. Ta-da-day, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, knowing that the water of selling raw stones is extremely deep. Yang Fan was also a little hexed, and seeing this scene, Nana's face revealed a rare cunning. To tell the truth, the family has already agreed to my marriage with Wang Song. You said that if I sit here in your place for half an hour, TSK, if you do not agree I will not leave. Oh, stop, Chang, little auntie, you go first. Being fooled by this woman, although Yang Fan's heart was a little depressed, he could only look at his departing back and spit on it. Rely on. Having said that, in fact, no matter what kind of way this Zhang Nana is using, the thought he proposed is indeed a feasible program. Sitting on the sofa looking at the distant mountains, thinking for a while, Yang Fan finally dialed her phone number. Just like this, the reputation of Boss Yang, the master stone gambler, began to spread. With the ability of a geological prospector, Yang Fan panned all the primitive stalls in the market that evening, led by the positive standing. The results were quite good, and the profit was roughly estimated to be around $20 million. Things like gambling on stones, once opened, Yang Fan also familiar with it. After shopping around for stones, Nana Zhang also revealed her own little thoughts. Zhang's business is doing great. Whether it is jade gold minerals will be involved. Since it involves the jade industry, this raw stone is naturally an extremely important part of it. In addition to fighting for fame in this stall, most of the rest of Yang Fan's time is spent following Zhang Nana in the selection of raw stones. It couldn't be helped. After all, she was doing herself a favor. Besides, with such a beautiful woman who can be pampered as a companion, Yang Fan can't be angry. The days pass like this. Yang Fan's fame in the whole gambling circle is also getting bigger and bigger. With the fist mineral side of the part of the diamond, gold has been transported over. Yang Fan began to gradually slow down the action. A heavyweight news also exploded in the whole Sanfone market. 3 days later, the stall of master gambler Boss Yang opened. Raw stones, gold and that piece of imperial green would all be sold again, attracting enough traffic. Yang Fan was now the center of attention in the entire Sanfone market. Old son, let's play cards tomorrow afternoon. My legs are sore from sitting at the stall all day. What kind of card game? Tomorrow afternoon. Boss Yang's stall will be open. Won't you go and take a look? I'm just going to see what's going on. I'm going to see what's going on. Why not? I'll go and watch too. Just in case I can learn a few tricks. Chapter 71, Showdown. 3 days later, at the time of the opening, Yang Fan had just arrived at the venue at noon and saw that the area around his stall was already full of chairs and matzahs. Eating melon, this thing does not distinguish between rich and poor. Really is human nature. The heart secretly spit 2 sentences. Yang Fan is not panicked. Leisurely sat down to his boss chair. Facts have proved that the name of Master Stone Gambler is indeed much better than the gold manufacturer. On the way, guests ushered in and out. Many people have nodded to Yang Fan. Yang Fan's heart fluttered at the same time. The opening of this afternoon's business and a few points of confidence. Time just like this quietly slipped away. Along with the black jade calculated auspicious time too. Yang Fan also knocked down the side of the copper drum. Everyone, walk by and take a look. Yang Fan's voice was not salty, but as if it possessed some kind of penetrating power. People from all directions immediately surged over and surrounded the stall. Hey, Master Yang does not pick the stone today. Began to sell up the stone. This stone is not good quality. Is you pick the rest of it? How do you talk? Master Yang certainly can't let us make a lot of money. Why don't you show us your hand first? Master Yang has done a lot of business here, and the gold bars next to it are really bright. That is to say that the Emperor Green cannot afford to buy, but also not let see chanting. The people around them more and more gathered. Some salty flirting sound also burst out. Yang Fan only smiled at this, but Black Jade couldn't help it. Imperial Green? Do you want this piece or not? Are there any rules? Aang. Well, foot used to cushion the buttocks of the stone kicked in front of the stage. This is the year opened the Emperor Green that a large piece of the other half of the original stone. Black Jade this hand but blocked a lot of people's mouth. Sanfeng market rules are actually like this. You can inquire about how many goods they have, but you can't ask if they are willing to sell. The scene fell silent for quite a while, and right at this moment, an old man's voice came out of the blue. Master Yang, right? This gold bar of yours, can you take a look at it, please? Old sir. Finally seeing that someone was interested in his gold bar, Yang Fan quickly got up and removed the glass cover on it, only to see that the old man did not reach out to touch it. First sniffed it, then picked up the small light in his own pocket and shone it, and finally sucked in his breath and raised his head violently. In that moment, the originally bent back seemed to straighten up a few points. Your yellowtail is really $325 per gram? Of course, I'm opening a stall for business. Can I still cheat you? Yang Fan's words landed on the ground like a tranquilizer pill, only to see that old man pacing in place without stopping, looking left and right at the gold bar, raising his head again and asking, this one of yours won't be a look-alike, right? Is there any more? Ouch. See, you say this, come. You look at the batch number, do not understand. Hearing the word batch number, the old man again came to the spirit, attached down, as if to see the texture of each word, and the more seriously the old man looked, Yang Fan heart will be more joyful. Gold bullion, this thing has always been very strict control. Even if there is a state-approved, factories also have to strictly abide by the system of gold bullion manufacturing procedures. The grams of this thing is not important, but that product lot number is the most important. Each batch number is unique, by the state registration certification. First to fake, first to pass this level. Around the various bosses looked at the old man on the gold bars, have an interest, have stopped to watch, and the result also did not go beyond Yang Fan's expectations. How many gold bars do you have? How many I want? But let's say it in advance. I need to inspect every bar. I don't want any inferior products. No problem, old sir. I'm afraid you can't eat this batch of my goods. 100 tons, take it? If the Master Stone Gambler was able to make Yang Fan famous in the Sanfeng trading market, then this 100 tons of gold was the capital that allowed him to take root. Everyone here was a connoisseur, and they understood the significance of 100 tons of gold better than anyone else. This was a future 100 billionaire. The atmosphere was tense, and the arena was silent. This below-market price and the huge reserves had completely stolen the scenery from the original stone. Cough. A dry cough to break the deadlock. Just that old gentleman once again stood out. Unlike before, this time he looked much more solemn. First raised his hand and made a bow, then said aloud, Mr. Yang, self-introduction. My humble Lu Wenqi. The family is doing jewelry gold business. Old man, I am, and the family is some weight. But this thing also need to think long and hard. Let's do this. Today I'll be the host and invite my old brother to go to Shanghai to have some fun. This person is familiar with it. Business is good to talk about. Everyone say is not it. Ha 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 ha. Lu Lao is right. Go out and have fun. Today I also come. I don't know if this Mr. Yang's gambling scheme is as sharp as his eye for stones. Once Lu Wenqi said this, the crowd responded. Seeing this, Yang Fan just smiled faintly and said blandly, "Then I'll be respectful. Please, please." Half an hour later, following the crowd to the front of this casino, looking at the smoky room, Yang Fan was actually not surprised. In the Sandfong trading market, he was always a newcomer, and with such a big business in front of him, he always had to test it out. The casino at this time could not be better. Once you see the financial strength, you see the character of the person. It's no wonder that this group of guys who have gotten up their minds flocked to the casino. Mr. Yang, which one do you want to play? Stud or Mr. Lu, you're looking down on people a little too much. Fist, have you heard of it? From me, Yang Fan. The first time he revealed himself in front of the people of Sandfong Market. Looking at Yang Fan's confident look, Lu Wenqi's expression was a bit stiff. The people of Sandfong Market more or less looked down on the people outside, doing jewelry and cultural games industry, often tens of millions of dollars of big business. Most people's ancestors are not simple characters. This kind of high sense of pride makes these guys born with a kind of pride. But facing Yang Fan, these people can't be proud up. That is the real white hand. One person against the sky. Fist minerals, fist rice wine, fist rental, fist accompaniment. As a regular visitor to these economic weekly newspapers so far this year, Yang Fan's name is not considered to be like a thunderclap, but it is also well known. Silence, dead silence, master not pretend, master showdown. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. 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 Mr. Lu, don't freeze. Stud, come on. Slowly looking for the nearest table, Yang Fan boldly sat on the chair and greeted. In that instant, it made quite a few unknown people unable to distinguish who was the host and who was the guest. Chapter 72. Do you all play so small? Stud is a card game that is very popular internationally. The rules are very simple. Each person has 5 cards, except for the first covered bottom card. Starting with the second card, gamblers can choose to raise the bet to call or fold. The person who picks up the last 5 cards compares the size with each other. Although it does not sound complicated, but compared to some usual gambling games, pokies not only test luck, but also test a person's financial strength and observation. Putting it on a situation like the current one, it couldn't be more appropriate. As everyone took their seats, the beautiful dealer began to shuffle the cards, and dozens of chips were brought down from the gleaming golden plates. In the smoke, the entire casino was filled with an air of intoxication. Of course, in such a silent and all-attractive moment, Yang Fan would not give up this opportunity to pretend. Beauty, come, calling the smiling bunny girl on the side. Yang Fan smoothly stuffed the 2 complimentary chips into the indescribable part of the girl's chest, and then took out a black gold card. First go and swipe me 100 million chips. This several 100,000 is too little. Our old brother Lu is still too stingy. Ha 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 ha. Yang Fan laughed out loud, and the atmosphere around him was mobilized. The only ones who twitched their cheeks were Lu Wenqi and the few old men next to him. This was simply a naked slap in the face. But although the face of the hangover, the rest of the crowd at this time also did not entangle, laughed as a pleasure. After all, although several people claimed to have billions of assets, can take out $100 million at hand? Or some difficulties. After all, not everyone is the same as Yang Fan, has a fist to accompany the game. Rent these laying golden eggs hen. That being said, after a boring shuffling of cards as well as the steps of distributing chips, the betting game officially began. Call again. Older brother bet you just look like that. The cards are not quite good? At the gambling table, which should have been more joyful, it was somewhat silent. Only Yang Fan's shouts at the top of his voice were rising and falling. That time and time again operation. Simply let the surrounding experienced casino old gamblers look at the teeth sour. Reckless, too reckless. Almost without looking at his cards or observing his opponents around him, Yang Fan's routine is just one word. Call. No matter how much you bet, I'll double your bet. Don't underestimate the recklessness of the operation. In the situation in front of you, this means of bravado, but also really let these veterans can do nothing about it. You have offered 200, 000. I offer 400, 000. I can afford to lose, but you may not. Old gamblers often have a kind of idea of staying in the Green Mountain, not afraid of no firewood. Encountering such desperate people are able to avoid. Just 1 hour. 3, 4 down. Yang Fan almost not wait for a few people complete. The only one left on the card face. This unimaginable tactic had the entire casino center's big screen projecting this side of the gambling game. However, it was proven that no matter how skillful a player's gambling scheme was, he couldn't win against someone who wanted to lose all of his money with one mind. Time passed by bit, and the chips in front of Yang Fan instead became more and more numerous. They were piled up into a small mountain, and as the last hand of the first round ended, Finally the chips in front of someone cleared to zero. This undoubtedly pulled away the last shroud of the Sanfeng trading market. Other than that, Lu Wenqi was already a bit unable to hold back at this point. Gu, Yang old brother today is really good luck ah. Come on, what are you waiting for? Increase the code ah. A few of us combined a hand. We can only play with Yang old brother in this Sanfeng trading market ah. Although secretly we all know, this is Yang Fan and Sanfeng trading market forces in a dragon fight. However, when Lu Wenqi transferred this to the surface, it was a completely different meaning. This moment originally like to make peace with a few master also completely changed face. Have such a hand not much chips pushed to the front of Lu Wenqi. As the saying goes, the armpit into a fur. The table 7 or 8 people together, but also barely able to and Yang Fan arm wrestling. Now there are only 2 people left on the table. Yang Fan and Lu Wenqi. The situation is instantly clear. $2 million. I'll call. Mr. Yang. 7 million. I'm in. 10 million. Okay, Mr. Yang. I'll open for 15 million. Dumping the chips in his hand into the center of the poker table with a brain. This Lu Wenqi could be said to be quite confident. In accordance with the rules, the other party shouted 5 cards were sent out in unison. Yang Fan also indeed did not want to follow the intention. Simply turned over the bottom card. Ace of spades, 2 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 6 of spades. A little short of a straight. Really a pity. In comparison, so said Lu Wenqi who had the same disorganized row, but also had a small 3 pair that was even better. I'm sorry. Thank you old brother Yang for your love. I'll be sure to know that I'm not sorry for this money. Ha ha ha, lost so much. Put the first time to win a big one. Lu Wenqi's mouth can't wait to stumble to the root of the ear, throwing a few chips to the side one after another. A few rabbit girls scrambled to pick them up. At this moment, many people began to use a playful gaze to measure up the Yang Fan. It's no fun. Slightly silent poker table. Yang Fan violently came to such a sentence, so that the surrounding temperature has dropped a few points. After winning so many hands and losing just over $10 million, this is to not be able to afford to play. Lu Wenqi was naturally happy about this, and when he saw Yang Fan suffer a loss, he just wanted to taunt him, but the man's next sentence made his movements instantly stiffen in place. What are you thinking? I mean the play is too small. What's the point of a hand that's only 10 million or so at most? I've won so many hands, but I've won over 30 million. You guys play that small? Stud, come on. Just after Yang Fan said that, a burst of snickers raised around him. It was unavoidable. Yang Fan's current appearance was too much like a gambler who had killed his eyes. However, Lu Wenqi, who had never wished Yang Fan any good fruits, at this moment rarely fell on his sword, slightly narrowed his eyes and pretended to be a good old man to persuade him. Yang old brother brother advise you a word. We come here as business, not a good brave fight. Older brother I brought you to this poker game, just to play a little. Why really put down blood money? If you lose this $100 million, you can't pay some of the deposit. Lu Wenqi this out of words especially cannot pick any fault, although some ridicule, but the reason is real. Doing business, point to point, even if you win so much, as long as you want to get off the table, Lu Wenqi will most likely not block. But in this everyone thought Yang Fan will see good when our boss Yang is shaking body. Stood up. I say old brother Lu don't talk so much. 3 words, play or not? Chapter 73, Destroy it I'm tired. As the old saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers are cheated. Yang Fan had guessed that the old man who brought himself to this casino would not be so simple. The fact is also true. So long down the card game, this Lu Wenqi is the least profit and loss. But let Yang Fan decided that this old man Lu Ghost is not only this guess, but his last operation. The last thing he did was to gather the cards on the table into his own hands and play a big game with Yang Fan. Winning is actually nothing more than maintaining the market's unwarranted reputation. But if he loses, this Lu Wenqi's so many years in the Sanfeng trading market would be for nothing. There are no ghosts here. As early as the beginning of the first game of the second round, Yang Fan had already instructed Yao Xiaosu, who was not far away, to carefully observe Lu Wenqi. There is no doubt about the strength of the super bodyguard. Under Yao Xiaosu's careful observation, Lu Wenqi has nothing to hide. Every time a card was dealt, the bodyguard standing beside Lu Wenqi would move 2 steps to the right, slightly sideways appearance. It looked like it was to prevent the boss's cards from being seen by the people around him, but from that slightly weird angle, it was obvious that he was avoiding surveillance. As soon as the cards were dealt to Yang Fan to raise the bet, this Lu Wenqi would always intentionally or unintentionally glance at the frame of his glasses. All of these small actions were reported to Yang Fan by Yao Xiaoshu in real time. This is the most important reason for Yang Fan to finish this game of poker. The line of sight turned back to the gambling table. Yang Fan stood up with an imposing presence at the moment, a scene that made Lu Wenqi could only nod helplessly. It's okay, since old brother Yang wants to play with all his heart. I as a brother must accompany him, ha ha. After a few dry laughs, Lu Wenqi felt like giving a face to the dealer, signaling to continue dealing the cards. This time, there was a rare absence of any speculative voices around, and only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard throughout the poker table. Big, too big, a stud. Both sides are on $100 million. Such a spectacle is enough to make this group of spectators later life non-stop active. And if someone with a heart is here, they must be able to notice that Lu Wenqi's forehead has been flooded with a little bead of sweat. That is cold sweat. Lu Wenqi knew that his cheating tactics were not very clever and would most likely be discovered. So he was only trying to take some small advantage from Yang Fan. Such a life and death gamble was something he definitely did not want to see. But rushing the duck and coming to this point, Lu Wenqi could only pinch his nose on it. Ta! Ace of spades. Silently reciting in his heart, Lu Wenqi, who saw the bottom card, secretly sighed in relief. Having an ace of spades at the beginning was enough to make quite a few veteran gamblers come out happy. At the same time, noticing that Yang Fan on the opposite side of the table no longer had the action of turning over his cards, but only looked at himself with a smile, Lu Wenqi no longer hesitated and immediately made a love gesture. The second card arrived. Lu Wenqi's nervous heart sped up a few points. 2 of spades. After seeing the numbers on the row clearly, Lu Wenqi was expressionless. But just when he was planning to see what Yang Fan's second card opposite him was, the numbers in the lower right corner of his own eyes were violently blacked out. Uncomfortably fiddling with his eyes for a moment, Lu Wenqi's heart set off shockwaves when he determined that the pattern had blurred beyond recognition. It was definitely signal interference. This surveillance glasses that he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on, Lu Wenqi was very clear about its quality. This was discovered. The false sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. Lu Wenqi couldn't reach out and wipe the sweat. He could only forcefully endure that discomfort and try to shout. 30 million. Lu, old brother, don't be embarrassed to call the price. This 100 million ships pushed out together is quite tiring. 50 million it. Half and half. With a push of his big hand, he directly gave away all the 50 million weights. The smile on Yang Fan's face became more and more bold, and the scene in front of him made Lu Wenqi feel as if he had returned to the night before he ran for family head. Lonely and helpless. Looking forward and at the same time afraid of failure. Time was like standing still at this moment. Lu Wenqi took his hand back and put it down, not knowing what to do for a moment. Is it really Yang Fan's hand? He knows my card face? Why is he so confident? One question after another is the fog that locks Lu Wenqi in. The more he looks ahead, the more he doesn't know what he should do next. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? The long test will be lost. I'm not following. As if he had used up his last strength to say these words, Lu Wenqi's entire body immediately collapsed onto the chair. That stance was close to directly pasting 6 big words on his head. Destroy. I'm tired. In any case, this pokies match ended with Lu Wenqi's defeat. Yang Fan's confident and bold image was thoroughly imprinted in the minds of the people of Sanfeng trading market. According to posterity, someone turned over Yang Fan's bottom card, plus the first 2 cards were nothing more than the 235 with mixed colors. But how the truth was seemed to be less important at this moment. Without any heart, Lu Wenqi didn't even care about the cooperation, and locked himself in his house for several days in a row. Yang Fan was the first to find the door. Directly to the face of Lu Wenqi exposed the deception. The words not only did not annoy the man, but let him feel that Yang Fan is a person who knows how to advance and retreat. After nearly half an hour of negotiation, Lu Wenqi had become Yang Fan's best spokesman in the 3-way trading market. Yang Fan's negotiation career started in full swing like this. Negotiation with this group of merchants is actually not easier than the previous preparation work. Every family and every household not only need to understand each other's identity, background, but also change according to the individual's character. The most important thing is that this secret final sales price must also maintain a balance within each family. In order to prevent future exposure, some families feel unfair. Enough busy 3 or 4 days long. Yang Fan's gold has been sold out more than 20 tons, which in the past days is almost a number she did not even dare to imagine. But he knew that the real good show had only just begun. Now looking for Yang Fan is only greedy for some quick money. In the end, 10 or so households only purchased a total of more than 20 tons. Indeed does not match the level of the Sanfeng trading market. Yang Fan remains here. Waiting is actually those big families of the handwriting. Gold, this thing to put it bluntly, is the basic product of jewelry processing. Every family needs, and want a lot of volume. The texture of the color of the gold is related to this year's income. For this reason, these big families will certainly be cautious and cautious. Most for this unfamiliar business will only take some small doses of orders to test. This is a long tug of war. The competition is patience and sincerity. Chapter 74. Calm down, all calm down. Yang Fan really ignored the patience of this group of powerful families. A month's time rushed by. Yang Fan's hands did not receive any more orders. Although the achievement of 20 tons is already enough to make people proud, But Yang Fan at the moment is full of thought as the future of the fist mining industry. Waiting, or not waiting, patience is a little bit smoothed out. But it is good that Lu Wenqi also took the opportunity to capture some information out of this opportunity activity. Those real giants actually recognized Yang Fan's strength. From the smooth sailing since the fist rental, to the fist rice wine's big hit, Yang Fan's radiant business path already said a lot. Almost no one doubted that he had a big brother behind him. But of course, having power was one thing. Doing business to the extent of the magnates, they were actually more concerned about the quality of the product. For this level of businessmen, buying and selling is not something that can be solved by force. Yang Fan has already understood that what they are waiting for is the quality of their delivery of this first batch of orders. Things have developed to this point. Yang Fan has the mind to leave. However, the news that came out from the factory side shook his spirit. The S-37 had taken credit as the top diamond probe. S-37's mining efficiency is much faster than Yang Fan expected. And even more surprisingly, the quality of the diamond was also super high. Just the top diamonds above 3 carats. The entire factory has now gotten out a kilogram. This is really a village in the dark. Without further ado, Yang Fan directly asked the headquarters to fly over a bag of giant diamonds above 3 carats. The texture and color of the diamond is extremely good to observe. With a light to see a glance will already be clear. A full kilogram of 3-carat diamonds. Yang Fan will never forget himself. Will be dropped in front of those luxury spokesmen. The other side of the shocked expression. Business, negotiated. Using the supply of 3-carat diamonds as the basis, this group of penny-pinching vampires finally came up with a small batch of orders. Even though it only added up to a total of 5 tons, it was really nothing but uplifting news for Yang Fan. Going home. Finally left the mountainous region of Yunnan and Guizhou where he had stayed for more than 2 months. Yang Fan couldn't help but make his own little calculations on the airplane. Sold 25 tons of gold at an average price of 231 yuan. The gold alone, a total profit of 775 million. Of this, the cost per gram of gold was $135, costing a total of $375 million. The net profit was a whopping $2.4 billion. That 1 kilogram of diamonds above 3 carats, although said to be suitable for gold bundled sales, the price has been pressed down a lot, but the net profit is also able to reach 300 million. This trip to Yunnan and Guizhou, Yang Fan earned 27 small goals. Sure enough, or engage in diamond gold industry, earn money. Got such a huge sum of money, gorgeous. Yang Fan almost rocketed into the factory. As the saying goes, do not have the diamond drill, do not take porcelain work. Yang Fan understands that the quality is the most fundamental guarantee of the success of this cooperation. Engage in, tough to get. Everything is to the industry's highest standards. Yang Fan for product quality standards simply reached a harsh point. Workers, in addition to 8 hours of work every day, but also an additional 2 hours of overtime. The flavor is to ensure that the gold does not make the slightest mistake. Of course, Yang Fan is still a generous person. The folks so give. Yang Fan, and the bonus this piece is not stingy. Each person 10,000 bonus. The plant 4,750 involved in the frontline work of the miners. Everyone has a share. 47.5 million. Sounds like an astronomical figure, but for the current Yang Fan, it is just a sprinkle, equivalent to an extra month's salary for nothing. The work ethic of the simple peasants was once again galvanized. Memories from long ago poverty made them cherish the opportunity of a well-paid job in front of them, and every target was overachieved. Said to be a month and a half of work, Yang Fan has completed in just 27 days, and what he had to face next was the inspection by the bigwigs of the sandphone market. The line of sight turned to the delivery date. The original calm factory building looks extraordinarily lively today. A luxury car rushing across the shuttle. The sky is not even lacking a few straight airplane accompaniment. Luxurious scene so that the miners suddenly vacation, nothing to do in the world to find fun. One by one simply moved out of the house inside the vest. Look up the luxury car too. As for the reception of Yang Fan, it's a good idea. As for the reception of Yang Fan, now can only lead the only young woman in the minerals. Ouyang Lingling stood in front of the door. Maserati A32 vintage series have been discontinued now. I heard that there are only 22 cars in the world. Eagle helicopter, that thing from the rice country into the goods, I heard is also very difficult to get. My grandfather at that time liked sea fishing when you want to get one. Too expensive to give up. Gosh. Although Ouyang Lingling was considered a celebrity, after living in the mine for such a long time, she had also become brash and direct. Originally, during her teenage years, when she liked to play around the most, the Ouyang family had already declined. And even though she knew the names of these luxury supercars and airplanes, this was the first time she had seen them. Calm down, patting the little girl's shoulder and signaling her to calm down. Yang Fan took a big stride and walked to the nearest few luxury cars. Goo, Boss Yang really more and more spirited. Look at this factory, how good. Today, I'm going to trouble Mr. Young to be the host. Hey, Boss Young. I'm a direct person. Where's the gold? Watching Yang Fan talking and laughing with this group of bigwigs, Yang Lingling's little mouth was almost ready to stuff an egg, to know that when she was 13 years old, he remembered that a larger jeweler came to the family. That attitude towards her grandfather was as tugging as if he was $2.5 million. Powerful men are always attractive. Her heart bubbled with countless little stars as Yang Lingling followed Young Fan to the front of the factory. Before I give you the goods inspection, I'd better let you see the process of our plant. In the future, to let you put your mind at ease when you raise the order. Lingling, pull. The man's voice pulled Yang Lingling back to reality and hurriedly pressed the liftgate, and everything in front of him was instantly reflected in the eyes of all the guests. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene, insiders look at the doorway. Having been in contact with gold for so many years, they understood all too well the significance of what this plant represented. I go to its second repeat rehearsal? Yang boss, this is the blood money. I remember that the most harsh brat country only 3 times. I'm afraid this is not 99.9%. It should be 100%. TSK. Mr. Yang is so bold. I'll make sure to make friends with him. When's the next order? Boss Young. I'm an old customer. You have to leave me 4 tons. Chapter 75, accidentally becoming a love interest. Fist Minerals was considered a hit. Winning the recognition of almost the most discerning sandfong market within the entire country of China was a golden signboard for Fist Minerals. Picking up the goods, hitting the money, the 25 tons of gold handover process was incomparably smooth. The attitude of this group of rich and powerful children towards Young Fan has also become intimate from the previous warmth, and they can't wait to directly hook shoulders and call a brother. Career hit. Yang Fan's assets began to increase rapidly. The system is scheduled to become the province's richest, seems to be just a matter of time. Just let Young Fan unexpected is. Just in his everyday fish mingling time, gossip surprisingly burst out. This matter have to talk about those rich kids. Extremely demanding gold assembly line production factory, but amazed many of them. Some of them secretly recorded a few small video. This video began to ferment in the circle, but there is a section of Young Fan's voice and figure, even by the good people, transferred to the social media. To know Young Fan before the size is also considered a network celebrity. The news intensified. Yang Fan turned to the gold industry, but more and more known. The scandal between Lin Xingya and Yang Fan was also dug out. Although at that time to the final stage of the Jinsho peak, the two understand the impact of public opinion, issued a statement of clarification, but this big melon masses are still willing to eat. And more importantly, I don't know which killers even dug up Yang Lingling as well. At that time, Yang Lingling's scandal was limited to within the school, and Young Fan was just a dirt boss in the eyes of the people in their school. As the hot search ranked higher and higher, these fierce rumors eventually caused a wide range of heated debates. If bosses and celebrities can stimulate the eyeballs of the working as well as middle-aged people, then the schoolgirls and netizens are enough to capture the eyes of young people. Young Fan's scandal burst into the limelight, or the all-encompassing kind, although it is not related to the media industry, but after all, it involves the other 2 girls. Young Fan still swiftly and quickly reacted. Yang Lingling is nothing more than an intern in our factory. As for Lin Xingya's problem, I don't want to say more. Back then at the end of the Jinsho peak I have already clarified. The 2 of us are now also just friends. Still hope that netizens eat melon rationally and don't seriously injure innocent girls. Yang Fan said some words extremely official, but this kind of thing has no reason to explain, can only be described more and more black. The heat still continues to increase. Young Fan had to hire a part of the security personnel from the system to deal with some malicious comments, but for the masses who are really watching and eating melon, this tactic is not very binding. But just as Yang Fan was planning to use time to wear down the patience of the water users, waiting for this matter to quietly pass, the brokerage company behind Lin Xingya, however, suddenly played a flirty maneuver. Wei Xingya is now single. Before and Mr. Yang is also just the relationship between the investor and the actor, only because of the same hometown. So the interaction is close. Some also please do not mess group CP. Same hometown, investor and actor. This is simply to put this hot list number 1 on the fire again. The operation of the brokerage company behind Lin Xingya is especially a standard reverse textbook. Just this top microblogging, so that some posting forums have appeared to 2 people as the main male and female suite article. The incident continued to ferment. Lin Xingya and Yang Fan's statements made the 2 names appear in people's eyes more often. This Yang Lingling, who later came to Fist Minerals as an internship score, became more of a junior character. Although Yang Lingling and the word mistress do not match at all, the netizens always like to be in the right place. As things spread, I don't know when it started, but it has become a label for Yang Lingling. I don't know how many times Yang Lingling cried late at night for this. finally could not endure the pressure of those private letters. Yang Lingling indignantly released her first microblog in recent days. "I'm not a mistress. Please don't talk about me like that. I do have a crush on brother Yang, that we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. As for Miss Lin Qingya's problem, I didn't know about it before." The short tweet was accompanied by a picture of Yang Lingling's internship in the middle of the mine. And this instant, the water friends completely exploded. Of all the love stories, the love triangle was the most enjoyable. A beautiful star, a pure schoolgirl. Yang Fan was almost changed by netizens into the male lead of a crooked novel. This accidentally became a lover. Yang Fan also boarded the eyes of many small video uploaders. All sorts of news about the trio, catching the wind. It was both true and false. And sometimes things that clearly never happened were said as if they were true. This can make Yang Fan's heart hold a vicious anger. Although we are open, but not any love saint. This is simply a naked rumor. Finally, it was too much to bear. No need to bear it any longer. Yang Fan finally used his money ability. Smash money, hard to smash money. Almost regardless of the cost to the major social media money used to limit the flow. Yang Fan these operations effect is still extremely significant. After all, even the posts have been deleted. The comment area of the gods even if they have the strength to have no initial use. After resolving the malicious spread of these social media, Yang Fan's butcher knife immediately transferred to those who like to rumor public number. This time Yang Fan did not have half a bit of mercy. Originally, the vitality of these public numbers was the most tenacious, so it can be said that a wildfire cannot be eliminated, and it grows again in the spring breeze. Even many large brokers have turned a blind eye to this, but Yang Fan this time is a real, caught the public number, directly according to the map to contact the police, control the suspect, slander this crime, can be big or small, but after all, to enter the bureau, leaving a stain in life. Even a few of the most hateful rumor mongers fall. The network environment also followed a clear. The netizens' memory is limited. Yang Fan's so big action will be many voices stifled in the cradle. A new hot search on the stage, also washed away a lot of heat. But no matter what, Yang Fan also still had to face Yang Lingling head on. The originally innocent little girl had suffered serious injuries in this incident, and the lively jumping figure was no longer present in the mine. Most of the time Yang Lingling buried herself in the laboratory. At first, Yang Fan just felt uncomfortable, but with Yang Lingling deliberately distancing herself in the cafeteria, Yang Fan's heart did have a feeling of being unattached. This is not about love, just two people who used to walk side by side gradually walking away. That kind of detached feelings will always make people have some heartache. Alas. Chapter 76, Fist Mineral, a household name. Yang Lingling's little girl mind was still puzzling. Within half a month's time, all Yang Fan got was silence every time he made a gesture of goodwill. As time passes, Yang Fan can do nothing about it. His heart is depressed and entangled. Yang Fan's anger in the throat, but do not know how to vent. At this time, a group of clowns into his eyes. It was those local jewelers in D City. With the further development of Fist Minerals, after a short period of staged supply, the current production could barely meet the demand. Almost all of the jewelry in the entire D City used Fist Gold. In fact, as the first group of people to use Fist Gold, this group of people watched Fist Gold gradually become famous, and naturally had a sense of pride in their hearts. This sense of belonging was originally a good thing, but with the price of Fist Gold exploding in some Sanfeng trading markets, this group of guys some not calm. Surprisingly, there is 220 yuan a gram. Why do we need 225 yuan to purchase? As the saying goes, the king of hell is good to mess with, the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. Compared to the group of big brothers in the three-party trading market, this group of people's resistance can be said to be extremely fierce. Fist Gold has spoiled the appetite of these local suppliers. Other gold suppliers will look at the eye, but in the face of the more and more powerful Fist Minerals, they can only play a cry. 2, 3 hanging tricks, pulling banners to protest. In addition to kidnapping and other dirty tricks, this group of people even parade this kind of underhanded tricks have made out. In short, the other party's central idea is only one. Fist Minerals belongs to us, D City, and the most prioritized benefits rightfully belong to us. Very good, very powerful. Really cannot stand this group of tricky business. Yang Fan simply a wave of the pen, directly cut off in D City of the small jewelers cooperation. The previous shares also all have returned. This group of people investment and liquidated damages together but 200 or 300 million. For Yang Fan is now just a reign, but obviously, Yang Fan's operation has provoked these guys to rebel. To be honest, they are all folks. Yang Fan is also a native of D City, and do not want to make things too ugly. But this group of people obviously wanted Yang Fan to not be able to mix here being made such a big speechless incident. Yang Fan also tore his face. If you want to play, I'll play well with you. On Yang Lingling's side of the holding a belly of fire instantly burst. Yang Fan suddenly had a good idea. In this way, A slightly sudden meeting of pre-listing financing for Fist Minerals was held in D-City. Financing is nothing more than getting everyone's money together. Although Yang Fan did not lack money in the slightest, this financing had a more important meaning for him. Resource integration. Like jewelry, gold jewelry, this is not a business can be started up business. Almost the whole of China, any jeweler has at least 2 or 3 forces involved. They may be individuals, perhaps relatives, to amplify some are enterprises or financial groups. There is no doubt that they constitute the network of gold jewelry. What Yang Fan wanted to borrow was the share of wind. The news spreads rapidly. Hearing that Yang Fan's Fist Mineral is about to be listed, a lot of big men over at Sanfone Market have already been foolishly throwing out olive branches. After all, 100 tons of preliminary detection production is simply a signboard that will not fall. The attitude of each big brother was very friendly, and since most of them were from Sanfone Market, the distribution of the entire resources was not much of a difficulty. The next moment was Yang Fan's performance. Pulling the banner of Sanfone Market, Yang Fan started his own acquisition business. Gold mines are distributed in all parts of the country, and have a clear regional character. Yang Fan wants all the jewelry in D-City to be surnamed Fist. There is no excuse. Borrowing this Sanfone Trading Market's network of jewelry contacts, all of this is moving forward quickly. There is no way. The name of the people and the shadow of the tree. The gold of the Sanfone Trading Market covers the whole country. This means is still there. Now, these jewelry groundlings in D-City were completely dumbfounded. Even though their attitude was firm, they intended to firmly occupy the geographical advantage and guard their own acreage on the ground. But with the wheels of capital rolling in, what they did was nothing more than a mantis. The jewelry stores in the core area were completely repossessed. Major corporate companies withdrew their shares. Originally missing the stable support of the Fist Gold, is looking for the gold stores under the home they ushered in the winter of the whole enterprise. Insist again, but no matter how to insist, the pressure of funds are about to take away all the wealth around them. After all, someone softened, just like the first time to sign a contract in general. This group of jewelers dead blocked in the Fist door. They wanted to exchange their temporary meekness for a piece of space to survive. But Yang Fan knew that as long as he gave them half a chance, these people would reveal their sharpest fangs. Yang Fan did not even see this time. Let them say smallpox, countless relations. Yang Fan never stepped into the company's office. Finally, the jewelers went bankrupt. House, car, once all the splendor for yesterday's bubble. These rich jewelers from each company's guest of honor, turned into a street rat, everyone shouted. And Yang Fan's punishment to this does not end. Originally he intends to low price for the mouth. Again to eliminate their hope of rising again. Compression of their living space. But Su Qian's words, but let Yang Fan finally gave up this idea. Su Qian is right. Gold jewelry, this kind of thing needs the support of the doorway, which is not only the jeweler, but also the major shopping malls as well as fixed human resources. The whole D-City is such a big place. Yang Fan will push them to the limit. The end result is to train a group of new people. This requires a long cost of time and going through countless trial and errors. Instead of this, it would be better to give this group of jewelers another chance. After all, they now have nothing, and no longer have the slightest possibility of stirring up the wind and waves. Yang Fan, after all, was still soft-hearted. Overnight from hell to heaven, the group of jewelers although lost their original everything, but have a chance to re-enter the industry. This was already a great gift for the desperate ones. Just like this, one by one, the plaques of the jewelry stores with the names of the various families were removed, and signs with large Fist logos appeared in the streets and alleys. Fist Minerals had become a complete household name by this moment. Chapter 77: The Sensational Press Conference. The listing of Fist Minerals had been unstoppable, successfully occupying the resources of the entire D-City and gradually expanding towards the province. Fist was riding high with the help of the bigwigs of Sanfone Market. Zhang's listing press conference, also in Yang Fan single-handedly organized under the D-City Stadium roaring started. Size is also considered an Edison. Yang Fan's this conference components seem not so simple. In addition to economic and financial journalists, entertainment media also occupied most of the rivers and mountains. What lemon? Melon petals? Countless entertainment media want to dig up some explosive news on this young and gold netroots paper. The line of sight turned to the middle of the venue. As early as 10 minutes or so before the conference, the frantic reporters had already surrounded the surrounding area. Yang Fan was standing straight on the launching stage at the moment. The intense flashing lights shone on his straight suit, making him look like the whole person was in high spirits. And along with Su Qianokei's hand gesture, Yang Fan's speech officially began. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, it's been a long time. The last time we met, remember when Fist Liquor was listed? This has been almost a year. Shoo! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding gossip and entertainment reporters let out a burst of false sounds. 2 listed companies within a year, and talking about how it's been a long time. The old vanilla stuffed up. Sweeping a glance at the strange eyes around him, Yang Fan was instantly a little embarrassed, and could only say, stiffly, Fist Minerals is 53% held by Fist, an independently listed joint stock limited company. The speech that was more than 10 minutes long did not have any watering down. Yang Fan almost said the situation of Fist Minerals at the moment. Many of the financial reporters around him had already remembered their small books all over the place. This goods, too dry. Under Yang Fan's intentionality, Fist Minerals' current prosperity has been unobstructed. Plenty of money, plenty of minerals, and compact connections. This is basically the first impression these memorizers have of Fist. But of course, as professional economic and financial reporters, they can dig out more information from Yang Fan's clues. Gold output is 7.5 tons per month. Sales are basically saturated. And at a market price of $235. Monthly earnings should be more than $1.7 billion. A 53% holding in Fist Minerals could get 800 million of that, excluding gross profit. Yang Fan is now netting at least 400 million per month. With the copy of the newly rich young entrepreneur already in mind, these economic and financial journalists were all pumping their fists, intending to make some big news. Compared to these economic and financial journalists who were writing at the speaking stage, this group of media journalists had long appeared to be much simpler. With the end of Yang Fan's first batch of questions and answers about Fist Minerals, this group of guys were just like flies that smelled the fishy odor. May I ask if you are still in contact with Ms. Lin Qingya now? It is said that Yang Lingling is still working within your mind, but I heard that the two of you don't get along and usually don't talk much. Is it because of Miss Lin Qingya? How do you feel about your love life? And what kind of spouse do you hope to find in the future? For the current star's frequent cheating. To be honest, Yang Fan wasn't afraid of sharp-tongued reporters. The fear is this group of guys who do not care about the 4 or 6 nonsense. In the face of this one involves the emotional life of the question. Yang Fan is naturally silent. Keep waving his hand. The side of the big supervisor Su Qian is also rushed forward. She frequently gave the reporters a wink, but probably because Yang Fan usually does not have a lot of time to face the media reporters. This group of guys do not intend to give up. One by one, they had an enthusiastic look, just like students who were eating at the cafeteria window. Seeing that the situation is about to be uncontrollable, Yang Fan finally burst out a heavy bomb that he has long prepared. Be quiet, I haven't finished my words yet. We, Fist Minerals, promise that during the gold promotion period, we will carry out a big favorable discount activity. Gold bars are only 200 yuan per gram, and anyone who purchases Fist gold to be processed at a local jewelry store with the Fist logo will be charged only 5 yuan per gram for processing. In an instant, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on the entire venue, turning it into a silent stage play. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. When the reporters reacted from the price, the whole venue erupted into more violent cheers. As for our protagonist Yang Fan, he has already made the usual dose. The bottom of the foot a wipe oil, slip. Although the media reporters could not interview the Fist at the helm of the first-hand content, but the news of 200 yuan per gram of gold is spread out. This instantly caused a furor on the internet. The price of gold may have risen over the years, but it's $5 or $10, from 235 down to 200. This is simply unprecedented giant discount, not to mention the $5 a gram processing fee. Normally a normal ring of about 10 grams usually sells for about $4,000. The processing fee occupies a space of several $100s in it. Can only say Yang Fan this hand operation? Ruthless. The internet clamored more and more for the news of the price reduction of this batch of Fist gold, so much so that the Fist gold store, which hadn't even opened yet, had already received orders for reservations. Sitting at home in a stable position, Yang Fan quietly watched all this and smiled. 235 yuan of gold minus 135 of the cost, a full 65 yuan profit margin. Note that this is only per gram of gold. It's almost not difficult to predict that when the Fist mineral is pushed to the province, once the buying frenzy breaks out, 10 tons of 20 tons of gold, perhaps soon to be consumed, that would bring Yang Fan over $1 billion in profits. And this is just the beginning. Gold is something that possesses purchasing inertia. Gold for the general public. The biggest use is to become jewelry, and jewelry has always worked on women. Women's vanity and love of beauty can be called the most horrible consumer impulse. If you buy it once, you will inevitably have a second time. The color of gold is good. We will be more exquisite than who processed. Even the same color as well as processing procedures, we will be more beautiful than who is set in the above jewelry. This is definitely not a one-shot deal. Immersed in the upcoming sales of Fist minerals, Yang Fan's heart grew more and more excited, but he knew that now was not the time to be happy. Everything will be revealed on the second day of this launch. Whether it's a mule or a horse, this time it really has to be brought out for a walk. Chapter 78, Not Loving Money. Boss Yang He Cho was an ordinary urban white-collar worker. What is white-collar? White collar is to pay the rent and utilities, buy oil and rice noodles. Hee-cho was an ordinary white-collar worker in the city. In fact, Hee-cho lived this kind of life in the first few years, but now he has become a little different. He's getting married, even though it wasn't love, and it was all arranged by his family's blind date. Getting married had become Hee-cho's most important life goal in recent years. For this reason, he has been saving money for 2 or 3 years, and the wedding arrangements at home have been almost complete. Today he is going to take his chances to buy a piece of jewelry. According to the custom of his hometown, the man to send a piece of gold and silver jewelry is a very long face. When he saw the small video of Young Fan's press conference on a certain sound, Hee-cho's heart was on fire. 200 yuan per gram. Buy a necklace is just more than $1,000 of free money. He is still able to take out now. Known that this fist mineral fire. Many people are booked in advance. Hee-cho is a big old morning rush to the nearest of fist jewelry store. But although there is psychological preparation, the scene in front of him still let him eat a shock. The small store in front of the door has been lined up a long line. Customers have even been forced to the corner not far away. And the store in front of the store row is even more cluttered. Between people simply not half the risk. Good guy. Do not know also thought to go to catch the morning and evening rush hour. The idea of retreat appeared violently in his heart. Hee-cho stumbled at the same place for a while, and finally could not endure the temptation of the yellow color inside, and gathered the courage to squeeze in towards the front. Relying on the ruthlessness he practiced playing soccer back then, Hee-cho stumbled along the way, but finally squeezed into the core area. I want this to check out immediately. I can't stand it. Hurry up. I want that ring. Can't you be a bit more skillful? Don't stab me in the waist. The counters were a mess, but Hee-cho was smart enough to grab the necklace that the lady at the counter had just taken out. Anyway, it's a necklace. It's all the same as being squeezed hard. Hee-cho is now also nothing to worry about. In the sight of the man under the eyes of the grudges quickly check out, which is reunited out. Plus this doorway out of fresh air. Hee-cho feel how to travel? Not bad. Long life locks well. The moral is good. 1020. This time is not false propaganda. Look at this own desperately out of the baby. Hee-cho more and more look more happy. At this time also do not care to return to their own rental cabin. Directly on the bus back home. Small class on the home from the city but more than 20 kilometers. Just 30 minutes later, Hee-cho hands holding the baby fast towards home. Feeling. But this one into the door has not waited for a mom to shout out. The scene in front of him let him close his mouth. Auntie and uncle good. Hee-cho came back. Still call what aunt and uncle right? Hurry to change your mouth. Auntie this time to find you here is to say the jewelry thing. You see the next door family to buy that big gold necklace, how generous. $2,000 or $3,000 it. You cannot take a silver fool our daughter to say that this mother-in-law is also a person elite. First courtesy after the military. Some words will Hee-cho set in. At this time, Hee-cho apparently did not see his mother's incessant eye color, but also froze in their own hands to take things out. At this moment, mother's heart thumped. Her own child's behavior was clear to her parents. Hee-cho's salary is there. It is estimated that the necklace at most buy a 1,000 yuan. What good goods can you buy for more than $1,000? It's a shame. He was thinking of sneaking some money to Hee-cho to buy a bigger one, but he didn't expect to be cut off by his mother-in-law, who was like an ant on a hot pan at that moment. But when he thought of how to make a peace, the mother-in-law's scream did break the silence. Egu, really my good son-in-law, did not give mom shame. Take a look at how grand this gold chain is. You see this is the logo of the fist. I heard about it. That is a big company. This will cost you 4,000 or 5,000. That uncle, mother-in-law, this total 1020. This word out, the atmosphere was instantly dead silent. That mother-in-law took the necklace to look left and right, and touched the soft course like incredible asked. It's not fake. I don't look like it. How can it be fake? As soon as he heard the word fake, and remembered his own bitter experience at noon today, Hee-cho instantly exploded, and took out all of the various credentials of that matching set. How can it be fake? Absolutely impossible to be fake. This is what I bought in the jewelry store squarely. Now all of you don't know about the big price cut, right? I'll show you. Turning on a certain sound, scrolling the video from Young Fan's launch party, looking at his parents as well as his mother-in-law's surprised expressions, Hee-cho had a momentary feeling of fulfillment. And there were many more people like Hee-cho in D-City as well as the surrounding cities. Overall, Fist Minerals' launch this time could not have been a more successful marketing. It seemed like everyone hadn't expected that the masses would be able to explode with such a terrifying purchasing power after the price of gold was lowered. Not only the middle class and well-off families that were once within the program, but even many white-collar workers took advantage of this opportunity to make a big purchase. Fistful of minerals. Today's one-day sales alone have already exceeded 19 tons, 444, 5 million in sales. This is just one day. Many of the stores were sold out. From large metal ornaments to small rings, the frenzied people were like locusts. Not an inch of grass was left wherever they passed. At 11 p.m., Yang Fan almost didn't jump up from his bed after learning the news. After holding his cell phone and giggling for 10 minutes, Yang Fan finally sent out a scarf. I don't care about money. I just want everyone to be able to produce and enjoy more pure gold. Thank you for everyone's support for Fist Minerals today. Typing a picture with a picture and wrapping up. He thought that he had once again succeeded in pulling the hearts of the people together. But after this scarf was sent out, in just 10 minutes, the comments section below was filled with blank stares. Pretending is a crime. Pretending is illegal. Ma, is there anyone more Versailles under the sky? Is this the Versailles literature of life? Love it, love it. Don't love money, Boss Yang. I won't look at tomorrow's hot search without you. Chapter 79 1 billion. It's just a small order. The reputation of Boss Yang, who didn't love money, was already a household name. But rather than Yang Fan's scarf making him burst into flames, it was Fist Minerals that pushed it to the peak of public opinion. According to incomplete statistics, in just 1 week's time, Fist Minerals had sold a total of 270,000 tons of gold jewelry. A ton of gold, 200 yuan per gram. Selling price of 200 million. 27 tons can be 5.4 billion in total sales, although these do not exclude the processing, store, labor costs, but with Yang Fan 53 of the share, the profit can be maintained at more than 2 billion. Even for Yang Fan, this is a huge amount of money. The week-long promotion is slowly ending. The gold price is repositioned at 220 renminbi by Yang Fan, but the sales are still slowly increasing. There was no way around it. The quality was there. The selling price of 15 yuan below the market, coupled with the strong quality, basically set the tone for the Fist Minerals to prosper. The comments section under Yang Fan's scarf was bustling every day. Many famous bloggers and verses have also stopped by, wanting to get a share of the traffic here. But in fact, these were actually not important to Yang Fan. He was more concerned about what to do next with Fist Minerals. The marketing campaign of the listing is indeed successful, and it has slowly influenced the national gold market. But other companies in other provinces and cities of the same type also carried out various activities one after another to lower prices and maintain customers. Fist Minerals is now basically fighting the whole country with one corner of the country. Other gold manufacturers in provinces and cities are waiting until Yang Fan's gold mineral production is tight. At that time, the national gold market will go back to the way it was before. And when it comes to this problem, we have to praise our lovely geological engineers. Gold detection is always based on the detection of gold lines. The so-called gold line is the existence of gold in the rock layer of the single mass, according to which the veins will be able to find a large number of gold deposits. Now more than half of the mining, more and more rock layers are exposed under the eyes of geological engineers. A new area of deposits has been created. This is actually very common in the circle of gold minerals. Many giant old gold manufacturers are so after making a fortune twice. Just for Yang Fan, this new discovery of mineral deposits is even more extraordinary. This will be the most deadly knife. After learning the news, Yang Fan was overjoyed and directly waved his hand, lowering the price by another $5. The selling price became 215 yuan, causing an uproar. The country's gold manufacturers are puzzled. Finally, the discussion reached the peak. Yang Fan also threw out this heavy bomb. Fist Mine Factory new mine. The expected output of 75 tons. Between the whiskers, the wind of the national gold market suddenly changed. Those who waited have died, and those who wanted to secretly lay their hands on it also put away their claws and teeth. Countless people want to Fist Minerals to extend the olive branch, just like the one sitting in front of Yang Fan right now. Mr. Yang, the conditions we've given are already very generous, and we can also help promote your Fist Minerals, but your demands are a bit too much. $210 per gram. To put it politely, you are smashing the plate. Many of the gold stores under our hands have higher entry prices than this. You slightly raise the price, just $10. Even if it is 225 can also line you Fist is still cheap and high quality good gold, so also can give us a way out Sitting on pins and needles inside Fist's office, Lu Ku desperately persuaded. This period of time, from shock to scorn to whispering, Fist Minerals will be his hands under the several gold stores squeezed almost no room for survival. Although it is in several provinces C-City, but the turnover also slipped more than 50. At the same time, looking at Lu Ku's bitter melon color, Yang Fan's voice remained flat. Mr. Lu, doing business, of course I welcome guests from all over the world. I sold you 210 yuan per gram at wholesale price, which is $5 lower than our selling price. Why are you still not happy? The first time you see a wholesale price that is too low. Mr. Lu, you are being unreasonable. A face of righteousness toward the front of the Lu Ku said. Yang Fan, this action is tantamount to killing the heart. These days to Lu Ku such over the cooperation of countless manufacturers. The size of the single abounds, but Young Fan basically one by one refused. Fist walks the quality rather than quantity route. If easily give them the channel. At that time, once the reputation is smeared, Yang Fan crying have no place to cry. Only after rejecting several consecutively did Yang Ming come up with such a damaging trick. 210 yuan per gram. Wholesale price. Although on the surface it seems to be 5 yuan lower than the Fist's current selling price. Profitable. It is also considered that Yang Fan gives them a way to live. But in fact this gold no one dares to buy. After all, the size of the store on the hand are holding a certain amount of gold. That can be in accordance with their previous wholesale price to buy. Once Yang Fan's gold is in hand, it means that all the previous purchases are lost. That would be an astronomical figure that not many vendors could afford at all. Mr. Lu, let's take the contract if there's no problem. You. Yang Fan's voice pulled Lu Ke back to the lab. At this moment he pointed his finger at the man in front of him, unable to hold a word for a long time. Fortunately, reason still allowed him to eventually ease over. Sitting on the chair as if he had drained his entire body of strength, Lu Ke said pleadingly, I can contact other manufacturers to give you a batch of 1 billion orders. In that case can you consider my previous request? 1 billion small order only. The words landed. Straight away, he saw that Lu Ke's eyes widened a few points. This forced pretense made him simply want to hit someone. Seeing that he can put together all the body and life are not able to impress Yang Fan, Lu can break the defense. The rabbit still bites when it is anxious. Mr. Yang, your gold minerals are indeed powerful, and we are also convinced. But business is not just buying in and out. Business is the world of human feelings. You're not afraid of your means of being watched? There are many people like me, know about the summit, right? Wait and see. Bang! Hammering heavily on the desk, Lu Ke turned around and left the office without saying a word. Things had come to this point. It was no longer just a matter of his company. Yang Fan's appearance was clearly making it impossible for them all to live. Mad. I'll see if you can still be mad when you get to the stage. TMD. Amidst the driver's puzzled eyes, Lu Ke looked at the distance and sped past the scenery and kept sneering. At this moment, he was practically no different from a madman. Chapter 80 Good Guy I'm straight up good guy. The Gold Summit is an annual event in the Gold Circle. Almost everyone in the gold beads and jewelry circle is proud to attend the summit. It is a status symbol. After all, first-hand information is too important for people in this circle. Each gram of gold lower $1. A ton of gold will be reduced by 1 million. No one wants to miss such a business opportunity, so that every time the Gold Summit will be overcrowded. And this time, it seemed a little more lively than previous years. Yang Fan's appearance has stirred up the entire gold market. Perhaps it is the previous days that Lu Ke's non-stop activities. Or maybe it is the general trend. This time the Gold Summit held 2 months in advance. The location is chosen in the middle of D City. Yang Fan who rushed to the duck on the shelf so became the organizer. 1 week later, D City Stadium. As the host, Yang Fan came to the center of the hall early. The lounge at the moment was filled with Su Qian's bitter voice. Mr. Yang, the summit has been brought forward for such a long time and named us as the host. This matter. Ugh. Mr. Yang, if we really can't, let's raise the price. Fine water flows for a long time. Why try to have a moment of pain? While pouring a cup of fresh tea for Yang Fan, Su Qian observed Yang Fan's face. It was a pity that apart from being calm, she couldn't see any emotional fluctuations on this man's face. General Manager Yang, relax. The mountain man has his own plan. Wait properly in the lounge. I'll go and take a look first. Gently patting Su Qian, an old comrade in arms, on the shoulder to show that he was at ease. Yang Fan did not have the heart to stay here, and took a big step to the center of the venue that had been temporarily transformed into a meeting place. As the organizer, Yang Fan's seat was arranged in the center of the podium. At this moment, when he looked around, the entire venue could be seen. Although the meeting was still more than 10 minutes away from starting, quite a few people had already come to their seats, chatting enthusiastically with the people around them. But as soon as they saw Yang Fan appear, all their eyes converged on that tiny seat. One could imagine what kind of impact Yang Fan's every move today would have. Taking a deep breath, lowering his head, and picking up his cell phone, Yang Fan didn't care about the sights around him, and this made quite a few people frown. As the organizer and a newcomer, not to mention the small vendors in the distance, you should always get to know the few bigwigs in the near distance and send a business card. So unintelligent. Yang Fan's behavior at this time has simply become an out-of-place alien, and the atmosphere of the entire venue has begun to be weird. The summit, too, unfolded in such a weird atmosphere. I would like to welcome all of our friends from the gold industry to our annual Gold Summit, and I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. Here I would like to start by announcing some new industry regulations as well as notifications from the state, and I also hope that you will analyze them carefully. I declare that the 38th Gold Summit now begins. accompanied by the speech of the Industry and Commerce Department. The entire venue fell into a short silence. People had taken out their tape recorders, carefully recognizing each and every piece of content. If it is not prohibited by law, it can be done. Looking for loopholes from within the state's policies, these businessmen can be old pros. 10 minutes later, the business sector people returned to their seats. Many people in the venue eyes have appeared in the color of play. They knew that a good show was about to begin. As expected, just after entering the discussion session, Luku jumped out. Fellow peers, friends, I'm sure you've all seen the activities of Fist Minerals these days. This is a naked and deliberate price suppression. What can we, the secondary dealers, who are holding so much gold that we previously purchased, do? Today, taking this opportunity, I'd like to ask Mr. Yang's attitude. Everyone say yes or no. As the words landed, Luku's voice drew a crowd of concurrence. That's right, I still have half a ton of gold in my hand. How are we going to live if the market continues like this? That's right, Mr. Lu is right. Today we are here to ask for a statement. Raise the price. Must raise the price. The original solemn summit hall was like a vegetable market at this moment. Countless people agreed accordingly, pointing their spearheads directly at Yang Fan. It must be said that Luku's hand is indeed poisonous. The gold circle is complicated. After listing, Yang Fan has Sanfeng market those big brother's umbrella. General people want to deal with him from the surface is basically impossible. But in the summit to pick ahead, the nature of things can be different. Anyway, the idea that the law is not to blame. All those who lost benefits scrambled to be the first, and the resentment of the crowd was instantly ignited at this moment. People's words can be feared, the mouth of the crowd, if it can't be properly dealt with. Yang Fan today is certainly not to come off the stage. However, daring to enter this Hongmen banquet, how could Yang Fan not have a little countermeasure? Cough. From the center of the venue, Yang Fan's coughing sound is like magic, attracted everyone's attention. Casually swept a glance at the field of the crowd. Yang Fan light smile, then said, I kind of understand everyone's problem. Our fist mining industry has always been to serve the people. To stop the price reduction is impossible. The wholesale price of $215 per gram. I also never intend to change. But, just when Luko was planning to reveal his position again, Yang Fan made a U-turn and directly threw out a heavy bomb. On top of the selling price of $215, I intend to add a little something more. For every 1 kilogram of gold purchased, 1,000 carats of diamonds from Fist Minerals can be purchased at $1.500 per carat. All of the diamonds are over 2 carats in quality, and anyone interested is welcome to inquire at Fist. Silence, deathly silence. All the voices instantly dissipated into nothingness, and all there was a dumbfounded expression. Raw diamonds were usually sold for $300 per carat in the sale market, converted into soft sister currency at around $2,100. Yang Fan, this was a straight drop of $600. 1 kilogram law was equivalent to 200 grams, and for a medium-sized jewelry company, it could completely satisfy a year's demand. These 200 diamonds were enough to meet all the losses of gold. The field became silent, but Yang Fan, as if he was not satisfied, continued to add, all of Fist Minerals' diamond raw materials are cut using S27, so there is no need to worry about quality. Now the estimated annual production is around 3.5 tons. Well, that's 1.75 million carats. Everyone who is willing to cooperate is a friend, and I will definitely give sufficient discounts in this aspect of diamonds. Good guy. I'm ing straight up good guy. 1.75 million grams of carats of diamonds completely washed out everyone's mind. At this time the crowd looked at Yang Fan's gaze, like looking at a pile of banknotes that would walk. Fist Minerals, this is a big money tree.